Chapter 1, It was supposed to be a female snake, why is it male? On the mountain, at the temple of the Snake Immortal. Colton lay on the cold ground, allowing the giant snake to glide over him. The touch was icy, chilling to the bone. His body shook continuously, misty moisture filled his eye sockets slightly red, and he was forced to emit some weak whimpers from his mouth. Indeed, Colton was scared to tears. Who wouldn't be afraid seeing a snake thicker than a tree pressing down on them? Colton admired its masculinity. Though when he came to the temple of the Snake Immortal, he had hoped it would transform into an elegant Marilyn. To repay him, its benefactor who once saved it. But reality proved that Colton thought too much, it was fortunate enough not to eat him. Sister Snake Immortal, you should let me go. If you remember I saved you before, don't give me trouble. The female snake ignored Colton, still pressing down on him, constantly gliding all over him. Colton eventually gave up on any fantasies. Marriage to a female snake was just too thrilling for his heart. At this moment, the snake's movements seemed to pause, slowly turning its head. As Colton lifted his gaze, he met a pair of amber eyes. A black line ran across those eyes, exuding killing intent. Colton immediately shut his mouth. Suddenly, the snake lunged forward, flicking its tongue, lightly brushing against his cheek in what seemed like a teasing gesture. Ah! Terrified, Colton touched the licked spot on his face and suddenly covered his eyes, screaming aloud. Snake saliva was poisonous, he thought this snake really wanted to eat him. The fable about honesty doesn't deceive me, you're nothing but a bad snake. You not only ruined the old man's grave but also want to eat me. Determined, Colton voiced his grievances as he faced death. This female snake was thick, with one bite, it could sever his neck. Heaven knows how exhausted he was under its weight. Folk tales were folk tales, meant to trick children, including Colton. After all, he once believed he would be like Isaiah, getting both a career and a wife. Colton's body trembled in tension, regretting he didn't learn the old man's demon-slaying skills. After waiting for a long time, the expected scene of having his neck bitten off never happened. Instead, a roguelike laugh sounded by his ear, "Good boy, why would I eat you?" Hearing this mocking voice, the oppressive cold sensation vanished from his body. This voice doesn't sound feminine. Colton abruptly opened his eyes. Upon seeing the figure before him, he sat up so fast his head collided with the table. Bang! It hurts! Colton screamed. The offering table was knocked over, causing fruits, incense, and candles to scatter on the floor. Like seeing a ghost, Colton hid behind the overturned table. Then, he peeked out with one eye. Male? The person in front had a flat chest, flat. Purely male. This person was handsome, with eyes exactly like a snake's, amber-colored with a vertical black line, emitting an eerie glow. Tall and slender, dressed in white, resembling a drifting spirit. No, like a graceful and refined, handsome man in novels. Only the cheeks retained some snake scales, looking somewhat terrifying. The guy stared at Colton, his gaze seeming ready to devour him. Colton nervously swallowed. You don't come closer, great Snake Immortal, I have offended you. As he spoke, Colton nearly collapsed to his knees in supplication, his voice barely audible even to himself. Do you fear I'll eat you? The snake spoke again, its voice hoarse and deep. Colton shook his head vigorously. Hearing this, the other took a step forward, crouched down, and smiled gently at Colton. Don't cry, I won't harm you. Come on out, good boy. Colton looked up, instantly captivated by the beautiful face. But he quickly regained his senses, retracting his hand. This snake must be luring him out to peel and eat him. Thinking of this, Colton summoned his courage and dashed towards the closed temple doors. Before he stabilized his footing, a cold hand grabbed his ankle. Instantly, his whole body went limp, falling straight to the ground. Rip. Colton heard the tearing sound of his pants. Damn, he rushed too fast. Next time after getting paid, he would definitely buy a more expensive pair of trousers. That, great Snake Immortal, please calm down. Colton regulated his breathing, catching his breath. Before he could react, he was pressed down by the snake in a human posture. The guy kept the habits of a snake, extending its tongue to sweep across Colton's neck, then sniffing around as if searching for where to bite. You're not being good. Colton felt that the snake was gradually losing patience with him. This is you asking for it. Starting today, you belong to me. He whispered enticingly in Colton's ear, declaring his dominance. I do want to eat you, but the way I eat might be a little different. Colton felt a sharp pain in his neck, like the tearing pain of teeth breaking through skin. He had been bitten by a dog when he was young, so he knew exactly how it felt. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Colton screamed, gasping for breath, and opened his eyes filled with sweat. Seeing the familiar ceiling, Colton muttered while touching his forehead, it was just a dream. That scream also scared his roommate Uriel in the next room. Uriel poked his head over, thinking of something, and suddenly grinned cheekily. Hey, Colton, your screaming in your dream is making me think all sorts of things. As he said this, he walked into Colton's room and leaned closer, grinning even more provocatively. Scream a few more times, and I'm almost having the same reaction as watching a movie. Another pointless conversation as usual. Colton angrily threw a pillow at him. Uriel caught the pillow Colton threw and started asking deep questions again. You weren't dreaming about being forced by someone, were you? Colton wiped the sweat off his forehead, weakly retorting, go to hell. If anyone's forcing anyone, it would be me forcing others. Uriel shrugged indifferently. Sure, with your looks and small frame, you'll be forcing others. Then, he added slyly, I mean a man. Upon hearing this, Colton's face turned green like grass. Get out. Chapter 2, Always Holding the Female Lead Script. Colton has been experiencing bizarre events from childhood to adulthood. Among these, the most bizarre is that he has always held the female lead script. His roommate, Uriel, often teases him, saying he is more popular among guys than girls are. If he were to develop in the entertainment industry, male fans and female fans would certainly be equal in number. From childhood to adulthood, someone has always fought for Colton. Fighting isn't something unusual, but a large portion of those who fight for Colton are males, as if it's a scene from an animal kingdom where they vie for a mate. Maybe when he was young, he mistakenly worshipped a rabbit god instead of the wealth god. Truly, it's very efficacious. Colton's mother always says that he sins by having girlfriends that never last beyond 3 days. She says he harms other girls and toys with their emotions. This really isn't Colton's fault. Every time, before Colton could harm any girl, the other party would nervously break up. He hasn't even touched or kissed them. Inappropriate things for minors are even further off. In short, this pig named Colton, despite growing up big, has never rooted in cabbages. Just thinking about it makes him feel quite aggrieved. These cabbages seem to have collectively conspired to screw him over, and they did it so thoroughly. Colton thought to himself that although he wasn't strikingly handsome, he wouldn't get lost in a crowd either. With his good posture, slender neck, skin smooth as jade, wearing gold-rimmed glasses made him look like a civilized beast. Ah, no, a sunny boy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been tricked into the entertainment industry by his roommate, Uriel. Girls' initial looks of adoration were genuine. Later on, their terrified faces when breaking up were also real. Son, do you think you're cursed? When Colton's mother used to say this, her face always showed worry, as if he was truly under some curse. Colton always took his mother's words as mere chatter. Until one afternoon after shooting portraits at the new company, he received a call from home. Colton's mother told him that the elderly man had passed away. Grandpa was talking just the other day about me coming home, saying he had something to give me. How could he suddenly pass away? Colton's voice trembled slightly, wanting to cry, but mostly feeling shocked and confused. The time of an old man's passing, who can predict? Pack your things and come back. His mother sounded very weary. Colton vaguely felt it was related to that strange dream, but there was no time to think more, and he hurriedly took leave from the company to rush home. When Colton got home, it was time for the burial. A strange event happened during the lowering of the coffin. In northern rural burials, they first dig a small room-like earth cave, then place the coffin and items from the deceased's life inside. As villagers prepared to lower grandfather's coffin, Colton heard screams. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw countless snakes coiled in the earth cave where his grandfather was to be buried. The snakes were of various species and colors, red, black, green, all intertwined, as if conducting some eerie ceremony. At that moment, the snake sensed something and stared straight at Colton. Suddenly, Colton felt as if he were under a spell, unable to move, just like being suppressed in a nightmare. It was summertime in northern China, with temperatures reaching 40 degrees Celsius. Yet Colton felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, cold to the bone. I finally waited for you. In broad daylight, Colton heard a low, resonant male voice near his ear. It was as if he had heard it somewhere before, enchanting and mesmerizing. Who are you? Though the voice was gentle, it made his scalp tingle. At this moment, the group of mourners fell silent as if dead, until another woman screamed. Karma. I see this as divine retribution. People always said Leo leaving meant no one would protect us anymore. Indeed, it's true. Leo was the respectful title given to Colton's grandfather by villagers. In his youth, Colton's grandfather was a respected feng shui master in the area, knowledgeable and spiritual. Life was always smooth until the year Colton's mother was pregnant, when the elderly man went to check the feng shui of a house in the city for a month. After returning, with a grave expression, he told Colton's parents he would never help anyone check feng shui again. So, until his death. Colton once asked his parents curiously what happened during that time the elderly man was out. They said they didn't know. Now that the elderly man had passed away, no one knew what happened. Colton looked at the woman who spoke. It was Jimena from the neighboring village, who visited his grandfather every year. But every time she came, the old man would not accept her gifts and instead scolded her loudly. She never got angry but always smiled apologetically. What can we do? Who can suppress this snake spirit? He may not shouted again, but no one dared to move. At this moment, Colton's father looked at Colton. His face was ashen, and he was sweating profusely. The sweat was clearly not due to the summer heat. Colton had never seen his father show such an expression before. Just as he was about to ask what was going on, a clear and cold voice came from behind him. Snakes fear realgar. Giacomo, let's take grandfather's coffin out first and wait until the snakes are driven away before proceeding with the burial. This time, absolutely do not kill these snakes. Colton turned around and saw a striking figure standing not far away. That person was Colton's twin sister, Bonnie. She had just arrived. Because of the scorching sun, Bonnie's face was pale, and she hadn't caught her breath yet. Sis, you're back. Colton hurried over. Bonnie nodded slightly, then said to Colton's father, Giacomo, grandfather's burial is important. The villagers helping to carry the coffin finally regained their senses. Gina is right. It might be a coincidence, let's bury Leo first. People in the crowd agreed one after another. Gina is Leo's granddaughter and has some knowledge of the occult, she won't be wrong. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the villagers had finally driven away the snakes, and Colton's grandfather's coffin was finally lowered into the grave. Back home, Colton's parents busied themselves with the funeral banquet. The villagers were tight-lipped about the incident at the grave. Colton didn't know what to say either, only feeling that this matter was related to the old man's absence for a month years ago. After performing the rituals on the way back, Colton felt like his body wasn't even his own anymore. I'm going to rest for a while. Colton told Bonnie and prepared to go back to his room to sleep during the break when the relatives were having meals. Wait a minute. Bonnie suddenly stopped Colton, took out a talisman wrapped with something from her chest, and handed it to him. Keep this with you all the time. Before Colton could ask why, Bonnie covered his mouth and looked around. Don't talk, or I'll get rid of you. Okay. Bonnie also seemed a bit tired. Colton blinked and reluctantly agreed. As twin siblings, Colton and Bonnie usually got along in a way that was friendly yet teasing. During the burial ceremony, he almost called her sis for the first time. Colton's mother often said their personalities were reversed. Bonnie was a beauty among beauties, with flawless looks and figure, naturally attracting many admirers. However, more girls than boys liked her. Colton had once secretly exchanged resources with Bonnie. As a result, the girls who liked Colton were all lured away by Bonnie. Then the few men who liked Bonnie asked her for Colton's WeChat ID. Could this be some kind of childless curse? Colton was glad his mom didn't know about this, or she wouldn't be able to sleep again. Back in the room, he turned on the air conditioning and lay on the cool bamboo mat. Unconsciously, Colton fell asleep from exhaustion. Perhaps because the air conditioning was too cold, in his dream, Colton felt a slippery touch sliding from his ankle up to his chest. It tickled and felt cool, finally stopping at his chest. His body quickly heated up, the touch both cool and hot, creating a strange sensation. Colton couldn't help but swear, I'm not a girl, what are you rubbing against me for? Chapter 3, That snake is a pervert, sacrificing you. The cold sensation on his chest had vanished. Colton snorted and was about to turn over to continue sleeping until his parents and Bonnie entered the room. Colton, you're still sleeping. What's going on with your bed? Hearing Bonnie's voice, Colton rubbed his eyes, somewhat confused. What? Upon seeing the traces of a large reptile crawling on the bamboo mat, a chill shot up from the top of Colton's head. He instantly became fully awake and cursed under his breath. Damn! It turned out that the dream was real. Something had indeed crawled onto his chest just now. Judging by the shape, it must have been a very thick snake. Actually, Colton had never been afraid of snakes all his life. He had even once saved a big snake at the foot of a mountain, just like Isaiah in Legend of the White Snake. Sometimes, Colton would fantasize about having a beautiful wife like Marilyn, leading him to success in both career and love. But the snake in the dream was male. While Colton was lost in thought, Bonnie's expression changed abruptly as she pointed at his chest and angrily asked, Colton, your chest. Where's the talisman I gave you? Looking down at the red marks on his chest, Colton's face darkened immediately. What the heck? Did he get molested? They say snakes are perverts, did this damn thing really move so fast? No matter how eager it was, shouldn't it consider who its target was? He was a grown man, after all. If any snake wanted to crawl onto someone's chest, it should be Bonnie's, not his. At this moment, Colton's father sighed, shifting his gaze between Colton and Bonnie, his face growing more serious. It's been 19 years. What was bound to happen has happened. The corner of Colton's mouth twitched. This sounded like something straight out of a novel. Could what was bound to happen refer to the incident of the giant snake climbing into his bed? Giacomo, what's going on here? Before his father could explain, a scream came from outside. Ah! Snakes! The memorial hall is full of snakes. Startled, Colton was about to go out when his father held him back. You and Gina stay in the room. Your mother and I will go check outside. No matter what happens, don't come out. But. Colton wanted to protest but stopped immediately upon being glared at by Bonnie. Not long after their parents left, another scream came from outside. Ah Ming, sacrifice Gina. That's right. The goal of these snakes is exactly as Leo said, they want a person. Ah Ming is Tiger, Colton's father's name. Colton recognized the speaker as Lindsay. Then came his father's enraged voice, what nonsense are you talking? She's my daughter. How can I possibly give her to a snake? But Leo is gone, and our village is doomed. If snakes are vengeful, we will all be retaliated against. Colton glanced at Bonnie, whose eyes were rimmed with redness, silently holding back something. I won't let you be sacrificed. In the next moment, he opened the door and stormed out, roaring, it's already the 21st century. Who still talks about sacrifices? These snakes are after me, anyone who wants trouble can come for me. Although prepared mentally, Colton was genuinely shocked by the scene in front of the memorial hall, even worse than when Old Man Jiang went into the tomb. Countless snakes, intertwined and flicking their tongues, had driven the villagers into the corners. Several villagers had already been bitten. These snakes seemed to be conducting an organized attack. Colton wondered if the giant snake that climbed onto his bed was orchestrating this. Not only that, the memorial hall for Old Man Jiang had also been attacked. Snakes covered the offerings in the portrait, as if newly hatched, covered in disgusting mucus. Even for someone unafraid of snakes like Colton, it made his skin crawl. Seeing the treatment of Old Man Jiang's portrait by the snakes infuriated him. In 3 steps, he moved forward and grabbed the snakes from the portrait. With a slap, they hit the ground. Colton retrieved his grandfather's photo. This scene frightened the villagers, and Lindsay looked like she was about to cry. This is a great disrespect, little Chen. How can you treat the snake deity this way? Screw the snake deity. Colton couldn't help but curse. At this moment, the snake seemed to fear something and started retreating step by step. Colton assumed his intimidation had worked, so he stepped forward, looking ferocious, and said, want to sacrifice Bonnie? Not before you deal with me first. As soon as he finished speaking, an elder from the village, supposedly a former village chief, hobbled out with a cane in hand. The elder opened his turbid eyes and spoke slowly, these snakes must have some demands. Xiao Chen, Ziyu is Old Seven's granddaughter and has powers. Having powers means she should be sacrificed. Colton found it absurd. Human nature was truly selfish. While Grandpa had done so much to protect them all during his life, now that he was gone, they were willing to sacrifice his beloved granddaughter. Brian, you're the village chief, you decide. Someone in the crowd seemed to have accepted the idea of the sacrifice, and several burly men tried to subdue Colton. One of them was even a distant uncle who taught him hunting when he was little. In an instant, the villagers who usually seemed kind-hearted became more terrifying than ghosts. Brian, the Snake Immortal Temple has been completed for days. If the snake wants Ziyu, then give her. It turned out they had prepared for this sacrifice long ago. Colton sneered. Before he could speak, his father roared ahead of him, nonsense. Whoever touches my daughter will deal with me. Tiger pulled out a kitchen knife from somewhere and started swinging it around. His eyes were red, looking like a demon straight from hell. The villagers were intimidated and dared not step forward. Ming. Colton's mother was wiping away tears continuously. Wait, the snake. Snake Immortal Temple. Colton recalled the dream. Was this some sort of omen? Giacomo, let me go. Behind him, India's calm voice echoed. She looked at the villagers indifferently. Seeing this, Colton quickly blocked India and addressed everyone. I said before, this snake is after me. If you insist on offering a sacrifice, then I'll go. Village Elder Yun scrutinized Colton with a strange expression. You would anger the Snake Immortal. You are not a qualified offering. What bullshit about an unqualified offering? Did death need a qualification? Colton's gaze grew cold, his expression fierce as he shouted. Either I go, or I fight you all. You choose. Perhaps Colton's stare was too intimidating, all the villagers nodded simultaneously. It was as if through Colton's eyes, they saw something else. At the time, Colton did not know what that was until 3 days later when the Snake Immortal Temple was completely finished. He regretted it a bit, but not because he replaced India to go to the Snake Immortal Temple. If only he hadn't slacked off while Grandpa was teaching him skills. If he possessed Grandpa's abilities, he wouldn't be so passive. During breakfast, India approached him with the same indifferent look. Colton, do you know what a sacrifice means? Colton drank some water, trying to keep calm, it basically means dying. After all, he once saved a snake, if it was that snake, it probably wouldn't kill him, right? India stared at Colton, saying in her usual serious tone, a sacrifice is offering someone to that snake demon as, a wife, no, a partner. Her tone paused a bit at the last part. Hearing this, Colton's pupils dilated, and he sprayed out the water he just drank. What? He thought back to the outrageous dream he had before returning. No wonder Brian said he was an unqualified offering. It turns out it was due to gender. That's what you heard. India patted Colton's shoulder, seemingly encouraging. Actually, I'm grateful you're willing to save me by sacrificing yourself. No, absolutely not. Suddenly, Colton jumped up as if bitten by a snake. India, you go, I won't compete with you anymore. Hearing this, India lost her composure. Her eyes widened. Huh? India, shouldn't you step forward and say you're willing to sacrifice your happiness for the family? That's how all the scripts go. Scripts? What are those? Colton, you lack masculinity. Remember, I'm a woman. A woman? You're too modest. Besides your gender, which part of you resembles a woman? She was tougher than any man. As a woman, she was skilled in fighting and martial arts, surpassing him in many ways. Moreover, in this situation, was this really about masculinity? Colton became even more anxious and said, India, I don't want to sacrifice myself at all. That snake is a pervert, you should be the one to be offered. No, you go. You're the elder sister. So what if I'm the elder sister? Colton, you have such rosy lips and white teeth, prettier than any girl. That snake will surely be satisfied. Satisfied my ass. While they were arguing, Colton suddenly caught a glimpse of a white tail flashing behind India. His body stiffened, thinking he must have hallucinated. Damn. This India is a fake. And it has a tail. What the hell kind of creature is this? Chapter 4, Male, really no need for so many. It was 12 noon. Colton still decided to go to the Snake Immortal Temple. According to the agreement, he had to go to the temple alone, and no villagers were allowed to approach. With monsters ahead and snakes behind, after careful consideration, he still decided to meet the snake first. He wondered how Bonnie was doing now. With her formidable skills, she should be fine, right? Colton was walking up the stone steps leading to the mountain, feeling a bit tired, so he rested for a moment on a large rock. Damn it, I'm losing face. Dead pigs offered as sacrifices are carried up, but I have to walk myself. Just as he mumbled this, a hissing sound came from behind him. Turning around, he saw a huge black python fighting with a completely white fox, like gods battling each other. The speed of their movements was so fast that his eyes could hardly keep up. For a moment, Colton was stunned and couldn't help exclaiming, what a sight, nowadays, snakes and foxes can fight too, over a rabbit. Colton was deeply engrossed in watching, his eyes wide open, completely forgetting his own predicament. Until both creatures turned to look at him simultaneously. One pair of amber eyes, one pair of pale green eyes, two non-humans staring at him intently, their gazes piercing and cold. Oh no! Sensing danger, Colton sprinted up the mountain. That white fox must be the person who transformed into Bonnie, right? All the way up, Colton was almost in tears. Didn't they say animals couldn't become spirits after death? Why were there monsters everywhere? Colton even thought he had traveled through time. Just as Colton felt like crying, his body suddenly rose into the air, and a chilling cold spread across his chest. Seeing the snake below him, he nearly screamed. The intricate patterns on the snake's skin, laced with a hint of red, suddenly came into view, making his scalp tingle. I'm going to die. Great Snake Immortal, please calm down first. Cold air rushed into his throat, and Colton coughed a few times. At this moment, he clearly felt the creature's movement slow momentarily before speeding up again. Cough. To hell with it. This damned snake was deliberately doing this, wasn't it? The wind sliced through his throat like a knife, and dust blinded his eyes. Colton fainted pathetically. It wasn't until nightfall that he regained consciousness. He moved his body, feeling as if it were falling apart, every bone as if it would crack. Where am I? His gaze fell upon a high glass ceiling, then slowly downward to a beautiful altar filled with offerings of fruits and incense, exactly as in his dream. Thinking about this, cold sweat dripped down Colton's forehead. Colton. An eerie voice sounded in his ear, making his hair stand on end. Recalling the snake that had pinned him in his dream, he instinctively covered his neck. In the next moment, enduring the pain, he ran towards the door, shouting, Great Snake Immortal, I'll introduce you to someone else, I know many beautiful women. Colton didn't lie about this. Beauty queens were abundant in the entertainment industry, just those in his company were all top tier. Bang! Not paying attention, he collided with a solid chest. Cold and icy, it made his skull vibrate. Colton grunted, stepped back a few paces, and coughed a few more times. Hurts, it really hurts. Lifting his eyes, he met a pair of amber eyes, stunningly abnormal. You. Colton retreated and hid under the offering table, gradually revealing a pair of bright eyes, like obsidian, very beautiful. You, stay away from me. Indeed, the snake looked just like in his dream. Male, definitely male. What a pity, such beauty and grace. Looking at it, it didn't seem like a monster at all, but rather a celestial being descending from heaven. They say snake spirits often transform into beautiful men and women to deceive humans before devouring them. Such a level of beauty could certainly lure many people to eat. Dash looked at the frightened figure, soft and adorable just like when he was young. He half squatted, extending his long, pale hand. When you were young, you weren't this afraid of me. When I was young. Hearing this, Colton was stunned. So, this snake was the one he had saved when he was young. You. What about me? You really look good. Colton originally intended to curse, you ungrateful liar, but seeing those piercing eyes, he changed his words. Yes, he chickened out. Arguing with a snake thicker than a tree was not wise. There were too many ways it could kill him. Dash smiled, his long fingers lightly touching Colton's pale cheek, unable to stop fondling. How could there be such an adorable little thing? He just wanted to tease it until tears welled up, definitely amusing. No, you look better. Who are you fooling? Colton tried to crawl back again but was caught by Dash and pulled out. Before he could react, he was pressed to the ground in front of the altar, with the snake spirit towering over him. Colton, do you know what the offerings need to do? The snake's voice sounded bewitching. Remembering what the fox had said about sacrifices, Colton's face turned green. I don't know. And I don't want to know. As the other firmly held him down, Colton started kicking wildly. Just then, there was a loud crash, the door of the Snake Immortal Temple burst open. Another handsome man stormed in. The man was strikingly handsome with beautiful fox eyes that were pale green, slightly upturned at the corners, with a lovely teardrop mole near his eye. He glanced sideways at Dash, his brow furrowed in undisguised disdain. So soon? You've already dealt with him? That's pretty pathetic. Upon hearing this, Dash's face darkened. Before he could attack the dead fox, the struggling Colton under him suddenly shouted, "Deal your big head ghost." Colton's voice clearly stunned both the beings. The dead fox, if you dare touch Bonnie, I'll fight you. Colton lunged to push Dash away and attack the fox. The latter dodged and grabbed his wrist, smiling wickedly. So, you figured out I wasn't your sister long ago. That violent Amazon, I thought my disguise was quite convincing. Cut the crap, your tail was wagging like a dog's, I'm not blind. Ah. Ouch. Dead fox, let me go. Feeling the pain, Colton kicked at the fox, but the kick was too wide, resulting in an impromptu splits performance. Then, a tear appeared in the back of his pants. Damn. Colton's face turned pale. Just like the dream, except this time in front of two beasts. Seeing their eyes, one amber, one jade green, shining eerily as if emitting waves of light, he felt utterly ridiculous. Two beasts, sorry, two immortals, I can introduce some beautiful women to you. Or just take Bonnie, no need to look at me like this, okay? Damn it, he was a grown man, his pants were torn, and he was being stared at by two perverted beasts, this was utterly ridiculous. Yet, they kept staring straight at him, and spoke simultaneously. No, you're more interesting. Colton tilted his head, question mark. Wasn't he only supposed to deal with an ungrateful snake? Why did a male fox show up? Male, really, do we need so many? Chapter 5 Why are your pants torn? A loud noise came from the Snake Immortal Temple. Fruits, incense, and candles fell to the ground, the battle scene was nothing short of brutal. Those two monsters were fighting again. Colton stumbled on the threshold while running out. This fall completely tore his pants, and the tear marks looked like they had been violently ripped apart, not to mention in an irregular shape. Damn it. The snake hadn't done anything, yet he looked as if he had been messed with. No, this place was no good anymore. If he stayed any longer, who knew what else might happen? His decency was in serious jeopardy. At the moment Colton ran out, he bumped into villagers coming to offer tributes. Their eyes met, filled with unspoken awkwardness. Then, those people saw that scene, Colton's pants were torn, a sorry sight indeed. At that moment, Colton really wanted to jump off the mountain, it was incredibly embarrassing. As soon as those villagers returned, they reported to Brian that Grandpa Snake seemed very pleased with Colton. Upon hearing this, Brian excitedly sent someone with gifts to thank Colton's family, only for Colton's father to beat them away with a stick. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. Colton didn't return home but went straight back to the city. On the way, he called his parents to reassure them. Of course, his parents were happy and instructed him not to come back home anytime soon, saying it was fine as long as he was alive. After hanging up the phone, Colton became worried again. If that snake wanted to find him, it would be a matter of minutes. What bad luck. Why did this happen to me? Colton would never forget the strange look the taxi driver gave him when he got in the car. With his pants torn and looking disheveled, he resembled someone who had been assaulted. The driver dropped Colton off at the apartment building entrance. After getting out, the driver looked at Colton pitifully and kindly said, "Young man, may your future be bright." Then, he screamed and sped away, leaving Colton choking on black exhaust fumes. What's that supposed to mean? What was the driver imagining? How damn bright could things get? It felt like his future was going to be extremely dark. Hey! What happened to your pants? Were you attacked on the way back? Uriel's voice sounded behind him, high-pitched and startling. Colton nearly punched him in the teeth. My pants tore by themselves, it's cooler in summer. Saying this, he turned around and walked into the building. Uriel wasn't convinced, no matter how cool it gets, it can't rip like this. Come clean. None of your business. Oh, okay. Colton, I'm glad you're alright. Let me tell you something. The company just signed a suddenly super popular internet celebrity. Uriel was sort of Colton's agent at the company. Huh. Colton had no mind to think about company resources at the moment. I said, what kind of attitude is that? That guy took all your resources. This dash guy is truly despicable. What? Called what? Colton stared sharply at Uriel, stammering. You're crowing. Shut up. Colton didn't care about punching Uriel's teeth now. He suddenly felt his future was very bleak. Back at the temple, during the fight between those two monsters, he thought he heard the fox shout this name. It was that snake. So that monster knew where he worked all along. Look, it's him. Uriel handed over the information on his phone. This guy is unrealistically handsome. For a man, it's absurd. Unrealistically handsome because he feeds on people. Trembling, Colton took the phone and checked. Damn, it was indeed that freak. Only this time, Dash didn't have long hair. In the picture, Dash had no snake scales on his cheeks and looked stunningly beautiful, almost like a character from a comic book. Perfect features, silver short hair, beautiful amber eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, with a playful gaze that seemed to pierce through the screen and focus on him. Colton felt like prey being targeted, unable to escape. He's going to die. Suddenly, Colton felt like crying. Indeed, covering his eyes for a moment, he started to cry, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Wah, old man. Facing such a bizarre opponent, was he expected to deal with him? Would it still be in time if he introduced Priscilla to this snake now? Uriel thought that Colton was still grieving over his grandfather's passing. He patted Colton's shoulder and whispered words of comfort, take care of yourself. Just as he finished speaking, a message popped up on Colton's WeChat. 3 messages were from Priscilla, along with 2 friend requests. Priscilla, how are you doing, Colton? Colton, I've been targeted by a perverted snake and a fox. Colton quickly sent an SOS message again. Forget about the snake for now, what's the deal with that fox? Why did it turn into you to attend the old man's funeral? What's going on here? Priscilla didn't reply. Colton sent several more messages and made several voice calls, all of which got disconnected after a beep, with interference sounds as if something had affected the magnetic field. Nothing bad happened, right? While pondering this, Colton lowered his head to unlock the door. Upon spotting the gracefully reclining figure on the sofa in the living room, he slammed the door shut expressionlessly. Sorry. I disturbed you. As soon as he said that, he dragged Uriel behind him and ran crazily toward the elevator. Uriel hadn't seen anyone in the living room. He was puzzled and shouted, Hey, what's wrong? Didn't you want to go home? Who were you talking to? Colton's hands were ice cold, and he immediately yelled, Run now. The corridor light went out with a sizzle, creating a scene straight out of a horror movie. Will you explain clearly? Is Paloma coming? If you don't want to die, run now, no excuses. Colton's voice trembled as the elevator opened, and he hurriedly pushed Uriel into it. Get out of here. Didn't you say you're moving today? Hurry up. As Colton was about to step into the elevator, a force from behind immobilized him. Oh no. Colton. In Uriel's terrified eyes, Colton shuddered all over, feeling icy cold winds and a pair of frigid hands sliding around his waist. Ugh. It was supposed to be a fantasy moment but turned into sheer horror. Unknowing people might think Paloma was claiming lives. Little thing, you sure can run fast, considering I specially went to your company for you. Is this how you treat me? That person's chilly breath brushed past Colton's ear. His legs turned weak, and he mustered up courage to turn his head only to feel a cold sensation on his lips. Am I really dying, Colton, who had never kissed a girl due to constant interruptions since school, actually kissed a snake. And it was male. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the hallway, startling everyone in the building. Chapter 6 You need to wear women's clothing and surprise the audience. Let me go. On the sofa in the apartment, Colton struggled desperately, but the other party lay on him like a huge canid. Although it was actually a snake. The apartment didn't have air conditioning, and the weather was very muggy, yet the man on top of Colton felt extremely cold, just like touching an ice cube. Your body is as cold as ice, don't touch me. As soon as these words were spoken, Colton saw that person's expression change. The originally handsome face now looked even more melancholic, as if he had become even better looking. No way. Absolutely can't be deceived. Colton understood that if he was seduced, he would surely be eaten by the snake. Don't show that look. Hey, Master Snake Immortal, my sister is very pretty, prettier than me. Can you choose her as the sacrifice instead? Upon hearing this, Dash's expression changed again. He narrowed his eyes and asked, what are you talking about? Colton judged from that person's expression that he was angry. My sister. No. Hearing these words, Colton thought he had misheard. The charming Gloria was rejected without hesitation. So what do you really want? To become a big star, isn't it for eating people in the entertainment circle? At this remark, Dash chuckled softly and couldn't help but laugh. What is this little one thinking? He had waited for so many years for him, and now he was suggesting someone else. Colton, if you dare say such nonsense again, I will let those snakes eat all the villagers in your village, not leaving one alive. Colton immediately shut up, his bright eyes looking particularly beautiful. What, do you have something to say? Dash had been by this young man's side for years, watching him date girlfriends who never lasted long. Even if they did last a bit longer, he would slightly scare the girl away, causing her to break up with Colton fearfully every single time. 95% of the curse where Colton couldn't maintain relationships for more than 3 days could be attributed to Dash. Then, won't you eat my family? Anything else is fine. Dash. He thought the little one was kind-hearted and would beg for mercy, but he wasn't foolish at all, indeed unexpected. Do you really want snakes to eat them? If you say yes, they won't survive today. Colton originally wanted to say, okay, but the idea of carrying so many lives on his conscience made him feel uncomfortable, so he changed his mind. Can I get another chance? Dash looked at him and gently scratched his nose with his slender fingers. Okay, listen to you. Now, will you stop running? If you run again, I might break your legs without control. While saying this, he was still smiling. Colton stiffened his body. Damn, truly perverse. Isn't this something only heroines go through? How did it happen to him? And this wasn't acting, it was real, absolutely real. Hey, Snake Immortal. Before he could say, Master, the snake stopped him with a displeased look. Call me Dash. June. Dash. Very good. Dash pulled Colton up again, holding him in his arms and restraining his waist. Colton wanted to struggle but heard, don't move, a voice that seemed to suppress something. Just then, Colton's phone rang. He glanced over and saw it was Uriel calling. Can I answer the call? Dash laughed softly, whispering in his ear, you can. As soon as Colton answered the call, he heard Uriel's loud voice like a roar, Jiang. Colton, what's going on with you and the Oscar-winning actor? Is there something you didn't tell me? Why are we escaping like it's the end of the world? Just as Colton was about to speak, the snake bit his nape, making him groan in pain. On the other side, Uriel's face turned green upon hearing the sound. What are these two doing? Earlier in the elevator, he saw the Oscar-winning actor hugging Colton closely. Their relationship seemed intimate. Did they know each other before? And did they have something deeper? Colton. Go. We'll explain at the company. Bye. Afraid of being misunderstood, Colton quickly hung up the call. He covered his nape and timidly looked at the moody snake. What are you doing? Of course, it's because you're very cute, and I want to tease you. Must you speak so close to me? Colton was chilled by the guy's body temperature. Dash also noticed Colton trembling, and he held Colton's hand and asked, are you cold or afraid of me? Colton originally wanted to say he was afraid, but he worried that the snake might get angry again. So he forced a MMP smile and said, I'm cold. Alright, I will let you go today. If you dare to run away, I will break your legs, I mean it. Colton shook his head frantically. I won't run, absolutely not. How ungrateful this snake is. He had once saved him, why is it so unreasonable now? Just because it's as thick as a tree? Dash left, and Colton slid off the sofa, sitting on the floor. He patted his wildly beating heart, thinking this experience was indeed like a dream, almost too absurd to be real. A moment later, he pinched his own cheek sharply. Ouch, ouch, ouch. His face turned red from the pinch, and the pain made tears stream down his face. It's true, he had been entangled by a snake. At this time, his WeChat buzzed. Colton picked up his phone and saw another message from Bonnie. Colton, I have something urgent here and can't leave. Before I come back, learn to protect yourself and don't tell our parents. Colton quickly asked, where are you? But no response came. Is this Bonnie saving the world with Ultraman? He was about to be eaten by a snake, and she still doesn't know what she's busy with. And what about that fox that barged into the Snake Immortal Temple and fought Dash? What's going on? From her tone, it seemed Bonnie knew him well. Colton called his parents in the evening to report safety. After hanging up, he sat on the bed in a daze. He looked around, always feeling that the snake might appear at any moment. Even if he moved, it would find him soon, right? Just then, several notifications popped up on Weibo. Colton checked his phone and found that someone had followed him. It was the snake. Wait, what are these trending topics? How did he become an Oscar-winning actor so quickly when he's just a face-dependent traffic star? Hashtag Oscar-winning actor Dash follows rookie. Hashtag Oscar-winning actor Dash has bad relationships with colleagues. Hashtag Oscar-winning actor Dash likes men. Hashtag Dash's background is astonishing. Seeing the trending topics, Colton twitched at the corner of his mouth. Except for the last one, the background indeed is astonishing, everything else is nonsense. Wait, likes men. This snake does seem fond of touching him. That fox mentioned during the village sacrifice, wasn't it for finding a partner for the snake? So, the snake was after him from the start. After a 360-degree mental turn, Colton finally figured it out. Drip. More messages appeared on his phone, sent by his new agent. Colton, the company has arranged for you to participate in a dating show with Dash next week, lasting 1 month. Colton thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. But, I'm a guy. The message was quickly retracted. Cough, sorry, I made a typo, it's a variety show, not a dating show. You scared me to death. And also, the company requires you to wear women's clothing on the show, as a surprise to the audience. What the hell? Colton cursed inwardly. This is not a surprise, it's a shock. Damn, this must be that snake's idea. Chapter 7, Are You Two Fighting for Courtship? Colton was waiting for his new agent, Kareem, at the door very early the next morning. As soon as he saw the person coming, he cornered him by the door of the company's practice room. Hey, tell me, was it that best actor who suggested this to the company? If you don't tell the truth, I'll break the contract. Kareem showed a difficult expression and then silently took out the agency contract. Colton, I suggest you look at the penalty fee for breach of contract before making any decisions. Look at those variety shows, many celebrities have to wear women's clothing even if they're reluctant, right? As an artist, you just need to bear with it. Colton raised his fist, really wanting to punch this guy awake. But thinking that this wasn't really this guy's fault, he retracted his hand. He silently looked over the contract. The penalty fee was glaringly clear, $5 million. Colton felt dizzy, he didn't have that much money even if he sold himself. Ah, this infuriates me. It's just a variety show, really nothing serious, just 1 month. And their offer is pretty good, too. Colton shot Kareem a glare, the money they give doesn't end up in my pocket anyway. Fine, get lost, I'm going to the practice room. Damn snake demon. On the way back to the practice room, Colton almost cursed the guy to death. At the door of the practice room, he bumped into someone. Sorry. Colton was troubled and walked around the person without looking up. But after taking a few steps, he was pinned between the walls of the practice room by someone else's quick movement. A wall, hug. Thinking it was the snake, Colton lifted his head only to meet a pair of light green eyes, with a noticeable beautiful tear mole at the corner. It's you, that fox. Well, your memory isn't bad, I'm Ian. Who cares what you're called? You look so disreputable, but your name sounds quite proper. Colton didn't dare to say this because this fox, like that snake, was a monster. Ian pinched Colton's chin and stared down at him with glowing emerald eyes, as if he had seen prey. In the next moment, he turned his head and whispered in Colton's ear, Colton, I'll be your new colleague from now on, please take care of me. Colton swallowed nervously, sure. What kind of care? At this moment, Colton thought of 100 ways to break the contract with the company, but all led to the same result, he had no money. Thinking about this, Colton was almost in tears. Priscilla, why should I suffer for the trouble you caused with this fox? Seeing the fear in Colton's eyes, Ian touched his hair above the forehead. Don't be scared, I'm not like that snake. I just find you interesting. So weak, yet wanting to protect his elder sister even when being sacrificed. To Ian, Priscilla was far more capable than Colton. These siblings must have gotten their genders mixed up. You. How leisure can you be? Ian's slender fingers brushed over Colton's cheek again. Oh, right, remember to keep my identity a secret. Otherwise, I'll tell everyone that you were intimate with a snake. You're so handsome, you're bound to become famous, such gossip would definitely interest the media. Colton's face turned black as he angrily slapped Ian's hand away. Just you try. Which eye of yours has seen that? If you spread rumors, watch out for me stripping off your fox skin. Besides, wouldn't the journalists laugh at such ridiculous gossip news? Ah. Ian was stunned, apparently, Dash hadn't succeeded yet. Such a tender rabbit, still hasn't been approached, a snake turning vegetarian. Get lost. I don't care what you have with Dash or Priscilla, it's none of my business. With that said, he pushed Ian aside and walked towards the changing room. He just opened the cabinet in front of him, when it was slammed shut by a hand reaching past his ear. What do you want, Before Colton could finish speaking, his lips were covered, and he was forcefully turned around and pressed hard against the cabinet door. This collision nearly shattered his spine. This person feels so cold. Just raising his eyes, he met a pair of amber eyes filled with anger. Indeed, it was Dash, that snake. What's his problem? Why so angry? He hadn't done anything, he had even agreed to wear women's clothing to participate in that, what more could they want? Colton, I said before, you are the offering to me. Why were you talking to that fox? It was fine if he didn't say it, but now that he did, Colton was boiling with anger. He pulled away the hand covering his mouth fiercely. If that guy came over and cornered me, how could I not talk? Besides, why are all of you here at this company? If one more non-human comes, I'm going to suspect this place is a zoo. I also want to ask you, do you get addicted to being celebrities, or does it allow you to eat more humans? Seeing the adorable sight of the little guy's bristling temper, Dash instantly cooled down. His lips curved as he grabbed Colton's chin, his eyes exuding a lethal danger. I do want to eat people, but I only want to eat you, and it would be another way of eating. Shut up. Colton stuttered. Unable to bear it anymore, he stomped on Dash's foot. Okay, I'll let go. Dash quickly released him when he saw the little guy was really angry. That stomp didn't hurt much, it felt like a kitten's scratch. Colton glared at Dash and then pointed to the adjacent practice room. You go to the practice room first, I need to change clothes. Oh right, aren't you the best actor? Shouldn't you have a lot of offers? How can you be so idle? Dash disregarded what Colton said after that and shrugged. Little guy, don't tell me you've already forgotten, you're my offering. Colton choked. He thought, with your obvious agenda, how could I dare change here? I'd definitely be eaten to the bones. Just then, he heard Dash say, how about I help you? Today's dance instructor is very strict. If you delay any further, you might get scolded, and if you get fined again, you won't have enough money for food this month. Hey, why do you even know how much savings I have? Of course, knowing your situation helps me control you better. You belong to me. What a pervert. After speaking, before Colton could refuse, Dash stepped forward and lifted Colton's shirt tail. Colton was wearing a black work shirt today. His skin was originally pale, making his skin look like white jade glowing against the contrast. Dash's eyes narrowed slightly without warning, his gaze deepening. Huh? What are you doing? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Colton felt intense pain from the pull on his back. What's wrong? Dash immediately checked under the shirt. Colton's back was bruised extensively, stark against the pale skin. Are you this sensitive? Just a small hit left such a big bruise. If he used a little more force, wouldn't it turn red? I can change myself. Colton quickly took off his work shirt. At this moment, the changing room door opened, and two people entered. One was Ian, the other a handsome man with indifferent eyes. Their gazes fell straight onto Colton without blinking. Next, Colton watched Dash and Ian start fighting while he stood there shirtless. They fought to destroy the company's changing room in human form. If it wasn't for the presence of the indifferent-eyed handsome man, these two would have transformed into their true forms and fought right there, just like they did on the hillside where Colton had rested. At this moment, the company president's voice bellowed like a roar, Dash, Ian, are you two fighting for courtship? Then, everyone in the company looked at Colton who was not wearing a shirt. Realizing the awkward situation, Colton's skin crawled with goosebumps. Damn it. Now this misunderstanding is huge. Chapter 8, All Freaks. Due to the destruction of the changing room, Colton was fined. After coming out of the finance office, he sat in the lounge lost in thought. The dance instructor who came for training saw the level of confrontation between Dash and Ian and quit in an instant, scared out of his wits. With no one to train him, Colton could only practice dancing alone in another rehearsal room. While resting, Kareem approached him with a glass of lemon water. Colton. What is it? Colton wasn't formal, his attitude towards Kareem was just like towards Uriel. Kareem thought he had offended Colton and quickly said with a worried face, don't hate me. What if I get beaten up by Shadow King and Ian? What will I do then? Colton rolled his eyes, he was too lazy to explain their relationship. It's fine, I don't hate you. Kareem looked at Colton, hesitating to speak. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't stutter. What's your relationship with Dash? He and Ian fought for you, didn't they? Colton slowed down as he was drinking water. He was about to say, nothing much, when he saw someone lying in a corner of the practice room. Oh. That must be Conan. He sleeps a lot during the day, like Sleeping Beauty. Sleeping Beauty. It was the first time Colton heard this description for a man. That's the man who stood beside you while Dash and Ian were fighting earlier. So that's the handsome man with the indifferent look. This description seemed quite fitting indeed. This man named Conan had a natural melancholic air that made him stand out as someone destined for success. And that fox Ian, being a fox, naturally possessed unparalleled beauty. Sigh, in comparison, he, Colton, was just an ordinary person. Ah, Colton, I have other matters to attend to and can't chat with you anymore. The new assistant will start work next week. Alright, see you. Of course, Colton knew he wasn't special. In a big company like this, a manager usually oversees several artists. It was already exceptional for Kareem to pay extra attention to him. After Kareem left, the practice room became extremely quiet. Colton's gaze fell on the guy sleeping in the corner. His face covered with clothing, motionless like he was dead. Colton wondered if the guy had been there all along while he was practicing. He tiptoed over. Hey. Just as he spoke, the other person's leg twitched, causing Colton to slip after being kicked unexpectedly. Waking up, Conan lifted the cloth covering his face and was pushed back down again as Colton fell on top of him. Conan lazily opened his eyes to see what was attacking him. Lifting his gaze, he saw a youthful face staring down at him. Pale-skinned, frowning brows, long lashes framing a pair of beautiful eyes like morning stars. Oops, sorry, my foot slipped. Colton blushed and scrambled off him. I just wanted to wake you up. Conan responded nonchalantly, giving Colton another look over. Refined features, good physique, slender neck, truly beautiful. That was Conan's immediate reaction upon seeing Colton. Before he could admire more, Dash and Ian started fighting. What bad luck. Thinking of this, Conan got up directly, grabbed Colton's collar, and said softly, if you want me to forgive you, then take me to lunch. Alright. Before Colton realized what he agreed to, Conan had already left the practice room. He rubbed his eyes. Did this guy teleport? Could he be another freak? After seeing Dash and Ian, Colton felt suspicious and paranoid. But after a moment's thought, he dismissed it. How could that be? He must have been imagining things. Colton practiced a little more until lunchtime arrived. As he pondered whether to run away, 3 people blocked the door of the practice room. Dash, Ian, and Conan stood there like 3 posts. Colton's expression was akin to being at an accident scene. You guys. Dash, I, of course, came to eat with you. Ian, I caused you to be fined today. Let's eat together, and I'll treat you. Conan, you promised to treat me. Upon hearing this, Dash's eyes darkened. Oh. Colton, you're treating Conan to food. Do you have money? Colton thought about it. He had indeed been fined in the morning and didn't have much money left. If he wanted to treat Conan to a meal, it would only be water. Conan yawned and slowly walked forward, standing beside Colton. You two are the ones who caused Colton to lose his money. He probably doesn't want to see you right now. Let's have dinner together. Colton nodded subconsciously, yeah. The most important thing was that Conan was a normal human, so he wouldn't face the danger of being killed by them. Dash and Ian were 2 monsters who could bite his neck at any time, very dangerous. Then let's go. Fearing that Dash might transform on the spot, Colton quickly pulled Conan away. But he really didn't have money to treat Conan to anything fancy. So, they ended up at Conan's apartment. Sitting across from Conan, looking at the seafood feast on the table, Colton doubted his own eyes. Conan, does your family run a seafood market? Conan took a bite and nodded slightly, kind of. So what, don't you like seafood? Not at all. We agreed I'd treat you, but now it seems like I came to your place and you cooked for me. How embarrassing is that? It's fine, you don't have money, right? Conan always spoke lazily, as if he couldn't wake up fully. Thanks then. Colton took a few bites, finding the taste quite good. During their casual chat, he learned that Conan lived by the sea, and he had been tricked into signing a contract while half asleep. Hearing this, Colton's mouth twitched. Did this guy even know anything about life? He was so clueless. Conan, you'll get sold at this rate. It's fine, they can't beat me. Entering the entertainment industry just means more fans, which benefits me. Conan showed no concern for his situation. Colton sighed. What could he say? He had already agreed to wear women's clothing for a variety show. After finishing eating, Conan said he wanted a nap, and Colton replied casually, then helped wash the dishes. When he finished, he checked the time and realized he needed to return to the company. Conan, take a nap, I'm going back. Colton called out, but there was no response, so he went to knock on the bedroom door. Strange, no one in the bedroom. Maybe he went to the bathroom. At that moment, strange sounds came from the bathroom. Next, it seemed like a flood as a large amount of water surged out. Colton was startled. Did the faucet break? He rushed to the bathroom door and pushed it open. What happened? Did the faucet? Seeing the scene inside, Colton swallowed the rest of his words. Conan lay in a bathtub full of water, his eyes closed, resting. His legs had turned into a light blue fish tail, continuously splashing water in the bathtub. At this moment, Colton felt like crying. Great, now they could play mahjong. They were all monsters. Was this company a specialized monster company? Why did they accept him, an ordinary person? Did they want to use him as food for these monsters? Not only as sacrifices, but also as snacks for several monsters. What a miserable fate. Colton. Conan slowly opened his eyes, which were a beautiful water blue. Scales slowly appeared on his cheeks. Sorry, did I scare you? As he spoke, his teeth were sharp fangs. Those fangs seemed capable of biting through a person's neck instantly. No, no problem. Rest well if you're not feeling well. I'll head back to the company. Colton tried to stay calm, but his voice trembled. With a bang, he closed the bathroom door and ran out in panic. On the way, he pressed the elevator button while calling Kareem. I can't do this. Can I terminate my contract? I want to switch companies. Before Kareem could respond, the call hung up with a beep. Colton was about to check his phone when his wrist was grabbed and slowly raised above his head. A cold breath brushed past his ear. Little one, this is what happens when you run around with strangers without permission. Scared, huh? Chapter 9, Aren't you afraid I'll leak the secrets? Colton turned around and looked at Dash in front of him. He suddenly felt a bit wronged, so he said, I did save you after all. How about now? Is this repayment for kindness with enmity? I shouldn't have saved you back then. Dash saw what seemed like tears shimmering in the little guy's eyes, realizing he had indeed frightened him. In the next moment, he tightly hugged Colton, speaking in a deep voice, Sorry, it's my fault. The elevator door opened, and Colton immediately pushed Dash away, snorting coldly, I don't need your sympathy. With that, he ran out of the elevator. Dash immediately followed, grabbing Colton's wrist again. Colton, actually, I'm neither sympathizing with you nor mocking you. So, please don't be angry. Hearing this, Colton stopped and turned to look at Dash. Really? Indeed, he was afraid of being mocked for his courage. Dash thought this little guy's thoughts were too easy to guess. He continued, Actually, you as a human are already very impressive. There were entertainers who interned here before, seeing this scene made them faint with fright. Then aren't you afraid those people will talk randomly? What's there to be afraid of? Those who cause trouble have their memories erased. The company really doesn't want those without courage. Colton hummed softly. According to this, except for him and Uriel, others were already informed. No wonder Uriel was transferred to another branch. Why did the company sign me on? Now that I know everything, aren't you afraid I'll leak the secrets? Dash looked at Colton with a profound expression. His hand trembled slightly, seemingly suppressing something. He pulled Colton back into his arms. Because you're my offering. Otherwise, do you think the company has any capital to let me give up other good conditions to come here? Colton was speechless. Then should I thank you that whenever I consider resigning, I'll end up with an enormous debt? At this moment, Kareem called. Colton answered grumpily, It's me. Colton, you mentioned changing companies just now. Did you see something scary again? This word, again, was quite insightful. It's fine. I've digested it. Compared to carrying a huge debt and staying with monsters all day, it seemed slightly better. After hanging up, Colton stared at Dash and asked, You're not signing me in just to eat me, right? Like, you know, a bunch of monsters sharing. Sharing? What kind of joke is this? Colton, you're my savior. Dash's pupils darkened. Colton could only belong to him alone. Others can just look, but they shouldn't even dare touch. You still remember I'm your savior. Sending so many snakes to old man's funeral, is this how you treat your benefactor? Hearing this, dark mist seemed to swirl around Dash. Little one, if you were our elder, I would kill everyone in your village without overstepping. If he hadn't been afraid Colton would see such an awful scene and retain bad memories, those villagers would have been chewed down to skeletons by now. Colton feared Dash's unpredictable attitude the most and began to change the subject. So, is the demon world really competitive? Why are you all coming here to earn money from humans? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Dash suddenly threw his head back in laughter. This guy's way of thinking was truly inconsistent. What are you laughing at? Afraid someone might notice, Colton glanced around warily like a thief and then pushed away the Dash who was holding him. You're an award-winning actor. If you're seen, I'll be the one suffering. Dash smiled slightly and then led him by the wrist towards the company. What you said about the competition in the demon world, you've got part of it. Colton tugged hard, but seeing it was useless, he stopped struggling. So, what's the rest? The rest, according to Ian, seems to be related to your sister, Priscilla. Your sister is no ordinary person. She's almost exterminating the entire demon world. Colton. Priscilla, oh Priscilla, so you really are saving the world. Could you start saving your brother first? Suddenly remembering something, Colton thought back. When he was young, Priscilla had indeed been sent away for several years. The old man told the family she was studying, but could she have been learning monster hunting skills? Priscilla used to frequent nightclubs and similar places for work. Could it be because there were more monsters in those places? What the heck has he been doing these years? His eyes must be blind, he didn't even feel a thing. Upon arriving at the company, Kareem intercepted the two of them with a grin. He smiled at Dash and said, Emperor Actor, can I have a chat with him? Just for a moment. Dash smiled slightly and nodded towards Colton. I'll wait for you to attend the variety show together next week. All right. Colton waved his hand and smiled very obediently. As soon as Dash's figure disappeared from his sight, he immediately pulled Kareem over, pleading, help. Agent. Kareem sighed, I can't help you, you have to protect yourself. Colton, from the start, everything about signing you was planned by the company. So, what about me? Don't worry, these monsters cannot randomly kill humans if they want to stay in human form in the human world. Otherwise, they will be punished. You can rest assured. Looking at Kareem's bright smile, Colton suddenly felt this guy seemed like a spirited young man. Have you ever seen a wild beast that doesn't bite at all? It's like trying to get profit from tigers. Hearing this, Kareem frowned, then laughed and said, there's another saying, great fortune comes with great risk. No hope for him, really. Fine, then I hope I become super popular quickly, earn enough money, and break my contract with this company. Then wish you great success. Kareem made an encouraging gesture and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He thought, even if you become popular, that snake actor emperor might not let you go easily. Want to run? Not possible. Kareem, send me the schedule later, I want to check the timing for the variety show next week. Okay, hope you become popular through this variety show and have a smooth career ahead. Hope so. Wait a minute. At this moment, Colton suddenly realized he was supposed to dress up as a woman for the variety show, and when his identity is revealed later, would he be beaten up by fans? After all, entertainment fans can be quite crazy. In the end, Colton wanted to negotiate with the company to see if he could appear normally on the variety show. But he was flatly rejected. On the way back to the apartment, Colton looked gloomy, checking the balance on his phone card, and sighed. At this moment, his phone rang again. It was Uriel calling. His voice sounded urgent and shaky, bad news, Colton, come back quickly, something happened in the apartment. Hearing his voice, Colton thought some monster was going to kill Uriel and rushed back to the apartment immediately. Just as he approached the door, he heard Uriel shouting, Don't come in yet. Chapter 10 I don't like you having other people sent. How could Colton be the obedient type? He opened the door and stormed in. When he saw Uriel surrounded by snakes inside, although he was startled too, he had dealt with such a situation before, so he remained somewhat calmer than Uriel. Damn, why didn't you tell me you were coming back? Colton grabbed a broom nearby and swung it at the slithering snakes. The snakes, seeing Colton charging at them, scattered like they had seen something terrifying, dispersing like water flowing away. Uriel was stunned by the scene. I never realized that someone as gentle as you could have such a big heart. Aren't you afraid of those snakes? Of course not, because he was the sacrificial offering. Those snakes definitely wouldn't dare to harm him. Speaking of which, Dash must have some problem, didn't he send these snakes to spy on him? It wouldn't matter if only one person came across this scene, but if many residents witnessed it, those snakes would be doomed. Alright, can't my trip home have made me braver? Uriel, don't come to this apartment anymore. We can talk via WeChat or meet outside. Uriel's expression turned serious as he glanced around again. Colton, did you make an enemy? Usually, only special rituals can summon so many snakes. You know about this? Of course not. I learned from novels. Colton. This guy is really, enough. Really. Colton, the novels I usually read all go this way. If you take more roles in the future, you'll understand after reading scripts. So what kind of novels do you read? After Grandpa died, villagers were killed mysteriously. I went to kill a snake king, and since then all the snake demons submitted to me. Hearing this, Colton's eyes lit up, that plot is good, a typical power-up story. Unfortunately, I don't have the capability to kill the snake king. And to be bullied by the snake demon every day. The plot took a bizarre turn when it got to him. After Grandpa died, I replaced my sister as the village's sacrificial offering and was given to a snake as a partner. What kind of strange scenario is this? Thinking of this, Colton almost slapped himself. Forget it. For safety's sake, I'll just escort you out. Colton packed Uriel's things and walked him to the front gate. Only after seeing him get into a taxi did he feel relieved. Thinking about having to dress as a woman for the Monday variety show made Colton start to worry again. Oh, another headache. That damn exploitative company. In the evening, Kareem created a WeChat group chat with Colton, Dash, Conan, and Ian. Before Colton could speak, Ian and Conan tagged him. At Conan, Colton, I still owe you an apology, I'm sorry. At Ian, Colton, both of them are bad guys. In the future, stay close to me, preferably share a bed. Then they won't dare touch you. Trust me, I'm your sister's best friend. Seeing these two messages, Dash's face darkened. Before he could respond, the young man replied first. At Colton, I don't believe you at all. Just so you know, we're only workmates. Keep your distance in the future, and don't talk to me unless necessary. Thanks. At Dash and what about you? Colton initially wanted to say the same to Dash, but thinking of the unpredictable nature of the snake, he sent a cute emoji instead. At Colton, of course, you're different. The other two monsters weren't pleased. At Ian, Colton, why are you being so respectful to him? At Conan, indeed, you are still scared of me. Colton, please don't be afraid of me. At Colton, your arguments are giving me headaches. Can you stop talking now? Dash could already sense the inconsistency in the young man's message. He imagined Colton cursing while sending the message. Under the light of his phone in the darkness, his eyes seemed to emit a faint green glow. He covered his eyes with his hands and sighed deeply. Ah, how troublesome. He wished he could grab him, never let him go, see him cry, and hear him beg for mercy. But he was afraid of scaring the young man. Being a gentleman is truly difficult. However, Dash still tagged Colton and replied. At Dash, see you Monday morning. After the few big shots finished their display of affection, Kareem finally sent a message. At Kareem, everyone, the company has decided to capitalize on Dash's recent popularity to hype up Ian, Conan, and of course, Colton, all together. When Colton saw the message, he slowed down his action of drinking water. No matter how he looked at it, he seemed to be the extra one here. Ian and Conan certainly had no issues, because with their heavenly good looks, he was sure that as long as they appeared on screen, they would become as popular as Dash. After all, they were different types of handsome guys. Wait, they should be different types of monsters. A snake, a fox, and a mermaid, no, a gel person. What a pity for him, an ordinary person, to just be an additional bonus in this group. Thinking about Uriel being surrounded by snakes earlier, Colton separately sent WeChat to Dash. I have something to say to you. The reply from the other side sounded very flamboyant. You missed me so soon. Do you want me to come over and keep you company now? Recalling the temperature of this man, Colton shook his head quickly. I have an air conditioner, no need for you to come over. I want to ask why you let the snakes attack my friend today. Oh, that's because he had no ill intention towards you, so he is still alive. If he was an intruder trying to rob, he would surely be dead by now. Colton sighed, don't take human life so lightly. Dash, although I don't know what your grandfather did to those snakes back then, he definitely wouldn't hurt others without reason unless those snakes did something outrageous. Colton knew snakes could hold grudges, but grandfather never intended to harm living creatures throughout his life. Otherwise, grandfather wouldn't have taught him since childhood that all beings have lives, and we shouldn't easily harm them. That's also the reason why Colton wasn't afraid of snakes, and it was the reason why he saved Dash. Do you know what happened to your grandfather back then? Upon mentioning this topic, Colton felt the surrounding temperature drop significantly, cold enough to make people shiver. Grandfather never mentioned that incident after returning home, meaning something must have happened, probably related to Sybil. Since she started talking about the snakes and the revenge from immortals, she must know the whole story. I don't know, but if you really want revenge, please spare my parents for saving you. Even if you want to kill me, I won't bat an eye. For a long time, Dash didn't reply again. Colton became extremely anxious, checking his phone repeatedly, yet still no message. For the first time, Colton wished Dash would reply, but the other side remained silent, as if angry. Colton stayed up all night, finally falling into a deep sleep in the morning. In the early morning, light streamed through the window. Colton felt the light glaring and used his hand to shield himself from the sunlight. At that moment, he noticed a person shadow sticking to the window. When he realized what it was, his pupils shrank rapidly, jumping up in terror. The shadow on the window. No, the creature was clearly Conan. Colton quickly opened the window and pulled him into the room. Why are you outside my window? Aren't you afraid of the security guard calling the police on you? It was fatal. When someone stares at you like a pervert upon waking up in the morning, anyone would be scared. Conan looked at Colton, his eyes were still calm, pupils sky blue, beautiful yet melancholy. Truly beautiful. Colton couldn't help but sigh. Then he recalled the state of the mermaid at Conan's place, so he slowly released Conan's arm. Thankfully, this guy's teeth weren't pointed fangs anymore, otherwise, he would have run away immediately. He tried to calm himself and softly asked, why are you here? Conan gazed at the shadow cast by Colton's eyelashes under the sunlight, irresistibly touching with his slender fingers. Your eyes, truly beautiful. What? Colton's eyebrows twitched. Did this guy walk all the way here just to say that? Seeing Colton not scared of him, Conan brought his other hand up. Colton, not only are your eyes beautiful, but you yourself are beautiful too. Don't move, it tickles. Colton's eyelashes were highly sensitive. He disliked people getting so close and moving around. Just as he grabbed Conan's hand, the door of the apartment opened. Turning his head, Colton saw Dash standing at the door, arms crossed, leaning against the door frame, emitting an eerie aura, staring intently at them. If looks could kill, Colton would have been dead without a trace. Little guy, I thought you were tired yesterday, so I didn't send any extra messages. I came to find you early in the morning and didn't expect someone to actually be in the apartment. No, no one. Colton felt a bit guilty and hurriedly pushed Ebert out of the apartment. You go back first. Don't come looking for me unless it's necessary. Just don't avoid me when you see me in the future, okay? Okay. Colton smiled, but the sweat dripping from his forehead betrayed his current nervousness. Hearing this, Ebert's lips curled into a smile. He glanced at Dash once more, then bid Colton farewell before turning and leaving. People going to work were starting to leave their apartments, voices filling the hallway. Worried about gossip, Colton immediately pulled Dash into the apartment. You didn't reply to my messages last night. Why are you here this morning? Hey. Before he could finish speaking, Colton was dragged into the bathroom by Dash with a dark look on his face. What are you doing? Dash's gaze was cold as he scrutinized Colton. Take off your clothes. Huh? I said, take off your clothes. Dash growled, his amber eyes instantly turning blood red. Colton was terrified, unable to utter a word for a long time. You're not taking them off. I'll help you then. With that, he stepped forward and with a rips tore Colton's pajamas down his shoulders. Then he turned on the shower and doused Colton with water. I don't like it when you smell like someone else. I really don't like it. Chapter 11, Colton, I only want you. Even though it was summer, early in the morning, the water from the showerhead was still very cold, bone-chillingly so. Dash, are you sick? Ebert came over this morning, and he didn't do anything. Why are you doing this? The water from the shower ran down Colton's collarbone and shoulders, soaking his pajamas inside and out. Is this snake schizophrenic? Don't project your thoughts onto others just because yours aren't right. Perhaps Ebert just wanted to be friends with humans. Really? Dash grabbed Colton's chin, curved his lips into a smile that carried a touch of cruelty, and then kissed him next moment. Colton was still kicking wildly, but Dash stopped his movements with one hand, pulling him into his embrace, changing kisses into bites. Colton's mouth corner had already bled from the bites, pain made his voice sound like he was crying. Let me go. Damn snake, what are you up to this early morning? What is this snake angry about? Just because Ebert visited the apartment this morning? Colton's mind kept racing, yet he couldn't break free, nearly suffocating from the kisses. The moment Dash let him go, Colton leaned against Dash's shoulder, catching his breath. He punched Dash's back several times and said angrily, you really are sick. Yes, I'm sick. When others covet you, get close to you, or touch you, I get insanely jealous. Dash narrowed his eyes, eyeing Colton in his arms, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. His breathing appeared orderly but had become quite chaotic underneath. Colton was drenched all over, water droplets clinging to his collarbone like shimmering pearls. Dash's hand landed on Colton's collarbone, startling him to sit up suddenly, immediately grabbing Dash's hand. What else are you planning? No more messing around. Then, would you dare to stand so close to Ebert again? It's not my fault. Before I could react, he already made a move. Besides, you're all monsters, and I can't fight back. Really? Of course. Why would I lie to you? Colton felt utterly wronged. This snake's possessiveness was way too strong. Hey, Dash. Maybe due to the loud shouting during the struggle, Colton's voice became much softer now, sounding almost like whining. What? Dash held Colton's chin again, getting a bit more intimate before Colton dodged away. Dash, don't you think of my sister at all? Let me repeat, she is really, really beautiful. She's not as good looking as you. Nonsense. All those girls used to dislike me but liked my sister. How can you say she's not pretty? Is there something wrong with your taste? Dash bent down and kissed Colton's cheek again, his tone turning gentle. I only want you. You. Colton quickly covered his face with his hands. He was kissed by this snake again. Why doesn't this damn romance play out like some easy-to-read novel, such as fighting monsters? Why? Colton's eyes were glistening with tears as he bit his lower lip and asked instinctively, are you done being angry? Dash took a deep breath, his pupils becoming slits again. This little guy. How did he manage to seduce people so seriously? Colton, if I weren't done being angry, how would you comfort me? I won't comfort you. Looking at Dash in front of him, Colton truly realized this was indeed a snake demon. Even transformed into human form, he exuded lethal allure. Silver hair, golden eyes, half-wet shirt, buttons undone, and further down was the abs his fans talked about endlessly. No wonder he gained countless followers overnight. Being handsome plus having an incredible physique, if this scene were seen by his fans, they'd probably go crazy. Seeing the little guy staring at him with wide eyes, Dash couldn't help but tease, how about I take off my clothes and give you a better view? I'm not looking. After saying that, Colton tried to get up, but after struggling for a long time, Dash showed no intention of letting him go and instead held him tighter. Then he quietly watched him flop around like a dead fish. What are you doing? I have many things to prepare today, stop messing around. Prepare what? Preparing for tomorrow's variety show as stipulated in the contract, wearing women's clothing. You've doomed me. My fault. Dash thought for a moment. It must be the vicious fancy of that woman, Patty. That woman had some means both in the demon world and human world, and she was also the CEO of this entertainment company. Moreover, how could Dash bear others watching Colton in women's clothing? Or even so many audiences? This deal was indeed somewhat at a loss. That's not urgent. Let me hold you for a while longer. Dash buried his head in Colton's neck. Colton, just let me hold you for a while. Colton thought Dash, this snake, was finding where to bite him to suck his blood. After all, before the old man left, he had such nightmares. If he kept refusing to be a sacrifice, would he be drained of blood? Time passed minute by minute. Colton maintained the posture of being held by Dash. He was very uncomfortable, feeling damp all over. Both of their shirts were wet, Colton's pajamas were torn, and the scene could be described as pitiful. Dash. Colton's voice was light, unintentionally sounding like coaxing. Dash raised his eyes slightly, with a lazy tone. I'm hungry. After saying this, Colton's stomach rumbled in accordance, making him feel embarrassed as he lowered his head, blushing instantly. Dash smiled gently and stroked Colton's hair on the forehead. All right, I'll call my assistant to bring food over. What do you want to eat? Anything is fine, just like what you eat. Dash's amber eyes stared at Colton, his Adam's apple moved slightly, and he leaned forward closer to Colton. I want to eat, you. Then I want seafood and congee. You can join me too. This guy's gaze was terrifying, really like a beast wanting to devour someone. Fine, whatever you say. Dash effortlessly picked up Colton and walked swiftly towards the bedroom. I'll help you change clothes. Really, no need. I can walk myself. Held like this by Dash, Colton felt like an incapacitated person who couldn't take care of himself. It's okay, I like holding you. Under Dash's pressure, Colton obediently changed clothes. Why are you always staring at me? Being stared at by that snake made Colton blush, feeling like his back was burning hot. Because you're beautiful everywhere. To eat, you'd surely look even better. Colton cursed silently in his heart. Though he himself looked stunning, Dash always said he was beautiful. He's just a liar, trying to deceive him into willingly being a sacrifice. Don't talk nonsense. I won't fall for it. Dash's assistant was highly efficient and quickly delivered the meal and Dash's clean clothes. When Assistant Fernanda saw Dash appearing in Colton's apartment shirtless, her face flushed red immediately, then she giggled and covered her face, running away with two sounds. Colton froze. What kind of thing was this? He didn't miss the gossip sparkle in the assistant's eyes. India once said that girls nowadays were very formidable, and he couldn't handle them. Indeed, they were very formidable, as even a slightly ambiguous scene was already speeding past in their imaginations. What's this? Colton saw some pretty women's clothes in the bag delivered by the assistant. Curious, he took them out and looked. These are. Dash finished putting on his shirt, tugged at the collar, and then hugged Colton from behind, whispering deeply in his ear, of course, these are what you'll wear tomorrow. I asked my assistant to bring them over. This snake. He acted shamelessly regardless of time and place, and no one could control him. Lord Snake Immortal, what are you planning? Dash deliberately brushed his long, cold fingers over Colton's slender neck, seeing him shiver lightly from fright, then coaxed, Colton, try them on for me, will you? Chapter 12, Why this déjà vu of being a third wheel? Colton looked at the long dress on his body and suddenly felt an urge to tear it off. This dress, damn, was even in pure seductive style. What twisted taste. Fortunately, it wasn't a short one that exposed legs, otherwise, he would have wished for death. Wait a moment, why did he agree to this perverted snake's request? Indeed, it was because this guy always appeared as if begging, but in reality, subtly forcing him. That tone of gentle insistence, if one dared to say no, they'd surely regret it. Dash pinched his chin from behind, admiring Colton's feminine appearance, and nodded approvingly. Although Patty was unreliable, she had good taste, knowing exactly what style suited the little one. Colton's Adam's apple was never prominent, and now with the women's attire and wig, except for the lack of bust, he could easily pass as a top-tier entertainment goddess from the back. In this state, there was a certain resemblance in his eyes and brows to India. In the past, Colton always felt he didn't resemble his elder sister at all. India had a cold personality, exuding an aura that kept people at bay. In comparison, he seemed more approachable. Now, looking in the mirror at himself, Colton got lost in thought until Dash wrapped his arms around Colton's waist from behind, saying, shocked by your own beauty? No, Colton denied stiffly. Is that so? Then, you've eaten, changed clothes, let me take you out to play. Out in women's clothing. Colton was afraid of running into Dash's fans who might tear him apart. Do you fear? Of course, those fans are crazy. They were already blasting me online yesterday for using you to gain attention. I dare not provoke them. Though aware of facing such issues in the entertainment industry, Colton hadn't expected fans to be so extreme. He was just a newcomer noticed by the washed-up movie king Dash, and could still be targeted like that. If he went out together, it would be worse. Dash, let's rest at home today. Fine. Dash readily agreed, then immediately dragged Colton toward the bedroom, let's rest properly. No. No bedroom, no way. Colton could tell what the snake was up to even with his toes. He shook his head and backed away. At this moment, the doorbell rang. "Oh, someone's here, I'll open the door." Speaking, Colton rushed to the apartment door like he saw a savior, shaking off Dash's hand. When he saw the white fox striking a pose outside the door, he closed the door with a slam, face expressionless. He had been badly bullied by this snake in the morning when Conan came, and now this fox came in the afternoon. What was going on? Was there really a curse on him? Mysteriously attracting males, and all of monstrous types. How did these monsters always find him as if equipped with radar? Outside, Ian. Hey. Colton, what's with your attitude? Hold on, what are you wearing? Women's clothing. Feeling thoroughly humiliated, Colton wished he could bang his head against the wall right then. Dash recognized Ian's voice, leaning against the balcony railing with crossed legs. So it's that fox. Little one, you're quite popular. Colton decided to be smarter this time, smiling ingratiatingly as he pulled Dash's hand. Let's rest in the bedroom, but only for resting. You can't touch me. After almost being kissed breathless in the bathroom earlier, he never wanted to experience that again. Seeing the kid cooperate, Dash happily replied, all right. Just as they reached the bedroom door, Ian kicked the front door open, the lock shattering to the ground. All eyes met, and the atmosphere turned dead silent. Then, Ian pointed at Colton and Dash as if catching them red-handed, shouting, "You guys, finished already? Quite the show, huh, and in women's play." Colton rolled his eyes, wanting to kick that guy's mouth shut. A fox, yet so damned annoying. Dead fox, what do you want? Even if you have a grudge with India, go after her, why are you always pestering me? Do you think I don't want to? Your sister has no idea where she disappeared. Originally, I disguised as her, deceiving her brother to sacrifice to the snake demon, but who knew the snake demon had such filthy thoughts about you? TSK, miscalculated. Hearing this, Colton felt a bit embarrassed. He immediately stepped forward and pushed Ian out. I told you, only come for work-related matters, not to bother me. Oh, you're kicking me out so quickly, did you too, not finish in one go? Upon hearing this, Colton's face turned completely dark. Can you stop spouting nonsense? Ian was startled by Colton's expression for a moment, thinking he saw the devil India again. Truly siblings, their tempers were somewhat alike. Okay, I'll stop. Colton snorted coldly and turned around to sit on the sofa. At this moment, messages in the WeChat group came through. Colton picked up his phone and saw that it was Kareem's message. At Kareem, notice, the company decided that tomorrow's variety show will also invite Conan and Ian to participate to accumulate popularity. Conan and Ian both sent an agreement simultaneously. Colton just felt more trouble. Originally, dealing with Dash alone was enough to give him a headache. Now these two rascals were coming too, would he have to be troubled by three monsters at once? To die. Colton leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. What's wrong? Dash sat next to Colton, lifting his hand to touch his forehead. Are you sick? That damned low temperature again. Colton hurriedly shook his head. No, people say only idiots catch a cold in summer, I won't get sick. Seeing Colton's soft demeanor, Ian suddenly understood why Dash, that perverted snake, was so persistent. Such a beautiful sacrifice is indeed very attractive. Noticing Ian's gaze, Dash's eyes darkened. Dead fox, take back your gaze, and don't let me say this twice. Colton is my sacrifice. Ian sneered. Yours? You had the snake surround those villagers and his parents, wasn't it just to force him into submission? Now you act so deeply in love. Dash, although many years have passed, I still remember how those snakes were hunted down ruthlessly. Shut up. Dash suddenly moved, striking toward Ian. After Ian dodged, a crack appeared in the wall of Colton's apartment, plaster peeling off. Seeing that crack, Colton felt like he himself was cracking open, along with his wallet. You, don't fight. The house is going to be destroyed. If they kept fighting, he'd be evicted by the landlord. Dash and Ian were about to attack again, but seeing Colton's anxious expression, they stopped. Dash sighed, reached out to pat Colton's hair, and smiled slightly. All right, I'll listen to you. I thank you both. Seeing Colton express gratitude, Ian quietly sat to the side without another word. Actually, regarding what happened in the village, I really don't want to talk about it anymore. Today is the last time. At grandfather's funeral, you all saw that the villagers didn't care if either I or India went as sacrifices, as long as they could stay safe. Those people are unworthy of grandfather's protection during his lifetime and do not deserve my sacrifice. I was willing to become a sacrifice purely for my family. Saying this, Colton's gaze fell on the silent Dash beside him. Dash, last night I told you, if you want to kill me. Before he could finish speaking, his mouth was covered. Colton's pupils constricted, a bit puzzled. Sunlight streamed through the window, shining on Dash's shoulders. He smiled gently at Colton, his amber eyes seemingly glowing. Colton, your life, your body, all belong to me. Don't ever say such things again. At that moment, Colton's heart suddenly ached a little. That look. Why did it seem so sorrowful? This time, Colton did not resist, just nodded gently. Across from him, Ian blinked his pale green fox eyes. Damn, why did he feel like a third wheel again? Wait, no. He clearly came over to Colton out of boredom, why did it feel like he was witnessing something private? Chapter 13. So, from now on, I will only seduce you. That night, Ian had already left with Colton's resentful gaze. But the snake still stood in the living room, with no intention of leaving. Colton attempted to shoo him away, not leaving. Damn. Was he planning to squat here? How blatant could this be? Sure enough, among these three monsters, Dash was the shameless one. The house was almost demolished, how could he still stay here? Colton didn't know what would happen to him. Dash, you are a popular celebrity. It won't be good if we are photographed. So, are you afraid? I'm not afraid. I've always been an ordinary person, but you are different. If your secret is known by fans, the media will definitely make a big fuss. It might even bring about deadly danger. Isn't that how it's always portrayed in movies? In the end, they send aircraft with cannons to bombard directly. Though Dash made the little snake cause trouble at the old man's funeral, he hadn't done anything truly evil. So, you're thinking for me? Little guy, you're really considerate. Hell, I'm afraid of being hunted down by your fans. Colton rubbed his aching temples. Even after saying it clearly, he wouldn't listen, and he couldn't fight back. What should he do? Dash, you don't intend to stay here tonight, do you? Wasn't my intent obvious enough? Damn. You almost wrote, I want to eat you, on your forehead, didn't you? If only you showed a little restraint, Colton wouldn't be so desperate to chase you out. What, unwelcome? Logically speaking, since you were offered as a sacrifice to me, you should live together every day. Thinking of the bullying in the bathroom, Colton hesitated, wanting to curse. What's wrong? During the conversation, the snake's pupils turned into a vertical line again. Well, have your assistant deliver toiletries then. Colton compromised. He would have to wait for Bonnie to return if he wanted to get rid of this snake. With her abilities, she should be able to handle this snake demon, right? Or, shall I go to the supermarket for you? Checking his bank balance, although it wouldn't last until the end of the month, buying toiletries was still affordable. There's no need. My toiletries were brought over by Fernanda when she came by noon. Fernanda, she is truly attentive. This snake is too sharp. From the beginning, he never intended to leave. Sighing in resignation, Colton's stomach growled at the most inappropriate time. My stomach is empty, what do you want to eat? Let me check the fridge and cook something. You. Shut up. So whatever you cook, I'll eat. Dash propped his chin on one hand and watched Colton's back, liking him more and more, the slim waist and pale skin, really beautiful. Indeed, I still want to eat my offering early. Colton shivered, his hand paused opening the fridge. This damn snake. Can you stop saying that? That's sexual harassment, I'll call the police. Hearing this, Dash's smile grew wider, this isn't harassment, it's my true feeling. You, Colton angrily turned around. Wanting to slap your mouth is also my true feeling. Talking to this person was exhausting. His mind seemed filled only with junk. Is this what it's like in the animal world, where thoughts are all about mating? Due to limited ingredients, Colton cooked a simple egg fried rice. He didn't call Dash and started eating at the table. There's food in the pot. Help yourself if you want. No response. Colton looked up, that guy was already asleep on the sofa. Suddenly, heavy rain began to fall outside, accompanied by lightning flashing across the sky, striking against the windows. Dash lay on his side with arms folded, frowning as if having a nightmare. A cold air rushed in, making Colton sneeze. He took a blanket from the bedroom and prepared to cover Dash. But just touching his arm made Colton suddenly pull back. So cold. Yet, it startled the sleeping Dash awake. Dash was woken by the movement beside him, his eyes slowly opening. His eyes were red, the pupils vertical slits. Colton felt a surge of danger and quickly retreated. Well, I was just getting a blanket to cover you. Before he could finish, he let out a pained cry and suddenly found himself being pinned down on the sofa by Dash. Dash, you, calm down. Dash grabbed Colton's hands, holding them above his head before slowly pressing down. Colton struggled, but the disparity in strength was too great. Before he could even call for help, his lips collided with something icy cold. It was bone-chillingly cold. Colton trembled all over as if he were pressed against a large ice block. What's wrong with this snake? Just like when humans get sick and have a fever, why is he so cold? Would body function still be normal in such a state? Despite his rough actions, Dash kissed lightly, like a dragonfly skimming water. When he shifted his gaze, it seemed as if he regained consciousness and recognized the person under him. Colton. At that moment, Colton felt dizzy, still not fully aware, softly responding. Dash suddenly leaned down and tightly hugged Colton. Colton, don't leave me. Otherwise, I might lose control and kill you. Colton froze. Was this a passionate declaration or a threat? It was terrifying. However, this guy's emotions always seemed unstable, so he went along with it. Don't worry, I won't leave. That's good. Seeming relieved, Dash held Colton tightly in his arms and kissed his cheek. Why did you kiss me again? This is a snake's custom, I'm thanking you for covering me with a blanket. Oh, is that so? Then does that mean anyone who helps you will get kissed by you? If so, Colton wouldn't want this snake to touch him again. Dash clearly sensed Colton's change in mood, gently touching his face and laughing happily. No, I only do this to you. Pfft, I don't believe you. Books and legends say snake spirits are very promiscuous, always transforming into handsome men or beautiful women to seduce others. Dash hadn't expected Colton to say such things, he paused briefly before laughing heartily. So from now on, I'll only seduce you. Forget it, I don't need it. Go seduce someone else. After saying this, Colton tried to get up to sleep in the bedroom but was firmly held down by Dash. I said no leaving. Otherwise, I'll eat you. Terrified, Colton trembled and gave up trying to escape, lying still once more. At that moment, he felt like a mummy. What if he needed to go to the bathroom at midnight, and this guy doesn't let go? Shut up. Dash grabbed Colton's hand, intertwining their fingers, and covered his mouth, fingertips inadvertently brushing Colton's lips. Soft, slightly warm. Dash held him tighter. Colton, your scent is so comforting. Pfft, Colton really wanted to shout, damn pervert. But his mouth was covered, and he was tightly restrained, leaving no energy to argue back. Tired. Okay, then sleep. The next morning. Colton was awakened by glaring sunlight. What time is it? His voice was soft. He reached out to check the alarm clock on the bedside table but realized he was being held, unable to move. Ah. Snake. As soon as he shouted, Colton saw a pair of amber eyes smiling warmly at him in the warm sunlight. You. I've been awake for a while, seeing you sleep peacefully, I couldn't bear to wake you. Ah, right, we have to go to the variety show today. Get up, get up. At that moment, the door to the apartment opened. Fernanda peeked in, smiling at both of them. I waited outside for a long time, but I couldn't wait any longer. She stopped mid-sentence. Seeing Dash hugging a cross-dressed Colton, she was left breathless. The couch. Was last night that intense? Fernanda covered her eyes and immediately closed the door, shouting loudly in the hallway, I'm really sorry for disturbing you. The car is already downstairs, I'll wait for you downstairs. Chapter 14 Keep away from me, and I'll be fine. Colton raised his hand to cover his eyes, not wanting to accept the reality. What a mess. Another misunderstanding. Dash helped Colton sit up and smiled, asking, do you want me to explain? Explain. That would only make things worse. Colton's face darkened as he pushed Dash away. It's all your fault. Hurry up, get dressed and let's go, we're running out of time. Take it easy, we have plenty of time. Dash rose slowly, while Colton quickly brushed his teeth, washed his face, changed clothes, and put the dress he had worn into a bag. Seeing Dash still moving leisurely, Colton really wanted to kick this guy downstairs. Sir, can you hurry up? I've already been fined by the company, if I'm late again and get fined more, you pay for me. The incident in the changing room was entirely Dash and Ian's fault, which resulted in him being fined. What a terrible ordeal. He really couldn't understand what the CEO of the company was thinking, too biased. Downstairs. Fernanda waited another 20 minutes until she saw Colton dragging Dash down. She was almost moved to tears. My goodness, finally you guys came down. Seeing Colton, Ian and Conan in the car immediately rolled down the windows and greeted him in unison. Colton, you're finally here. Come on, sit next to me. No way. Before Colton could say anything, Dash grabbed him, refusing to let him join those two monsters. Seeing this, Ian immediately said, Dash, what are you doing? Hold on, did you stay at Colton's apartment last night instead of going home? Dash's hand clung around Colton's waist tightly. So what if I did? Recalling the villagers who were about to offer Bonnie as a sacrifice, Ian snorted, you know, the villagers even offered Bonnie to you, yet you didn't take her. Conan lazily added, forget about it, Colton, come sit with me. Colton glanced at the chaotic scene inside the car and shook his head. No thanks. I'd rather sit on the ground. Then he looked at Fernanda. Maybe I should just take a taxi. Let them go ahead so they don't keep the crew waiting. After all, no one would care if he showed up anyway. No, you must come with me. Dash placed his hand on Colton's shoulder and whispered in his ear, don't worry, I won't do anything in the car. Shut up. Blushing, Colton bent down and got into the car, with Dash following closely behind and smiling beside him. Are you mad? Colton closed his eyes, unwilling to talk to this snake, or rather, these few monsters in the car. Ian kept chattering, Colton, are you so tired because of Dash? Conan also asked, did he bully you? This beast. Colton's eyebrows twitched. What nonsense. If he was taken advantage of by Dash, it was all due to these two. And now they started standing up for him. Truly speechless. Thinking of this, Colton turned and glared at the two of them. As long as you both stay away from me, everything will be fine. If you keep nagging, I'll call the animal control and report that you're all monsters. Those in the car didn't expect Colton to say that, first stunned, then burst out laughing. Why don't you call now? See if they believe you. Ian patted his leg, looking like a silly Tibetan fox. Dash even took out his phone considerately, come, I'll watch you call. If you don't know how, I'll help you. He even dialed the number. Colton was startled. Okay, I won't call. I was joking, alright. He quickly hit the end call button. These monsters had obviously learned how to deal with humans over their long stay. If he tried to seek help by saying they were monsters, others would definitely laugh at him. Fine, take it one step at a time. Looking at Colton's thoughtful expression, Dash's eyes were filled with amusement. This guy was pretty clever, though soft-spoken, he wasn't stupid at all. You didn't rest well on the sofa last night, and we still have a distance to the filming site. Sleep. Hearing this, Colton's face instantly flushed red as he covered Dash's mouth with his hand. I know, but can you stop saying such things? Hearing the conversation, Ian and Conan in the back seat both changed expressions and cursed simultaneously, beast. Conan was still not giving up and asked again, Colton, you two last night. Shut up, it's none of your business. Colton really wanted to swear. What were Conan and Ian trying to do? These chatty colleagues asking all sorts of questions. Could it be that he was really selected by the company CEO to be food for these few monsters? Colton. Ian wanted to say something more, but Dash smiled slightly and said before Colton could speak, shut up. The car quickly drove away. I'll sleep for a while. The air inside the car wasn't circulating well, and Colton was indeed feeling a bit drowsy. He originally intended to lean against the window to sleep, but before his head could turn, he was pulled over. Careful, don't hit yourself. Dash's expression when speaking was very serious, no longer showing the carefree demeanor from earlier in the apartment. Colton subconsciously nodded and thanked him. You're welcome. Dash's voice was deep, almost as if whispering in his ear. After closing his eyes, Colton suddenly felt that this snake might not be so scary after all. Since seeing Dash at the Snake Immortal Temple, he felt that those amber-colored eyes seemed to hide many things. Though he didn't know what, it must have something to do with Old Sir's past, Lindsay, and those villagers. Old Sir, you shouldn't have harmed them, right? Colton really believed in Old Sir. There must have been some misunderstanding between Old Sir and Dash back then. On the way to the production team, Colton had a bizarre dream. In the dream, he was being chased by a group of snakes. Eventually, it turned into being hunted by people. Colton suddenly felt suffocated. At this moment, those hunters slowly approached, wildly hacking the surrounding snakes. Blood splattered everywhere, filling the air with a bloody smell. Those people had faces he had seen since childhood, the villagers. They were like madmen, continuously hacking at the snakes slithering around with hunting knives. Too bloody. This scene made Colton feel queasy. He wanted to shout, stop, but his body wouldn't move. Help me. Colton finally shouted out, but those people walked towards him step by step with their hunting knives. What are you going to do? Xiao Chen, you are the offering, you should die for us. Someone in the crowd said, their voice devoid of any warmth. Colton looked up and saw Lindsay. Her face was covered in blood, holding a dying snake. Seeing Colton, she instantly threw the snake and walked over with an eerie smile. Xiao Chen, Leo has already died protecting us, he has no value anymore. As his grandson, shouldn't you also sacrifice yourself for us? Hearing this, Colton's expression turned cold. Although scared, he still spoke righteously, no, I have no intention of sacrificing myself for scum like you. Then die now. Before Colton could react, someone swung the hunting knife towards him. He tried to block it with his hands, but at that moment, a figure in white suddenly appeared like a celestial being, blocking in front of him. It was Dash. Colton. Among the shouts, Colton slowly opened his tear-streaked eyes. What met his eyes was Dash's face, a face that could make hearts race, silver hair, golden eyes, and features so beautiful they didn't seem human. Why are you crying? Did you have a nightmare? Dash gently wiped the frown from Colton's brows with tenderness. Colton's lips curled downward, looking wronged. In the next moment, he lowered his head and leaned forward, resting his forehead lightly on Dash's chest, his voice even tinged with a sob, sorry, let me lean on you for a moment. Although Dash wasn't exactly friendly to him, this person, no, this snake, was the only reliance he could touch beside him. That dream was so real it was terrifying. Sure, you can lean for as long as you want. Dash gently held Colton in his arms. Shortly after, the gentleness in his eyes turned into a sinister smile, as if a plot had succeeded. He had waited for years. While awake, he could hold Colton, kiss him, and watch these beautiful eyes become moist with tears. Dash was not satisfied just with this. Even the consciousness in dreams belonged only to him. At this moment, Dash kissed Colton's forehead, his voice hoarse, "Colton, don't leave me, you belong to me." Only to him, anyone else trying to touch, never. After Colton's suppressed emotions eased, he looked up and met a pair of golden vertical pupils. That gaze, like looking at prey, seemed as if it could swallow him whole. "Lord Snake Immortal, can you please not look at me like that?" Realizing he was being held, Colton immediately tried to pull back. Because the way he straddled Dash now was quite touching indeed. "Let's get out of the car. I still need to put on makeup. Wear that damned dress." "Sure, whatever you say." Dash returned to his smiling self, the fleeting shadow of darkness in his eyes unseen by Colton. At this moment, the car door was opened again by Fernanda, whose face turned red the next instant. "This sitting position, again? Oh no, working as Dash's assistant, I'll be scared to death sooner or later. I'm sorry. I disturbed you again." With a bang, Fernanda once again trembled as he shut the door. 20 minutes until the production team starts. "Colton, you need to get your makeup done, please hurry up." Chapter 15 Live stream question, where was the location of your first kiss? In the dressing room. Watching the makeup artist do his styling, Colton was almost in tears. He wasn't crying over his own attire but over what Fernanda had said after they got out of the car. Fernanda kept telling him to take it slow as if something really had happened to him. He wanted to explain but was afraid that the snake would be displeased, so he didn't say anything more. "Yo, all done, Colton, see how you look. The prettier you are now, the more fans you'll gain when the answer is revealed." Hearing the voice of makeup artist Stephanie, Colton finally came back to his senses. His eyes flickered slightly, and upon seeing himself in the mirror, he blurted out a curse word F***K. He stood up and turned around several times. Is that person in the mirror really him? Pale skin, delicate features, rosy cheeks, and a pair of clear, pure eyes, just like a pool of spring water beneath an iceberg. Colton originally thought he couldn't compare with Bonnie in terms of looks. But looking at himself now, it seemed he wasn't too shabby after all. Stephanie shook her head at Colton's expletive, "Don't swear. It can damage your image." Got it. It was time to head to the venue, so Colton opened the door of the dressing room and walked out. Dash, Ian, and Conan were already waiting outside. Seeing Colton dressed as a woman, all three were momentarily stunned by his beauty, their original eye colors revealed. Colton felt like he was back in the Snake Immortal Temple, being watched by predators again. One golden-eyed, one green-eyed, plus one sea blue-eyed. If it were any more obvious, it seemed they would emit beams of light. Colton felt like a rabbit being stared at by three monsters. "Well, can you please not look at me like that?" Forced by the company to wear women's clothes, he already felt terrible enough. Being stared at by these monsters made him feel even more embarrassed. Dash lightly touched the tip of his nose and nodded, "Fine, we won't look. Let's go." Ian also turned his head away and murmured, much gentler than Bonnie. Colton looked a lot like his elder sister Bonnie, but Bonnie had an intimidating aura, showing no mercy to demons. Many people cursed her for being mannish. Colton, however, was different. His gentle nature and watery demeanor made him easy to bully. Conan made no attempt to hide his affection for Colton. He took large steps forward, stood next to Colton, and reached out to put his arm around his shoulder. But before he could touch him, Dash stopped him. "What are you doing?" Conan didn't mind Dash's cold expression and tilted his head, saying, showing friendliness, obviously. "What? Do snakes like you only know how to eat people and not greet others?" Witnessing this, Ian's lips twitched. Why did Conan have his eyes on Colton too? Ian wanted to say something but Colton interrupted, "Hey, I'm afraid of getting fined by the company. Let's go." Saying that, Colton hurriedly moved forward. Worried about appearing too tall, he wore custom-made flat shoes, so he walked quite fast and soon arrived at the venue. As Colton and his companions entered the venue, they heard the staff talking amongst themselves. "My God, these are the newcomers Heavenly Entertainment wants to promote. How can each one be so good-looking?" A nearby person nodded fervently, "Yes, except for Dash, the other three are breathtakingly beautiful. That female, such natural beauty is hard to find in the entertainment industry nowadays." "How do you know she's natural? What if she's had plastic surgery? So beautiful, why would she need surgery? What are you thinking?" "You're right, Miss is so beautiful. She'll definitely become famous after this variety show airs." Hearing these comments, Colton's lips twitched. What kind of logic is this? Beauty is indeed justice. At this moment, the director gathered everyone and announced the show content. First round, audience Q&A. Second round, selection pairing. Third round, interactive games. In addition to the cross-dressed Colton, there were three female guests, all somewhat famous actresses, Sierra, Avril, and Imelda. Upon seeing Colton, Sierra and Avril gave no friendly look since Colton immediately stole the attention that should have been on them. However, Imelda waved happily upon seeing Colton and approached. You must be Colton, right? Nice name. I'm Imelda, please give me your guidance. Pleased to meet you. Colton smiled gently and shook hands with Imelda in a very generous manner. Then, he felt a death stare. Without turning back, Colton knew what that look was about. He was just greeting someone, did they have to release such hostility? Fortunately, the girl didn't notice, or he wouldn't be able to explain. A cold snort came from Sierra behind him. Imelda glanced back and then whispered to Colton, ignore them, they're just jealous of your good looks. Colton gave an awkward smile, really? At this moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The production team had mentioned that they would only reveal their identities after the variety show ended to create more buzz. Forget it, it's best to talk less. The more you speak, the quicker your identity might be exposed. The director and producer then briefly introduced the game segments. Currently, there were 8 permanent guests on the show, besides Colton, Dash, Conan, and Ian from Heavenly Entertainment, the 3 actresses, and a newly debuted boy band member named Emil, looking rather silly, always smiling at Imelda. Colton chuckled, looks like he's got a crush. After the director introduced the permanent guests to the staff, preparations for recording began. Alright, this program is live-streamed, so please be mindful of your behavior. The goal is to make the audience like you. If you do something they dislike, it's not our problem. Understood, director. Sierra and Avril, upon hearing this, immediately changed their attitudes from domineering to demure and charming in front of the camera. Colton sat on the women's side unwillingly, while the 4 men sat on the right side, 3 pairs of eyes staring at Colton unblinkingly. Such direct gazes made Colton try hard to pretend he didn't see them. He suddenly wished he could vanish into thin air. Was he covered in money? Why keep staring? Ah. Colton sighed, hoping he could take on acting jobs alone in the future. He didn't want to appear on shows with these people again, the segments were too chaotic. That Dan Kareem actually tricked him into thinking this was just another variety show. As soon as the director announced, start, the recording began, and the live stream went live. Lifting their heads, Colton and the others could see the live stream status on a large screen. Sierra, Avril, and Imelda quickly adjusted their hair and makeup. Soon, sporadic comments started appearing in the live chat. Hashtag E here. I'm here for Dash, been waiting for ages. Hashtag Green Lotus sister, me too, but why is Dash participating in a love reality show? I can't accept him having a girlfriend, never. Hashtag Sunflower wow, I see Dash, wait. This show isn't bad, full of handsome men and beautiful women. Such high beauty. Comments like, so handsome, and, so beautiful, flooded the chat. Colton's face turned black, female fans were terrifying. Dash did indeed live up to the word, handsome, but did they know he was a snake, literally a snake? Not long after the live stream began, the hired commenters from Sierra, Avril, and Imelda's companies also joined in. While Colton was staring at the comments absent-mindedly, Imelda whispered beside him, don't worry. With your beauty, you'll have fans after today's audience Q&A. Yeah, thanks. Colton nodded slightly, then couldn't help rolling his eyes when he turned around. As an amateur who hasn't made any money yet, how could the company possibly invest much in him? It was already good enough that they weren't exploiting him further. He hadn't forgotten being fined several thousand for the dressing room incident before coming to this variety show. Seeing the atmosphere heat up, the director gave them a sinister smile, let's answer questions from our fans. Guests, please prepare your answers. The first question comes from a friend named Pineapple Bun, guests, where was the location of your first kiss? Hearing the question, Colton's eyebrows twitched. Damn, what a stupid question. Why not ask where they had raced cars instead? Colton suspected these fans had their heads filled with nonsense. Couldn't they ask some positive questions? Just as Colton was breaking down, the director's gaze landed on him. The director lifted his chin slightly and said with a smile, by the way, everyone's seat is equipped with a lie detector. Colton, why don't you take the lead and answer first? Tell us, where did you lose your first kiss? Chapter 16, Snake Removal on Set, Conflict Among Newcomers. Colton suddenly had an urge to slap this director. He smiled and asked again, really have to say it? That damned lie detector, could it really detect if someone was lying? Just then, Colton's phone rang. He glanced at the message, it was from Dash. Little guy, remember to tell the truth. Colton felt a headache coming on, muttering F***K in his heart but still smiling on the surface. At that moment, a barrage of comments flashed by saying things like, such a beautiful girl, I want to follow her, etc. Colton felt even more embarrassed. The director pressed on, asking, Colton, are you too shy to say it? Or do you still have your first kiss? Indeed, he still did before encountering that snake. Even though he had dated several girlfriends, they all ended in failure, as if under some curse. Colton, 1 minute left. If you don't speak up, there will be penalties from the production team. Colton took a deep breath and slowly spoke, in the bathroom. After saying that, he lowered his head, unwilling to look at the camera anymore. This production team is truly sick-minded. Why fixate on such a question? At this moment, Dash chuckled deeply. He raised an eyebrow, his gaze extremely suggestive, staring straight at Colton. So it was in the bathroom, miss, can you tell us who the person was? Upon hearing this, Ian and Conan wore expressions that suggested they were helping an idiot. That snake was clearly gloating after getting its way. It was so annoying. Director's inner voice, this doesn't need to be said, right? It would lose its mystery if revealed. Grinding his teeth, Colton replied, Mr. Dash, what's it got to do with you? What do you think? I say, nothing. Seeing Colton about to lose control, the director hurriedly stood up and laughed, playing mediator. Looks like our female guest is quite shy. Let's move on to the next person. Hashtag penwriter, hahaha, Colton is so cute. And pretty too. Hashtag sunflower, What's up with this flirtatious yet scolding vibe between them? Hashtag Louisa, found my people. So it's not just me who thinks this. Is there something going on between them? Hashtag painter, even though it was Dash who initiated the conversation, I actually don't mind. Is it because Colton is beautiful? Hashtag glass cup, we're all just superficial. As long as they're good looking enough to match Dash, it's fine. Seeing the increasingly absurd content of the comments, Colton shot a glare at Dash. It's all because of this guy. Ever since leaving the Snake Deity Temple, he didn't know how many times he'd been ambushed. Although he claimed it was an accidental kiss in the hallway, the one in the bathroom almost made him suffocate. Truly fatal. Dash raised his eyebrows again, shrugged, and Colton snorted coldly, turning away. Imelda immediately started grumbling in her heart. Wow, eye signals. Maybe the comments are right, these two should be a couple, right? Right then, the director's question landed on Imelda. She smiled slightly and answered seriously, well, I haven't had my first kiss, honestly. Her heartbeat didn't quicken, her pulse remained steady, and the lie detector showed normal readings. Upon hearing this, Emil across from her immediately raised his hand excitedly, I haven't either. The director's face darkened, it's not your turn yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Afraid no one knows you haven't kissed anyone? These new boy group members are indeed innocent. Everyone at the set burst into laughter, and the comments section filled with, little How is so cute and innocent. Seeing Emil's reaction, Colton couldn't help but laugh. This naive youngster reminded him of himself back then, a bit silly. Imelda looked at Emil, rubbing her chin, puzzled, this person, I feel like I've seen him somewhere. Maybe he's here for you. Colton interjected, deadpan. This Imelda had the face of a first love, exuding youthful energy. Today she wore a light pink dress, looking like a real-life peach blossom. How is that possible? Imelda glanced at Emil again, noticing his slightly flushed face as he waved hello at her. Seriously? Actually has feelings for her. But even if so, it's not like he has to be so obvious, really acting like a kid. At this moment it was Sophia's turn, and the lie detector suddenly beeped. Sophia smiled awkwardly, It might be because I'm a bit nervous, so my pulse quickened. Seeing this scene, the audience watching the live broadcast were not buying it. Hashtag Yuzu, I think she kissed too many times to remember who exactly it was. Hashtag Cece, indeed, looking at her heavily made-up face and pretending to be cute on purpose, it's a little nauseating. Hashtag study harder, exactly, still my Ching Ching and Lulu are better, one is a cool beauty, the other a peach blossom, telling the truth, the lie detector, machines don't lie, right? Hashtag sweater, flipped the car, didn't she? I never liked Sierra anyway. Realizing the comments couldn't be controlled anymore, the director quickly stood up and shifted the question to Dash, Ian, and Conan. After all, these three had unbelievably high looks. This time after the show, they would definitely become super popular. Come on, we're at everyone's most anticipated segment. Dash, Ian, and Conan, tell us where your first kiss happened. The comments section went crazy as everyone screamed, aw. Colton had a deadpan expression, indeed, monsters have great looks, everyone loves them. Wait a second, when he was at Conan's apartment earlier, Colton overheard Conan say being an idol in the entertainment industry had its benefits for him. Could popularity be a necessary condition for these monsters to maintain their human form? Thinking of this, Colton glanced at the three again. However, before anyone answered the question about the first kiss, there was a scream from the corner where Avril was, Snake. There's a snake here. Hearing the shout, the program immediately descended into chaos. The director shouted to the crew, cut the live stream, quickly get security to remove these snakes. Seeing the live stream cut off, Avril, with her fiery temper as a rich miss, yelled, Director, such disgusting things should be killed. Go. The director and producer found this a bit difficult. The producer tried to persuade her, Miss Lou, snakes hold grudges easily. It's best not to kill them. Just drive them away. Avril's temper flared up again, ignoring her image, she directly cursed, I said kill them, just kill them. This production has our company's investment. This remark left the scared production staff somewhat displeased, silently cursing her wealth under their breaths. At this moment, Dash suddenly stood up with a dark look on his face. His amber eyes seemed to smile but exuded a deadly pressure. Miss Lu, do you think something like snakes must be killed? Upon hearing this, Colton's heart jolted, bad. He quickly got up and walked toward where the snakes were. As he passed by Dash, Colton grabbed his wrist and whispered, "Leave it to me." Dash felt moved, slowly raising his gaze as Colton walked away, deep in thought. Colton approached the director and producer, bowed, and said, "Director, let me try to make them leave." The producer looked surprised, "Really? Colton, you know how to deal with snakes?" "Yeah, I grew up in the countryside, I know a thing or two." Colton then found a stick, crouched down, and gently guided the snakes a few times on the grass, pointing toward the distance. The next moment, as if understanding, the snakes swiftly slithered in the direction Colton pointed and disappeared. Witnessing this, the production staff froze, speechless. Until Avril's scream broke the silence. "Hey! Damn newcomer, what did you do? Deliberately undermining me? I told you to kill them." She wasn't satisfied yet, stepped forward, and pushed Colton's shoulder. "Tell me, are you deliberately against me?" Colton stumbled back. He didn't want to quarrel with women, but Avril wasn't someone to take loss lightly. Her pride hurt, she raised her hand and slapped him. Dash, Ian, and Conan's faces instantly changed, ready to intervene. But they saw Colton, with a cold expression, grab Avril's wrist. "Miss Lu, no one ever taught you to be polite when speaking to others. What are you? Daring to tell me what to do?" Colton released Avril's hand, his attitude neither humble nor arrogant. "You can kill anything as per your wish, but this is a venue. Please consider everyone." "Shut up. What business is it of yours to speak here?" Avril was now a screeching harridan, shouting and rushing to hit Colton again. Colton was taken aback, she really was a shrew, even more difficult to deal with than Bonnie. "Ah, Colton." Imelda covered her mouth in fright. When she came to her senses, she wanted to go help Colton, but someone moved faster than her, seemingly teleporting to suddenly block in front of Colton. "Miss Lu, what do you want to do?" Colton saw the veins on Dash's hand standing out, as if he would strangle Avril at any moment. Scared, he quickly pulled at Dash's sleeve. "Hey! This guy mustn't cause trouble here. If his identity is exposed, it's no laughing matter." "Humph, Dash, a newcomer traffic star, do you know who you are?" Avril wanted to be abusive to Dash, but when she met those amber eyes, she felt like she had fallen into an abyss. Those animal-like eyes revealed terrifying killing intent, icy and bone-chilling. Avril's pupils constricted, instantly trembling all over in fear, too scared to utter another word. At this moment, the assistant on set timidly spoke up, "Director, the live broadcast line didn't cut off just now, the variety show is still being live-streamed." Chapter 17, I must conduct a thorough inspection, the sacrifice must be intact. Due to Avril's outburst, this variety show quickly shot up the trending charts. The director seized the opportunity to capitalize on the buzz. Even before the program aired, many bystanders had gathered to spectate. Numerous comments under the production team's Weibo account were personal attacks against Avril. Many netizens called for Avril's dismissal from the show, unwilling to see her and feeling queasy at the thought. Colton and Dash, on the other hand, gained quite a few fans. Of course, there was no shortage of gossip suggesting that Dash took a liking to Colton, which was why he stood up for him. In the lounge, Colton noticed the spike in his follower count and the gossip online. The corners of his mouth twitched, these fans really had nothing better to do, why did they have to overthink everything? Overthink? When Colton lowered his gaze to look at the gossips again, he realized it didn't seem like overthinking except for the part where they assumed he was a woman. Dash, that snake, indeed harbored sinister intentions towards him. At that moment, an eerie voice sounded above him, looking at Weibo. "How many followers did you gain?" With a clap, Colton's phone fell to the ground, screen shattered. "Ah, my phone." Colton picked up the phone with a bitter face, pressing a few buttons to no avail. Well, it was completely broken. Fuming, he glared at the person behind him and shoved him aside. "Why did you scare me? You'll pay for my phone." Colton's face flushed red, white mixed with anger. Colton was about to explode with rage, wanting to curse but froze when he met those wild animal-like eyes. He recoiled instinctively. Is this guy thinking of messing around here? "You, what do you want? Don't mess around. This is a film set, hey." His protests were stifled by lips covering his own. "Colton, I'm so happy you still remember the snake-repelling method I taught you back then. Well then let go of me. What are your hands doing? Stop touching me improperly." "Why would I do that? I wanted to check if you were hurt by Avril." "I'm not, I'm fine." "Not good enough. I need to check thoroughly. My sacrifice must be intact. You, get lost." That evening during dinner, Colton kept grumbling under his breath. Not far away, Ian heard and moved his chair closer. "You've been cursing for so long. What did that guy do to you? Did he sleep with you? Mind your own business." Colton nearly spat blood from frustration. This fox, why was his mind always on sleep? He's been going on since the Snake Immortal Temple, utterly speechless. Then, Fernanda approached with a gift bag, smiling. Colton, this is a gift for you. What is it? Fernanda's smile grew gentler, open it and see for yourself. 2 hours earlier, while Fernanda followed Dash to pick out a phone at the mall, that monster's mouth stretched from ear to ear. Looks like he was more than satisfied with the tofu. What a freak. Since meeting Colton, Fernanda had seen too many unsuitable scenes between them. At this rate, she feared she'd develop styes in her eyes. Colton, this is a thank you gift. Upon hearing this, Colton opened the gift bag. When he saw the phone box, he immediately understood. This guy, thank you gift for what, eating his tofu. It should be an apology gift. Not only did he make him drop his phone but also bit him. His lips were still sore from it. Ouch. Thinking of this, Colton suddenly huffed. Ian asked provocatively, did Dash do it? None of your business. As soon as he said that, a plate of lavish seafood appeared before him. Colton looked up and saw Conan, who still had that lethargic expression, as if he hadn't woken up yet. Conan, you eat that yourself. I don't feel like having seafood today. What do you like then? I'll fetch it for you. I just want for you all to stay far from me. Colton felt a headache coming on. Before they came to participate in the variety show, Kareem had said that they should not interact too much on the set. He wanted to keep his identity and the news of their debut together under wraps until after the show ended. But those monsters didn't listen at all and always did as they pleased. So it seemed he was the only one serious about their careers. AI. Colton sighed, and just then he caught sight of Dash walking over as well. Not good. He was about to get up and run when a sweet voice came from behind him, Colton, there you are. Turning around, Colton saw Imelda. She was holding some delicious pastries, walked up, and stuffed them all into Colton's hands. This is really yummy. Recording the show every day must be tough, you need to eat more. Thank you. Colton stood up and nodded slightly in thanks. Seeing this, Imelda quickly waved her hand, no problem. It's just some snacks. I noticed you haven't eaten anything today, so I thought this would suit your taste. Before Colton could say another thank you, an arm like a snake slithered over his shoulder from behind. Miss Jiang, today I helped you, and you haven't thanked me yet. Wow, upon seeing this scene, Imelda's expression changed suddenly. Mr. Dash, you're looking for Colton too. Thanks to you today, otherwise Colton would have been hit by Avril. Right, so I want Miss Jiang to thank me. How about giving yourself to me? Colton grabbed Dash's wandering hand with a somewhat eerie smile. Mr. Dash, what a joke, we live in modern society now, how can anyone give themselves to someone else? Moreover, if it were giving oneself, it should be you who gave yourself to me since I saved you first. Why should he be the bottom? Conan blinked curiously, why can't one give themselves? Ian explained, times change, different words now, but the meaning is the same, being together. Conan nodded thoughtfully, oh, I see. Imelda looked at the three big men surrounding Colton, you all, like Colton? A group of staff members hid nearby watching the scene. Producer Hans shouted at them upon seeing this, what are you guys watching? If you're done eating, go check the machines, tomorrow's live broadcast might lag. If you're really bored, just go rest. Producer, we're watching the drama. It's even better than the actual show. If we secretly live streamed this now, the ratings would soar. Ha. Following the gazes of the staff, Hans also noticed the chaos not far away. At its center was naturally Colton, who had become the star of the day. TSK, this is indeed quite spicy. It will definitely explode after the show ends. Whether in a good way or a bad way. Apart from the people from Janu Entertainment Company, only the director, makeup artist Stephanie, and producer Hans knew Colton was male. Right now, Hans's expression was hard to describe. Forget it, maybe this will make things more explosive. The staff wore puzzled expressions, with one assistant asking, producer what about Avril? Should we replace her? Replace you? She's the investor, how can we do that? But she's being cursed so much now, how can she continue participating? That's not your business, little brats. Her company will handle the PR. Meanwhile, Colton felt extremely uncomfortable being surrounded by the three. Everyone, I'm a bit tired today. I'd like to go back and rest. Imelda smiled, then you. Her words were drowned out by the deep voices of the three men beside her, then let me take you. Imelda. Good grief, sandwich cookie. She didn't expect that out of the 4 male guests on the show, 3 were plotting against her. Colton, then I'll leave first. You all enjoy. As soon as she said this, someone near them suddenly shouted, producer something happened. Avril was bitten by a poisonous snake. Chapter 18, the snake swarm recognizes their master. Colton's gaze fell on Dash, and he made a gesture. You didn't do this, did you? What are you planning? Dash's face darkened, but before he could speak, Ian said something fair, although you're indeed dog-like, when you want to hurt someone, you've always done it straightforwardly. This shouldn't be your doing. Hearing this, Colton said to the stunned director Hans not far away, "Director let's go check the situation first. An incident like this wouldn't be good for the crew's reputation." "Alright, let's head over quickly then." At the venue, in Avril's room. Avril was lying on the bed, weakly crying out, "Director, I'm so sorry. I was bitten by a snake before, which is why I'm so afraid of them. Colton insisted on releasing those snakes today. Look, they've come to take revenge on me." The director looked troubled. "Actually, we can't blame Colton for this." Avril's assistant immediately yelled, annoyed, "Director, are you favoring Colton? She's just a rookie, does she need such special treatment from you all?" Before the assistant finished speaking, Colton and his group walked into the room. Upon hearing what the assistant had said, Imelda couldn't help but retort, "Colton has clearly helped the crew without any wrongdoing, hasn't she?" This pampered young lady was really hard to please. Colton looked down at the corner where a dying snake lay, squatting down to see more clearly, but Dash instantly pulled him back, saying sternly, "Don't move. This snake." Before Colton could explain, Dash leaned close to his ear and whispered softly, "I know what you're thinking. The snake's fangs have already been removed." Colton was quite curious, "You know what I'm thinking?" Dash's smile deepened. He bent down and whispered again in Colton's ear, "Don't forget, you're my sacrifice." Colton's face turned grim, intending to retort when Avril suddenly grabbed a vase nearby and threw it at him. "Get out. What did you come here for?" Seeing this, Dash immediately stepped in front of Colton, catching the vase with one hand. "Miss Lou, do you want me to smash that pretty face of yours with this vase?" Dash's pupils instantly turned blood red. Avril was terrified, her face pale as she was about to scream, "Monster," but Imelda beat her to it, yelling, "Avril. This has nothing to do with Colton. It's wrong for you to attack people like that. You, shut up." Avril was already babbling, "Out, all of you, get out." Seeing Dash about to lose control, Colton quickly moved forward, gently pulling his hand. "Since Miss Lou doesn't want to see us, director, editor let's leave." Before leaving, he bowed deeply. "Very well." The director smiled, his impression of Colton improving significantly. "Rest well tonight, we'll start recording early tomorrow morning." On their way back, Colton finally released Dash's hand, stopping to look intently at him. Avril's drama is just for sympathy. She's trying to gain the audience's pity and forgiveness. You're ready to send her to hell. Though facing away from Dash at the time, Colton knew he must have frightened that woman. Otherwise, Avril wouldn't have shouted, "Monster. She tried to harm you." Dash stared at Colton, his amber eyes swirling as if forming a vortex. That look made Colton feel uneasy. He coughed lightly, "I'm not a fragile girl who needs protection." Moreover, Dash had already clashed with Avril twice because of him. At this rate, he feared Avril might end up dead due to Dash's actions. "Dash, humans may not be your match, but you must understand that human nature is the hardest to control. When they bear malicious intentions, they can be more terrifying than monsters." Hearing this, a glint of joy flickered in Dash's eyes, "Are you worried about me?" It turns out, this little guy was concerned for his safety, not his own. Thinking of this, Dash's gaze deepened, dragging Colton into the dark path beside them. What are you doing? Are you going to bite me?" "Hey! Shut up." The evening breeze carried the stuffy heat of late summer turning into early autumn. Colton was so nervous that he started sweating. "Dash, calm down, please, calm down." In the darkness, Colton felt himself being held in someone's embrace. "Colton, can I hold you?" "You already are." Colton sighed, another icy cold embrace. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he wouldn't need to turn on the air conditioner in summer from now on. "Colton." Dash called out to Colton a couple more times, as if in a delirium. "What are you doing, trying to call my soul?" Just as he finished speaking, Colton heard rustling sounds. Countless snakes appeared around them, clustering and coiling as if performing some kind of ritual. "Dash, this is." "Don't be afraid, Colton. They are acknowledging their master. From now on, you will be their master too. Colton." So, all of a sudden, he obtained the power to command the world, but it turned out to be a bunch of snakes. Moonlight spilled down, unknowingly illuminating that dark road. Colton sighed once again. He raised his eyes to look at Dash. Under the bright moonlight, those amber eyes seemed to sparkle with light. "Dash, I can face problems on my own. You don't need to help me every time. Just control yourself and don't let all the snakes appear at once, or something bad will happen for sure. Humans have always been hostile towards snakes, especially so many moving together at once. If encountered, the inevitable outcome would be the extermination of the snakes." Dash's voice was full of amusement. The little guy he chose was indeed different. "Colton, can you tell me why you saved the snakes? At your grandfather's funeral, they almost prevented the ceremony from going on." Hearing this, Colton's expression darkened. "Let's go back, it's very late. I'm tired." "Okay, I'll accompany you back to your room." Seeing Colton didn't want to talk, Dash decided not to ask further. "No way. If someone sees us, what will it look like? It will definitely trend on social media. No matter whether he looked male or female now, he couldn't let Dash into his room. Absolutely not. No more talking, I'm leaving first. Not allowed. Seeing this, Dash pulled him back. After saving you today, you plan to just bluff your way past. So, what do you want? Colton's voice sounded somewhat like whining at this moment. How about this, I owe you, okay? Owe me? After much persuasion, Dash finally agreed to let Colton return to his room alone. Thinking of something, Colton said before entering, by the way, I warn you, don't crawl into my room at night, hear me? Dash's eyes suddenly changed. He froze for a moment. How did he guess? Why is this little guy so smart? Dash really felt he had found a treasure. He raised his hand and pleaded childishly, I promise, I won't crawl. That's better. Colton smiled, went back to his room, and fell asleep without even taking a shower. This time, he had another strange dream. He dreamed that countless snakes surrounded him, stopping before a tall figure. That person had silver hair, amber eyes, and unshed snake scales on his cheeks, beautiful as if walking out of a painting. It was Dash. The person looked at Colton quietly, with a gentle smile at the corners of his eyes. Colton, I want you to belong to me alone forever. Then, he turned into a giant double-scaled snake. The snake opened its massive mouth and bit down on his slender neck instantly. Ah, help. Colton screamed and threw a punch. And then he punched a huge snake that had just climbed onto the bed. Don't eat me. Colton screamed and opened his eyes. But for a moment, he indeed saw a snake as thick as a tree coil up, flicking its tongue toward him. This scene almost made him scream. Why you, Dash, why are you here? Seeing such a large snake early in the morning was quite challenging for one's courage. Even for someone as bold as Colton, it was hard to handle. Dash slithered onto the bed along the blanket, touching Colton's shoulder and face. Then, a gust of wind passed by his ear. Before Colton could react, he was pinned down tightly by the snake. Dash. What are you doing? We're supposed to record the show soon. Why are you turning into a snake? Hey. Shut up. Dash finally spoke, his tone a bit irritable. Sigh, how can you be like this? You promised me that you wouldn't enter my room. How could you break your word? Ah. Suddenly, a scream of agony came from outside the door. Dead, director. Lou. Avril, Miss Lou is dead, bitten by a snake. Upon hearing this voice, Colton's face turned pale. No way. Avril was bitten to death by a snake. His face turned ashen as he looked up at Dash, who had become more agitated in his serpent form, and his voice trembled. Did you bite Avril to death? Chapter 19. Before the words had even finished leaving his mouth, the door to Colton's room swung open. Upon seeing who had entered, Colton immediately jumped off the bed. However, this sudden action almost caused him to twist his ankle. Oh, be careful. Ian held Colton up, and Dash, lying on the bed, immediately prepared to get up. Ian instantly gestured for him to stop. Hey. In your current condition, it's best if you don't show yourself. Colton grabbed Ian's sleeve. Ian, what's wrong with him? It's better if you don't listen and keep your distance from him. Why is that? Seeing Dash's appearance, Colton felt as though he was more irritable than usual. It seemed like he knew Dash, yet did not know him. Ian coughed lightly. No, not a snake's heat, it's sensitivity period. Don't get close to him. He'll be fine after a few hours. Heat. Sensitivity period. Colton immediately realized what it meant, instinctively hiding behind Ian. Will he recover? So, you're afraid now? Ian was quite pleased by Colton's present dependent demeanor on him. Let's go. First, we should check on Avril's situation. Her death will affect you badly online. Many people are saying you used snakes to kill her. Colton. What kind of absurd rumors were these? He just asked the snake to leave the scene. How did it escalate to this extent? It was only a reality show, it shouldn't have gone so far as to cost someone their life. Huff. Dash charged over again, preparing to snatch Colton into his embrace. Seeing this, Ian immediately retreated, shielding Colton while warning, Dash, don't do something you'll regret. Although Colton is nominally a sacrifice offered to you, at least you've returned to human form now. Should you really proceed? Colton's face darkened, directly cursing, get lost. These creatures really had abnormal thought processes. The screams outside grew louder. Colton glanced back and quickly said to Ian, quick, find a way to calm him down. Absolutely don't let anyone outside discover him, otherwise, it would be disastrous. Alright, you go out first. Immortals fight, mortals suffer. I'm worried about you getting involved. Hearing this, Colton curled his lips. Immortals, indeed. Clearly, they are just monsters. What did you say? Nothing, nothing. Before leaving, Colton glanced once more at Dash, who tried to attack again. Calm down. I'll come back to see you later after checking on the situation. With that, he put on the wig from the table and rushed out. Then, in the corridor, he collided with Conan. Damn it, my waist. Conan steadied Colton who was nearly falling, then gently tucked his long hair behind his ears. What happened to your waist? Was it broken by someone? Broken? Nonsense. Colton sighed. Don't talk nonsense. Why are you running like mad? Were you chased by snakes? At this moment, Colton's expression was somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, it was Dash, the snake, chasing him. If not for Ian, his reputation might have been ruined earlier. Enough about this. What's the situation with Avril? Was she really killed by a snake bite? Conan nodded and responded with a hum, then added, that's what the rumors say. Could it really be Dash? Immediately after speaking, Colton felt it was unlikely. Last night, they had a fairly harmonious conversation. No matter how impulsive Dash could be, he probably wouldn't openly enter Avril's room to kill her in broad daylight. Earlier, Ian also mentioned he was in some sort of period. It was clear he merely wanted to mate. There must be another story behind this incident. Conan, haven't the three of you known each other for quite a while? Not particularly long. Why do you ask? Do you know if Dash has any enemies besides Ian? Conan pondered for a moment before asking, why do you think that? You don't believe it was Dash, right? Yes. Why are you so certain? Just because he constantly clings to you and is nice to you. This comment made Colton's cheeks flush slightly. He coughed lightly. Intuition. From childhood to adulthood, Colton had always quickly sensed the truth behind events. This was the one thing where he surpassed Priscilla. Perhaps it was a small compensation for his lack of physical prowess. Conan, can you help me with something? Sure, what is it? Conan still felt guilty for having scared Colton earlier. He was more than willing to help Colton. Colton stepped forward and whispered in Conan's ear, the news of Avril's death must have spread like wildfire now. I'm going to check it out. Ian and Dash are both in my room. Go help Ian subdue Dash's agitation. I'll be back soon. Can you handle it alone? The people from Avril's side aren't very friendly towards you now. Colton smiled slightly. I walk straight and upright. Moreover, with all the online criticism, I need to face it eventually. Conan looked at the young man in front of him, who appeared determined and spirited. At this moment, he finally understood why Dash had such an intense obsession. Be careful. The company has already sent PR to quell the online voices. All right. Cries came from outside Avril's room. As soon as Colton approached, Avril's assistant grabbed his collar angrily, it's all your fault. You killed Zishi. Saying this, she slapped him. Colton immediately caught her wrist and said sternly, Miss Assistant, spreading rumors is illegal. Do you have any evidence that I harmed Avril? If not, please shut up. Avril's assistant was frightened by Colton's fierce look and took a few steps back. Colton turned to the director and bowed. The director sighed and patted Colton on the shoulder comfortingly. What happened to Miss Liu was just an accident. Don't take the online comments too seriously now. Colton nodded. Thank you, director. I just want to ask if Miss Liu really died from snake venom. Producer Hans walked over and made a shoo gesture. Colton, you shouldn't have come here now. You need to know how to protect yourself. Imelda heard this and immediately ran over to the director and producer. Why? This isn't Colton's fault. If he doesn't show up, wouldn't it make him look guilty? Director, can I see Avril's body? Upon hearing Colton's request, the director hesitated. Colton, I can't decide this. Let's wait for the police to arrive. Okay then. Colton had no choice but to sit down. Imelda sat next to him, and Emil quietly joined them. Imelda thought Colton was sad and consoled him. Colton, don't worry about what people say online. They're all talking nonsense. Emil awkwardly chimed in, yeah, Colton, I believe you too. Controlling snakes to harm others is just absurd. Colton nodded slightly, thanks. Don't worry, I'm fine. What he feared wasn't the online remarks but some underlying conspiracy. At this moment, Sierra swayed over and stopped in front of Colton. Sierra spoke coldly, are you Colton? Colton looked up at the woman before him. She had a good figure, wore a tight red dress, had fair skin, shoulder-length curly hair, and bright red lips, exuding an old Hong Kong style. Most noticeable were her silver high heels, about 12 centimeters, which could almost serve as weapons. Colton nodded, yes. Sierra leaned down slightly, revealing an enticing pose, her chest fully exposed. Colton ignored it and calmly asked, may I ask what Miss Shen wants from me? Sierra put her hands on Colton's shoulders, emitting a strong perfume scent. She practically pressed herself against Colton and whispered in his ear, you have the smell of a demon creature on you, and a powerful one too. Hearing this, Colton's expression changed, what are you saying? This Sierra could sense the presence of a demon creature. Could she be a demon hunter like Priscilla? Sierra laughed coldly, don't pretend to be clueless. Tell me, Colton, how do you control those demons to do your bidding? I'd like to learn that too. Chapter 20, A Sloppy Black Shadow. Colton's expression turned slightly stern. He did not move but instead asked, Miss Shen, do you usually speak so close to men? So what, don't you like it? For some reason, at this moment, Colton's mind suddenly conjured up Dash's bewitching face. He curled his lips into a smile, a hint of challenge flickering in his eyes. Sure, I like it, just not your type. Imelda and Emil, standing nearby, were both stunned as if watching a play unfold. This Colton remained equally dignified no matter who he faced, indeed, his personality was quite strong. Colton glanced at Imelda and Emil and said, I can handle this myself. Imelda, can you and Emil step aside for a moment? Oh, all right. Imelda nodded, preparing to get up and leave. Suddenly thinking of something, she asked earnestly, Colton, can you really handle it on your own? At this moment, the silent Emil unexpectedly spoke up, she'll be fine. The calmness in his eyes was not something ordinary people could match. It was clear this Colton was no ordinary person. After seeing Imelda and Emil leave, Colton lazily asked, now can you get off me, Miss Shen? If he got contaminated with an unpleasant smell, that snake would cling to him again. Thinking about it made Colton's head ache. Seeing Colton unswayed by her tactics, Sierra flicked her sleeves and immediately got up from him, snorting coldly. Colton, don't choose punishment over courtesy. I advise you to tell me how to control those monsters. Otherwise, rumors about your manhood killing Avril will ruin your entertainment career. Colton had always preferred soft to hard methods. If Sierra had talked to him properly, they might have discussed the monster issue. After all, 3 of the beings in his tea entertainment company were monsters, Dash, a serpent demon, Ian, a fox spirit, and Ebert, a merman. However, he disliked this woman's approach from the beginning. So what? Colton never dreamed of being a big star, entering the entertainment industry only by chance. Not being a star meant other possibilities, life wouldn't end because of one setback. Besides, the strange things happening lately were far more important than whether he'd become famous. Sierra still didn't give up and added, Colton, if you tell me how to make those demons obedient, not only will the rumors stop, but any resources you need afterward will be yours. Colton quietly watched Sierra before saying, thanks, but I don't need them. Looking at this man dressed in women's clothing more beautifully than any woman, Sierra felt infuriated. Frustrated, she stamped her foot. You are truly impervious to advice. Colton glanced once more at Avril's room, then retracted his gaze. If Miss Shen can explain how you knew about my heavy demonic aura, perhaps I can cooperate. Hearing this, Sierra's face showed disbelief. Are you pretending or really ignorant? Colton frowned, realizing from Sierra's words that such matters were common in the entertainment industry. You mean? Confirming Colton was genuinely unaware, Sierra sneered, do you really think every big star became popular solely through talent? This is an underground transaction, very common, a contract where humans and demons, gods, or spirits exchange favors, each getting what they want. Suddenly it made sense why villagers mentioned snake deity. Ironically amusing. Realizing this, Colton's eyes turned cold, his gaze locking onto Sierra. So what do you have to trade? Your life. Such transactions were akin to dancing in a minefield with your life. This is none of your business, just tell me the summoning and control methods. Colton laughed, shrugging indifferently. Actually, I don't know. If he knew, he wouldn't have been offered as a sacrifice to the snake deity temple. Moreover, Dash only mentioned he was a sacrifice, not specifying anything about contracts. Hearing this, Sierra's face changed drastically. Thinking Colton refused to speak, she growled, are you fooling me? Hearing their argument, the director glanced over. Thinking Sierra was troubling Colton, the director shouted at them, hey, I've got enough problems here. Don't add more trouble. Fearing that Colton would be at a disadvantage, she added, Colton, go back and rest now. I'll inform you as soon as there's any news. Colton glanced at his watch, thinking he still had to figure out the issue with Dash and wanted to check back. Alright, Who? Before he could finish speaking, a cold breeze brushed past his ears, causing goosebumps all over his body. It was freezing, penetrating to the bone. He looked around, sensing something approaching. At this moment, Imelda, who was resting under a tree nearby, suddenly shouted, snakes, there are so many snakes here. As Colton pondered what was happening, the snakes seemed to receive an order and began slithering towards him. Then, they halted in front of him, just like last night, as if participating in some sort of ritual. Damn. Seeing this scene, Colton's face darkened as he muttered a curse. Was it expecting him to chant, unite thee, to command them? What nonsense. Imelda, fearing the snakes might harm Colton, paled and said, Jiang. Colton, don't move. Otherwise, they will attack you. Emil also swallowed nervously, Imelda, calm down. I'll get help for Colton right away. The director quickly nudged the assistant beside him, hurry, find someone. These snakes are going to bite Colton, our production can't have any more trouble. Colton. Fortunately, everyone thought the snakes were after him, otherwise, he'd never explain himself clearly enough even with 10 mouths. To fit in, he even called out, help. Jiang, Colton, don't be afraid, I'm getting people to save you. The producer, Hans, tremblingly dialed the security team's number. Get more people to Avril's room, there's a swarm of snakes here. Colton glanced at the snake cluster again and noticed something was off. These snakes appeared controlled, lacking autonomy. Could it be Dash controlling them? Just as he wondered, he saw a figure flash by Avril's window. Colton's expression changed drastically, shouting, "Who's there?" AI, Colton, don't move." The director and producer Hans shouted simultaneously, then watched as the snakes unanimously parted to clear a path for Colton. Colton rushed straight to Avril's room, pushing open the door to see a shadowy figure standing by her bed. In broad daylight, the figure hidden in the shadows gave an eerie feeling. Noticing his entrance, the shadow suddenly leaned over Avril's pale forehead, as if feeding on something. What the hell? While Colton was still stunned, the black shadow abruptly turned and lunged at him. Damn it! Colton drew in a sharp breath. This shadow was incredibly crude-looking. In comparison, the anime killer in black looked much more elegant. Boom! Suddenly, a figure descended like a deity, blocking the grotesque black shadow before Colton. Dash, dressed in dark robes, his silver short hair now waist-length, wore a red mark on his forehead, with amber eyes glittering like stars, was stunningly beautiful. With a wave of his sleeve, the shadow vanished like smoke. Colton stood there dazed. Was this heroic rescue? But why was the beauty him? The director, Hans, Imelda, and Sierra rushed in but missed that scene. They were captivated by Dash's godlike appearance. The director asked, startled, "Dash, this look, huh? You look unwell, sick." "No worries, it's the new makeup design." Beside them, Imelda and Sierra exclaimed in unison, "Too beautiful." Hearing this, the director hurriedly said, "Yes, very beautiful. But let's leave, don't stay here. The Liu family specifically warned us not to enter this room." "All right." Colton didn't waste words, pulling Dash out of the room until they reached a secluded corner. Dash's body temperature was shockingly low, his complexion deathly pale. If not for the red seal-like mark on his forehead, he would look like a living dead person. "Hey, your body, hey." Dash suddenly collapsed into Colton, his entire weight pressing onto him. "Don't go to Avril's room anymore." This was the last thing Dash said before he lost consciousness. Ah. Hearing this, Colton instinctively held the person with both hands, afraid that he might fall. "Hey. Are you alright?" Dash. Chapter 21, Gone Too Far. While supporting Dash back to their place with great effort, Colton encountered Ian and Conan. Both had injuries on their faces, seemingly inflicted by someone. At the sight, Colton instinctively asked, "Are these wounds inflicted by Dash?" Ian's face was full of black lines. If it weren't for the dishonor, would have taken this opportunity to finish him off. Colton said in all seriousness, "But you wouldn't be a match for him if he regains consciousness." Ian. This Colton, who seemed gentle at first, now had such poisonous words. "Right, what happened just now?" "That shadow. Also, isn't Dash supposed to be?" "No, is he in his sensitive period? Why did he suddenly come over?" Conan glanced at Dash, who was leaning against Colton, and sighed. "He said you were in danger and rushed out." At that time, he was still in snake form. Ian also explained, "This old guy is indeed powerful, capable of transforming into human form instantly and saving you. You should know, transforming during that state is extremely dangerous. In such circumstances, an ordinary snake would have been dead long ago." Colton turned his head to look at Dash, who was half unconscious, a beautiful silver hair that reached his waist, a red mark between his eyebrows, and blood-red eyes around his eyelids. It made him look like a demon in movies that has gone dark. Does Dash really need to go to such lengths for him? Thinking about this, Colton looked up at Ian and Conan. "You two know what that shadow was about, right?" Upon hearing this, even Ian, who was usually carefree, became solemn. "You saw it?" Colton nodded slightly. That shadow was crouching on Avril's body as if feeding on something. Dash waved his hand, and it dispersed like smoke. Conan stepped forward and helped Colton support Dash, almost hanging on him. "Let's talk about this when we get back. First, let's figure out how to restore Dash, otherwise, things will get complicated." Ian also added, "If Dash stays in this state, everyone here, except for Conan and me, will suffer, including you." Understood. Since ancient times, people have been accustomed to worshipping gods and immortals, a tradition that continues to this day. Initially, the purpose of worshipping immortals was for safety. But some people are insatiable. When the results of their offerings don't meet expectations, dissatisfaction and resentment arise. Over time, this attracts malicious spirits, leading to contracts with them. However, these creatures desire not just offerings but human life essence. Many eventually can't control these monsters and end up being killed by them. In the entertainment industry, many stars have signed cohabitation contracts with these demons to become famous. Avril was one of them. Her death was caused by the monster she bonded with, falsely accusing snakes. Sierra also targeted this method to become famous. She was clever enough to fear losing control and never concluded a pact. Therefore, when she met Colton, she wanted Colton to teach her how to control the creature, thinking this way would be more secure. After listening to Ian and Conan, Colton felt sighs of sorrow. The elder never mentioned such things even when telling ghost stories before. Was he afraid that Colton might be targeted in the future? What a nightmare. Priscilla must have known everything already. Given her nature of handling everything herself, she wouldn't have told him. Conan pinched Colton's cheek. Actually, you were targeted by many monsters when you first joined the company, but with Dash around, no, with the three of you, transformed monsters, they didn't dare to approach, right? Hearing this from Colton, Ian immediately slapped away Conan's hand and looked at him in disbelief. Dash said you were weak and innocent and needed protection. It seems he misjudged you. This kid was quite sharp, comprehending things easily without much explanation. Colton rolled his eyes, wondering how much that big snake looked down on him. If he hadn't been lazy as a child and followed the elder to learn more about the demon world and acquire skills, he wouldn't have ended up being offered as a sacrifice to a snake. Just then, Conan suddenly stood up and abruptly hugged Colton from behind. Colton, Conan rubbed his face against Colton's exposed neck gently. Your constitution is like a miraculous medicine to us. You smell so good. I felt it from the first day. Conan's actions startled Colton. After realizing what was happening, his face turned slightly red, and he immediately cursed. You damn human fish, what nonsense are you talking? Let go of me. He tried to push Conan away, but his wrist was caught by the other hand instead. Ian, you. Colton looked up, ready to ask for help, only to see that the fox's pupils had turned a deep green, which was quite terrifying. The desire in those eyes was all too familiar. Oh no. This damn fox had the same filthy thoughts. Ian smiled, stood up, and slowly walked towards Colton, pinching his chin. Actually, when I saw you at the company, I wanted to leave my mark on you, but that old guy Dash always monopolized you, which troubled me a lot. Crazy, these two monsters were just mad. Colton wanted to escape, but his wrist was tightly held, and his chin was gripped, leaving him immobilized in an embarrassing position. As he thought about how to get out, a sudden surge of killing intent came from behind. Dash stirred on the bed, half sitting up, his amber eyes turning blood red instantly as he coldly ordered, let him go. Since they left the temple of the snake spirit, Dash hadn't touched Colton except for that kiss in the bathroom, for fear of hurting him. But how could these two dare to? Do you want to die? Ian let go of Colton and couldn't help smirking. Oh, you're awake. I thought you were dead, planning to claim him as my own. Conan also spoke lazily. Dash, you should keep sleeping, it'd be better if you were dead. TSK, looks like the shock worked well, waking him up from near death. Conan thought Colton was indeed a great remedy for the demons. Colton. These three monsters seemed like friends one moment and enemies the next. What kind of relationship do they have? Ian and Conan released Colton, but their grip had been too strong, leaving red marks on his wrists and chin. He coughed involuntarily, took a step back, and instinctively moved closer to Dash. F***ck, stay away from me. A bunch of lunatics. Indeed, they should die. I'll kill them for you. Dash waved and attacked both of them. Seeing this, Ian and Conan backed off to either side. Ian laughed and looked at Colton. Little one, looks like we went too far today. We'll continue another day. With that, he opened the door and ran out. Colton, I won't give up on you. Conan said this and then jumped out of the window. Don't continue anything. Crazy. Colton sighed in relief and slumped onto the bed edge, completely drained. But suddenly remembering Dash behind him, his nerves tensed up again. He wondered whether he should run when his collar was abruptly yanked. Hey. In the next moment, he fell into a cold embrace. Colton shivered all over and coughed. Ahem, Dash, your body temperature. Damn, it could chill watermelons. Dash said nothing, gripping Colton's already reddened chin and kissed him again. Cold, Colton felt like he was kissing an ice cube. But no matter how he struggled, it was useless. You, calm down. Dash, I know Avril wasn't killed by you. Let go, let go. Is that so? Dash's right hand restrained Colton's waist and whispered in his ear, many monsters are already eyeing you. Only with my mark can your scent be hidden. What? Just as Colton was puzzled, he felt intense pain in his neck. It was the pain of teeth breaking through skin. It hurts, Dash, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly bite me? Just like in that dream of being sacrificed. F***ck. Why does this feel like being bitten by a vampire? Is he going to swallow me whole? Not even enough to fill a tooth gap. Colton cried out in pain a few more times. Suddenly, his mouth was covered by Dash's hand, with great force. Don't scream. Dash's voice was low and suppressed. I'm afraid. I might lose control. Chapter 22. After I mark you, you won't be targeted anymore. Colton fainted again for a long time. This time, he had another dream. In the dream, he saw the old man go to a place where he seemed to be conducting some kind of ceremony. After the ceremony, he spoke earnestly with someone behind him. Colton tried hard to see who was talking to the old man and eventually recognized her as Sybil from the village. Sybil looked anxious, as if she were crying, with intense emotions. Afterward, the old man left. Sybil turned around and gazed thoughtfully at the altar before her. Later on, she walked forward and tore off all the yellow charms pasted there, replacing them with new ones that were stained with fresh blood. Colton suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. He wanted to speak but couldn't find his voice. Soon, changes began around the altar where Sybil had posted the charms. Many snakes came from all directions, but they died shortly after arriving, covering the ground. Such a gruesome scene would drive anyone with arachnophobia or ophidiophobia mad. At this moment, a tall figure dressed in dark robes approached from not far away. The figure was blurry, impossible to identify clearly. Colton felt it was Dash. Sybil's family was terrified, kneeling and begging for mercy repeatedly, appearing extremely humble. The shadowy figure ignored Sybil's family, bending down to look at the dead snakes on the ground. Then, rising, the figure struck out with a palm, causing Sybil to fall to the ground, spitting out blood. At this moment, Sybil's face changed. She didn't seem as frightened as expected and coldly said, "You're doomed." She then took out more bloody charms and pasted them on the altar behind her. Suddenly, another ethereal figure appeared from afar. In an instant, the two figures transformed into giant snakes, entangling and fighting fiercely, overturning the sacrificial table. Bang, bang. Sybil rushed over with several people, and gunshots echoed, wounding both snakes. The scene froze. Those snakes were Dash. Colton spoke softly, but no one answered him. Until the old man returned. Seeing everything before him, the old man flew into a great rage, shouting at Sybil like a demon from hell. It was the first time Colton had seen the old man so furious. He couldn't hear what the two were saying. Sybil knelt, continually banging her head on the ground until it bled, yet the old man shook off her hand and left. The dead snakes on the ground made for a truly horrific scene. The vision rewound, turning into the same nightmare Colton had experienced earlier. He saw Sybil and some villagers holding bloody knives approaching him step by step. "Xiaochen, weren't you told? You must sacrifice yourself, just like those snakes, your death will not be enough." Colton once again witnessed the bloody scene. This time, he did not shed tears but instead woke up abruptly, sitting up in bed, his forehead drenched in sweat. His shoulder still throbbed in pain. It was just a dream. Colton recalled what happened before. Right before fainting, his shoulder was bitten by that snake, Dash. "Wake up." Lifting his eyes, Colton saw a cup of water being offered to him. Dash still had his silver hair reaching down to his waist, amber eyes, but his eyes no longer held the previous hostility, now calmer. Colton thought of the snakes in his dream, the miserable condition of the snake swarm. "Dash, were you trying to save those snakes?" "Dash!" Colton called out, his voice tinged with sobs. Dash gently touched the wound on Colton's neck with his long fingers. It was red and noticeable. "Colton, take your medicine. Only then can the wound heal." Suddenly, Colton grabbed Dash's hand, lowered his head, and after a long while, raised his head to ask, "Dash, did my grandfather unintentionally cause harm to you and those snakes?" Upon hearing this, Dash paused, his expression darkening, staying silent for a long time. But seeing tears welling up in Colton's eyes, he curved his lips. "It's all in the past, none of that matters anymore." Back then, Dash indeed thought that Colton's grandfather was trying to exterminate him and the snakes. But later he found out that Colton's grandfather was merely a pawn, used by someone else who truly wanted to harm him. The reason he hadn't killed Sybil yet was to force the person behind her to reveal themselves. "I also thought we could leave those matters in the past, but seeing such a tragic scene in my dream, I can't convince myself otherwise. Dash, perhaps my grandfather never intended to harm you and those snakes, but an unfortunate twist led to such a tragedy." Though Colton seemed soft on the outside, he had rarely cried since childhood. The previous time in the car before arriving at the film set was because of a nightmare that showed human ugliness. This time, he felt indignant for the manipulated old man and for Dash who was harmed. So what really matters? Tell me. At this moment, Dash's eyes no longer held their usual frivolity. He wiped away Colton's tears with his hand and lightly kissed his forehead. I've said it many times, from start to finish, all I care about is you." Back then, in the mountain forest, Dash's wounds were almost healed. But accidentally, he saw a pair of beautiful eyes. That little boy wasn't afraid of him. He even thought Dash's injuries were severe, so without hesitation, he went home to get medicine and bandages to save him. Dash met someone who wasn't afraid of snakes for the first time. Especially not of a snake as large as him. For centuries, people only felt fear and disgust toward snakes. Even reverence was just mutual exploitation. He asked the little boy, "Is there anything you want? I can give it to you." But Colton replied, "I don't want anything. Just be more careful in the future. Don't show up in front of humans like that, they might kill you." At that moment, looking at the innocent little boy, a new emotion grew wildly in Dash's heart for the first time. Only when Colton grew up and started dating did Dash realize what that emotion was. He didn't want to see Colton with anyone else. So he made those girls break up with Colton, collectively dumping him. "Is that what you mean?" Colton choked. He thought if he were a girl, he would have fallen for such gentleness long ago. Those words, coming from such a perfect face, were incredibly seductive. Dash called again softly, Colton. What? Stared at by such predatory eyes, Colton wanted to back away, but his injured shoulder still hurt. Thinking of something, he suddenly shouted, I don't believe you. You're just saying that to eat me. Why else would you bite me? Dash knew Colton was trying to change the subject. He hugged Colton tightly, pinning him down with a smile. Yes, I said, I've always wanted to eat you, just in a different way. Hearing this, Colton's face turned green, stammering, losing confidence. No. You can't do that. Dash buried his head into Colton's neck, taking advantage once more. If I hadn't done that, you would have been targeted by the dark shadow soon. Remembering yesterday, Colton pushed Dash away, asking, right. That dark shadow, Ian and Conan said it was released by powerful creatures like you. What exactly is it? A monster that consumes human energy. Rest assured, after marking you, you won't be targeted anymore. Colton. Why didn't you say that earlier? At that time, he thought he was going to be drained of blood. Seeing Colton pouting again, Dash knew he was angry and quickly appeased him. Alright, I won't bite you again. Your skin is so fair, having marks wouldn't look good. Damn. Colton glared at the snake. Snake deity sir, do you know what you're saying? Chapter 23 Are these young old monsters collectively blind? When Colton went to the show production team, he felt like he was floating as he walked. The long hair on his forehead kept brushing against the tip of his nose, and he tugged at it irritably, wanting to pull off this wig. Dash saw this and grabbed his wrist. What are you doing? This hair is annoying. Dash smiled faintly and let go of his hand. I think you look good in both male and female attire. He had always liked this person no matter what. You shut up. I don't like wearing women's clothes, I'm not a freak. Ever since knowing Dash's feelings, Colton had become much bolder. Also, Kareen called me last night. You three should be more mindful of your actions and less touchy-feely. The audience is watching during live streams. If this variety show were to be ruined, he would really have to rely on charity. Are you that poor? Why don't I buy you? That way, you'll have money. Colton. Damn. This damn snake, shouldn't he be comforting him now? Why did he stab right at his heart? Colton. Seeing Colton didn't respond, Dash called out softly. Colton walked forward by himself. You got it wrong. The director said the main sponsor hasn't withdrawn funding, so the show will continue with a new regular guest. He was also shocked when he received this message from the director before leaving. The voices accusing him of driving Avril to her death due to snake expulsion had quieted down significantly. Avril's family also decided not to pursue the matter further. They came to collect her body without causing a scene and announced it as a result of illness. For this reason, the media began to speculate wildly, some saying it was due to pressure from the crew, others suggesting overwork. This gave director Chin and producer Hans a tough time. It was all mixed messages without a reliable explanation. However, the variety show could still continue, gaining high attention but also criticism, even earning the nickname, the Death Crew. Producer Hans was nearly tearing his hair out trying to come up with plot ideas. In reality, the audience wasn't interested in love stories but rather the mysterious events happening around the set. They probably wanted to see what other surprises the crew would bring. Director Chin. Upon seeing Director Hoover and producer Hans, Colton bowed politely. Hans looked up, sighed, then turned away. You're here. Dash, even with your massive popularity, it can't stop everyone's curiosity. That's a pity. Dash didn't care about the show. What he cared about was only how Colton was. This was the sole purpose for coming to the company. Director Chin, do you know the real cause of Avril's death? Hearing Colton speak, Hoover finally lifted his head. Well, her family says it was due to her health issues. However, it's odd because, normally, the Jiang family would use public opinion to bring down the production. Colton thought back to what he saw yesterday. Avril's parents must know something. Otherwise, they wouldn't react this way to their beloved daughter dying under mysterious circumstances on set. Perhaps there's something they fear more than their daughter's death. As soon as Colton finished speaking, a magnetic voice sounded beside him. I never expected Miss Jiang to be so beautiful and smart. No wonder so many viewers fell for you. Upon hearing this, Colton felt a chill run down his spine. Another monster. Turning around, he saw a black-haired man smiling at him. The man, like Dash, Ian, and Conan, had sculpted-like features, exuding classic Eastern charm. Wearing casual attire, he stood close by, with dark eyes and a slightly mischievous smile. This demon-like face. Clearly a major villain. Colton instinctively took a step back. Who is this? Seeing the situation was tense, Director Hoover stepped forward with a laugh to ease the tension. Dash, Colton, let me introduce you to Malachi. Before the director could finish, Dash spoke first. His gaze instantly turned cold, looking at the other man as if he were already dead. What, you finally came out? For so many years, I thought you were dead. You didn't die, how could I possibly die? Don't forget, I've always wanted to kill you. Colton. Goodness, were they engaged in a love-hate relationship? Seeing that the two were about to come to blows, Hans hurriedly tried to mediate. I see you two know each other, then there's no need for introductions. Colton, this is our new regular guest Malachi, and there's also an invited female guest, Mercedes, who is still stuck in traffic and will arrive in an hour. Hans also gave Colton a meaningful look. Colton understood and wanted to advise the two, but his words turned into gossip. Did you guys dig up each other's ancestral graves? Upon hearing this, both Dash and Malachi's faces changed abruptly as they stared at Colton intently. What did you say? Just, forget it. Colton swiveled around and sat on a nearby bench. If you want to fight, do it somewhere else. This place has just been set up, don't cause trouble for the staff. At this moment, Ian's provocative voice sounded from afar. Colton, you shouldn't say it like that. When predators meet, of course they will fight to the death over prey. Hearing this, Colton glared at the flashy Ian, who was followed by the cheeky Conan. Clearly, they were implying that he was the prey for both Dash and the newcomer Malachi. Recalling their intentional teasing in the room earlier, Colton smiled sarcastically. Those not of the same kind would be even more absurdly full. Ian and Conan coughed lightly and instantly looked away. Wait, same kind. Colton suddenly felt a shock, his gaze landing on Ian. So, this devilish Malachi is also a big snake. Damn. How much essence of the sun and moon did he absorb to turn into such a handsome human, like a mass-produced beauty? And this show should not be called a dating show but Animal World, filled with monsters. Seeing this battle royale, producer Hans. Well, I'm the one who writes scenarios, but I can't imagine writing such a melodramatic plot. Are they aware of Colton's identity and still competing? Indeed, I must be getting old, unable to keep up with the times. At this point, Hans whispered to the director, Director Chin, I think we should change the title of the show to 5 Men and 3 Women's Love and Hatred Drama. Director Chin coughed lightly. No, it should be 6 men and 2 women. Don't forget, Colton is male. But he, dressed in women's clothes, is more popular than Sierra and Imelda. The new guest Mercedes surely won't match his charm. Director Chin glanced back at the chaotic scene and sighed. Regardless of what's between them, let's stick to the original plan and start the selection pairing. Don't forget, this is a dating show. Hans remained silent for a moment. True, the once normal dating show had become death reality show. That, teachers, the live stream is about to start. Please remember to hide your grudges on camera. Imelda approached unexpectedly. Director Chin, are we still doing the couple selection today? Behind him, Emil asked, Producer is there a script? Hans. No, it's based on authenticity. There was supposed to be one, but Avril died. Now, with the mysterious atmosphere enveloping the show, it wasn't necessary anymore. Colton suddenly felt a big danger sign hanging over his head. That, Producer wouldn't it be better if you created a script? It would make the show more impactful. He certainly didn't want to see a bunch of people fighting over him, it would be too terrifying. AI, no need, authenticity is best. An hour later, the new guest Mercedes arrived, and the much-anticipated live stream began. Then, the show saw its most absurd moment in history. The first chosen, female guest was Colton. All the male guests, except for Emil who liked Imelda, chose Colton. The moment they extended their hands, it was like copy-pasting. In that instant, Colton lost control of his expression, suddenly wanting to swear. Some 1,000-year-old demons, had they never seen someone in drag or something? Were they all collectively blind? Chapter 24, So, you also have your eyes on Colton's special physique. Director Hoover coughed lightly. Indeed, this is what happens without a script. But this is good, it will definitely stir up the audience's emotions. Looking at the live chat again, Director Chin only saw a sea of, what the heck. Hashtag love letter just as I said, Dash will definitely choose Colton. Hurry up and pay me $50, I won. Hashtag orchid wailing, my Dash actually has someone he likes. Never mind, I accept that kind of beautiful beauty like Colton. Hashtag Megan my Ian likes Colton too. Is this a battlefield? Hashtag Pen Pearl the new handsome man Malachi is the same. Everyone likes beauties like Colton. Seeing the chat, newcomer Mercedes had been trying to hold back her laughter but suddenly burst out laughing. Colton was still embarrassed when he heard the laughter and turned his head to look at Mercedes. Hiss. There was something familiar in her brows and eyes, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Mercedes provocatively smiled at Colton, looking quite mischievous. TCH, what a person. So much hostility right from the start. Can't this crew hire normal people? At least Imelda and Emil are better. However, now with 4 male guests choosing him, how should the task be carried out next? Director, shall I choose? Colton spoke out subconsciously. Otherwise, this won't end. It might even lead to the venue being demolished. The audience found it entertaining, all of them commenting together, wow, who will Colton choose? The screen promptly flashed the names of the 4 male guests for voting. Colton's lips twitched. What is the production team doing, letting the audience pick a consort for him? Hans saw that the show effect was quite good, with an enthusiastic atmosphere. He held back his amusement and had the assistant distribute cards to everyone. Hoover smiled and picked up the loudspeaker, saying, "Everyone check the content on the card first. Once decided, remember to complete the task on the card. Here are the contents of the cards. 1. Stare into each other's eyes for 1 minute. 2. Give the other person a personal nickname. 3. Give the other person a hug or a kiss on the cheek, task can be optional." Seeing the card content, Colton couldn't help but curse aloud. "Hey, Colton, you're ruining your character." Hans quickly reminded him after hearing it. Huh. But it was already too late. Colton looked up at the chat, originally thinking he would be scolded, but instead, the screen was filled with, "So cute." His lips started twitching again. Are these fans really judging everything by appearance? Never mind, none of this is important now. What's most crucial is selecting the couple and completing the tasks on the cards. How infuriating. Hoover finally threw the olive branch back to Colton, "Since they four can't decide, Colton, you choose one then." At this moment, Colton saw the monster's expressions change. Amber, deep green, azure blue, ink black. Good grief, it's just a task, yet they're as excited as if they've taken a stimulant. Seeing the several people's iris colors, the fans shouted how good-looking they were, calling them devilishly charming guests. The number of viewers surged instantly, with the live stream nearly collapsing. Hoover hurriedly yelled for the crew to increase capacity, making sure it doesn't disconnect. "Come on, Colton, hurry up and choose. Everyone is waiting for the result." Hearing Director Chen's words, Colton sighed, then pointed awkwardly at Dash, then, him. The chat went wild again, with many new couple fans appearing. #JunChenCP I don't believe they don't have something going on. Look at those eyes, almost pulling strings. #yesterday it's definitely them. My wish comes true. Seeing this scene, Ian and Conan immediately prepared to step forward and compete with Dash. Malachi stopped them, seeing the situation. This matter still needs to respect the choice of the person involved. Ian looked at Malachi and sneered, "Oh, they say you're a ruthless snake. Doesn't seem like it. Did you find a conscience?" Malachi glanced at Colton, smiling evilly, "Ruthless, depends on the person. Those I want dead, will not live." Conan asked, "Avril is one of them?" She got what she deserved, insatiable greed. Malachi didn't expect that Avril had not only signed a symbiotic contract with him but also with many other creatures. He hadn't had time to kill her and absorb her essence, but others beat him to it. He came here just to see with his own eyes what kind of human could make Dash waver. Sure enough, after all the twists and turns, it's still that person, and an excellent vessel for cultivation at that. Thinking of this, Malachi looked back at Ian and Conan, mocking, "So, you two are also eyeing Colton's special physique. Want a share of the pie? This physique can greatly assist in cultivation, something very hard to find in decades." No wonder some low-level black shadows were attracted to the venue, they were here for this. But they dared not act rashly due to the high levels of cultivation of Dash, Ian, and Conan. Hearing this, both Ian and Conan's faces darkened. Ian glanced at Malachi, eyes full of ridicule, "Though Dash and I are enemies, I can clearly tell you that Dash sought Colton not for assistance in cultivation. If Dash merely wanted to boost his cultivation by absorbing vital essence, Colton would not have lived until today." Conan glanced at Colton and added lightly, "Just like." Like? Malachi sneered, "For demons, it is the most foolish thing. Sooner or later, Dash will fall into human hands again, never to recover. Humans' disgust and fear of snakes are innate. Throughout history, humans and demons have always been at odds, intolerant of each other." Ian smirked, "Rest assured, the old rogue Dash won't die before you. After all, the one who controlled snake swarms to commit evil was you the most." Their eyes met, electric sparks flew, and the live chat viewers were calling it a demonic scene. At this moment, Mercedes stood up, smiling at the director, "Director, can I choose too?" Hoover looked at Mercedes in surprise, "Feifei, who do you want to choose?" Mercedes opened her narrowed eyes slowly and pointed at Ian and Malachi, "Them too." The live chat flashed with, "Wow," praising how awesome Mercedes was, making a stunning move as the seemingly least noticed one. Mercedes asked again, "How about it, Director Chen?" "Of course, if the female guest speaks, the male guests can only comply." Conan pointed to Sierra, who was unobtrusively standing in a corner, "Then I'll choose her." Sierra. So she was just here to make up the numbers. But among these people, who were humans, and who were demons? She couldn't tell. Mercedes stood up, her smile containing a hint of coldness as she walked over to stand between them. In an instant, Ian and Malachi felt a fatal spiritual pressure. Oh. This woman was a highly skilled demon hunter. Ian looked around, the lingering black shadows had long vanished. With this overwhelming spiritual pressure, lesser demons would instantly dissipate. Among the people he knew, only one person fit this description, Bonnie. That woman was the most formidable demon hunter he encountered during his time walking the world. "You." Seeing Ian recognize her, Mercedes smiled and held his wrist, grinning like a devil, "You saw what happened to those black shadows, right? If you try anything against Colton, I'll exterminate both of you right now. If you reveal your true forms here, this show might become even more popular. Chapter 25, More Than One with Vicious Intentions. Hearing this, Ian couldn't help but curse. Holy crap, are you a devil? You could still come back alive from that haunted place. Bonnie laughed even more devilishly. What, seeing me come back alive disappoints you? Hey! You're not planning to kill me because I impersonated you at your grandpa's funeral and tricked Colton into being the offering for Dash, right? Oh, that. Rest assured, I won't. Bonnie had originally thought if it was another monster snake, she would have definitely killed it. But that snake was named Dash, and before the old man passed away, he mentioned that while she could get rid of any monsters for Colton, this matter should not be interfered with. What? So you just watched as Colton got deceived by that snake? Shut up. You expect me to shut up when you say so? After all this time, you're still as aggressive. Careful, you might never get married. Bonnie laughed heartily. That's none of your business. Instead, you, worrying about Colton, do you have ulterior motives on him too? Ian subconsciously turned away his gaze. There isn't only me with such intentions. Hearing this, Bonnie looked at Malachi nearby, her eyes revealing a hint of murderous intent. You have a disgusting smell. If I find out that you are the snake I've been hunting, I will make sure you cease to exist. Malachi clenched his fists behind his back facing away from Bonnie. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I hope you really don't understand. The program starts soon. Even though you don't see eye to eye with me, we still need to maintain eye contact for a minute. Ian's face darkened. Then I'd rather poke out my own eyes. Bonnie tilted her head and chuckled playfully. Funny, I actually like people looking at me with distaste but unable to touch me. Ian. This Tigress's character is truly detestable. In comparison, Colton is almost an angel. Following Director Hoover's command, each pair started executing the tasks written on their cards. First, they needed to look into each other's eyes for a minute, then give a special nickname to one another, and finally choose between hugging or kissing cheeks. Dash stared at Colton with his amber eyes, pride evident in his expression. Why did you pick me? Because it's troublesome. If I didn't pick you, what if you lost control and bit me again? I don't want to get rabies. Dash lowered his head and smiled. Rest assured, I'm not a vampire, I wouldn't bite you every day. Overhearing the conversation, Bonnie. What sort of intense words were these? Younger brother, wasn't it 3 months ago you said you would bring home a pretty girlfriend? What happened while I was gone? Did you get hooked by a snake? Glancing sideways, Bonnie's eyes landed on Dash. Frankly speaking, this snake indeed had very high looks. Silver hair and golden eyes, handsome like someone straight out of a comic book. No wonder fans always screamed and went crazy. A fated relationship. Bonnie thought that if it weren't for what the old man said before passing away, she might have already sought a fight with that snake. Finally, the long minute came to an end. Fans imagined love stories and feuds among the paired celebrities. Some even cheered for Colton and Dash to start dating right there. These fans are off the charts. Colton coughed lightly and prepared to write a special nickname for Dash as instructed by the director. But after pondering for a long time, he struggled to write anything down. He didn't know what to write. Snake. He chuckled at the thought instantly. After some deliberation, to meet the requirement, Colton wrote it down anyway. When he saw the word treasure that Dash had written, he felt like the snake still lived in ancient times. At the moment of announcing the chosen names, Colton suddenly wanted to snatch back the card from the director. The nickname, Snake, amused many viewers, flooding the comment section. #spotlight Colton is so cute. Why call him Snake? Is it because Dash's personality is snake-like? What a cute nickname. #solitude quickly, look at what Dash wrote about Colton, my tree, treasure. This isn't for the show effect, is it real? #mountain sea although it's a pity, it must be said, Colton's appearance matches Dash perfectly. They really overthink things. Colton suddenly felt that if this show became popular, it wouldn't be because of his own efforts but because of the CP he and Dash, a popular celebrity, were stirring up. After all, a large number of fangirls idolized him for his looks. When it came to the last segment, the chat room exploded with excitement. The audience eagerly speculated which option would be chosen. All eyes were on Dash and Colton. Others, aside from Imelda and Emil who were still diligently completing their tasks, Ian, Conan, Malachi, Mercedes, and Sierra also focused their attention on the two main characters. Ian cast a glance at India, whose emotions remained unreadable. If you want to fight, go ahead, I support you. If we keep watching, I'm afraid your disguise might fall off from anger. Shut up. At this moment, Director Hoover noticed that the audience's enthusiasm was reaching its peak. He stood up and announced through a megaphone towards the filming crew and live streaming equipment, that's it for today's show. Stay tuned for the next one. The live stream cut off, and Colton almost fell to the ground from exhaustion, holding himself up with difficulty. Dash saw this and immediately pulled him up, whispering gently, tired? Well, duh. Aren't you tired? Upon seeing this, India approached them hastily. With a grim expression, she reached out to grab Colton's ear, but Dash stopped her. What are you doing? India smiled slightly. Don't worry, I won't hit him. It's just that I feel inexplicably angry and need to teach him a lesson. Colton. Wait, this tone, is it India? That disdainful look was unmistakable. Thinking about this, Colton instantly pulled her to a corner. Once they were alone, he blurted out, Heavens, why did you come so late? I've been surrounded by those monsters for ages, especially that snake. Blah blah. India listened quietly as Colton rambled on. Then she asked, do you really think Dash treats you badly? If so, I'll find him right now. Wait. Colton held back India again, forget it. Just then, a gust of cold wind rushed past, causing chills. India's gaze turned serious, and she swiftly moved in front of Colton, swiping away several paper cranes that had lost their force and fell to the ground. She crouched down and examined one of the paper cranes. These are impregnated with demonic energy, paper cranes. I'm telling you, India, don't you have too many feuds with demons? Why do they all come after me? India rolled her eyes. It's because you're like tang meat, a highly sought-after target. Remember, stay in the room when we get back and don't come out. I'll handle the rest. And there's Ian, the fox. You provoked him, didn't you? He even transformed into you to trick me, leading to my becoming Dash's offering. Don't worry, Ian dares not harm you as long as I'm here. Otherwise, I'll pluck all his fox fur. You truly are my awesome big sister. Colton and India talked for a long time, recounting events from the funeral of the old man to the present day, including the nightmare. India's expression changed when she heard about the nightmare. Colton, do you hate them? Colton hadn't expected this question from India. He paused for a while, calmly answering, they are selfish, but I never intended to completely wipe them out. Hearing this, India's expression softened. Indeed, her naive little brother hadn't changed. I'm sorry I couldn't be by your side earlier. Seeing this rare apology from India, Colton waved his hand with a laugh, it's fine. Honestly, nothing much happened to me, really. India's sharp eyes immediately noticed the bite mark on Colton's neck. Her eyes widened as she grabbed his collar. Nothing much happened. This bite mark, did you form a bond with Dash? Colton hurriedly covered his neck, his face flushed red as he explained awkwardly, when Avril died, a shadow attacked me. Dash said this would prevent such incidents from happening again. India sighed. Her innocent little brother. Believing anything others told him, this wasn't the only way to prevent these creatures. This method simply bound him tightly to Dash, forbidding anyone else from eyeing him. This snake indeed has strong possessiveness. My dear brother, you're indeed charming. Even in women's clothing, you're still so popular. Flattery will get you nowhere. You're pretty good yourself. Feeling the surrounding demonic aura grow heavier, Dash, worried about Colton's absence, went to look for him. Seeing the paper cranes on the ground, he raised his eyes to India and asked, who exactly are you? India pulled Colton over, draped an arm around his shoulder in an intimate gesture, and then challenged Dash, take a guess. Chapter 26, What choice do I have besides holding you? Seeing Dash's face change visibly, Colton gave Priscilla a stern look before explaining to Dash, my sister. Priscilla. Upon hearing it was his sister, the hostility in Dash's eyes lessened significantly. And these paper cranes on the ground. They were aimed at Colton, but I stopped them. After saying this, Priscilla looked at Colton and said, the director said the show starts tomorrow. Go back to your room now, don't come out unless necessary. Can you handle it alone? Trust me, I've never lost a fight in my life. Colton. Sure enough, still that monster like Priscilla. Dash pulled Colton to his side, I'll take you to get some food first. Colton glanced at Priscilla cautiously, seemingly asking for permission. Priscilla smiled, chin slightly raised, go ahead. I won't tell Misty and Giacomo about this. Thank you, Colton quickly thanked him and then dragged Dash towards the cast's residence, hurry, let's go. This scene was captured by someone Malachi had sent. That person returned with the camera and handed it over to Malachi. Mr. Lon, they definitely look like a couple. I mean. Before he could finish, his neck was twisted. Malachi's gaze darkened as dark shadows gathered around, consuming the body. He looked at the photos in the camera, smiling maliciously. Fate has its way. After more than 1,000 years, I didn't expect you two to meet again. Unfortunately, this time Colton doesn't have any spiritual power, making you both no match for me. Dash, this time, it will surely be your end. However, Colton's sister Priscilla possessed very powerful spiritual energy, making her an extremely formidable opponent. I need to find a way to separate her from Colton. Achoo. Back in the room, Colton couldn't help sneezing and prepared to pour himself some water. Sitting on the sofa, Dash watched Colton's back intently and slowly spoke, you were afraid I would fight with your sister Priscilla, so you rushed to pull me away, right? Colton paused as he poured the water, stubbornly denying, not at all. Since you're fine now, just go back to your own room. I'm going to sleep. Hearing this, Dash stood up and pressed down on Colton's hand holding the cup, then grabbed his wrist and flung him onto the bed. What are you doing? Are you going crazy again? Last time in the bathroom, he nearly developed trauma from it. Colton struggled a bit and then gave up. Snake Immortal sir, this time it was my sister who talked to me. Is that why you're angry? Dash smiled gently, leaned down, and lightly kissed Colton on the lips. I'm not controlling you. I just wanted to practice tomorrow's show, the third task on the card. Hearing this, Colton's face turned black instantly. No way. My identity will be exposed after the show. I absolutely won't choose kissing. Oh. So you'd rather skip the kiss and choose to hug me instead? Colton gritted his teeth. What other choice do I have? Knock, knock, knock. An urgent knock came from the door. Colton quickly pushed Dash away and opened the door. When he saw Ian and Conan at the door, he slammed it shut expressionlessly. Dash got up with one hand propped up, in a seductive posture. Who's outside? Not a human. Outside, Ian and Conan heard this and were speechless. Conan knocked on the door again, speaking softly. Colton, I brought food. All the seafood and cakes you like. Initially wanting to chase them away again, Colton hesitated upon hearing this and reopened the door. You can leave the food outside. There's no need for you to come in. No way. Ian shoved Colton aside and entered the room, looking around warily. Priscilla is crazy. The dark shadows surrounding her are almost all gone. We only managed to intimidate them, but she wiped them all out. Colton, this place is now the safest spot in the entire production set. Colton, didn't she give you trauma? No. Good men don't pick fights with women. Keep telling yourself that. Priscilla is female in gender, but she does nothing typically feminine. Conan put down the food and pulled Colton to sit, his usually calm expression changing. Colton, isn't your sister practically a man too? Thinking of Priscilla's combat ability, Colton couldn't help but shiver. She is indeed terrifying. I've always been at her mercy. But despite his complaints, Colton was still very worried about Priscilla. Will she be alright on her own? I should go check on her. Just as Colton was about to leave, he was pulled back by the three monsters behind him. Ian advised, listen to me. Priscilla is an unprecedented demon hunter with extremely powerful spiritual energy. Instead of worrying about her, you should worry about yourself more. Conan nodded numbly. Yeah, I've never seen a woman like her in Goei Hai Ji Su. Seeing Colton's genuine concern, Dash patted his hand and said, I'll go check on her. You stay here. Opening the door and walking out, he glanced back at Ian and Conan, giving them a death stare. In my eyes, you're no different from Malachi's repulsive thing. If you dare to touch him again, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Ian couldn't help but curse, damn. Do you talk like this to others? Don't compare us to that piece of trash Malachi. Conan silently picked up the food. Colton, eat. Looking at the two, Colton recalled the previous incident where he was forcibly fed tofu. He quickly shook his head. Actually, as long as you two aren't around me, I'll be perfectly safe. Hearing this, Conan's eyes dimmed as he quietly ate a piece of cake. Sheila told us not to touch you, and I've already agreed. Boss? Colton looked curious. Why would the boss warn you? Suddenly, Colton thought of Dash's assistant and asked, did Fernanda say that, right? Ian smiled slightly and took a bite of the cake. We're not sure. If it really was Fernanda, then it must have been Dash who instructed her. I should thank Fernanda properly for keeping me away from you two monsters. Ian reached out and placed a hand on Colton's shoulder, laughing. In short, I won't lay a hand on you now. Relax. Even if he really wanted to fight for Colton with that old rogue Dash, he had to wait until Priscilla wasn't around. In the forest on the set. Priscilla only stopped when all the black shadows were gone. At that moment, a head peeked out from behind a tree. Turning around, Priscilla saw Imelda, a regular female guest on the show. What are you doing here? Imelda scratched the back of her head awkwardly. I was just curious. Since the start of the show, I felt you weren't participating just for fame. And look, those black shadows, what were they? Priscilla returned to her usual cold demeanor, though finding the girl a bit annoying, she still replied, monsters. These are actual monsters, like microparticles, intangible and elusive. Without answering, Priscilla's eyes turned cold as she warned, go back. Otherwise, you'll end up like Amara. Hearing this, Imelda asked one more question, so, the stories outside are true? Amara really died after being drained of her essence? Priscilla didn't respond and walked straight toward the cast's residence. Imelda hurriedly followed her. Miss Moo, you're so amazing. You must be a demon hunter, right? Imelda had a cousin who worked as a demon hunter. She'd seen her cousin fight demons before, scared stiff for half a day afterward. Later, her cousin told her that among the new generation of demon hunters, there was a highly powerful female hunter who had killed countless evil creatures since childhood, serving as a role model for many. Do you know about demon hunters? Of course, my cousin is one. Is that so? Then he's quite skilled to still be alive. Priscilla's sarcasm returned. Nowadays, those in this profession either die or become crippled. There were too many demons, infiltrating everywhere. Most importantly, human greed played a big role. If a symbiotic contract was signed, things got complicated. If such demons were slain, it would affect the humans bound by the contract. Really? My cousin mentioned a powerful female demon hunter named Priscilla. Do you know her? Hearing this, Priscilla suddenly stopped. Then, she continued walking and solemnly said, never met her. That's too bad. If you knew her, could you introduce me? Why would you want to meet her? You wouldn't understand. Hearing about legendary heroines from a young age, I'd love to meet her and ask her to be my teacher. Priscilla grunted and walked into the accommodation building without any expression. By the way, Miss Lin, where is Colton staying? I know. Let me take you there. As soon as Priscilla and Imelda stepped into the first floor door, they were blocked by a group of snakes. The snakes flicked their tongues but dared not get close. Snakes again. Imelda screamed. Priscilla's eyes changed instantly as she shielded Imelda behind her. Who's there? Clapping sounds echoed from upstairs, and Malachi appeared from the corner of the stairs. The snake swarm immediately cleared a path. Malachi's dark eyes were full of amusement yet exuded a killing aura. Truly deserving of being the best demon hunter of the young generation. Miss Jiang, how much you care for your brother, yet he has been targeted by a group of demons, and you cannot save him. Miss Jiang cares for her brother. Imelda's brain processed several pieces of information, struggling to keep up. Mercedes is Miss Jiang, she is that Priscilla. Cares for her brother, then her brother must be Colton. Hold on. Imelda stammered. What's going on here? Priscilla's clear eyes resembled the spring water beneath an icy pond, but her voice carried a touch of mockery. Miss Lin, do you know what situation you're in right now? Imelda quickly covered her mouth and nodded vigorously. Priscilla raised her eyes to Malachi. So, what is your real intention? Begging for mercy. Malachi shook his head, his smile twisted with malevolence. No, I just want to give Miss Jiang a face. Unnecessary. Saying this, Priscilla moved forward, with Imelda closely following. Malachi turned around and continued, Miss Jiang, the people in your village selfishly sacrificed your brother to save themselves. Your parents have also been blamed and treated unfairly by them. Such despicable human nature, if you can't bring yourself to punish them, I can help. Hearing this, Imelda's eyes widened. She looked back at Malachi speaking at the stairway corner. Though he was extremely handsome, his dark eyes instilled fear. Master, he's a demon, right? So good looking, obviously a demon. At the mention of master, Priscilla nearly tripped on the stairs. Who's your master? You are. Imelda gazed at Priscilla happily, her eyes shining like stars. I actually met a living legend. What incredible luck. Priscilla ignored the chatter and walked straight to Colton's door, which was half open. Colton. Upon opening the door, Priscilla saw Colton being force-fed cake by Ian and Conan while pinned on the sofa. Dead fox, stinky merman, I won't eat it. What are you doing, you? Before Colton could finish, he lifted his eyes to see Priscilla raising her weapon, not a knife, chopping toward them. Hey! Seeing the scene, Ian and Conan immediately pulled Colton away from the attack. Ian yelled, Priscilla, what's wrong with you? Why are you doing this? Exorcism. Imelda. Oh man, am I in a demon lair? No wonder everyone looks so handsome, turns out they're all demons in human form. Wow, this trip was worth it, unexpectedly glimpsing another side of this world. Colton was too shocked to recover for a moment. He gasped for breath and said weakly, I was only forced to eat something, you don't need to, cough cough, kill me too, right? Chapter 27, Live Stream, The True Demon Realm. Priscilla withdrew his hand and said expressionlessly, my hand shook. Ian looked at the mangled sofa in shock, you're sure it was just a slip of hand? Imelda gazed with admiration, Master, you're really amazing. Hearing Imelda's voice, Colton and Ian looked confused, Master. Imelda nodded vigorously, yes, I just acknowledged him as my master. The corner of Colton's mouth twitched, Imelda, what's going on between you and Priscilla? Imelda smiled and explained to everyone, my idol, I wanted to be his disciple. That's simple. Colton. The audience felt their watermelon girl colliding with the iceberg, as expected Priscilla was indeed a girl magnet. By the way, did you see Dash when you came up? Priscilla shook his head and sat down on the sofa. Seeing this, Imelda hurriedly came forward to fetch a cup of water for him, acting servilely. Colton, we didn't see Dash but ran into Malachi in the stairway. He had snakes all around him and was raving about killing the villagers. On hearing this, Ian clapped his hands in agreement, those humans do deserve to die, I support that. Priscilla finally spoke, no, these people have their uses, they can't be killed yet. Colton was taken aback by Priscilla's sudden words, sis, do you know what you're saying? If not now, then later. I certainly do. Priscilla took a sip from the cup Imelda handed over. Colton, don't concern yourself with these matters in future, leave it to me. Colton, sitting beside Priscilla, couldn't help but touch her forehead, did you change again? Ian clicked his tongue and clarified immediately, such combat prowess, definitely him. Priscilla snorted coldly, pushed Colton's hand away, and casually said, "Our grandfather said before he died, hoping you could live peacefully and happily in this life, doing what you love. Anyone who wants to harm you, whether man or demon, I will not let them off." Priscilla's words were firm and powerful. Ian and Conan instinctively slowed their breathing upon hearing. Recalling how snakes blocked their path during grandfather's burial, Colton's face darkened. "So, you've been hiding everything from me. Even Misty and Giacomo know about this?" Priscilla wasn't intending to hide anything from Colton and nodded. Colton smiled helplessly. "It's been so long, where you've been and what you've done, I don't even know." "Priscilla, are you planning to protect me your whole life because you feel strong enough?" Priscilla had never seen Colton talk to her like this before. She sighed, her voice softening significantly. "Colton, I promise I'll tell you everything in the future." "Okay." This was the first time Colton saw Priscilla give in. He finally nodded, murmuring, "Yeah." At this moment, a loud and mournful scream came from downstairs. Hearing it, everyone rushed to the window to look down. Downstairs on the grass, countless snakes swarmed and surrounded Dash and Malachi tightly. Colton glanced at Ian and asked, "Do you know if there is any enmity between these two? They've fought for over 1,000 years. It seems they." "What do you mean by seems?" Ian hesitated, coughing lightly. "Don't get mad. This is what I heard from the elders. These two, over 1,000 years ago, fought over someone." Colton's face immediately turned sour. "Oh. Is that right?" Seeing this, Ian hurriedly explained, I said it's only rumor. I asked Dash casually while fighting idly once, and he denied it." Colton sniffed coldly, without saying anything further. Instead, Priscilla patted his shoulder consolingly. "Some things you have to find out for yourself. Gossip isn't reliable. Sometimes, trust your own eyes." Colton was startled, not expecting Priscilla, who usually exterminated demons, to speak up for Dash. After some hesitation, Colton voiced his confusion. "Priscilla, you seem much nicer to Dash than to Ian. Every time she met the fox, she would attack or insult him, and other harmful demons wouldn't even be left intact. Does it bother you? Think I like Dash?" "Not at all. Just a casual question out of curiosity." In Colton's eyes, Priscilla was almost immune to men. He didn't believe any man could handle Priscilla. Priscilla stared straight into Colton's eyes and then smiled. "I'll tell you next time." The snakes downstairs were still increasing. Malachi said to Dash, "For the strong, subjugation is their nature. Snakes are no exception." "So what?" Dash was too lazy to listen to nonsense. "If you want to kill the villagers in Colton's family, go ahead. It saves me a lot of trouble. But there's one thing that needs to be settled clearly." Malachi wanted to say something more when Director Hoover called out to them from a distance. Looking at the surrounding snakes, Hoover's voice trembled. "Dash, Malachi, wait a moment, I'll get people to save you right away." The sky darkened. Malachi stood in the shadows like a demon in black. "There's no need. Director Chin, didn't you say you wanted a more thrilling interactive game plot? I have an idea, shall we consider it?" Director Chin felt fear deep down looking at this devilish Malachi. What kind of idea? This person wasn't normal at all. And Dash, with his astonishing otherworldly beauty, were they both monsters? Night fell. Seeing the scene before them, Hoover, Hans, and the crew members were stunned. Were they dreaming? Dark clouds covered the sky, corpses littered the ground, crows flew about chaotically, and far off burned hellfire as seen in films. This couldn't possibly be done by special effects. While the final round of the interactive game did indeed involve dressing up as demons and competing for the female lead, this scene seemed far too real. Malachi smiled at the group of crew members. "Whatever happens next, don't be alarmed. And it's best if everyone stays put. Otherwise, everyone will die here." They nodded frantically, afraid Malachi would suddenly kill them. Director Hoover's face changed. He hurriedly asked, Malachi, who are you exactly?" "Director Chin, regardless of who I am, you only need to know that this show is guaranteed to become the top-rated program." Indeed, that was true. 10 minutes after the live stream began, the server crashed. Many viewers had originally tuned in just to pass the night with attractive celebrities but ended up seeing an unprecedented apocalyptic world. What the heck, this show turned a romance into the end of the world. Monster World. So cool, I'm calling my friends over to watch. With 10 years of experience, this looks like a real set, not special effects. What? Is this really special effects? The production team is so impressive, please film a period drama. My god, so stunning. I'm sharing it right now. Colton looked at the messages projected in mid-air and glanced at his phone's WeChat group message from Kareem 10 minutes ago. He pinched his cheek hard, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. "It hurts." When Dash saw this, he immediately grabbed his wrist. "What are you doing?" Colton, feeling somewhat amused and distressed, looked up. "I'm checking if I'm dreaming." Both Dash and Priscilla replied simultaneously, "No, this is real." Hearing this, Imelda instinctively grabbed Priscilla's sleeve. "Master, will we die in this world?" Priscilla smiled. "I won't, but you might." Imelda almost fell to his knees hugging Priscilla's legs. "Master, save me, Sensing the conversation, Emil beside Imelda looked bewildered, having no idea what was happening. He thought he had zoned out. AI Lou, what's going on? Imelda. Nothing, you're dreaming. Oh. Emil stood beside Imelda, this dream looks pretty scary. I'll protect you. Seeing this, Colton yanked Dash's collar, tiptoed, and whispered in his ear, what does Malachi really want to do? This is a truly dangerous world. If someone dies, how can we explain it to the audience? Dash pointed to the dense subtitles in the air. Look, the audience is very excited. They must think this is part of the set. Colton's gaze fell on Ian and Conan, who shrugged simultaneously. Ian said, Colton, there's nothing we can do. Even Sheila agreed. This is part of the contract for the variety show. Regardless of whether anyone dies, this live-stream show's popularity is unprecedented. Hoover nodded and then said calmly, the interactive game content requires risking one's life. Chapter 28, Should I Kill a Demon King for Everyone to Liven Things Up? Hoover didn't expect things would turn out this way. However, what's done is done. This live broadcast had to go on regardless. He took out the prepared script and read, this is the final episode, an interactive game. Hans continued, in this interactive game, you must find your designated female lead. During this period, there will be costume demons causing trouble. Specific details depend on how the actual plot unfolds. After finishing this, both Hans and Hoover were sweating profusely. These were real demons. If something happened like with Avril, he couldn't afford the blame. Gloria gave everyone in the crew a charm left by his master before departure. When it came to Colton, Imelda, Emil, and Sierra, only 3 charms were left. Colton handed over his charm to Sierra. Seeing this, Gloria took off the jade pendant from his neck and passed it to Colton. This won't protect you from all demons, but at least it can guard against snakes. Dash. Was Gloria completely avoiding any physical contact from him? But that jade's spiritual power wouldn't stop him. Seeing Dash's resentment almost turning into darkness, Colton's lips twitched when their eyes met. Why are you staring at me? Although you once said those snakes listen to me, now that we have Malachi, it's better to be cautious. Conan immediately pulled Colton next to himself. Colton, Dash is useless. Let me protect you. Gloria instantly gave Conan a death glare. Conan cleared his throat and looked away, pretending not to see. Seeing Dash's eyes practically burning holes through him, Colton whispered, pulling at his sleeve, don't throw a tantrum. Once we get back to the company, I'll treat you to dinner, okay? Hearing this, Dash's pupils changed, and warmth filled his eyes. Really? Of course. You said it. Fine, I said it. Dash's lips curled as he leaned down, whispering in Colton's ear, then listened carefully. I want to eat, you. Are you willing? Willing my foot. Why was this snake always thinking about this since his first appearance? Colton hadn't forgotten that time during the old man's funeral when he slept, and this guy transformed into a snake and rubbed against his chest. Thinking of it, Colton blushed. Stop talking nonsense. Why should I talk nonsense? For you, I never say anything carelessly. What I say is what I want to do. Dash's expression was extremely serious. He reached out and touched Colton's hair, speaking gently yet firmly, no reneging. Colton huffed and then took the jade pendant from Gloria, putting it on. Don't touch me so much. If you get hurt, don't come to me with complaints. The CP fans in the chat went wild, flooding the screen with messages like, I'm dead, Dash, you're useless, just go ahead, and, please elope right here. Sierra looked disgusted, isn't this gross? Don't try to draw viewers' attention like this. Imelda retorted angrily, please look around, who's trying to please the audience? Now surviving is more important. If you want to end up like Avril, give the charm back to Colton. Sierra scoffed and fell silent. As the comments piled up, Emil exclaimed in surprise, so many comments, all about Colton and Dash, it's annoying my eyes, maybe I'm still sleepy. Shut up. Imelda covered Emil's mouth, stay put and don't cause trouble for my master. Yes, got it, Emil quickly apologized for fear of angering Imelda. Imelda sighed softly, her gaze landing on Colton and Dash again. If these fans knew Colton was a man, how would they react? Would they still support this CP? Would they start hating Colton because of this? Thinking about it, Imelda was genuinely worried about Colton and Dash. She felt Colton was a good person, and though Dash was a demon, he had high looks and wasn't vicious like Malachi, treating Colton with utmost care. Actually, these two were quite a match. Hearing their conversation, Hoover wiped the sweat from his forehead and nervously announced the start of the show. His voice had barely finished when several guests hadn't even dispersed, and a swarm of large black bats flew in from the distance. Dash, Malachi, Ian, and Conan stood in a row, waving their sleeves to extinguish the bats. They were obliterated into dust. This scene elicited cheers from the audience. High looks F4 group. This is too awesome. Even if we're not watching a romance show, this upgrade and monster killing scenario is thrilling enough. Oh my god, look at how Dash is protecting Colton, isn't this obvious favoritism? Sniff, sniff, my Junshin CP is real. To actually see such an awesome variety show plot this year, I'm satisfied. As the audience watched the live broadcast, another swarm of black bats flew in. This time, the bats had become smarter. They changed direction and started to surround Colton and Dash's group from all sides. Gloria no longer cared about concealing his identity. The weapon in his hand instantly transformed into a bow, and several arrows were shot simultaneously, hitting those demonic creatures filled with malevolent energy. In an instant, the bats let out a series of piercing cries, sounding incredibly tragic. The romantic drama turned into a midnight theater, bloody and horrific. Subtitles helpfully popped up with the words dominating all directions. Ian turned to Malachi beside him and said, "You're finished." With the commotion caused by Gloria's demon slaying, it will inevitably awaken the sleeping demon king. When he's confronted, you'll definitely be the first to die. Recalling what happened recently, Malachi sneered, "I think you guys have been living comfortably in the human world, not understanding the demon realm anymore. Do you know? Gloria fought the demon king 10 days ago and injured him." Ian swore loudly. What the heck? This woman was indeed a complete devil. Then this live broadcast. It's the demon king's plan. He wants to lure Colton in, then find his sister. As for when the variety show stops, it depends on His Majesty's mood. Malachi glanced at the woman behind them named Mercedes, it seems they found her. Upon hearing that, Ian immediately turned around and whispered to Colton and Gloria, "Forget about the show, leave here quickly." "Why?" Colton asked. Ian rolled his eyes and said to Gloria, "This is a trap set by Malachi, using Colton to draw you out. The demon king wants to capture you. Is that so? Then let that demon come out himself. Let me kill the demon king to liven things up for everyone." Ian's face darkened. "Sister, are you interested in unifying the demon realm?" Boom. Gloria shot several more waves of arrows, forcing the demons hiding around to emerge, fleeing hastily. Seeing the scenes of domination, both male and female fans watching the screen were stunned. Feifei is so cool. She obviously has some serious training. The special effects are so real. Can I buy tickets to watch the live stream on site? I'll fly there tomorrow. Sis is so awesome, sis, marry me. She really resembles Hua Mulan. No, she looks like a descendant of Nuwa. If she had a human body and snake tail, she would look even more like it. For a moment, discussions about Mercedes surged to the trending topics. Standing beside Dash, Colton looked at Gloria with fear. "Gloria, although I used to slack off and didn't have much skill, you're extraordinarily powerful. What did you go through?" Gloria smiled slightly, "Colton, in this lifetime, just rest well. Be a happy nobody." Dash couldn't help but laugh upon hearing these words. Colton was puzzled, question mark. What does happy nobody mean? That's quite mean. Seeing the siblings chatting and laughing, Ian wanted to curse and was about to speak when Dash stopped him, "Stop wasting time. You're the one who's wasting time." Ian thought of something and tauntingly shouted, "Snake." Hearing that name, Colton choked and started coughing. "Shut up. Why not? Is it your private nickname?" Colton really wanted to slap that fox. Its mouth was truly asking for a beating. More demons gathered around them, not just bats but also various poisonous creatures like scorpions and centipedes crawling all over the ground. Colton felt a bit claustrophobic after seeing that and subconsciously grabbed Dash's clothes. Dash was jolted by the spiritual aura from the jade pendant Gloria gave to Colton. But he remained composed and did not push Colton away. Now that the little guy was so dependent on him, he was delighted. How could he possibly push him away? The live broadcast continued to ferment, drawing more viewers, none of whom left once they came in, regardless of gender or age. There was still a slight lag in the connection. Imelda looked at Gloria with admiration, and accidentally, the talisman on her body fell to the ground. Colton saw it and was about to remind her when he noticed a vine coming alive and rushing over from not far away. "Imelda, watch out." Colton quickly picked up the talisman and pulled Imelda. Sierra had always been unhappy about being upstaged during her live stream and receiving no attention. In a moment of ruthlessness, she directly shoved Colton away. "Colton!" Imelda shouted furiously at Sierra, "Are you even human? Colton gave you the talisman, why did you do that?" Colton was caught by the vines which bound his hands and feet, dragging him away from the group. Seeing this, the audience all simultaneously typed phrases like, "Oh my god, tentacles," and "so thrilling." My god, is this turning into a midnight show? Is this a midnight special? Colton looks so soft, perfect for bullying. Dash, hurry up and save your wife. Don't let those ghostly vines bully her. Guys, I'm getting excited. Witnessing the increasingly absurd comments, Colton's expression became quite remarkable. In the next moment, he indeed felt something was off. Those vines seemed alive, and with a zip sound. Under everyone's eyes, or rather, almost the entire nation's audience, they tore his outer clothes into shreds. Chapter 29 High Drama, one wave after another. Hey, what the heck is this? Colton suddenly felt as if he had been dragged into a mini-theater performance. Damn it, why did they have to pick on him? At this moment, he looked at Imelda, Sierra, and Bonnie. Bonnie's monster vines were not to be trifled with, and Sierra and Imelda were dressed so scantily. If there really was tearing, it would truly become a midnight show. Colton. Seeing Colton's coat being torn, Hoover could barely stand to watch and wanted to rush over to help but was held back by Hans and an assistant. Hans advised, Director Cheen, you'd better not make things worse. That godlike Moo gave us the charm so we could cooperate well. Among those few actors, some are monsters. Are you not afraid? Godlike Moo. An internet name, Godlike Moo. After Colton's coat was torn off, the vine stopped moving but still restlessly moved around his body. Dash saw this and immediately transformed into a black snake, rushing toward the vine, biting it off before Colton even reacted. The living vine instantly started bleeding, seeming to suffer, continuously letting out cries of agony. The live stream viewers were completely stunned. Seeing Dash transform into a snake, everyone held their breath. What the heck is this really special effects? Why is there no trace of acting? My goodness. No wonder Colton calls Dash Snake, the monster that Dash portrays really is a snake. Wow, so domineering. This production team is amazing, creating such cool special effects made me think Dash was really a snake. The staff on site all swallowed their saliva nervously. Because only they knew that everything was real. Hans's voice was trembling, Director Cheen, this is a big shot. Let's never provoke him again. Hoover shook his head repeatedly, never, absolutely never. If provoked, I might end up having my bones eaten too. Colton lay on the snake, feeling faint and nearly passing out again. But this time, he endured it, holding on to Dash's neck and whispered, what are you doing? Turning into a snake so quickly, aren't you afraid of exposing yourself? After placing Colton down, Dash reverted to human form. It doesn't matter. Dash didn't care about what other humans thought, he only cared about Colton. After being attacked by Dash, the vine soon completely turned into bloodwater. Seeing this gruesome scene, the surrounding snakes, incoming bats, centipedes, and scorpions all retreated. Turning back, Colton saw many pairs of eyes staring at them intently. Scratching the back of his head, he walked over. Seeing that Colton was fine, Imelda finally recovered from her shock and scolded Sierra, you're so annoying. Viewers also exploded in comments. Louisa is right, even for the show's effect, Sierra is really detestable. Yes, watching her made me want to hit her. How could I have liked her Hong Kong-style look before? I hope she's just acting. Otherwise, I'd strangle her. Even Sierra's own company staff couldn't stand it and scolded her loudly in the office. Colton glanced at the comments and smiled at Imelda, don't worry, it's just part of the plot, don't take it seriously. He was afraid that viewers might really think Dash was a snake. Imelda naturally understood what Colton meant and coldly snorted without saying more. It was Emil beside her who opened his mouth slightly and said to Imelda, hey Lou, give me a slap. Slap. Imelda, full of anger, really slapped Emil, amusing the audience. Emil, covering his face, said blankly, so, I wasn't dreaming. Ha ha ha, this pair is too adorable. My peachy babe is enraged. Ha ha ha, Emil is such a tough guy. Bonnie also chuckled, shaking his head. This young girl truly has character, she's much better than Sierra. Dash took off his coat and draped it over Colton. From now on, keep your eyes straight, humanity is the least resistant to temptation. Looking into those amber eyes, Colton suddenly felt a twinge of pain in his heart. As if something was surging up, it hurt terribly. Dash, I understand. Chuckle. A sneer came from behind. Malachi's eyes turned red, bloodshot. Dash, I thought you forgot what humanity means. Speaking of this, he looked at Colton again with a devilish smile, oh, you indeed forgot. You forgot that over 1,000 years ago, you almost lost your soul for someone you liked. Dash instantly stepped forward, grabbing Malachi by the neck and gradually increasing the pressure. So, you want to say that I deceived Colton? Exactly, whether you admit it or not, it did happen. You. Colton's anger was immediately provoked. He was extremely upset and wanted to retort, but suddenly Bonnie stepped forward and pressed his shoulder, signaling him to stay silent. Heavens, this script feels like a bloody mess, but it sounds kind of torturous. Won't they break up? Calling the director, calling. Hoover. I just came here to watch the show live, I found out about the plot at the same time as you guys. Seeing Bonnie had something to say, Colton closed his mouth. Bonnie stepped forward and raised an eyebrow at Malachi, even if it's true, what has it got to do with you? Seeing Bonnie's provocative look, Malachi's expression turned cold, what do you mean? Mr. Malachi, you say humans can't resist temptation, which is true. People have their good and evil, just like demons. Imelda, seeing her idol speak, chimed in, right, you keep bringing up the events from over 1,000 years ago, aren't you trying to sow discord between Colton and Dash? Come on, people from 1,000 years ago can't even resurrect, why so many words? At this point, the audience laughed again. PFFF, my peachy babe is so cute, such a brain circuit. But although Malachi is handsome, how does he feel like a villain? Watching from the sidelines, Hans couldn't resist posting a comment. Hashtag show you hitting Huang guy, minus the like part, he's a villain. The comment section was chaos, and Colton suddenly felt a bit ridiculous. Was the annoyance he just felt due to jealousy? He was upset because Dash had been good to someone else 1,000 years ago just like he was now with him. Shit. Colton wanted to explain, mainly to struggle a bit. But before he could finish speaking, a snake leapt up behind him, flying over and, hissing, biting his shoulder swiftly. Colton. Seeing this, Dash quickly rushed forward and manually pinched the head of the snake. The viewers were startled by this sudden scene. Little beauty Colton got bitten by a snake. Damn smelly snake, you'll have nowhere to bury yourself now. It's weird, why do the monsters in this scene always attack Colton? Just because she's the most beautiful heroine? Colton groaned in pain, is this snake poisonous? Dash stared at the snake, his gaze turning serious. In the next moment, he directly stared at Colton. This snake, during mating season, was controlled by someone. Colton, you are indeed poisoned. What? Colton was utterly defenseless, clutching the bite area in fear. Don't tell me I'll end up like that snake. Before Dash could respond, Malachi, who was watching with arms crossed, replied for him, that's right. Colton, you are now in the same situation as that snake. June. Dash. Colton instinctively clutched Dash's clothes. What is it? Dash nodded slightly, his eyes smiling, encouraging Colton to continue. Seeing this, Bonnie, Ian, Conan, and Imelda were speechless. Bonnie, hopefully, Mom and Dad aren't watching. Ian, it said that snakes are very tricky. It's hard not to suspect that the snake attacking Colton was instigated by Dash, after all, he just went through that susceptible period. Conan, he doesn't leave any room for others, I brought everyone from the Abyss Sea, I wonder if we can beat Dash. Imelda, oh no, should I be watching this? Will Dash silence everyone here except Master? Can I still cling to Master's leg? Livestream viewers, suspecting JPG, is this a proper variety show? Why does it feel like a midnight horror show? However, it's really damn thrilling, high-energy moments come one after another. Fear, love, melodrama, all in one. Just then, Bonnie said to Hoover and Hans beside him, Director Cheen, can we shut down the live stream? Hoover looked troubled, well. He knew it shouldn't be broadcast. But this live stream had long been out of the production team's control. Just as he was about to explain, the continuous stream of comments disappeared. Hans looked down at her phone, the live broadcast had indeed stopped. The surrounding scene gradually returned to normal, as if the dark world they had been in was just a dream. However, the wound from the snake bite on Colton reminded everyone that it was truly real. Colton. On set, everyone except Sierra and the still bewildered Emil ran over to check on Colton. Dash picked up Colton and walked towards the production team's room, I'll take care of this. Imelda, straightforward as always, subconsciously asked, how are you going to handle it? Are you going to mate with him like the snakes? Before she could finish the next word, pair, Bonnie covered her mouth. Colton cursed silently, pretending to be dead so he wouldn't have to speak. Ian's face was full of frustration, women are indeed terrifying creatures. Master? Imelda was a bit confused. After releasing Imelda, Bonnie gave her a slight smile, shut up. Yes, Master. Seeing Imelda cover her mouth, Bonnie approached Dash, his eyes filled with warning, you didn't react to the jade pendant Colton is wearing? Dash retorted, so what, did you hope I would react and die from spitting blood? Then you'd be underestimating me. Their eyes met, brimming with unseen pressure. Bonnie's gaze was a silent warning, while Dash retaliated without hesitation. Ian and Hoover both read the messages conveyed through their eyes. Bonnie, if you dare touch Colton without his consent, I will kill you. Dash, as you said to Malachi, it has nothing to do with you. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, Ian quickly said, well, if we don't solve this soon, Colton might really be tortured by snake venom and suffocate to death. Shut up. This time, Dash, the feigning dead Colton, and Bonnie were united in shutting Ian down. Ian. What a mistake. He only wanted to ease the tension a little. Colton felt himself getting hotter and more uncomfortable. He reached out to grab Dash's shirt collar, speaking weakly, let's go, leave here quickly. Chapter 30, Tit for Tat, you must also give something in return. The moment the live broadcast ended, Weibo collapsed. The top 10 trending topics were all about Colton, Dash, and Mercedes, three of the biggest. Note, means, internet traffic or traffic star, referring to very popular celebrities. Hashtag Vine tendril grabs Junction. Hashtag Junction poisoned by snake. Hashtag Junie helps Junction detoxify. Hashtag Junie transforms into a snake. Hashtag Mufefe battles demons. There were also netizens who clicked on these topics but had no idea what was happening, there were no pictures, only summaries of the story. Even if there were images, they were just candid shots from their previous live broadcasts. Regarding content related to the demon realm, not a single relevant image existed. Below is the discussion content when Weibo was down. What's going on? So many bots, it's just an ordinary variety show, what kind of epic battle are you all imagining? There's no way. We couldn't take screenshots or record videos, even recordings wouldn't work. That live broadcast was too incredible, it was a live event. Is it really that amazing? You'll see for yourself if you watch the next live broadcast. Ah. Am I dying? Were Dash and Colton putting on an intimate scene? Calm down. It's part of the plot. I don't care. The story can be fake, but my CP couple must be real. Calm down a bit. Even though I like it, it's all acting. Are you blind? Dash's beastly gaze could almost devour Colton. Believe me, you can't act out that look. His feelings for Colton are undeniably genuine. On the set, staff members surrounded Bonnie. Moo God, when will this program end? Hoover and Hans remembered that the live broadcast ended when Mercedes shouted, "Cut." Bonnie smiled a little, Moo God. Director, are you calling me? Yes, the netizens gave it that name. They say you're more powerful than a god. Sierra scoffed and turned to leave. Bonnie turned and looked at the irate woman. You should know the current situation of this production team, right? Sierra stiffened, stopped her steps, and turned back to Bonnie. What do you mean? My meaning is clear. Once you return to your room, you'll be swarmed by scorpions, centipedes, and bats that will suck your blood dry. For someone with such twisted intentions, talismans won't protect you. Sierra's face immediately turned ashen. You're talking nonsense. Bonnie stood up and made a please gesture. You can go back and see if what I said is true. Imelda continued to dig deeper. Give it a try and find out. Sierra's expression worsened. She had no choice but to stay aside, not daring to move. The live broadcast has ended, hasn't it? Those things are gone now. It has ended, but we are still in the control of that old thing. You are still the targets of those low-level monsters. Upon hearing this, Hoover and Hans nearly knelt before Bonnie. Hoover almost bit his tongue. Moo God, what should we do? Can we survive until the end of the program? If you don't seek death or harm others, you should be fine. Imelda held Bonnie's hand with a note, means grievance or wronged. Look, master, I will listen to you. I'm a good person. The corner of Bonnie's mouth twitched, saying, At this moment, Ian and Conan looked over. Ian glanced at Colton's room upstairs and teasingly asked, Moo God, are you afraid of Dash? Logically speaking, that shouldn't be the case, since even the Demon Emperor. Shut up. Bonnie stood up, her eyes seeming to be wrapped in dark energy. It's my business how I feel. You have no right to ask. I'm leaving. As she passed Malachi, he stretched out his hand to stop her. Something wrong. How much do you know about what happened to Dash over 1,000 years ago? Upon hearing this, Bonnie's eyes turned cold. What do you think? I want to ask you, Malachi, what are your intentions? Are you so jealous of others? Don't forget, you were the first target I pursued. If Dash regains his memory, you'll be dead without my intervention. You. Malachi clenched his fists but left without another word. Seeing this, Ian couldn't help but applaud. Impressive, Moo God. This trash has no way to deal with you. Bonnie turned and glared at Ian. I can summon lightning. Mr. Bai, do you want to be struck by lightning? Ian instantly thought of heavenly thunder, shook his head, and quickly made a please gesture. Moo God, have a good walk. Moo God, then what about us? Director Hoover hesitated to speak, while Selma, without turning back, said, as long as you don't lose the talismans, nothing will happen. Yes, Moo God. Hoover led all the staff members of the crew and gave a salute together. Imelda showed her fangirl expression again, looking admiring. My master is indeed awesome. But it's just a pity no one knew what she really looked like. Though this Mercedes with makeup was beautiful, she couldn't match the heavenly beauty described by her cousin. If Colton was already that handsome, his sister wouldn't be any less attractive. Ian clicked his tongue, then looked at the dozing Conan next to him. Seeing that he looked almost dead, Ian kicked him directly. You're still sleeping. Are you hibernating? Conan made a sound and lazily opened his eyes. Colton. Ian's face turned dark, and he wanted to kick him again. Stop dreaming of Colton. He probably belongs to Dash now, that old pervert, who must have taken advantage of him. In the room, Colton lay on the bed, curled up in a quilt. He kept sweating, and Dash had wiped his body with cold water repeatedly from the collarbone down to the ankles, then put on a white long shirt for him. But the heat still wouldn't go away. Hot. Colton tried to lift the quilt but was held tightly by a pair of slender hands. Colton, I've detoxified the snake venom from you. Just bear with it a little longer. At this moment, Dash did indeed want to take advantage of Colton's vulnerable state, but more than anything, he wanted Colton to understand his own heart first. Dash sought Colton's willing surrender. When that day came, he would never let him go. In a daze, Colton felt something cold against his face. He immediately grabbed it and hugged it close to his chest. Just let me cool off a bit. Do you really want to cool down? Colton pressed his already flushed face against Dash's hand. Feeling irritated, he used his strength to pull Dash down to lie beside him and reached out to hug him. So cold. During the struggle, Colton snuggled into Dash's arms, tightly holding onto the other's waist. Upon touching Dash's clothes, finding them obstructive, he tore them open. Dash looked down at the Colton in his arms, his Adam's apple bobbing. This little guy, it would be great if he were this proactive when awake. Colton, Dash caught Colton's moving hands, his voice hoarse, do you know what you're doing? Colton didn't have a clue. All he knew was that being close to this ice block could make him feel cooler. I'm hot. Colton lifted his eyes, which were filled with moisture like beautiful black agates. He hugged Dash tighter and pressed against him desperately. You are so cool. Dash's clothes were in disarray, his silver hair messy on the pillow, exuding an alluring charm. He caught Colton's hands and pushed them above his head. You always complain about my low body temperature, why do you want to get close now? Colton felt dizzy, his whole body steaming with heat. Looking at the person before him who was beautiful like a character from a comic, he spoke anxiously, you're annoying. Why are you pushing me away? Tit for tat, you must also give something in return. Colton panicked and struggled, but I don't have money. Dash's lips curved up, and his long fingers lightly touched Colton's lips, his voice magnetic, I don't want money. Really? Colton had been tormented until he had no spirit left. Whatever the reward, he just wanted to hug the big ice block to cool down. Dash suddenly flipped over, pinning him down. With one hand, he held Colton's hands above his head, and with the other, he stopped Colton's struggle. Of course, it's true. Colton, as long as you kiss me once, I won't push you away anymore. Chapter 31, Is there any more durable women's clothing? Colton, with all residual toxins gone, woke up in the afternoon of the next day. The moment he opened his eyes, he abruptly sat up from the bed. Ow, it hurts like hell. Originally, Colton intended to touch his stinging lips but found his shoulder aching fiercely as well. He put on his shoes and took shaky steps toward the bathroom. He loosely wore a white shirt, not even bothering to put on pants. What's going on? How could you have forgotten what happened yesterday so quickly? Hearing this teasing voice, Colton immediately turned around. He saw Dash, that sassy snake, standing at the door with messy clothes as if someone had assaulted him. I was assaulted. Huh? Upon hearing this, Colton's expression froze. Are you playing a joke on me? Who can assault you? As soon as these words came out, fragmented scenes flashed through his mind. Yesterday during the show, he was bitten by a snake and then ran a high fever, burning so hot that his vision blurred. Later, an ice block appeared beside him, and he kept wanting to hug that ice block to cool down. Dash always had a very low body temperature, could it be that ice block was Dash? Colton pointed at Dash in disbelief, then pointed back at himself, you can't be saying that the person who assaulted you was me, right? Dash stepped forward, grabbed Colton's shirt collar, and pulled him into his embrace. Or do you think I didn't change my clothes just to keep evidence in case you deny it? I've got something urgent, so I'm leaving now. Colton suddenly wanted to lie flat but decided running was better. If this snake caught him in its clutches, there would be no end. After all, he had been harboring ill intentions all along. No way. Dash held him tighter, rendering Colton immobile. Dash pressed his hand against Colton's lower lip. Colton, some things cannot be avoided. I've been waiting for your nod. What nod? To be pressed under a snake isn't enough, he wasn't mentally prepared yet. Absolutely not. Colton swallowed nervously. Dash, yesterday I was just affected by the snake venom. Don't exaggerate. I thought I was hugging an ice block. Really? You were undressing while holding an ice block? You're talking nonsense. Dash stroked Colton's messy hair, so shall I show you the memories from last night? Hearing this, Colton panicked and immediately held Dash's hand, softening his tone, no need to see it. It was me, okay? He didn't want to witness his embarrassing self. Really, this was too much. Memories could be reviewed, how could he escape this? So, Colton, since you slept with me last night, how are you going to take responsibility? Hey! Hearing this, Colton felt goosebumps all over. Just as he wanted to cover Dash's mouth, he saw 3 people standing at the bathroom door. Ian, Conan, and Imelda, their expressions, Colton couldn't describe them. Imelda blushed and covered her eyes. I shouldn't look, absolutely should not look. Yet she peeked through her fingers. No peeping, don't look. Ian sized up Colton in the overly large white shirt that exposed his slender legs. His mouth and the skin near his collarbone were broken and red in patches. Dash, displeased with the gazes from outside, slammed the bathroom door shut. Ian couldn't help but curse, beast. Conan also snorted, saying, Bonnie said the live-streamed variety show is restarting again. If you carry on like this, that demoness might come after us with a knife. Dash didn't react, but Colton yelled, Bonnie is coming. No, absolutely not. Then he pushed Dash away and went to rummage through his suitcase for clothes. Get out, I need to change. Conan glanced at the discarded women's clothing on the floor beside the bed. Your clothes are ruined. Unless you appear in men's clothing for the second half. A light cough came from outside the door. Colton turned and saw makeup artist Arabella standing there, her expression rather meaningful. As agreed, the contestants' identities will be revealed after the show. I've come to provide personal services, and I've brought clothes. Colton sighed. Why was this female boss so obsessed with women's clothing? Was this stage drama meant to stir up the audience's emotions when the truth is revealed? Hopefully, the audience will be willing to buy it. Conan took out his phone for a glance. You don't have to worry about that. You and Dash, Mercedes, the three of you are now big traffic for the show. The audience is waiting to watch the second half of the live stream. Imelda covered her eyes, silently raising her hand. Actually, I want to watch too. My master has tacitly approved it, and I support it. Colton turned back to look at Imelda. Miss Lin, can you shut up? No. Imelda crossed her hands, making a no gesture. I'm going to find my master. Colton, hurry down after you get styled. As soon as Imelda stepped out of the room, Dash felt an intense killing intent from downstairs. He walked slowly towards the window, opened it, and looked down. Malachi stood below, her dark eyes full of defiance. In the next moment, Dash directly opened the window and jumped down. Seeing this, Colton immediately shouted, Hey! Just because you were molested, you're so desperate. This is the 5th floor. Upon seeing the villain Malachi downstairs, Colton instantly understood, it was to fight Malachi. For a moment, he really thought Dash wanted to jump off the building, forgetting that the guy was actually a snake. What? Colton, you assaulted him. Hearing what Colton shouted, Ian felt like his hearing was failing, his voice raised several octaves. Conan was stunned for a while before he said, Well, I think I'll go back to sleep. When I wake up, nothing happened. Makeup artist Arabella. No wonder discussions on Weibo about this were so high. The fans on Weibo didn't know that Ian and Conan had their own feelings for Colton. If they knew, that would be quite a spectacle. While getting styled, Colton asked rather embarrassedly, Teacher Arabella, are the clothes you brought, any sturdier ones for women? What if they get torn again when grabbed? Arabella smiled. Scared of being ripped by monsters again? Teacher Arabella, please stop teasing me. As a man dressing in women's clothes on air is already tragic enough. If even the makeup artist laughs at me, I might as well not live. Seeing Colton's grim expression, Arabella hurriedly consoled him. Okay, I'll stop laughing. Then she added thoughtfully, but Colton, rest assured, once your identity is exposed, your fanbase will only grow. You sure? Colton thought that if the fans didn't curse him, it would be good enough. How could they possibly like him? Colton, your boss Isabella is a formidable person. She always knows how to stir up audience emotions. After this variety show ends, you'll become famous. Let's hope. Whatever he did, Colton just hoped to do everything well. If the show got popular, earning more money would be best. If not, he wouldn't force it, just enough to not starve. You go change first. Okay. Colton obediently nodded, took the clothes given by Arabella, and went into the bathroom. He undid the buttons of his shirt, about to take it off, when he glanced up and saw in the mirror behind him a pale, bloodless face slowly appearing. Chapter 32, Bonnie, I see you can't escape the Devil King's palm. Ah! Colton screamed as he attempted to flee by opening the bathroom door. Suddenly, a pair of pale hands covered his mouth. Colton could only respond with muffled cries. Colton. Arabella heard the noise and knocked on the door. MMH. Colton struggled desperately. The person behind him continued to cover his mouth but did not take further action. Hearing Arabella knocking on the door, he kicked the door directly open. Arabella sensed something was amiss and was about to open the door when a fair hand pressed her back. Don't move. Arabella turned around and saw Zach, nodding excitedly. Bonnie kicked the door open. Seeing Colton fall to the ground, still bearing a blue handprint on his neck, she immediately pulled him up. Upon seeing it was Bonnie, Colton coughed a few times, grabbed her wrist for support to stand up. Paloma, you nearly scared me to death. Paloma, huh? That's just some puppet controlled by demonic energy. Humph, that damned guy is really causing trouble. The only one capable of such an act was the jerk who she had injured a while ago. Who? Devil King Connor. Colton looked confused. What? Big sis, are you saying someone couldn't beat you and sent this thing after me? Had he entered the bathroom and seen something zombie-like appear, wouldn't he have been terrified? Even if it were a demon, couldn't they send a prettier one? What was this all about? Are we still doing the next segment? Colton quickly tidied his clothes. I think this Devil King came prepared. Do you think you can defeat him? In the next round, I'll show everyone whether I can win or not. Before long, Colton followed Bonnie downstairs. Ebert, Hans, and other staff members were already waiting. Although the live stream was no longer under their control, they had to at least maintain appearances. Once downstairs, Colton glanced around and asked quietly, "Where's Dash? Why don't I see him?" Just as he finished speaking, his collar was tugged backward. Dash's finger pressed against Colton's neck, coldly asking, "You're heavily infused with demonic energy." "Why?" Colton felt ticklish from the touch and instinctively covered his neck, looking uncomfortable. "When I was changing, I encountered a controlled puppet. It's Connor." On hearing this, Dash's eyes darkened. This old rascal, why suddenly intervene in human affairs? Or was it really because of Colton's sister? Bonnie glanced sideways at them too. It seemed she found their actions slightly awkward. With a cold snort, she said, "Will you two pay attention? Everyone's watching." Colton looked up to find multiple pairs of eyes staring at them. Feeling embarrassed, he pushed away Dash. "Director Cheen, I'm so sorry. I've kept everyone waiting." Director Cheen smiled faintly. "No problem. As long as everyone is safe." This live stream attracted overwhelming sponsorship, but it could be fatal. If anyone else died, he would never be able to explain it to the public. Comments flooded. "Oh my god, our little cutie Colton is so polite indeed. Dash really likes her. His eyes are full of affection. If this weren't a live stream, they might have done it on the spot. You upstairs, you're fierce. But I like it. Our peach girl Luo looks good too. Ian is awesome. Ebert has curly hair today, the pinnacle of laziness, like a handsome prince. Malachi has a villain face. Love villains, where is he? No. Still, Dash is noble like an emperor descending from heaven, white robes, silver hair, golden eyes. He must be a deity incarnate." Then one sentence blew everyone away. "I'm a guy, and even I'm smitten. Haha, but he already has cute chin. No chance for you, buddy." Seeing the floating comments, Ian laughed out loud. Colton smiled helplessly. If these fans heard him shout, "Young master," all day, they wouldn't say such things anymore, right? However, no matter how he observed, Dash still had the highest popularity, even getting a male fan declaring love publicly. At this moment, Malachi walked over, exuding a formidable aura like a beautiful devil. Bonnie provocatively looked at Dash, "Haven't killed him yet?" Dash shrugged, "I can get rid of him, but you have to take care of the one behind him first." "Deal." Colton looked at the two of them. They were truly devils when they got together, how could they be so coordinated? The last live stream had unprecedented reactions, and this time, even more viewers had tuned in. Sierra's face was very pale. Seeing Bonnie, she immediately ran over, nearly tripping. "Jew, just now, I saw a man with a face full of blood. What did he look like?" Listening to Sierra's description, Bonnie glanced at Colton, realizing that what Colton saw in the bathroom was indeed that puppet. "Director." Bonnie told a lie to make the audience think it was still a variety show. "Let's proceed according to your original script for this session. I have something to handle and won't participate." Hoover instantly understood Mercedes's meaning. God Mu was going to help solve the monster manipulating everything. Then, "God Mu, please be careful." As soon as the director finished speaking, the surroundings changed again. Unlike last time, it was now an ancient street with paper lanterns floating above, creating an atmosphere of 100 demons walking at night. Seeing such modeling, the audience said once more. "My goodness, this crew has some serious skills. This scene is just too beautiful. Why can't we record, take pictures, or screenshots?" No matter what operations the live viewers do, only black screens appear on electronic devices. Heaven, does this program really have something unclean in it? In that case, let's continue sharing the link, not watching would be such a loss. Bonnie saw a luminous foggy jungle not far away and sensed the aura of the Demon King. Dash, Ian, and Ebert also felt it. The three of them looked at the bamboo forest, then at Bonnie. Ian looked astonished. "God Mu, are you planning a heroic sacrifice?" "Ebert, it seems the Demon King harbors deep attachment towards you. What did you do to him? That lazy person actually chased after here personally." Dash, "The Demon King's aura feels more like courtship." Bonnie, "It looks like you can't escape his palm." The audience's comments filled with question marks. Demon King? What's that? A new character? Mu God CP? Seeing the comments, Bonnie's face darkened completely. She glared at the three monsters. "What are you talking about?" Colton noticed the awkward atmosphere and quickly stepped in to mediate. "No, nothing." Ian looked at Bonnie with an expression as if he had eaten a fly. "Old cheese sure has heavy taste. To get Mu God, it might require dedicating one's life." Bonnie kicked Ian away. "Shut up. After I finish off your Demon King, I'll come back for you." A barrage of comments appeared above their heads again. Mu God is so cool. Is this the Mu God you mentioned? Haven't seen her slay demons before, but she's that strong. I really want to see her fight. At the end of the ancient street, Swona music sounded. Paper lanterns continued to float above, and after the comments were cleared, white paper kept falling to the ground. Colton thought that since Bonnie had a peculiar temper and loved saving face, she must have been annoyed by such teasing. Afraid Ian would be sun-dried into a fox, Colton also kicked him, "Don't talk nonsense. Don't speak rashly. I'm leaving." Bonnie put the bow and arrow on her back and turned to leave. Colton rushed forward and grabbed her, "Why don't you stay with us?" Before Bonnie could respond, Dash pulled Colton back. "Colton, it's okay." As fellow demons, Dash instantly sensed the old guy's thoughts in that moment. Just like when he met Colton, the emitted aura couldn't be concealed. If Connor really wanted to capture Colton to threaten Bonnie, he would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? He was just playing a game with Bonnie. As Bonnie left the scene, the live stream switched its focus to the end of the street, fog continuously rising. Gradually, figures emerged from the fog, resembling zombies from the apocalypse. "It's a puppet." Dash looked at the bamboo forest again. "Looks like our live stream will be terminated." Colton looked at someone's meaningful expression and subconsciously asked, "Did you know all along how to end this program?" Dash nodded slightly. "Yeah, I knew." "Then why don't you end it? Is it fun to watch humans struggle for survival?" The chat exploded with SOS warnings. Monsters are coming. Be careful." Dash's right hand covered Colton's head, while his left hand swept past Colton's ear and grabbed the puppet attacking him. He was smiling, but his eyes were cold and ruthless. With a twist, he snapped the puppet's neck bone clean off. In the next moment, as if nothing had happened, Dash whispered in Colton's ear, "Because I want to see you beg me with tears." Chapter 33, Are the dog tentacles in this show only for Dash to play with? I'm not going to cry. Realizing the implication of Dash's words, Colton immediately pushed the other person away. So many people are watching. Don't be all over me like that. What does it matter? The audience across the nation now believes we're a couple. Don't forget, you chose me. Colton rolled his eyes and was about to push Dash away when he caught sight of the puppet collapse behind him. My God, ghost. Fear made Colton's speech falter. Recalling the scene in the bathroom mirror, he felt another jolt, nearly throwing himself into Dash's arms. Aw, my little Chin is so cute. Dash, you're no good at this. What are you waiting for? If you can't do it, let me try. I'll definitely make her cry. Oh, this is broadcasted late night but not really midnight. Show some restraint. Why hold back? It's rare to ship such a perfect CP, it must be real. These fans. Colton rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. The more they enjoy this now, the angrier they'll be later when they learn the truth. At this moment, Imelda walked up and asked quietly, Colton, could something happen to my master? Imelda had been worrying about Bonnie all along, but she couldn't go over there for fear of holding them back. Well. Colton hesitated, then Ian interjected for him, don't worry. Bonnie is more demonic than demons. Nothing will happen to him. While they were talking, Conan and Dash had already taken down all the attacking puppets. The scene was quite bloody, yet the live chat cheered. This show is awesome. There's romance and horror. The plot twist. Can't help but praise the producer. Yeah, I'll only follow your shows from now on. Hans saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh wryly. This has nothing to do with him. But indeed, because of this show, their production crew became an internet sensation, their worth skyrocketing. Sierra was long scared stiff by those blood-covered puppet zombies, rendered motionless and laughed at by the live chat as having no presence. She had initially thought of forming a symbiotic pact, but now that idea was gone. These demons wouldn't abide by any contract of coexistence, they only wanted lives. Isn't Avril's tragic death proof? All she wanted now was to survive the show and never have anything to do with Colton and his ilk again. When all the puppets in the show met their demise, the live chat directed questions to the director and Hans. Director, this was supposed to be a love show. Why did it turn out so eerie? Although we love it. Hoover smiled helplessly but still answered the viewers' questions. We went for thrills and used a theme of Night Parade of 100 Demons. Just sweet romance would be too dull. Netizens applauded, agreeing with this statement. Then we'll continue to ship the CPs. Today's love shows take unexpected turns, I like it. On the ancient street, paper lanterns flickered out, scraps of white paper scattered on the ground lifted by the wind, spreading a stench of blood, the fog getting thicker. Colton and Dash stood together, barely able to see each other's faces. Suddenly, Colton felt someone touching his waist, lightly, tickling, as if teasing. What are you doing? Stop fooling around. Thinking it was Dash, Colton reached out to grab the hands but instead touched a slippery claw covered in slime. Ah! Colton's scalp tingled, his scream startling the audience. What happened to Colton? Was he attacked by a demon? Snake deity Dash, save your wife. I can't see anything, why is the fog so thick? The scene is too real, blocking our view of the show. Help, this plot is so thrilling. Let us know what's happening. Calm down, it's just the plot, just the plot. Then, the slippery claw slipped away with a whoosh. In the next second, a hand grabbed Colton's shoulder, making his scalp tingle again. He swung back, hitting the intruder. Back off, don't touch me. But his wrist was instantly stopped, his body immobilized. Colton heard a demonic voice, I thought vines would suffice to control you, but I miscalculated. Colton, being so delicate, you're perfect for binding and brutal torture. No wonder everyone says they like to see you cry. You must have cried many times under Dash, right? You're talking nonsense. Hearing this, Colton's defenses crumbled instantly. He felt as if his wrists were about to be broken. It hurt a lot, but he didn't want to show any weakness. So aggressive? Usually when you talk to Dash, you're quite obedient. Let go. At this moment, Colton realized that he always inadvertently showed his weakest side in front of Dash. With anyone else, it wouldn't be the same. The fog dissipated significantly, and some keen-eyed viewers noticed that someone had embraced Colton. But that person didn't seem to be Dash. From the figure and hair, it looked more like Malachi. My God, what kind of battlefield is this? Is villain Malachi also in love with my little Chin Chin? Help. I don't want to root for another pairing, this is too intense. Directors, you really know how to tease us. Hoover. Hans. This has nothing to do with us, it's the real demons fighting over the white rabbit. Colton saw those comments, but he was too lazy to comment on them anymore. Malachi, if you have a grudge against Dash, go find him. Why are you chasing me? Don't tell me you also want to use me as a sacrifice. Eat me for immortality. Malachi's eyes were as dark as ink, hiding all murderous intent and cruelty beneath. If I wanted you as a sacrifice, would you agree? No. One snake like Dash already gave Colton headaches, adding another one would make him end it all. The fog finally cleared. Colton heard Dash's voice not far away, immediately pushing Malachi away and taking a step back. But the next second, something slimy wrapped around his waist, and he was suddenly lifted into the air. Damn, again. Are the dog tentacles in this show only for me to pull? Zzzzz. The tentacle fiercely tore at Colton's clothes. Am I supposed to see this on a live stream? It's over, we're going to get banned. Seek protection. Oh no, wasn't this meant to be broadcasted late night? Director, this is too much. Fortunately, the dress Arabella gave Colton was sturdy enough so there was no exposure. But the slimy tentacle moving over his body was unbearable, and Colton couldn't help but curse. What are you doing, rubbing all over me like that? I'm a guy. The live stream went black before Colton could finish his sentence. All the viewers across the nation were dumbfounded. Those watching together exchanged puzzled looks. A guy. Oh my God, this beautiful Colton lady is actually a guy. Chapter 34 So many monsters, they go wild at the sight of me. The news that Colton is a man spread all over the internet. After the live stream was cut off, all the fans shouted why they couldn't watch anymore and went to curse on the official Weibo account. Many people were eager to know if Colton was male or female and even rushed to Colton's company's Weibo. Jianyu Company remained silent, giving no response at all. At the film set, the surroundings still looked like the demon realm. After being rescued, Colton looked up at Dash in front of him with a wronged expression. Now it's all over. My voice just now must have been transmitted out through the live stream. Dash sat beside him, gently stroking his head. It's fine. You're fine, of course. I'm going to be attacked by your female fans. Don't underestimate the combat power of fans. During these few live streams, many fans who were watching for fun thought they were a couple and even coined the Junshin CP. Looks like I'll have to disguise myself when I go out in the future. Hope I won't get beaten up. Dash thought the little guy was too adorable, so he pinched his chubby face and teased, you're so cute. Even if they know the truth, everyone will forgive you. Really? Bang. A loud noise came from the distant bamboo forest, even affecting the air here. Soon after, the set environment reverted to its original state. Colton's face changed, he thought something had happened to Bonnie and suddenly stood up, I'll go check on Bonnie. Thinking of how Connor dislikes being disturbed, Dash quickly pulled him back. Ow, ow. My foot hurts. Several red marks appeared on Colton's body from the sticky tentacle that had pulled him earlier, and his ankle was also injured. With this pull, he fell into Dash's arms. Colton felt like his body was weaker than any girl's, even the seemingly weakest Sierra looked stronger than him. Are you okay? Dash asked. Startled, Colton thought there were others around and tried to push Dash away. At this moment, a teasing voice came from behind them, hey, there are people everywhere outside. Could you not be so distracting? Colton turned around and saw Bonnie covered in blood, with his shoulder clothes torn. It was unknown what he had experienced. Your condition is pretty eye-catching too. What the heck, were you molested by the Demon King? Hearing this, Bonnie laughed devilishly, what did you say? Seeing Bonnie about to get angry, Colton quickly waved his hand and took off his coat to give it to Bonnie. No need, Bonnie turned around and put the coat back on Colton, you need it more than me, little brother. Those monsters seem to prefer you. Colton. Those monsters weren't attracted to me because of affection but because they couldn't provoke you and chose an easier target. Considering Bonnie's combat ability, those demons could only refrain from running at their utmost, like Ian and Conan. Speaking of Malachi, thinking of this monster made Colton's anger rise again. That Malachi seems to have some intention to get close to me, always saying some inexplicable things. Upon hearing this, Bonnie's face slightly changed. She glanced at Dash, then grabbed Colton's collar and asked, "What did that monster say?" Choked, Colton hurriedly replied, said something about snatching me from Dash to be used as a sacrifice, also mentioning that I don't have spirit energy and can only be left for the monsters to toy with. Bonnie, Ed, and then her eyes rolled, deliberately scaring Colton. "Little brother, you are indeed tang meat. In the future, when you meet such creatures, you should avoid them." Colton was speechless. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? Now I feel everyone might be a monster, even if not, they might be like Avril who has a pact with monsters. Everywhere is dangerous." "Ah. You're blaming me?" Colton chuckled. "Okay, I won't blame you. Then, can you tell me how to guard against monsters? So many of them, they go wild at the sight of me, just like those damn tentacles." "Tentacles? Such heavy taste." "Yeah, during the 2 live streams, there were tentacles. It looked like providing benefits to viewers, but they caught the wrong person. Shouldn't they catch the female guest?" At this time, Dash said seriously, "You are prettier than the female guest. If I were them, I'd grab you first." Colton. "This dead snake, can you please shut up?" Bonnie giggled. "As expected, my master was right. You're more charming than me. When I first met you, he said your romantic prospects would be abundant this year, impossible to avoid." "Ah. That's what your master said? He can read fortunes too." "Yes, when we were kids and still naive, he visited our home." "Then did your master predict that all my abundant romantic prospects would be men?" "Ha ha ha." Bonnie laughed even harder. Seeing Dash's face suddenly darken, Colton quickly covered Bonnie's mouth. "Hey, I'm already in this state, and you're still laughing." Okay, I'll stop laughing." At this moment, Dash placed his hand on Colton's shoulder and said solemnly, "How about I just go crazy now? To cut off their hopes." Upon hearing this, Colton's face turned black, and so did Bonnie's. Colton again covered Dash's mouth. "Shut up." At this moment, Bonnie felt not only the burning eyes but also burning ears from their words. Thinking of the old man's warning, she said to Dash, "Because of my agreement with the old man, I won't attack you, but you'd better control yourself. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you." Dash saw the sincerity in Bonnie's eyes and nodded, teasing, "Good, future queen of the demon realm, your words must be followed." Boom. Another earth-shaking sound echoed as the area cracked instantly, like it had experienced a natural disaster. Back in the room, Colton kept grumbling, "I told you not to provoke Bonnie. If it happens again, I won't hold him back." If Colton hadn't held Bonnie back, he believed the scene would have been even more chaotic, possibly leading to mountains collapsing and ground cracking. Hearing this, Dash became quite happy and immediately pressed Colton down on the soft sofa. "Are you worried about me?" This time, Colton didn't bother pushing him away, smiling almost pleadingly, "Do you always have to pin me down to talk? You don't like this position? How about we switch?" Dash then flipped over. Colton's vision spun for a moment before realizing he was on top again. Before him lay the beautiful silver hair and amber eyes. Colton marveled once more at the beauty of the snake demon. Really, why are they so much more beautiful than humans? Colton. Startled by the kiss, Colton then felt his chin being lifted. "What? Amazed by my beauty?" Colton lightly coughed and shifted his gaze. "Of course not. I'm hungry, stop fidgeting around." Dash's amber eyes flashed dangerously. "I'm hungry too." "Well. I'll cook something for you. What do you want?" "You." Dash buried his head in Colton's neck, sniffing and rubbing like a snake. Colton knew this guy was acting up again and instantly pressed on Dash's shoulders. "Cut it out." Dash laughed and kissed Colton's cheek again. "Colton, haven't you noticed you don't mind my touch at all? That's because I'm afraid you'll suddenly bite my neck in madness." Dash grinned evilly and tore off Colton's shirt. What are you doing?" Colton quickly pulled his shirt back. How embarrassing. The clothes that weren't torn by the tentacles during the live stream were torn by this guy. Just then, Director Hoover called from downstairs, "Colton, Dash, new live stream rules are out. The live stream can start anytime, so be careful." Huh. Upon hearing this, Colton's face changed drastically. If the audience saw them in this situation, he'd really want to disappear on the spot. It couldn't get any more awkward. After Director Hoover shouted, the live stream began. Then, all the fans eagerly waiting for the live stream program saw the following scene. Colton and Dash embraced on the sofa, Colton on top, Dash beneath him. Colton's shirt collar was shredded, and Dash gazed at him deeply, speaking slowly. "You asked me what I wanted. Of course, it's you. Chapter 35 Never tempt me again. Ah. Save me, I need an oxygen machine, a ventilator. I need insulin. This is way too sweet." The live stream became laggy again. Soon after, it turned into static. Colton's ears were burning, and he immediately pushed Dash away. It's all your fault. You made me lose face again. Dash, however, thought this was great. This way, those viewers wouldn't have any improper thoughts. The audience was completely bewildered. What did the static mean? Not suitable for children. This production team really knew how to build suspense. They showed just a glimpse of Colton and Dash at their limit before cutting off immediately. This pace would drive people crazy. It would be better not to show anything at all than to torment the audience like this. There were more scathing comments under the official Weibo post, along with some praise for the show. It was a stark contrast. With Bonnie absent, Ian came to Colton's room as soon as possible to play with him. But after knocking for a long time without a response, he kicked down the door without hesitation. Colton on the bed was startled, instinctively hugging himself. Again? Why do you always kick my door? What are you trying to do? Molest me? Seeing the posture of the two on the sofa, Ian was utterly speechless. The one molesting you should be the snake beside you. Colton awkwardly grabbed a nearby coat to wear, uneasily saying, "Don't pull these stunts, I don't want to embarrass myself again." With that just now, the audience must be going crazy. In fact, the audience was indeed going crazy. The Prince Chen CP entry quickly topped the trending chart. Many who didn't know clicked in and were captivated by the story inside. Colton's Weibo fans increased once more. Then, Janyu Entertainment posted a set of Colton's raw pictures wearing men's clothing. Weibo exploded again. Oh, my goodness, he's truly a boy. How can there be such a beautiful person? You guys really know how to tease. I thought he was a pretty girl, turns out he's a guy. Beauty has no gender. Of course, there were jealous voices cursing at Colton. TCH. A man dressed so prettily, what a shame. Exactly, if I looked like that, I'd be too ashamed to live. Stop attacking his looks. That's so low class. Yeah, appearance is given by parents. Attacking looks is too low of you. Show us what you look like, then. Arguments on Weibo were heavily polarized. When Fernanda sent the data to Colton, seeing the abusive words, Colton felt uncomfortable. Sure enough, I've become the target. Fernanda smiled slightly. Colton, don't focus only on the insults. At least they acknowledge your beauty. Remember, to survive in the entertainment industry, you have to bear these negative comments. Colton nodded. Ian hurriedly poured him a glass of water. Don't think too much about it. Thanks, I'm not thirsty. Seeing Colton gloomy, Dash extended his hand and made a whistling gesture. Colton pulled his sleeve right away. What are you doing? I'll punish those who speak ill of you for you. Colton shook his head immediately. Don't do reckless things. If you plan to use those snakes to harm people, forget it. Ian also said, Old Mo is still chasing Bonnie in the human world. Don't stir up trouble. Otherwise, both human and demon realms will be hard to deal with. Hearing that, Colton curiously asked, is the demon emperor you mentioned really interested in Bonnie? Ian waved his hand, and Colton saw something like a foyer mirror, with some red, unreadable symbols floating on it. Is this the language of the demon realm? What does it say? Yes, Ian nodded. It says here, bring Bonnie before me when seen. Do not harm her. At this point, Ian couldn't help but laugh. My, this is quite amusing. Who's harming who, really? In the entire demon realm, fewer than 3 can match Bonnie. How to bring? Dash looked seriously at Ian and said, very simple. Just anger Bonnie, then crawl before the demon emperor before she kills you. Colton. What a bizarre and terrifying scenario. Ian laughed. That's a method. At that moment, Colton sighed and said, when Bonnie beat me before, I thought it was because of bloodline suppression. I never expected that even the demon realm couldn't match him. Indeed, I previously managed to escape a thunderbolt calamity because I didn't harm anyone for quite a while before and after it came. Hearing Ian's words, Colton widened his eyes. You eat people. Ian grinned wickedly. You are too naive. Which demon doesn't harm others? It's just a matter of whether they choose to do so immediately. Colton's gaze subconsciously fell on Dash. Dash's amber eyes looked at Colton as well, speaking slowly and clearly, if you want the truth, I can tell you that I have killed people. Colton fell silent for a moment, then laughed again. Thank you for being honest. Ian spun around and sat next to Colton, patting his shoulder. Impressive, I thought you would run away the moment you heard this. Colton rolled his eyes at Ian. Since Bonnie doesn't kill you, it means you don't take human lives, like those dark shadows that feed on human essence. It's just that we haven't encountered high-quality humans worth our effort. Colton noticed the unspoken words in Ian's eyes. You are that high-quality human, so he immediately moved to the side. Until he landed in someone else's lap. Ah, I'm sorry. Realizing what had happened, Colton jumped up as if he had been electrocuted. Dash reached out and pulled him back, whispering into his ear, are you trying to play hard to get? Though this person's body felt icy cold, Colton could feel warmth rising all over him. This wasn't a good sign. If this continued, he would eventually be bewitched by this snake and then. Thinking about this, Colton's heart raced wildly. Feeling uneasy, he immediately got up and ran towards the door. Why, you're not allowed to touch me anymore. Why not? Covering his still burning ears, Colton's voice trembled. You're doing this on purpose. You mustn't tempt me like this anymore. Seeing this embarrassing scene, Ian's eyebrows and the corners of his eyes twitched. In human terms, this is called delusion, but if Colton were uglier, he'd be filing a lawsuit for sexual harassment. Chapter 36, Then I'll misbehave again when I go back. As Colton hurriedly ran downstairs, he met Imelda. Imelda had just seen a Weibo message and was about to ask him what was going on between him and Dash. Seeing Colton's flushed face and look of horror, she immediately understood. That. Colton, did you get attacked? Colton glared at Imelda, who promptly shut up. Thinking of something, she smiled and said, My master said before leaving that I should watch over you carefully, and if anything happens to Dash, notify her immediately. Something happened to Dash. Colton looked puzzled at this. What could possibly happen to him? It's when he loses control, towards you. Before Imelda finished, Colton interjected with, Shut up. What were these women thinking all day? Imelda chuckled, then moved closer to Colton and said, Colton, it's nothing really. At least my beautiful master has accepted Dash. Did Bonnie tell you that she accepts Dash? Does it even need her approval? If she didn't, she would have fought Dash long ago. Colton was taken aback. It made sense. But I don't want to deal with Dash's fans. Oh come on, Colton, the people who insult you online are merely jealous of you. Most actually support you and Dash. The corner of Colton's mouth twitched. They're so broad-minded. Knowing I'm a man is fine, seeing that old pervert Dash bully me can be accepted too. What big hearts. Imelda grinned. You don't understand today's fans. They just love seeing you and great God Dash and imagine a great battle. A great battle, indeed. Colton was already tired of arguing and his stomach growled. He told Imelda, no more talk, I'm going to eat first. Hey, Colton, you can't leave. Imelda grabbed Colton, that Malachi always eyes you greedily. If you go out alone, your virtue might not be safe. Huh. Colton almost choked on those words. Sister, can't you think of something positive for once? Then I'll accompany you. Imelda worried about Colton and eagerly followed, no refusals allowed. Fine. Helpless, Colton went to eat with Imelda. Coincidentally, Director Hoover and producer Hans were also there. Seeing Colton and Imelda, they immediately waved them over. Hoover stood up and repeatedly said, Come on, Colton, join us. Remembering the live stream from the sofa earlier being seen, Colton felt a little embarrassed. Director Cheen, please continue eating. I'll eat separately. Oh no, don't be formal with us. Hoover stepped forward and pulled Colton down to sit. Alright, thank you, Director Cheen. Just relax. By the way, Colton, do you know someone named Mercedes? She seems quite familiar with you. Colton was startled but nodded. Yes, Director Cheen, is there something you need from her? It's like this. Many companies have called me in the past few days wanting to sign Mercedes but couldn't contact her. What do you think? Colton waved his hand. Director Cheen, let it be. For Mercedes, if she doesn't like something, no one can persuade her. I see, Hoover replied, looking regretful. Indeed, great God Moo wouldn't come here for fame. Hans pushed delicious food toward Colton. Don't worry, Colton. We only asked casually because of how popular the show has become due to you too. Though we're scared, we're actually grateful for the money. Don't say that. If this show can end safely, I'd offer high incense. True. Hoover and Hans both nodded. Thinking of something, Hans leaned in front of Colton and cautiously asked, Are you not afraid of seeing Dash? Colton paused while picking up some food. Why do you ask? Well, Colton, I mean no harm, but humans would be terrified seeing a monster, especially a snake. Colton gazed steadily and smiled at Hans. Actually, sometimes humans are scarier. Like the villagers in his dream, each one seemed like a demon wanting to kill him. But Dash, since they met, apart from scaring him at first, had always been saving him. Although saving him always came with a price, being harassed. Hoover sighed. Yes, when I was a child, I also witnessed too many evil human hearts. Sometimes ghosts and demons do not intend to harm people, but humans do. Hans looked at Hoover in surprise. Director Cheen, you have a story. How about you write the script for the next episode? If you want me to write, I'll write. During the meal, Colton felt a bit lost. Director Hoover told him and Imelda the story of his experiences. Colton found it strange yet very reasonable. Human nature is like that, things beneficial to oneself will be kept, and once they threaten oneself, they are ruthlessly eliminated. After the group finished eating, Colton went to the window to get some desserts, and Imelda followed him with a smile, asking, Are these for Dash? Does a snake eat this kind of food? Not just for him. Ian and Conan like to eat these, Dash should enjoy them as well. Alright, I won't ask. Whatever you want to bring it. Fine, thank you for worrying so much about me. Go back and rest now. Okay, if anything happens, tell me immediately. Sure. Colton returned to his room, opened the door, and found that Ian was no longer inside. Only Dash lay on the sofa, seemingly asleep. Oh. Doesn't this snake have his own room? Why does he always stay in mine? Colton quietly entered and placed the food on the coffee table. Glancing sideways at the long eyelashes of someone, he suddenly had an urge to tease. He leaned down, gently touched Dash's eyelashes with his hand, then poked his cheek. Usually, it was this guy who pinched and touched him. Now it should be his turn. Dash showed no reaction, so Colton moved even closer, scratching Dash's nose with his hand. To think you dared to take liberties with me and say such nonsense. Clearly, I saved you, so it should be me on top. As soon as he said this, Colton felt darkness before his eyes. In the next moment, he was pulled into a cold embrace. Ah, you were awake. Damn, how embarrassing. Why did he say something like that just now? Since you like being on top, I'll let you be on top then. Colton blushed and stuttered, no, that's not what I meant. Dash held Colton from behind, glanced at the food on the coffee table, and began unbuttoning his collar. Is this food for me? Yes, I saw Ian and Conan love these, so I brought them. I don't eat this. Dash rubbed against Colton's neck like a cat. Colton shivered all over from the sensation. Don't eat me. I'm definitely not as tasty as sweets, go ahead and eat the desserts. I said I don't eat those. Don't mess with me. What if the live stream starts? Colton hurriedly tried to stop Dash's wandering hands but was held back. Alright, since you don't want the live stream audience to see, I'll wait until later to mess around. Then you won't be able to escape. You. Colton realized that this snake had already mastered being a rogue. Go to sleep. Dash's voice was gentle, lingering like a spell near his ear. But sleeping here isn't comfortable. The sofa, again, the sofa. He didn't want to sleep another night with a sore back. I want to sleep in the bed. Looking at Dash, Colton's tone carried a hint of pleading. His eyes were deep and captivating. Dash's gaze darkened, tightening his grip slightly, making Colton cry out in pain. He quickly released him, rubbing his right cheek, all right. With that, he lifted Colton and laid him on the bed, covering him with a blanket. At this moment, Dash noticed the redness on Colton's wrist. Skin this sensitive, just one pinch turned red in large patches, similar to what happened in the changing room where a slight bump left bruises. Like fragile porcelain, any touch could damage it. So fragile, what can be done in the future? Dash started feeling a headache. He took out his phone and sent a message to Ian, the immortal grass you mentioned, is it available in the ghost market? After asking, he squatted down and touched Colton's hair, does it still hurt? Hearing this, the bedridden Colton glared at Dash, of course it hurts. If I pinch you that hard, would you feel pain? Dash smiled, what do you think? I'm a snake, do you think I would feel pain? Colton was once again at a loss for words, forget I said that. This snake's scales seem quite thick. Dash adjusted the blanket around him and said, go to sleep. I'll keep watch over you. Colton tilted his head, puzzled. Was this snake playing hard to get and luring him? Just now, he was all over him on the sofa, but now he was acting proper and serious. What was he up to? He must be plotting something bad. Dash immediately guessed what the little one was thinking, his hand began to move restlessly again. What, do you think I'm not sleeping with you? Then I'll just take off my clothes. Hey, wait a minute. Colton cleared his throat and quickly stopped Dash from unbuttoning his shirt. Director Cheen just said the live stream could start at any moment. Let's not sleep together, I don't want to embarrass myself. Dash thought for a moment, I see, then we'll do as you say. Go to sleep quickly. Colton responded softly, he was indeed exhausted. Since this variety show started, he hadn't had a good night's sleep. Always having strange dreams, then seeing things like Paloma. I hope I don't have nightmares this time. Colton let go of Dash's hand, but it was soon grabbed again. In the end, he gave up and obediently allowed the other to hold his hand. Dash glanced at his phone, thinking it was Ian replying to him, but upon closer inspection, it was Malachi's message. After the show ends, come to the snake grave. If you do this, I won't interfere with the production team anymore. Dash didn't even think about it and rejected the offer. Such an ancient thing, he had no interest at all. Even if it concerns Colton's life or death, you won't come. Seeing Malachi's next message, Dash's eyes turned cold, and he immediately asked, what does the snake grave have to do with Colton? Chapter 37, How Can a Snake Have Feelings? At the filming site. Hoover was contemplating how to end this program, for fear that more crew members might lose their lives. Finishing now would be perfect, gaining both fame and fortune while leaving the audience craving for more. At this moment, a shadow slowly approached from behind. Hoover turned around and found it was Malachi. He subconsciously gripped the charm given by Zack before he left. You, what do you want? Malachi sneered, is this the same reaction you had when you met Dash and the others? Hoover thought to himself, of course not. Dash, Ian, and Conan seemed non-hostile towards humans, as long as they appeared human-like, there was nothing to fear. But this Malachi, who made a grand entrance like a big boss, required some caution. With this thought, Hoover took a few steps back, giving an awkward smile. "Excuse me, may I ask what you need?" The mockery in Malachi's eyes grew stronger. "Isn't it obvious? You're raking in all the benefits and now you want to wrap up this show. I can help you." How can you help?" "Simply follow my instructions, and I'll stop killing people. Then, none of you will meet a tragic end like Lu Zishi." Hoover's face turned ashen, but he immediately nodded, understood. When Colton woke up, it was already early morning the next day. The bed beside him was empty, just like the room. Strange, where was Dash? As he pondered this, Ian walked in and saw Colton half reclining on the bed. He stepped forward and pulled off the blanket. "Hurry up, today is the last session of the program." Colton instantly hugged himself. "What are you doing? What if I'm not dressed?" "Don't touch me so casually." "Nothing much, I just wanted to see how weak you are, enough to make Dash worry you can't handle it." Upon hearing this, Colton felt his brain buzz as if it exploded. What did you say?" Ian grabbed Colton's wrist, pulling him close, then leaned down, whispering softly into his ear. What did you say?" "Go to hell." Realizing what Ian said, Colton instantly grabbed a pillow nearby and started hitting him with it. Ian found Colton's reaction utterly amusing, chuckling, "Even if you hit me, it won't change the fact. Snakes always." "Ah, go to hell." Colton didn't want to hear any more, quickly jumping out of bed and rushing into the bathroom. Afraid of encountering something like Jixing again, he glanced around, finding nothing unusual, and finally felt relieved. Knock knock, Ian knocked on the door outside. "Colton, don't think this thing can keep me out. Don't you dare come in." "Fine, I won't enter." "Just hurry up, you can wear men's clothes today." Colton snorted, looking at himself in the mirror. His eyes were red beneath, as if misty with moisture, and his skin was as smooth as jade. It seemed, even more alluring than most girls. Have I always looked like this in front of that snake? No wonder Bonnie always told him to be careful, but how could he manage it? Whenever he got nervous, his eyes turned like this. How could he control it? After fumbling around for a while, Colton finally got ready and opened the bathroom door, glancing at Ian who was playing with his phone on the couch. "Where did Dash go?" "Relax, he's just running some errands and should be back before the program starts." "Is the live broadcast no longer random?" "No, it's no longer random because this is the final session." Colton put on the clothes prepared by the program staff and went downstairs with Ian. Upon seeing him, Hans and Hoover immediately pulled him aside with tense expressions. "Colton, we need to talk to you." "About what?" Colton felt these two acted oddly, but couldn't pinpoint why. Hoover smiled and explained, "Here's the deal. Last night, Hans and I discussed today's script, which is also the final interactive game. Take a look." Colton took the script and read the bold title, Demon Hunter. He quickly scanned through it and asked, "You're not thinking of making me the Demon Hunter, right?" This script was really outrageous. A demon hunter disguised himself among demons, whose cover was blown, leading to being captured and drained by the demons. Later, he was reborn as a human and targeted by the demons again. This demon hunter is too miserable, right? I don't want to be him. The script is so tragic. Why don't you let me exorcise the demons? Hoover looked distressed and whispered to Colton, "This is just a script, don't take it seriously. Just do it for my sake." At this moment, Colton felt an intense gaze from behind. He turned around and saw Malachi staring at him with a challenging look. He instantly understood what was going on. This guy must have threatened Hoover and Hans. Was this the only request Malachi made? For me to be the demon hunter? Hoover and Hans exchanged glances and nodded. Hans said nervously, "Colton, please agree. Just do us a favor. If you refuse, I'll kneel down before you." "Oh no, don't." Colton hurriedly supported Hans, "I can't bear that." "So, Colton, will you agree?" Colton sighed in resignation and nodded. Malachi really had lost his mind. Colton agreed not entirely for Hoover and Hans. He also wanted to figure out Malachi's true intentions. With this thought, he slowly stepped forward, took the script and threw it onto the nearby table. "I didn't expect you could write scripts. You snakes are quite cultured." An evil aura crept into Malachi's eyes. He poured a cup of tea, stood up, and handed it over to Colton. "Don't you think this script is excellent? The fate of a demon hunter ultimately ends in being toyed with by demons. Just like you did over 1,000 years ago. Mr. Malachi, are you still dreaming?" "Of course not. I'm just telling the truth. After 1,000 years, there are hardly any demon hunters left. Even your elder sister, Bonnie, finds herself outnumbered. Moreover, she is now entangled with the demon emperor and cannot break away to slay rampant demons. Even you cannot avoid becoming a plaything of demons. Just like you once were, locked up by the one you loved, neither able to live nor die." Hearing this, Colton's face darkened. "What do you mean?" Malachi threw the teacup in his hand, stepped forward, and lifted Colton's chin. "You're so smart, you should understand what I mean. Colton angrily slapped away Malachi's hand and stepped back. I don't understand. Haha, Malachi suddenly laughed loudly, a hint of restraint flashing in his seemingly gentle eyes. Are you really foolish enough to think Dash genuinely cares for you? Little thing, don't forget we are snakes. Snakes' hearts are cold, how could we possibly have feelings? Chapter 38. You have no shame, but I do. The final live broadcast began. Dash had not returned, and after getting his makeup done, Colton appeared before the audience for the first time in men's attire. His look was that of a demon hunter. As soon as he came on stage, he caught the attention of all the live stream viewers. The teenager had eyebrows as sharp as stars, bright eyes like swords, and a handsome face. Wearing a long green robe, he exuded an icy coolness. With his waist-length black hair, it only made him appear more slender and upright. Carrying a bow and arrows on his back and holding a bow in his hand, he was truly a jade-like young man. Ah, he's so handsome in traditional clothing. This is what true beauty beyond gender lines looks like, right? Not relying on buzzwords or marketing, just learn from this. Agreed. The fate implied by Colton's traditional wear is so strong, and he oozes youthful charm. This makes him a perfect match for the fairy-like Dash. By the way, where's Dash? Some people, even when sitting still, look like they have stepped out of classical paintings. After getting his makeup done, Colton actually disliked this outfit quite a lot. When he saw himself in the mirror, he was momentarily stunned. In the mirror, he seemed to have traveled through 1,000 years, with eyes like water but harboring a faint sorrow, as if some long-suppressed sadness was about to overflow. At this moment, he, Colton, was completely disconnected from the teenage demon hunter in the mirror. Imelda and Emil gave high praise upon seeing Colton's costume. Colton, you look amazing. Yeah, no wonder the audience loves you so much. Emil smiled sincerely, with not a hint of jealousy in his tone. He came here for Imelda anyway, so of course, he didn't care much about popularity. Moreover, this variety show now has all kinds of weird things going on, he couldn't care less about fame at this point. Survival was most important. Colton nodded, the corners of his mouth slightly curved, thank you. In the role-playing scenario, Imelda and Emil were normal humans dressed in ancient costumes, Malachi was a snake, Ian was a fox, Sierra was a cat, and Conan was naturally a mermaid. With the influx of new viewers, along with old fans and personal fans of the celebrities, the live stream became lively immediately. Newcomers were all captivated by the bizarre nature of the program. The production team did a great job with costumes. So realistic, it doesn't feel like a variety show but more like a documentary. Here is the storyline the audience witnessed. That demon hunter, in the era of cannibalism, hunted demons and protected people, safeguarding peace because of his immense spiritual power. Since childhood, he was placed on a pedestal. Those humans solemnly told him that he was born to protect them. The young man, who rarely spoke, accepted everything. To prevent demons from causing chaos, the demon-hunting youth concealed his presence and mingled among the demons, planning to get rid of these monsters when the opportunity arose. But the youth underestimated the situation. These demons captured a young couple, Emil and Imelda, to offer as sacrifices. To save the couple, he revealed his identity and engaged the demons in battle. Many demons died, and the young man's spiritual power was exhausted in the fight, ultimately being captured by the snake demon Malachi. Colton, where are those people who placed you on a pedestal? Do you know what? They are now offering you as a plaything to us, begging us to spare them. Malachi's voice was cold as ice, and upon hearing this, Colton's heart clenched painfully, tears uncontrollably streaming down his eyes, as if another soul within his body took control. This scene made the fans' hearts ache. Oh no, why such a sad ending? How heartbreaking. Devoted to slaying demons for them, only to be sacrificed by selfish humans, and not a single human will save him. Boo-hoo, I can't bear to watch, my poor Chin-Chen, where is Dash? Hurry up and come out. Hoover and Hans, watching this scene, suddenly wiped their sweat, thinking that Dash should appear now according to the script. If he doesn't come out now, the audience would probably blast the production team. Ian estimated the timing. Did Dash go to the snake tomb and die there? Why isn't he back yet? Colton. Ian called out to Colton, wanting to save him. Although they were following the script, the current Colton looked like a puppet under control. Colton. Imelda knew Malachi wasn't something good. Seeing Colton's expression change, she forgot about the plot and shouted, "What did you do to him?" Malachi curled her lips into a cold smile, nothing much, just wanted to stir up some of his memories. But the seal planted was too strong, just this wasn't enough. Aries. Countless bloody scenes seen in dreams rushed at him, making Colton feel like his head was splitting open, as if a tightly strung string suddenly snapped. You promised me, not to kill him." Mumbling words even he couldn't understand, Colton shouted in agony before everything turned black. Colton. Ian and Conan saw this and immediately attacked Malachi. Let him go. Colton, what did you just say? Malachi's eyes turned bloodshot at his words. Did he remember something? I said, spare him. Colton mumbled again. Just as Malachi hugged Colton, a chilling wave of killing intent surged from behind. Malachi instantly let go of Colton and dodged the attack. Without warning, Colton fell into a cool embrace, regaining some consciousness. Even without looking, he knew who it was. Dash. Colton called out weakly, his voice barely audible as if saying another word would make him faint. Dash stood against the light, his silver hair disheveled and blood-stained face making him look like a bloodthirsty demon from hell. His beauty was tainted with an intense aura of evil. Conan glanced at Ian, the aura changed. Has this guy undergone a tribulation? Ian, damn. This kind of evil aura is a sign of losing control. Colton is in danger. Dash gently touched Colton's face with his blood-stained hand, a cruel smile in his gentle expression. So, meeting you was never a coincidence. Colton, from now on, I will chain you up with cold iron, so no one can see you. The chat messages went wild again upon seeing this turn of events. This plot twist is kind of exhilarating. No way, are they really going to stream this live? There's a sort of bloody aesthetics here, the crew really knows how to do it. Go for it, go for it. I'm so excited. Love the dark and heavy stuff. TSK, I thought it would be a heartwarming direction, but it's still forced, huh? A male viewer asked quietly, what are you all getting excited about? Don't you think it's scary? Colton is very pitiful, always giving for others but being used everywhere. Other men replied, you don't get it. This type of couple dynamic is popular among girls. That makes sense, but honestly, these two guys do look good. Director and scriptwriter VVDS. I bow to you, salute you. Director Hoover. This has nothing to do with our crew, we just accidentally got famous by force. Producer and screenwriter Hans. I can't even write such intense plots. It seems like this is not acting anymore but real emotional release. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Feeling something sticky on his face and smelling the metallic scent, Colton gagged and tried to push Dash away. Before he finished speaking, there was a tearing sound, and his clothes were ripped off, exposing large patches of skin. Hey! Colton felt that this snake was losing control, even more than last time in the bathroom. He realized he shouldn't provoke the situation further. After all, this creature was a snake, devoid of human dignity or shame. Thus, Colton suppressed his urge to curse and forced a grim smile, many people are watching. You have no shame, but I do. Seeing Dash's evil aura nearly uncontrollable, Ian and Conan quickly moved forward, grabbed Colton's clothes, and together pulled him toward them. With another tearing sound, Colton's upper body was completely stripped of clothing by the three monsters. Silence enveloped the set and the live stream alike. Time seemed to freeze. Colton's face turned completely black. Damn it. These damn Fox and Merman, were they trying to save him or embarrass him? Chapter 39, no matter what you're thinking, please calm down first. The live stream was forcibly ended. The production team promptly cooperated by posting a Weibo post saying end of part 1. In an instant, the news of Nathaniel CP having a sad ending trended first on the hot search list. At the moment the live stream closed, Colton no longer cared about any contracts. Seeing that Ian and Conan had temporarily subdued Dash for now, he hurried back to his room to grab his phone and clothes, then took a taxi back to the apartment. When Colton got out of the car in front of the apartment at night, he heard Uriel's very excited loud voice from behind, my goodness, the big star finally came back. Don't talk nonsense. Colton rushed back into the apartment and used the spare key to open the door. As soon as he entered the room, he started packing things, preparing to flee. That snake was acting up again. If it really chained him up like they said, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. Uriel scratched his head, looking puzzled, hey. What's going on with you being in such a rush? I told you not to talk nonsense. Uriel, don't come find me these days, understand? Why not? I already told you to shut up and leave quickly. Colton tried to pull his suitcase and run, but he was startled by the woman standing at the door in a black cheapao. With a thud, his suitcase fell over, spilling clothes everywhere. You. The person who came was Lindsay, wearing a black cheapao, her hair styled into a bun from that era, her eyes vacant as if she were soulless. Seeing this, Uriel nervously swallowed and whispered, do you know her? Damn, she looks like she saw a ghost, so pale, frightening. Aren't you leaving? Hurry up and get lost. Colton gave a cold snort and pushed Uriel out. Uriel immediately shouted, hey, what are you doing, Colton? Why are you always chasing me away? Is something wrong? Don't make me say it again, go back home now. Seeing Colton explode for the first time, Uriel had no choice but to leave. Watching Uriel's figure disappear down the corridor, Colton then lifted his gaze and gestured for Lindsay to enter. Lindsay walked into the room like a zombie, expressionless. Due to the previous sacrifice to the Snake Immortal incident, Colton had no good feelings towards her but still poured her a cup of tea. Do you need something? Lindsay trembled all over, her head low without saying anything. It wasn't until Colton called out again that she looked up. Xiao Chen, it's my fault to Leo and to you. She sobbed as if crying and howling like a wolf. Colton felt this person was extremely hypocritical. He didn't bother watching her act and said, "Lucille, did you come here for something? If not, please leave. I have something to take care of." Xiao Chen. Impatiently, Colton replied, "Don't call me. And please stop crying, or the neighbors might complain." "Oh, right." Lindsay wiped away her tears and hurriedly took out several yellow charms from her bag, handing them over to Colton. "Xiao Chen, I saw you being harassed by some demons on the show. This charm was given to me by Leo. Take it, and those demons won't dare approach you." "Demons?" Colton poured himself a glass of water and laughed coldly. "Lucille, how do you know they're demons? Are you a demon hunter too?" Caught off guard by Colton's question, Lindsay blushed awkwardly and hastily replied, "Those definitely look like demons." Dash turned into a snake during the live stream, didn't he? Colton smiled faintly. "That was just special effects, Lucille. You really know how to joke. How can I not tell humans from demons?" No. Lindsay shook her head. "Xiao Chen, Leo has already lost his life because of this. You mustn't let anything happen to you. Listen to me and accept these charms." "I already said, it was special effects." Colton didn't intend to give this person any face anymore. "Lucille, I really have things to do. If you want to keep talking about this, please leave." Humph, like the weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year. If it were really the old man's charm, Bonnie would have given it to him at the show. Why would this fake caring person need to give it? Seeing that Colton was giving her no face, Lindsay started appealing emotionally. "Xiao Chen, I know you're still blaming me, but I was truly afraid, the Snake Immortal might come for vengeance." "Vengeance? Lucille, what exactly did you do before that makes you so afraid of Snake seeking revenge?" Colton couldn't forget the scene he saw in his dream. This person didn't listen to the old man, which indirectly made the old man an accomplice in harming the snake. People who do bad things indeed will face divine retribution. Upon hearing this, Lindsay's face changed drastically. Crying, she grabbed Colton's hand and confessed, "Xiao Chen, that wasn't my intention. I was also deceived, and I never expected things would turn out like this. Please take it, I want to make amends for you." "No need." Colton impatiently shook off Lindsay's hand. "Lucille, you should know, if you don't want others to know, you shouldn't have done it. Xiao Chen, listen to me. I was used by another snake back then." "Another snake?" Hearing this, Colton frowned. "Then, do you know the name or appearance of the snake that used you?" Lindsay wiped her tears and nodded again. "When the two snakes were fighting back then, I heard a name, Malachi." Colton's face darkened. It was indeed Malachi. How could it be him everywhere? What madness, was the Snake clan inheriting a throne, always trying to kill Dash? Seeing Colton react, Lindsay subconsciously pushed the charms toward him again. "Xiao Chen, please take it. It will make me feel better. In the future, our village won't force you to be a sacrifice to the Snake Immortal anymore." Colton had just suppressed his displeasure, but mentioning this infuriated him again. "Lucille, you've done your deed, so stop pretending to be kind now. I'm someone who remembers grudges. Take your stuff away, I don't need it." What good did it do now? Every day he was being pressured and embraced by that snake, all thanks to those villagers. The only consolation was that his waist was still intact. But given the current perverse situation, it probably wouldn't last long. Colton rubbed his temples, unwilling to discuss further with this woman, and began to shoo her away. "Lucille, I'm tired. If there's nothing else, please leave." Lindsay quickly nodded. "I'll leave first and come visit you another day." With that, she left the charm on the table and hurried out. Watching the woman leave through the window until her figure disappeared down the street, Colton felt drained and slumped back onto the sofa. A cold breeze swept past, and with a creak, the apartment door slowly opened. "Who's there?" Hearing the sound, Colton jumped up from the sofa as if he saw a ghost. Then, in the next moment, he thought he really did see one. The snake, covered in blood, looked like a vampire fresh from feeding. Its golden pupils narrowed into slits, red-rimmed eyes glaring at him, as if ready to pounce and tear him apart. You killed someone." Colton trembled in fear. The desire in those eyes was something he had just witnessed. Was this monster going berserk or entering a receptive phase again? "Dash, whatever you're thinking, please calm down first." Before he finished shouting, Colton was already pinned on the sofa. A sharp pain shot through his back, and he groaned. Damn! He hurt his waist. Chapter 40, Patty, you guys get it. Colton felt his waist was about to break. Finally, when that snake kissed him almost to the point of suffocation, a sob escaped from his lips. At the moment Dash released him, he didn't know whose blood was in his mouth. Colton's face was flushed red, and he swore under his breath. His clavicle was stained with fresh blood, patches upon patches, like blooming plum blossoms, exuding a kind of eerie beauty. Colton took a breath, mist gathering in his eyes as if he had just cried. Dash, though I don't know why you're acting crazy, at least tell me what happened before going crazy. Did I do something to upset you? Given this situation, Colton seriously doubted his waist would survive intact. He wasn't oblivious to this possibility, but never in such a forceful way. Misunderstandings were the most frustrating. Dash's gaze was cold, he reached out and pulled Colton into his arms. I can't bring myself to kill you. Stay by my side from now on, and no one else is allowed to see you. As he spoke, he threw a pile of things onto the sofa. Seeing the items that appeared in his line of sight, Colton's eyes reddened, and he shouted angrily, "You're imprisoning me." Dash raised his eyes to look at him. Colton, I'm a snake. I don't care about human laws. I can make you vanish without a trace from this world, forever belonging only to me. Colton, do you know there's something in the demon realm called a beauty specimen? You are sick. Colton, supporting his aching waist, took a step back. With a click, his hands were handcuffed above his head. I'm taking you back to the Temple of the Snake Immortal. I won't go back. Colton turned his head, dodging Dash's hand. It seemed this snake wasn't planning to tell him the truth. So be it. Colton's temper flared up. Anyway, whether killed or violated, it's all a matter of life and skin. If you have the guts, kill me. Ah. A sharp pain shot through his wrist as Dash pressed Colton's hand down. Instantly, Colton's wrist was rubbed raw, and several long red marks appeared. These are your own words. Just remember, don't regret it. Dash's voice was gentle, but Colton felt the oppressive calm before a storm, almost suffocating him. Damn, this went too far. Are you serious? Calm down. In the instant his clothes were torn, Colton used all his strength to roll aside. But the force was too great, tearing his clothes even more. The talismans Lindsay brought lay scattered on the floor after being knocked off the coffee table. A breeze blew, carrying them to Colton's feet. Seeing the talismans, Dash's already dark gaze became even more terrifying. Death-cursed talisman, at this moment, those amber snake eyes almost seemed dyed red with blood. Colton, no matter how long it takes, you still want my life. That's not mine. It's not mine. Colton was startled. Death-cursed talisman? Will snakes really die if they touch this? Could this be Lindsay's true intention for finding him? Damn it, this is trying to kill him. Now, no matter how he explained, Dash wouldn't listen. Don't come near. Colton stood up, retreating into the corner of the living room. Lord Snake Immortal, if I really wanted to harm you, I could have had Bonnie help me during the show. Hearing this, Dash's pupils flickered, stopping his advancing steps. I told you, call me Dash. Upon hearing this, Colton's face turned completely black. You damn snake brain, did you only hear the first 4 words? Didn't listen to the rest at all? June. Dash, with my weak physique, I'm no match for you. Ian said snakes have 2 sides. Before he finished speaking, he was suppressed again. Well, then try what Ian said, and you'll know. Screw trying. I don't want to be pinned down by a snake. It doesn't work. I pulled my waist. Colton thought that talking might not work, but maybe crying would. With that thought, he put his acting skills learned from company training into action, his eyes turning red, tears rolling down like large beads. Dash, please don't do this, I beg you. Seeing this tearful scene, Dash's grip on Colton's hand trembled. I can't let him go. I want him as my offering, forever belonging to me, watching him cry beneath me. Such thoughts were like a curse, constantly eroding Dash's last shred of rationality. His hand fell on Colton's face again, wiping away the tears. Colton, don't be afraid of me. All right? In the Tomb of Snakes, Dash had seen the illusion from over 1,000 years ago, and his sealed memories had been completely restored. At that moment, he deeply experienced the pain of love and hate. Why was it precisely Colton? Fate really did play a cruel joke. He had initially thought this little guy who wasn't afraid of snakes turned out to be the culprit who led to the decline of the Snake Clan. Over 1,300 years ago, the Snake Clan suffered a devastating blow by demon hunters. Those who had achieved their human forms were almost all slaughtered in bloodbath. By today, there were very few snakes left that could transform into human form. When Dash returned to the production team, he harbored murderous intent. But then he thought, sometimes living is more painful than dying. He could not let this person off so easily. Then don't touch me, alright? What I said earlier about letting you do as you please was just nonsense. Don't take it seriously. We are equals, you cannot force me. Seeing that Colton's wrist had gained several more red marks, Dash lifted Colton's hand, his lips curling into a demonic smile. Does it hurt? Seeing his ploy work, Colton slowly nodded. It hurts. Can you stop using these handcuffs? I won't run. Really? Dash glanced at the fallen luggage. Colton immediately stammered an explanation, I missed home. Is that wrong? Dash stared into those eyes, shaking his head with a smile. I said, starting today, you can't go anywhere. You. Colton gritted his teeth, ready to swear. No, to curse the snake. But this snake was emotionally unstable. If provoked, he would certainly suffer severe consequences. What about you? Dash gently touched the wound on his wrist while resting his other hand on Colton's lips. I told you before, if you dare to run, I'll break your legs. Colton froze, then snorted, stepping forward angrily and rubbing his still wet tears onto Dash's clothes in what seemed like retaliation. Then he raised his eyes, saying in an aggrieved tone, "Anyway, your clothes are already dirty, so I just rubbed a bit." Damn, why doesn't this snake soften? Even with him crying like this, there's no reaction at all. Maybe he should try a different tactic next time. Janu Entertainment Company. Ian and Conan went straight to the office to find Patty. Patty was eating something when she saw them and paused for a moment, then smiled. "What wind blew you here? Has something happened to Colton?" Ian's mouth twitched. "Didn't you see the evil aura around Dash? At this rate, something will happen to Colton." Conan added, "You should know that Dash went to the Tomb of Snakes." "Yes, I know. So, do you think Dash will kill Colton?" "He wouldn't have before, but this time, things are different. Dash's emotions are very unstable. Back at the production site, we almost got injured." Patty's expression darkened. "How is it different?" "These matters, they must eventually face. It's fate." "Fate, my foot. Talking about fate, one first needs to have life. Colton is helpless, unlike Bonnie. How could he possibly contend with Dash?" Ian felt that Patty's devilishness could rival old demoness Bonnie. Conan asked, "They knew each other before?" Ian sighed, "There's a bit of history. 19 years ago, Dash had a conflict with Colton's grandfather. 10 years ago, when he came for revenge, he encountered young Colton." Upon hearing Ian's words, Patty stood up, smiling slightly. "All right, I promise you. Dash absolutely won't kill Colton. As for dear little Colton, he'll only endure some hardship for a few days. He'll be fine." Ian and Conan echoed, "Hardship." Patty gave a meaningful smile, deliberately drawing out her words. "You get it." Chapter 41, An Embarrassing Way to Faint. What does he know? When Ian came out of the office, he really wanted to tear that woman's office apart. Conan stopped him. "Don't be so impulsive. Didn't she say Colton would be fine? Besides, her attitude towards Dash was quite lenient before. Was it? People treat you and Dash like heaven and earth. If you and I were caught when we were planning to tease Colton, could we still stand here safely? We would have been injured for sure." Ian snorted coldly and didn't want to acknowledge Conan anymore. "I'm not talking to you anymore, I'm going to find Colton. He's so frail, and the evil aura on Dash is now so strong. What if?" Ian's words unsettled Conan as well. Without another word, he put on his cap and walked out of the company. Hey, where are you going?" "To find someone." Colton was locked in the bedroom of the apartment by Dash and couldn't go anywhere. Except for going to the bathroom, Dash was almost never away from him, even sleeping while hugging him. What a psycho. Originally, Dash was going to take him back to the Snake Immortal Temple, but Colton refused vehemently. Dash, like a madman, bit his lip again. "Damn bastard, son of a turtle. You might as well swallow me whole." Fuming, Colton started a hunger strike. Every now and then, Dash would bring food into the room, and Colton said without looking at it, "How long do you plan to keep me here?" Dash approached and hugged Colton. "Colton, listen to me and eat." "Not eating. I told you to eat." Dash picked up the cake on the table and stuffed it into Colton's mouth. Colton turned his head and struggled. With a dark expression, Dash held Colton's chin and forced milk down his throat. Cough, cough. Colton coughed, feeling uneasy in his stomach. In the end, he became too weak to resist and could only swallow the milk reluctantly. The moment Dash let go, Colton said angrily, "You might as well kill me. Instead of being kept like this forever, I'd rather die." Dash paused, then left with the items again. "The damned snake. If you have something to say, just say it. Acting weird like this, you're driving me crazy. He did nothing wrong, why should he be restricted?" But talking to a snake wouldn't help, it was headache-inducing. Colton looked at the window again, wondering if jumping from there could save his life. Lying sideways on the bed, the more he endured, the angrier he got. At this moment, Colton saw Dash enter the bedroom again, holding a dead branch in his hand. "What's that?" Colton's pupils contracted as he instinctively moved further into the bed. Sitting at the bedside, Dash held Colton's chin. "Be good. This will help you regain strength." Colton thought this guy was nuts. That branch looked extremely ominous, definitely not a good thing. "Can I not eat it?" "Why not? I just had milk poured down my throat, my stomach is uncomfortable. My body feels awful. I need to take a shower first." As he spoke, he sized up Dash in front of him. Where was the demeanor of a famous star? His entire body was covered in blood, anyone who didn't know better would think he was a murderer. "Dash, you should take a shower too. If someone comes, they might think this place is a crime scene. Then let's shower together." Dash's formerly lifeless face showed visible joy as he carried Colton toward the bathroom. "Hey, untie me. I can go by myself." Ignoring him, Dash adjusted the hot water and stripped off Colton's tattered clothes, starting to unbutton his pants. "Hey. Don't move, I can do it myself." Terrified, Colton backed up, huddling like a pitiful little animal. You undress yourself. I think you need a wash too. Your wrists. Seeing Colton's wrists covered in red marks, Dash felt guilty and freed him. He kissed the wounds lightly and looked at Colton. Does it hurt? Colton wanted to shout, it hurts like hell. But seeing those amber eyes, now calm, he subconsciously shook his head. It doesn't hurt. Dash hummed and picked up the shower head, letting the water fall over Colton's body. Colton clearly saw the snake's Adam's apple move. A chill ran down his spine. Was this because he saw him clean and white and got hungry? Let me help you wash. As if seeking revenge, Colton pulled off Dash's clothes. Then, he took the shower head and poured water over Dash's body. Why are you so bloody? Did you fight with Ian and the others? Let me tell you, if you walk around like this, you'll definitely get arrested. Warm water cascaded over Dash, washing away the blood, but his body remained terrifyingly cold. Are you worried about me? Dash suddenly asked, his eyes intense. Before Colton could respond, Dash said with a dark face, I thought you wished all snakes in the world were dead. You. Hearing this, Colton's anger flared up again. I don't want to talk about this today. Get out. Saying this, he pushed Dash towards the bathroom door, only to be grabbed by the wrist and pressed against the wall. Ouch. Colton's face turned pale, he winced, feeling as if his back was about to break. Without looking, he knew there would be a huge bruise. Can you stop getting angry all the time? I said, even if you want me dead, let me know what I did wrong. Do you really want to know? Dash's voice was laced with suppressed fury, his amber eyes raging with overwhelming anger. Colton even suspected he must have dug up the Snake clan's ancestral grave in his past life. He looked up into those eyes, chest heaving with anger, not anymore. What good would it do? The fire wouldn't subside, and he still couldn't avoid being bullied. Maybe Colton's attitude wasn't very good, which further angered Dash. Soon after, faint sobs were heard from the bathroom. Until there was no more sound. Colton. Not long after, Dash's voice came from the bathroom. Steam from the hot water filled the air. In the struggle with Dash, Colton felt weak and fainted. At that moment, Colton felt extremely embarrassed. Having lived for so many years, this time, he actually fainted from being kissed. Better die than wake up. Chapter 42, Are You Pitying Me? After Colton fainted, Dash immediately called Fernanda and asked her to find a doctor. When Fernanda received the call from the great actor, she was almost in tears. Ancestor, where have you been? I couldn't find you anywhere. Are you at Colton's apartment? Don't forget that you two are incredibly popular now. Can you please stop disappearing? Fernanda had visited Colton's apartment more than once. Even when she had the property management open the door, she still couldn't find them. Yes, I went somewhere else before, but now I'm back. Colton, he is sick. Sick. Fernanda paused, a sudden unhealthy thought popping into her mind. Could it be that he overdid it and got a fever? Fernanda, are you listening? Oh, yes. I'm listening. I know a private doctor, I'll bring her over right away. Fernanda was so agitated that her voice trembled. After hanging up the phone, Dash sat back down by the bed. Of course, Fernanda couldn't find them. Every time she came, Dash had set up a barrier, ensuring that even if someone entered with property management, the room would appear empty. Dash bent down, his forehead lightly touching Colton's. The time you saved me 10 years ago, you weren't lying to me, were you? No, I didn't lie to you. On the bed, Colton suddenly murmured, tears slowly welling up in the corners of his eyes. No, don't kill him. Please don't. Seeing this, Dash immediately grabbed Colton's hand. Colton's hand was ice cold, like that of a corpse. Shortly after, his body began to heat up again, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as if enduring immense pain. Colton. Colton's hand was trembling, and in the next moment, he bit his lip until it bled. Dash smelled the strong scent of blood. After cleaning the blood from Colton's lips, Dash had a sudden thought and quickly took off Colton's pajamas. Then, he saw faint whip marks on Colton's back, some so severe they were barely flesh. Someone is controlling his dreams. Transferring the experience to his body. But why did Colton have so many whip marks on his back? Back then, his spiritual power was extremely strong. Why was he beaten this way? At that time, no demon hunter could match him. Colton, wake up. Dash pressed one hand against Colton's lips to prevent further bleeding and used the index and middle finger of his other hand to slowly infuse energy into Colton through his temples. Colton turned his head, murmuring, no. His forehead was drenched in sweat, soaking the pillow. The bedroom grew increasingly filled with the smell of blood, and Colton's expression became more agonized, yet he remained silent, his veins standing out prominently, his body shaking non-stop. Colton, who are you really? Is it as the records in the Snake tomb say? Humans and demons belong to different paths, their hearts must differ. Any human encountering snake demons would inevitably destroy them, without exception. Seeing Colton suffer so much in his dreams, Dash's gaze darkened. In the next moment, he forcefully tore off a scale from his chest, covered in fresh blood, and placed it on Colton's bloodied back until it fused inside. The scale from the heart pulse area has the ability to break all demonic spells. As soon as the scale entered, Colton's wounds began to fade little by little. In the dream, Colton was reliving the last story from the show's program, a story of a demon hunter. He was a participant. The only difference was that in the dream, he possessed immensely strong spiritual powers and slew countless demons. However, he only killed those demons who committed extreme evils and never harmed innocents indiscriminately. Because of this, many people in his clan were dissatisfied with him, gradually leading to the loss of his reputation. Later, in those turbulent times, human lives were cheap, and more people died in wars. Demons wreaked havoc everywhere, pushing him onto a pedestal, infiltrating among them disguised as one of them. To save a couple, his identity was exposed, and his spiritual powers were exhausted, captured by demons. Those demons didn't capture him to kill him but to humiliate him as a form of solace for the slain demons. Colton preferred death over submission and escaped after regaining his powers. Yet upon returning, the clansmen he had protected captured him once again and handed him over to the demons. This time, he was offered to a newly human-formed snake demon, Dash. This snake was peculiar, emitting no scent of human blood. It kept him confined indoors, providing daily sustenance and care without any mistreatment. Later, after his spiritual power was restored, he unlocked the shackles and set him free. The dream scene then transitioned to one of him being whipped. He gritted his teeth and remained silent. One of the demon hunters scoffed, to actually endure torture for that snake, what a fool. Strongest in spiritual power indeed, all bark and no bite. Anyway, demons must be exterminated without mercy. Absolutely not letting that snake off. Hearing this, Colton shook his head vigorously, trying to warn his kneeling self. Don't, they're lying to you. Snap out of it. But the tragedy still unfolded. Even the untransformed snakes within the demon clan were completely wiped out. Colton watched as his tortured self eventually fainted. Yet, back then, the one leading the demon hunters to hunt demons was still him, a doppelganger of himself. This, Colton, almost wiped out all the snakes that had taken human form within the demon clan. Then, he went on to lure Dash, stabbing the demon suppression sword into Dash's chest when he let down his guard. That, Colton, looked viciously cruel, laughing nastily. I have hated snakes ever since I was little. Every day spent with you made me feel disgusted. No. That person wasn't him, not him at all. Not the words he wanted to say. When I was confined in your room, I saw through your dirty intentions towards me. Everything I said was just so you would let me go. As expected, you really let me go. Dash, you can't possibly think I would like a snake, can you? Seeing the despair in Dash's eyes, Colton struggled to speak. But it felt like his mouth was blocked, emitting only muffled sobs. Colton cried. Even enduring 2,000 lashes, suffering flesh wounds, he hadn't shed a single tear. But now, he cried like a child. He watched as Dash, who bore his face, killed him, extracting every bone and tendon, yet he could do nothing about it. Colton, if I live, I will tear you apart piece by piece. That was Dash's last words before dying. The dream ended here. Colton slowly opened his eyes. Sunlight streamed through the window, shining on his tear-streaked face. In front of him was Dash's pale, worried face. Dash touched his forehead, his voice hoarse, "You're awake." "Yeah." Colton's voice carried a hint of crying. In the next moment, he got up and tightly embraced Dash. His body was trembling. This time, he couldn't even utter, "Sorry." Just then, the bedroom door opened, and Fernanda's voice came from outside, "Dash, I've brought the doctor." "You too." Bang, she quickly closed the bedroom door. "Well, the apartment door was open, so I came in. Sorry for disturbing you." Dash immediately stood up and said, "It's fine, come in and check on Colton." Colton shook his head and tried to pull Dash away, but due to weakness, he fell off the bed. Seeing this, Dash immediately caught Colton. "Are you okay?" Colton shook his head again, then hugged Dash's waist tightly. "I'm fine, tell Fernanda to leave, I'm really fine." "No. You had a fever earlier, it's better to let the doctor check you." Colton held on to Dash and looked into his eyes. He would never forget the despair in those amber eyes. If everything in the dream were true, it would be terrifying. He only wanted the demon hunters to spare Dash, but everything spiraled out of control afterward. That person, pretending to be him while he was unconscious after torture, led the demon hunters to exterminate the entire demon clan. It was all a misunderstanding, but Dash didn't know. Despite hating him so much, he hadn't dealt a killing blow. These days, what Colton saw as madness were actually Dash's efforts to suppress his anger to kill him. So stupid. Tears flowed from Colton's eyes, not acting, but genuine sadness. No wonder during the show, Dash's personality changed drastically, saying, "Our meeting has never been a coincidence." "Colton." Dash thought Colton was trying to escape, so he called out to him. "I don't need a doctor. Having you by my side is enough." Colton buried his head in Dash's chest, hugging him even tighter. In the future, he would never let this snake show such an expression again. Dash looked at the person in his arms. Before he woke up, this person had been so resistant to his approach, but now it was as if he had become a different person. The silence was terrifying. After a long while, Dash finally whispered, "Are you pitying me?" Chapter 43, What did you do, Dash? Colton immediately shook his head. No, not at all. Why has your attitude changed so much? Or are you trying to deceive me again and then run away? Colton thought about what the person disguised as himself had said to Dash in his dream. His heart painfully constricted. Dash, I won't run away anymore. Fine, then go out now and let Fernanda's friend examine you. Okay, Colton nodded obediently. I'll do whatever you say. Fernanda and her friend outside were anxiously waiting. Just as Fernanda was about to ask one more time, she saw Colton carrying bedding into the bathroom opposite the bedroom. Fernanda and her friend exchanged glances, tacitly understanding each other. After the washing machine started, Colton walked towards Fernanda and her friend with a slight smile, inviting them to sit on the sofa. I'm really sorry for making you come here. Fernanda's friend, Sonia, waved her hand quickly. It's okay, let me check you first. Sonia took Colton's temperature and examined his eyes. You're burning up and your eyes are red. It's a wound infection. I'll prescribe some medicine, after taking it for a few days, you'll be fine. Wound infection. Colton looked down at the red marks left by the handcuffs. Could it be because of this? Fernanda asked with confusion, were these from being hit? Oh, they're from handcuffs, but it's nothing serious now. Fernanda. What did you do, Dash, that made him like this? After writing the prescription, Sonia and Fernanda prepared to leave. Colton escorted them to the door and watched them depart before returning to the bedroom to find Dash. But when he stepped into the bedroom, he saw Dash transformed into a snake, lying motionless on the ground, surrounded by blood. Colton was terrified. He gently held Dash's head and called out, Dash, what happened? He wanted to rush out to call Fernanda and Sonia but hesitated, instead finding his phone, charging it, and calling Ian. On the street, Ian was dodging fans chasing him. Seeing Colton's call, he was both surprised and delighted. Upon answering, he was about to ask where Dash had hidden him, but Colton's urgent voice interrupted him. Ian, something happened to Dash. At my place, please come over. Hearing Colton sobbing, Ian immediately said, Don't cry, I'm on my way. Ian almost arrived at Colton's place with Aunt Isabella simultaneously. Ian was shocked. Why are you here? Isabella ignored him and rushed straight to Colton's bedroom. Seeing Colton with red eyes holding Dash, she sighed, I knew this would happen. That snake must have done this for you. Colton looked at Isabella and Ian at the doorway. Boss, you're here too. Isabella took out herbs similar to those given to Colton by Dash earlier and handed them to him. Boil these and bring it here. I'll do it right away. Colton immediately took the herbs to the kitchen and started preparing the medicine. Ian glanced at Dash and his expression darkened. How could he be injured so severely? This doesn't look like it's from a beating. Beating my ass. Isabella couldn't help but curse. He obviously pulled out a scale from his chest to save Colton. If it happens again, he'll really die. This. Ian had heard about how the snake demon had 3 scales on its chest, which were vital. If all 3 were gone, there would be no saving it. Old monster. I mean, boss, you said once more, meaning 2 times before. When was the last time besides this one? Isabella paused while sprinkling powder and replied, over 1,000 years ago. Ian's expression faltered. It wouldn't have been for Colton, right? What do you think? Isabella's face was unreadable, her voice gritted through clenched teeth. If it weren't for my money tree, I wouldn't care. She originally thought Dash was just going to bully Colton a bit and everything would be fine after a few days. But she never expected Dash to act so recklessly. If not for his severe injuries, Isabella would have kicked the snake's head. Ian glanced back at Colton's silhouette in the kitchen, deep in thought. It seems their bond didn't start just 10 years ago but long before that. Yes, indeed a cursed connection. As they were talking, Dash on the ground transformed back into human form. Seeing this, Ian immediately helped him to the bed. Looking at the weak figure, Ian instinctively asked Isabella, if I give him a deadly blow now, will he kick the bucket right away? Isabella's face darkened. Before she could respond, Colton stood by the door and said, then I'll kill you. Not today, but later, unless you kill me too. Ian. It was just a joke, why did he have to look so ferocious? Didn't he used to be afraid of Dash? Just because Dash saved his life, he's going to repay him with his own. Ian laughed again, hee, just kidding. This is boss's cash cow, can't kill him. Isabella took the medicine from Colton's hands, scrutinizing him with her gaze. Many years ago, those demons you killed would still come one after another to kill you, yet you have no spiritual power at all. Would that drag Dash down? What do you think? I'm sorry. If he could, Colton wished he could be as strong as he was in his dream. But now, it was his sister who was powerful. Seeing that the old witch Isabella was being a bit harsh in her words, Ian quickly intervened, boss, don't speak so harshly. Colton isn't feeling good about it either. Looking at Colton, who was hanging his head like a child who had made a mistake, Isabella sighed again. Colton, if it weren't for the promise to Bryson, I wouldn't have let you join the company. It's too dangerous. Hearing this, Colton looked surprised. You knew my grandfather. Chapter 44, Are you trying to pretend you like me again, seduce me, and then kill me? Patty looked helpless. It wasn't just recognition, it was almost as if he had been beaten black and blue. I'm still quite familiar with him. Before he passed away, Leo once came to find me. What did he say? He said there would be demons coming after you constantly and asked India and me to take good care of you. But as you know, the company I run only signs beautiful demons. I didn't want to accept you because it's too dangerous, but Leo insisted on your joining us, saying that it was time to pay off some debts. Hearing Patty's words, Colton could imagine how the old man must have come to see Patty. Colton, even though Leo didn't tell me everything, I know that neither you nor Dash should bear grudges against each other. Colton nodded. I understand, thank you. For what? There's self-interest in it. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother meddling in your affairs. After giving Dash the medicine, Patty turned to ask Colton, where did that guy India disappear to? I watched the live streaming. Did she really get caught by the demon emperor to be his wife? Colton shook his head. I'm not very clear about this matter either. Every time I contact her, she doesn't say anything, just telling me to be a waste. This is nonsense. The situation is out of control now. How can you be a waste? Patty pointed at the death curse charm on the table outside. By the way, who gave you that thing outside? It was really vicious. Although Patty was human, she believed that human hearts were more fearsome than demons. If Colton used that thing on Dash, Dash wouldn't survive this time and would never find peace. It's from someone in our village. Thinking of a last dare, Colton's eyes darkened. He walked out and tore up the charm, flushing it down the toilet. Ian said, when I saw that thing, I thought it was for dealing with Dash. I almost mourned for the snake. Certainly not. Colton glanced at Dash on the bed. Boss, when he gets better, I'll leave the company. Even if he would be chased by demons every day, he couldn't drag Dash down anymore. If he had a chance to live, he must find out who was impersonating him. Thinking of this, Colton's eyes grew cold. Some debts need to be settled clearly. Ian had never seen such a sinister expression on Colton, as if he had become a different person. What happened between you and Dash back then? Why do you hate each other so much? Colton shot a glare at Ian. Shut up. If you can't speak properly, don't speak. Yes. Ian sighed, turned around, and sat on the sofa in the living room. Strange, why did I come here? To listen to stories. Colton quickly poured a cup of water for the fox. Thanks for helping. Ian lifted his gaze and looked at Colton, pulling him closer. You smell like that snake everywhere, not as nice as before. Colton blushed furiously and slapped Ian's face. Shut up. Ian covered his face and wailed, why did you hit me so hard? An ordinary human, yet hurting so much. Seeing this, Patty shook her head and laughed. Enough. We have a meeting to attend. Ian, go with me. After all, the demon world is going to be reshuffled. Ian sized up Colton again, but what if demons come to drain their essence? One is barely alive, the other is just a human. Do you plan on collecting their bodies tomorrow or burying them together? Patty's face darkened. This fox's mouth was truly despicable. There's a barrier set by Dash here. Go with Colton downstairs to buy some food for these few days. He will stay to take care of Dash first. Why doesn't Colton go back to the company? He's part of it. Patty didn't feel like arguing further with the fox. If you say another word, do you believe I'll strip your fox skin to make a fur coat? At this, Ian immediately stood up, pulled Colton, and ran out. I'm taking him to buy things, and I'll pay. Before Colton could react, they were already downstairs. Wow, do all demons teleport? Arriving at the supermarket, Ian and Colton were recognized and quickly surrounded by people. It wasn't until the staff arrived that they dispersed the crowd. In the crowd, the most frequent phrase Colton heard was, why isn't Dash with you? Colton felt a bit helpless. He wanted to be with Dash too, but the snake was still unconscious, wasn't it? He even replied to a few fans, saying, next time, definitely next time. Immediately after, he regretted it. The fans turned red and shouted, that's great, before leaving. Sigh, fans are indeed very strange creatures. Ian helped Colton buy a week's worth of food and necessities, then quickly returned to the apartment with the items. At this moment, Patty took Dash's pulse. Before leaving, she bent down and whispered in his ear, if you wake up, don't pretend too much. He is very worried about you, and tear up that charm that can kill you. Hey, I'm leaving him in your care now, do whatever you want. After finishing, she pulled Ian by the collar and left the apartment. Ian didn't even get a chance to talk to Colton, having been dragged away by fate. Hey, I haven't even instructed Colton yet, my neck is going to break. Hey. Dash slowly opened his eyes on the bed. The blood-red color in his eyes had faded, turning into a beautiful amber hue. Colton closed the door to the apartment, put all the things in the fridge, then poured a cup of warm water and quietly walked into the bedroom. He pinched Dash's chin, trying to pour the water into his mouth. But no matter how hard he tried, the man's mouth remained tightly shut. Even if he managed to pour some water, it just flowed out from the corners of his mouth. This won't work. The boss said to feed water frequently for quicker recovery. After some thought, Colton used a very embarrassing method he learned from TV when he was young. He drank the water himself, then fed it to the snake bit by bit. Forget it, since you don't know, a kiss is just a kiss. When Colton walked out with the cup, Dash opened his eyes again. His fingers touched his lips. God knows how much he wanted to pin him down and lose control. But he remembered that Colton might still be putting on an act, so he hesitated subconsciously. Over 1,000 years ago, he was ambushed by demon hunters led by Colton while dying and was saved by a mysterious figure in black. Soon after, he heard that Colton had been buried alive by demon hunters. On a stormy night, Dash dug up Colton's grave and found that his soul was trapped using extremely cruel methods, never able to reincarnate, a truly vicious technique. He originally intended to crush Colton's bones and scatter them. But at that moment, he felt pity for this person. A highly talented demon hunter ended up meeting such a tragic fate. Dash brought back Colton's remains, removed the curses with his snake scales, and froze him under ice with a beauty-preserving pearl. Initially, he planned to trap Colton's soul forever, making him suffer eternal torment. However, Colton's body was later stolen, and he never found it again. That night, Dash fell into despair, his eyes turning blood red. That night, he killed all the demon hunters and villagers, sparing none, regardless of gender or age, with extreme cruelty. That night, even the bright moon turned bloody red. Later, Dash went to the snake tomb and sealed his memories there until 1,000 years later. In the kitchen, Colton was washing cups when he heard light footsteps behind him. Colton looked happy and was about to turn around when he heard the voice say, "Colton, are you pretending to like me again, seducing me, and then planning to kill me?" Chapter 45, Then tell me, what should I do to help you? With a clatter, the cup in Colton's hand fell to the ground. He turned his head to look at Dash. "Why do I have to do this?" "Because long ago, you once did it." Colton's face turned ashen. He lowered his head, then lifted it again, staring directly into those eyes and said clearly, "Have you ever thought that person might not be me?" Without evidence, everything sounded so weak and powerless when spoken out. Dash sneered, "Looks like you've also remembered that time. How about trying to lie to me differently?" Colton didn't want to argue anymore. He forced a smile and said, I don't want to talk about this now. Boss said your injury still needs some time to recover." His words were cut off before they finished. Dash's kiss carried a hint of brutality. Colton's lips were bitten until they bled, the coppery taste spreading between their lips. Colton closed his eyes and didn't resist. The wound hurt, but he remained mostly silent, only occasionally shuddering slightly, like a leaf swaying in the wind. Finally, Dash let go of Colton. His breath grazed past Colton's ear as he asked hoarsely, "Why didn't you push me away?" "You're trembling from pain." Colton reached out to hug Dash, shaking his head and saying, "It doesn't hurt." Compared to the pain in his dreams, this was nothing. In fact, he had been afraid Dash would push him away just now. Given Dash's current state of mind, he must be thinking of killing him. Really not hurting? Dash's hand landed on Colton's lips. Colton shook his head again, then tiptoed to kiss him. Not knowing how to kiss properly, it was clumsy, almost like pecking, which drove Dash into frustration until he grabbed the back of his head. Until Colton's breathing turned erratic, leaning on Dash's shoulder to catch his breath. Through the kisses, the possessiveness from Dash was profoundly felt by Colton. Suddenly recalling something, he stammered, Your injury isn't fully healed yet. Can we wait until you're completely recovered?" "But the fire has already been kindled, what should we do?" Since Colton regained consciousness, Dash noticed he became compliant with everything. Just like that time 1,000 years ago when he tried to kill him. "What should we do then?" Dash asked again, wanting to see Colton's reaction. I don't know either." Colton shook his head. Though he knew human anatomy well, he knew next to nothing about this serpent's body structure. He lifted his gaze, blushing red as he asked, "Then tell me, what should I do?" "At Tianyu Company." Ian suddenly shivered. He glanced at Conan. "Hey, you'd better not go looking for Colton. Now he only has eyes for Dash. If you go, you'll surely get kicked out." "Why?" Conan looked confused. He has been imprisoned by Dash long enough. If things go on like this, he will go crazy. Ian wanted to say more, but Adela's devilish voice floated over. "You two, stop disturbing them." Conan stood up from his usual lazy posture and said, "Then can I take a peek?" "No time for that. Since Dash and Colton are not here, you need to catch up with work during this period." Hearing this, Ian couldn't sit still either and got up to protest. "Hey! Aren't you too heartless? Just like Joe Boppy, though we aren't humans, you are really treating us like dogs." Upon hearing this, Adela's expression changed. "What did you say?" Seeing the same murderous glare Bonnie used when fighting enemies, Ian and Conan both cowered, straightening up at the same time and saying, "No, nothing." Adela smiled lightly. "This is better." Thinking of something, she added, "If you guys like men, choose another pretty boy." A four-legged frog is hard to find, but there are plenty of handsome two-legged ones. Ian. Sure enough, she was an old demoness who could spout such words. Being straightforward, Conan always hit straight balls and asked, why change? Colton hasn't expressed any stance yet, right? Ian pulled Conan aside. Well, he indeed hesitated during the show, but I saw him before coming to the company. Conan, you've lost your chance. Adela curled her lips into a smile and continued to add insult to injury, as if you had a chance in the first place. CLO. Before the word southeast came out, Ian slapped his mouth. All right, I'll shut up. At this moment, Adela received a call. She gestured for Conan and Ian to shut up immediately and then said, sorry, we really don't want to accept someone like Malachi, otherwise, it would become a modern-day palace drama as shown on TV. Upon hearing this, Ian and Conan knew what was going on. As soon as Adela hung up the phone, Ian said with a cold face, boss, you should have let him come. Then we could kill him without any reservations. Adela waved her hand. That hot potato is not worth it. Didn't you notice he came for Colton? With Jiang Ziyu away, it's best not to stir up trouble right now. Once Jiang Ziyu returns, even if she brings the Lord of the Demon World to the company, I won't bat an eye. Thinking about Jiang Ziyu's performance at the show, Ian and Conan nodded simultaneously. You're right. But then again, Jiang Ziyu might indeed bring the Lord of the Demon World. After all, that old thing had been lonely for over 1,000 years. Now that it finally found someone it liked, how could it possibly let go? At the apartment. Colton curled up on the sofa, his face buried against the backrest, motionless, just like an ostrich. His face was already beet red. Dash called out to him several times from behind, but he kept pretending to be dead. Colton's mind was in chaos. Ian had told him earlier that snakes were, indeed too, oh no. For half a day, his brain seemed to have only processed this sentence. Thinking about it made Colton's heart pound even harder. That damn Dash, indeed a pervert too. Why did he suggest helping him? He should have done it himself. Now his hands were still sore. Seeing that Colton wouldn't wake up, Dash lay down next to him, burying his head in his neck and rubbing up and down, his hands becoming restless. Colton, your heart has betrayed you. Chapter 46, Where's your sincerity? This snake. Colton blushed and turned around to look at him again. His amber eyes were tinged with red, which only grew more intense. Didn't he say that helping would be good? Why is it getting more indescribable the more I help? Colton pushed Dash. Don't look at me like that. I already said, wait until you're fully recovered. Don't get carried away. Colton grabbed Dash's hand that was wandering around his waist. But Dash quickly caught his hand and slowly pressed it down. Damn it, Dash, what's wrong with you? Colton immediately began to struggle, but the force was too great, causing both of them to roll off the sofa. Colton sat astride Dash in an extremely touching posture. Just as he tried to get up, he was held by the back of his head again. Again. This snake really has endless energy, always thinking about the animal kingdom. Feeling breathless from the kiss, Colton panted while lying on top of Dash. At this moment, the things he and Ian bought fell to the ground from the coffee table. One item stood out particularly. Colton's face changed. That pighead Ian. Why did he buy that, intimate, lingerie instead of a towel? Dash obviously saw it too. He nodded toward it with his chin. So, you've already made preparations. That wasn't bought by me. Colton's voice trembled. How utterly embarrassing. Why does it feel like his relationship with this snake is progressing like a rocket? June. Dash, I'm really worried about your injuries, Colton explained upon hearing this. In response, Dash placed Colton's hand over his chest. Then take a look yourself. See if my injury has healed. Skeptical, Colton hesitantly lifted Dash's shirt. What met his eyes were naturally the most prominent 8-pack abs. Seeing this, Colton couldn't help but think how good this snake's physique was. Moving upwards, it was the spot boss Isabella mentioned before leaving. It was completely unscathed, without any sign of injury. Colton deliberately pressed it, causing the snake to let out a low groan. He instinctively pulled back his hand. I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? But seeing that wild gaze, Colton knew what that groan meant. Is he provoking it again? Deciding against it, Colton quickly got up and darted into the bedroom like a rabbit. No way. I said you need rest, no funny business. Dash instantly appeared at the bedroom door, knocking on it. Colton, be a good boy, open the door. No. However, such warnings were useless. Dash effortlessly broke down the bedroom door. Colton had a pained expression, silently mourning his wallet multiple times. When he saw what Dash was holding, he blushed instantly. What are you going to do with that thing? Since we've bought it, shouldn't we make good use of it? Or, are you just trying to fool me, stalling for time? I didn't. Colton was genuinely worried about Dash's health. In that dream from over 1,000 years ago, they were all victims. Dash was seriously injured back then. Although much time had passed, adding to that the incident 19 years ago with the old man and this one, he must be quite weakened. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fainted last time at the program when faced with that black-clothed entity absorbing vitality. So where's your sincerity? Why must sincerity be tied to this thing? Colton felt that Dash was intentionally breaking down his psychological defenses. After some hesitation, he stared into those eyes, finally gritting his teeth and making a decision. Alright, I'll wear it. Once back at the company, he was definitely going to strip Ian's fox fur. Damn, he's done for because of him. As soon as he opened the packaging, Colton wanted to cry. What kind of design is this? And why is there a bell? Where should it hang? After Colton put on that outfit, Dash tightly embraced his waist. Colton. His deep, sexy voice sent shivers down Colton's spine. Dash lowered his head, biting at his neck. Pain, 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 why do you keep biting me? Colton almost felt his bones cracking. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Dash seemed not to hear, biting even harder. But it got even more absurd. Literally. Ah. At that moment, Colton cried out, his flesh felt as if it was being torn inch by inch, the pain piercing his heart. Even flogging would not have been worse than this. Dash, you bastard. Tears streamed down the corners of Colton's eyes, his eyelids red-rimmed, and his lips were sealed once more. Dash kissed away Colton's tears, blocking every whimper with kisses. After a long while, he whispered gently in Colton's ear, "Does it hurt?" Hearing this, Colton instantly wanted to strangle him. All thanks to that damned fox. The sound of bells kept ringing, as if heralding doom. Amidst sobs, Colton cursed that dead fox Ian. Colton, are you thinking of Ian while being with me? No, no. I'm just cursing him for buying the wrong things. Dash suddenly laughed, holding trembling Colton tightly. His voice whispered into Colton's ear like a devil, I should thank him properly. Colton, this time, I choose to believe you. If I die in the end, then I'll drag you down with me. Colton, you belong to me. Dash's voice was deep, as if making a vow. Colton softly responded, and soon lost consciousness. Still cursing that fox Ian before passing out. Ian sneezed suddenly while shooting an advertisement. Kareem beside him quickly handed over water. Mr. Bai, drink some water. No. Ian shook his head, thinking it must be Colton and that snake cursing him. These two guys really treated him like a tool. At that moment, a scream echoed in the venue. Ah, there's an ambulance, someone has fainted. Ian looked over and saw a handsome young boy lying on the ground. Seeing several dark shadows on the boy's body, Ian's gaze turned stern. He took the water from his assistant and poured it onto the boy. The dark shadows dispersed immediately. The boy's clothes were soaked, and he slowly opened his eyes. You, who are you? Ian kicked the boy and pulled him up directly. Oh, Mr. Bai, he just woke up, be gentle. Shut up. Ian glared at Kareem, who immediately shut up and sighed miserably. Serving demons really takes courage. So scary. Ian dragged the boy into the lounge. The boy was still dazed when he saw a handsome man approaching him closely, which frightened him, and he quickly retreated. Who are you? Is he dreaming? Was this man planning something sinister? Ian instantly grabbed the back of the boy's neck, closing in again, smiling like a demon. Kid, did you recently meet someone called Malachi? Malachi? The boy thought for a moment and nodded quickly. Why yes, he's our company's newly signed artist, he's coming to shoot ads tomorrow. Just as expected. That snake, truly incorrigible. No wonder it could stay in the human world even after being banished, apparently by consuming young men's essence. Ian narrowed his eyes, scaring him intentionally. You better stay away from him. If you get any closer, you won't live past 10 days. Upon hearing this, the boy's face turned pale, nervously swallowing. Really? God save me. These past few nights, I always feel black shadows around me when I sleep. If you don't save me, I'm doomed. After hearing this, Ian's face twitched, immediately releasing the boy. I'm not saving you, get lost. He just didn't want other demons causing trouble on his territory, not because he wanted to be a hero. How amusing that this kid actually asked a fox demon for help. It can't be done, please, mister. The boy nearly knelt down. Get lost. Ian lifted the boy by the collar and threw him out. Wah, mister, you can't do this to me. The boy's cries outside the lounge drew attention from the venue. Seeing this scene, Kareem's mouth twitched. Great God, Ian, what exactly did you do to make them cry so hard? Did you take advantage of them without taking responsibility? Ian also heard the cries. As he came out, he glanced sideways at the boy. Move. The boy bit his lower lip, looking aggrieved, and obediently stood aside. Thinking of something, Ian turned around again and said, You are not allowed to follow me anymore, or I will break your legs. Chapter 47 You are too fragile. Colton woke up in the afternoon of the next day. He woke up because he was hungry. Food. He smelled something delicious, but as soon as he moved, he felt like every bone in his body had fractured. As soon as he lifted his head, he saw a shadow on the window. Ah! Colton let out a pained cry and rolled off the bed with the blanket wrapped around him. With a snap, he felt that he had twisted his neck. The moment Dash entered, he saw Ebert sticking to the window. He turned grim, picked up Colton, and then made a phone call. Before long, the property management burst in with several people. "Sir, how did you?" One of the female staff members recognized Ebert, then looked at Colton lying on the bed, and Dash, and screamed. "They are the super popular celebrities." Another one immediately said, "Even celebrities can't be peeping toms." Saying so, she dragged Ebert down. Ebert glanced at Colton. "Are you okay?" I am fine, it's you who has a problem. This merman must have some kind of sickness. Why would he climb through windows again?" Before leaving, the property management turned back and said, "Also, any damage to the apartment needs compensation." Colton glanced at the wrecked door and nodded with tears in his eyes. "Understood, thank you for reminding me." Then he added, "Ebert wasn't peeking, he just worried about my safety." The female staff smiled knowingly, nodding vigorously. Colton's mouth twitched, and he turned to Dash, "Talk to them. Otherwise, we'll be on the hot search list later." Dash looked at the little guy's weak state, smiled slightly, and nodded. "Wait for me to come back." Colton murmured, thinking what more there was to do when he returned. Break his bones all over again. Once everyone left the apartment, Colton put on his clothes and moved into the living room. The meal was ready, steaming hot. With his empty stomach, Colton dug in. When Dash entered, he saw Colton eating like a little hamster, his cheeks bulging. Unable to resist, he poked Colton's face. "What's wrong?" Stepping forward, Dash hugged him again and kissed his cheek. "Hungry?" Colton instantly blushed, pushing Dash, "Don't disturb me while I'm eating." Recalling something, his face became even hotter. "Where's my clothes from yesterday?" "They were thrown away, they were too damaged." "Ah, stop talking about that." Colton covered Dash's mouth and noticed a large red mark on his wrist. His arms were covered with bruises from this guy. Dash stared at Colton with a grin. Feeling uncomfortable, Colton let go. "Eat with me, I've never seen you eat." Dash chuckled softly in Colton's ear, "No need, I've eaten enough." Colton's eating slowed down instantly. He instantly understood the hidden meaning behind eat. "Sure, you're full. I nearly met the Grim Reaper." At this moment, Colton finally realized how astonishingly fast this guy recovered. His injuries were indeed healed. He was the most direct witness. Dash bit Colton's ear again, causing him to shout, Don't bite me like a dog everywhere. You're too fragile. If I don't do anything, all I can do is bite you. So I should thank you for doing nothing. If he did anything else, he'd be flat on his back." Dash stroked Colton's head, like petting a puppy, and laughed, "All right, don't be mad. Rest well for 2 days, and I'll take you to live with me." Colton was stunned. "What about this apartment?" "I've already talked to the landlord and agreed to compensate fully." He was very happy. Colton was speechless. Sure enough, he was a rich snake, spending so generously. Colton couldn't help but wonder why he was so poor. Even though he gained a bit of popularity, he didn't earn much money. "Really moving to your place? Aren't you living in the demon world or something?" Dash pinched Colton's nose. "Do you want to live in the demon world?" Colton shook his head quickly. "No way, not at all." Although the demon world looked beautiful, it also appeared sinister. Colton preferred bright places. The instinct of organisms is to seek light and avoid darkness. Colton didn't like dark, sunless places. They were too dark. It was as if he had experienced something like that before. "Are you going to live with me?" Dash asked again. Colton took a bite of his food and looked at Dash. "To be honest, I don't want to." Seeing Dash's expression turn cold, he quickly said, "Don't misunderstand me. The boss said many demons would come after me for revenge. I don't want to drag you into this." Dash's expression didn't change. Instead, he asked, "Do you think I care about those demons?" Colton bit his lower lip and humphed, "No. So, it's best not to listen too much to Patty. She's just an unscrupulous businessman who does business even with demons. But she did save you. Isn't it inappropriate to say that?" "What did you say?" Seeing the snake getting angry again, Colton hurriedly hugged him. "Can you stop being angry?" Dash pinched Colton's chin. "I won't get angry if you promise me 2 things. Tell me, as long as it's not something terrible like murder or arson, I'll agree." "Good, the first thing is that you must eat well from now on." Dash took some food from the table and stuffed it into Colton's mouth. "So simple. Is this snake so easy to fool?" Dash smiled and whispered in Colton's ear, "You fainted in the middle of last night, spoiling my mood. So, you have to eat well." Colton. "Damn. Can someone please shut this snake up?" "A human?" "No, a snake, yet endowed with a mouth that can talk." You can't keep bringing up those topics." Colton reached out to choke Dash's neck. But he pulled at his wounds, causing him to humph and fall back into the guy's arms. Dash's expression turned unusually serious. He tightly grabbed Colton's wrist and lightly kissed it. Then, he looked up and said to him, "The second thing is, don't betray me this time, okay?" Boom. The apartment door was kicked open again, startling both Colton and Dash. Turning around, Colton saw Bonnie standing at the door, staring at them like a black-faced demon. Colton. Colton almost jumped out of his skin, as if they were caught in a compromising situation. Jiang. Bonnie. Why are you here? He felt embarrassed and wanted to explain immediately. But he lacked strength, so he could only sit obediently in Dash's arms like a small animal. Bonnie finally withdrew his gaze, walking into the apartment and looking around as if inspecting. Colton, did Lindsay come here? Yes, yes. Is there a problem? Bonnie looked at Colton, his expression becoming more serious. No. This scent trail cannot be wrong. Colton, who else has been in this house? Tell me everything. Chapter 48, even sacrificed himself to pacify the snake. Dash answered Isabella's call on the balcony. Colton, like a little kid, endured Priscilla's long scolding. Though, he basically drove most of it out of his mind. Yet, he couldn't fight back, it was just too miserable. Until Priscilla, with a cold face, asked, since you moved into this apartment, there have only been these people visiting you? Uriel, Dash, Conan, Ian, Isabella, and those property management staff. Colton nodded, that's all. Is there any problem? He had never seen Priscilla so anxious. Even when he sat in Dash's arms, she didn't react at all, but kept focusing on asking who had come to the apartment. It seemed that this matter had already overshadowed the gossip about them looking too cozy together. Could it be that someone among these visitors posed a threat to him? Colton instinctively asked, Priscilla, what smell? What are you investigating? You need to tell me clearly for me to cooperate. Priscilla grabbed some snacks from the table and stuffed them into her mouth before saying seriously, your enemy. Colton paused, an enemy from over 1,000 years ago? Immediately, his voice rose sharply, wait. Your meaning is, you found the one who framed me? Cough, cough. Priscilla choked, hurriedly drank a lot of water, and coughed a few more times. How do you know things from over 1,000 years ago? Who told you? Is it that snake? Seeing this, Colton immediately stepped forward and gripped her shoulders anxiously, that doesn't matter now. Sister, tell me quickly. Who exactly framed me? Priscilla glanced at Dash on the balcony, then refocused her attention solemnly on Colton. Colton, though I don't know how much you understand, you should be clear, the snake wouldn't harm you. Colton nodded immediately, I know this. He just saved me. If not for Boss Isabella coming over, I might have become the one who killed him. Thinking of this, Colton felt guilty deep down. To pacify the snake, he even put himself at risk. Almost got skinned and bones stripped. He still felt as if his whole body was falling apart. Isabella, turns out she's alive. I thought she had already been killed by monsters. Colton. What kind of connection is this? It's all mixed up. At this moment, Dash walked in from the balcony. Ignoring Priscilla opposite him, he half-squatted and said to Colton with a smile, I've made arrangements, we can move today. Priscilla sized up Dash, his energy was good, radiant, no signs of injury. Colton, you're not lying to me, making me accept your nonsense about being together, right? He looks perfectly fine. Being spoken to like this, Colton's face flushed red, and he began stuttering, why you're talking nonsense. Fine, no nonsense, you go back to the bedroom first. I have something to talk to Dash about. Colton immediately pouted, what can't I hear? It's just stuff from the past. During the program, Malachi said so many confusing things. I have a rough idea of what happened. Shut up. This time, Dash and Priscilla both shouted together. Caught off guard, Colton instinctively covered his ears, why yell so loud? I'm not deaf. However, under their stern gazes, he limped into the bedroom and closed the door, listening by pressing his ear against it. Seeing Colton moving uncomfortably, Priscilla's gaze darkened, and she looked at Dash. Did you do this? It's me. Of course, demons have no shame. Priscilla's face turned livid, thinking of Connor, that old man. I see you're asking for death. Dash wasn't afraid of Priscilla's murderous intent, crossing his legs and sitting on the sofa opposite. Regarding those past events, Priscilla must be informed. She returned this time obviously for that very reason. Looking at Dash, Priscilla's eyes held a challenge, no need for small talk, did you visit the snake tomb, recovering your memory? Yes, recovered. Why didn't you kill Colton? Upon hearing this, Dash's eyes deepened as he stared directly at Priscilla. So what, did you hope I'd kill him? Nonsense, why would I? As a human, Priscilla knew that no one could endure such experiences, let alone powerful demons. She originally thought that after Dash recovered his memory, although Colton wouldn't be in mortal danger, he would definitely suffer some hardship. But now it seemed like Dash was treating this as if nothing had happened. Do you really care so much about Colton? Not for revenge. Dash sneered, it seems our future demon queen knows quite a lot. Hearing this title, Priscilla almost drew her weapon to fight the snake demon again. Suppressing her anger, she said bluntly, you'd better shut up. Otherwise, I'll take Colton away, and you'll never see him again. Dash's eyes were full of satisfaction and defiance, you can't take him away. He belongs to me completely. No matter where you take him, I will find him. Priscilla's face turned black. Snake form, indeed not wrong at all. So quickly he had taken advantage of her brother. Not wanting to admit defeat, Priscilla curled her lips into a smile and continued to provoke. Who says I can't take him away? It's easy. Just like stealing his frozen corpse 1,000 years ago, it was effortless. After hearing this, Dash was first stunned, then anger made his eyes turn red, and black energy surrounded him. Believing she had won a point, Priscilla shrugged her shoulders indifferently. Don't look at me like that. If I didn't do it, he would never be able to reincarnate. At this point, more anger appeared on Priscilla's face. Whether it's those demon hunters or you all want him to be doomed. I won't let that tragedy happen. Dash remembered that at that time, Colton indeed told him that he had a frail sister who relied on medicine to survive. But in this life, Colton lost his spiritual power, while Priscilla became incredibly strong. How did you do it? In fact, Dash already had an answer in his mind. Priscilla smiled and admitted it very generously. Right. This was my condition when I made the pact with the demon. In this life, all of Colton's spiritual power was transferred to me. I didn't want him to get involved in these messy affairs. I wanted to protect him. Those he couldn't bring himself to kill, I killed for him. In that lifetime, Priscilla had always been protected by her spiritually powerful younger brother. Yet, she watched helplessly as Colton was betrayed and harmed, unable to offer any assistance. In this life, from childhood, she had memories from 1,000 years ago, constantly protecting Colton and slaying countless demons and monsters for him. Initially, the old man didn't know her identity until one day, seeing her kill a yellow weasel that had become a spirit and wreaked havoc. Priscilla told everything to the old man. The old man only said, "Be careful," and didn't say anything else. Later, as Colton grew older, Priscilla had her own selfish reasons. She truly didn't want Colton to be entangled in the dirty deals between demons and humans. But unexpectedly, the demon she made a pact with 1,000 years ago sought her out, demanding she fulfill the pact. Annoyed, Priscilla originally intended to kill that demon to end it all. Who knew that guy was actually the ruler of the demon world, the demon emperor, with formidable demonic power, very difficult to deal with. Thinking about this, Priscilla's gaze turned fierce as she gripped her weapon tightly. Dash, you only know that Colton deceived and betrayed you, pulling out your tendons and bones. But have you ever thought that the demon hunter with Colton's face was not the real Colton at all? Upon hearing this, Dash felt as if his heart was being gripped, the pain spreading to his chest. Colton also said something similar. Priscilla stopped talking, seemingly giving Dash time to react. After half a minute, she spoke again, taking a deep breath, her voice almost trembling with sobs. And that youth who endured thousands of lashes for you, begged those people to spare you, and was finally cruelly murdered, with his soul viciously trapped in a coffin, was the true him. Chapter 49, You are not a sacrifice, but my redemption. Perhaps this isn't important to you. The black-clad man who let you escape back then was also me. I knew that Colton cared about you, and I didn't want him to be sad. Priscilla was utterly despondent at that time. Her parents were killed, and Colton met a tragic death. She had wanted to take Colton away from those ruthless monster hunters. But she was powerless. In the end, she could only sell her soul to the devil. I was secretly following you when you dug up his grave and stole Colton's body. Later on, I saw that you did not intend to harm Colton. Instead, you used the heart-protecting snake scales to break the spell trapping his soul and preserved his body under ice. Dash froze, an indescribable emotion floating in his amber-colored pupils. Finally, he reacted by smashing the table with a punch. All the food on it fell to the ground, creating a mess. Since you knew I used the beauty-preserving pearl, why did you still steal him? In the bedroom, Colton had listened for quite a while but couldn't understand what they were talking about. So he stayed in bed, rubbing his lower back and the back of his neck, the most painful spots. Hearing the noise, he immediately supported himself on his waist and limped out of the bedroom door. Oh, I'm saying don't fight. Before he finished speaking, both shouted again, go back inside. Colton was startled, his body trembling as he quietly closed the door again. How terrifying. What are they doing? Things were shattered all over the floor, and both had red-rimmed eyes, as if they wanted to tear each other apart. From the bedroom, he weakly shouted loudly, Sis, Dash, please don't fight. If there's damage to the building, the whole structure will be affected and might collapse. Priscilla responded with a acknowledging Colton. When she lifted her gaze to look at Dash, she returned to her usual cold, haughty demeanor. Because I have little time left. If I let Colton's body remain with you, he would never be able to reincarnate, it's as simple as that. If you cared so much about Colton, why didn't you stop the villagers when they built the Shosha Temple? This time, it was Priscilla's turn to laugh coldly. Do you think I wanted Colton to meet you guys again, Dash? When those people were building the Shosha Temple, I planned to eliminate you two, but grandfather said before he died that you two were destined to meet. She wanted to curse at the idea of fate back then. Even after all the misfortune, it's still called fate. After those events, Priscilla no longer believed in heaven or humanity, she only trusted herself. Dash seemed to guess Priscilla's thoughts and laughed coldly as well. Indeed, one who is more powerful than any deity worship deserves respect. Should I thank you for sparing my life? Thank. I have little fondness for demons either, so it's unnecessary. I spared you because Colton cares about you. I've already killed all those demons and monster hunters for him. When Priscilla said this, it sounded like she was talking about something very ordinary. Pausing here deliberately, afraid Colton might overhear, she lowered her voice further, just like how you massacred all the villagers and monster hunters. You wouldn't want Colton to know you killed so many people, right? At this moment, Dash's face turned extremely pale. He struggled to suppress his rage, looking at Priscilla with eyes like sharp blades cutting through all pretense. Who was the mastermind? Dash didn't trust Priscilla, but he was willing to believe in Colton. If all this were true, how many foolish things had he done? Returning from the snake tomb and regaining his memory, he was so angry that he wanted to strangle Colton. Last night, venting his emotions, he showed no pity, only wanting to see Colton beg for mercy and cry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fainted afterward. Colton had never betrayed him, never. Don't know. Priscilla waved her hand, kicking aside things at her feet with anger in her eyes. Actually, she had long identified the suspects. The snake demon Malachi and another, the monster hunter Amos. The ease with which the monster hunters had massacred demons back then, turning the era into a human hell, was entirely due to a traitor within the demon race. Of course, among the monster hunters was someone who had always envied Colton and sought to kill him. Amos was extremely cunning. Through these years of investigation, Priscilla had almost found the reincarnations of everyone. Even the villagers who pushed Colton onto the pedestal and sacrificed him to demons could be found, except for Amos's reincarnation. This precisely proved one point, confirming her suspicions were correct. The one who had disguised himself as Colton back then was very likely this monster hunter, Amos. Thinking of this, Priscilla stepped forward and knocked on Colton's door. A head peeked out from behind the door, asking timidly, "Have you finished arguing?" "Yeah, we've finished. I'm leaving." Because she needed to find the final culprit and ensure he would never rest in peace. Priscilla's personality differed from Colton's. When it came to evildoers, she was always vengeful. Since she sold her soul to the devil, she never thought she would have a peaceful end. She lived this life to avenge Colton by removing these people, one by one. Even if her soul would dissipate, she didn't care. In that life, Colton lived too bitterly. He was pushed onto the pedestal by so-called villagers, betrayed by them, and later betrayed by the monster hunters. After all that, he befriended a kind snake demon, only for things to end disastrously. "Colton, I've already taken Misty and Giacomo away. Don't go back to that village again. No matter what happens, don't return." "But what about the old man?" "Don't worry. I took his ashes with me. The coffin they buried was empty. Those villagers, even if they all died, deserved it. They had sacrificed Colton to demons back then. Who would have thought that after many years, they would use the same old tricks, disregarding Colton's safety, building the Shosha temple and sacrificing Colton to Dash? None of them were innocent. All of them deserved to die. What? What? Colton widened his eyes. What exactly is going on here? Nothing much. Keep this well. Priscilla took out several talismans and gave them to Colton. These were drawn by my master. With them, demons won't come near. Colton was about to reach out but glanced at Dash in the living room and instinctively pulled his hand back. No need. It wouldn't be good if it affected Dash. Priscilla looked at him with exasperation and sighed. "Relax, these talismans are ineffective on Dash." Colton immediately smiled and took the talismans. "That's great." After watching Priscilla leave, Colton saw Dash still in a daze. He walked up and waved his hand in front of Dash. "What's wrong? Why do you look so absent-minded? Did Priscilla scold you?" Dash's face was dark, and he stared at Colton intensely, causing him to step back nervously, swallowing hard. "Dash, I am a real sacrifice, but I won't leave. Don't listen to what Priscilla said. She has always been arrogant and looks down on others." Before Colton finished speaking, Dash embraced him. At this moment, Dash's body was trembling. He held Colton silently for almost half an hour. Until Colton, blushing, said, "It hurts standing like this," did Dash pick him up and gently place him on the sofa. Then, he kissed Colton softly. For a long time, he finally spoke in a hoarse voice, "You are not a sacrifice, but my redemption." Chapter 50, Was It My Fault? Colton thought this snake was truly a great talker. What was salvation? Salvation meant to be suppressed again. It was absurd. After moving to Dash's place, before dinner, he suffered another comminuted fracture. If it weren't for the fact that he cried and begged for mercy in the end, he probably wouldn't have seen the sun rise the next day. Dash finally let him off, fearing that he might faint again. "Your physical condition is really poor." "Shut up." Colton burrowed into the blanket, lying still like a corpse. Dash felt helpless. Looking at the curled-up person, was he angry? He pinched Colton's face but was dodged. "You're not allowed to touch me anymore." "Okay, if I don't touch you, then you'll have to make it up to me in the future." I don't want to be on the losing end. Colton snorted coldly. Who was actually at a disadvantage here? Clearly it was him, wasn't it? The fact that he was still alive these past 2 days was nothing short of a miracle. Just relying on sheer willpower. In the end, Colton fell into a deep sleep from exhaustion, completely oblivious even to thunder. Dash had a restless night because, once again, he hadn't gotten enough satisfaction. What could he do? His gaze turned darker, with a heavy desire visible in his amber eyes. When he woke up the next day, Colton felt an excruciating pain in his legs, almost walking bow-legged. He wished he could kill Dash. What did he do after he fell asleep? Colton grumbled, asshole. What did you say? Nothing. Was it my fault? Colton really didn't dare provoke this snake anymore, he was afraid he would fall apart and leave no bones behind. Really your fault? A growl came from Colton's stomach. Hearing this, Dash laughed heartily, seems like you didn't eat enough again. You're hungry. Colton's face instantly turned red. He grabbed a pillow beside him and threw it at the bastard, only to be subdued once more and pinned down. Colton. Dash kissed Colton's face, holding him tightly in his arms. Colton, don't leave me again, okay? Colton, dead, gently holding Dash's captivating face, smiling slightly, sure, but I'm hungry. Go make something to eat. Previously, it had always been him who cooked. He needed to train this guy's practical skills. Okay, wait for me. A few days later, the two went to the company together. As soon as they entered the company gates, Kareem, waiting at the entrance, almost wept with joy. Cute little Chin-Ching, you've finally come. Kareem was about to hug Colton when he noticed Dash's gaze, immediately straightened up, and withdrew his hand. Well, you finally came to rescue me. Let's continue our broker-client relationship. Colton pursed his lips, didn't you say you'd find me a beautiful assistant? Where is she? How long has it been? I haven't even seen a ghost. Oh. Do you still need a beautiful assistant? First, ask whether the dark-faced god next to you agrees. Colton sneakily glanced at Dash and saw him giving a narrow-eyed smile. His whole body trembled, feeling weak in the knees, and laughed awkwardly, just joking around. How about I be your assistant? Hearing the voice from the door, Colton turned around. There stood Uriel, grinning at the entrance. Colton walked over happily, intending to put his arm around Uriel, but retracted his hand because stretching caused pain in some indescribable spot. Why are you here? Uriel had noticeable bloodshot eyes and a rather terrifying expression. Colton asked instinctively, did you stay up late watching porn last night? You look so drained. Uriel laughed, what nonsense. Anyway, how are you and Dash? Are you two together now? Hearing this, Colton immediately covered Uriel's mouth, glancing around, don't talk nonsense. If someone hears us, what will happen? It's just us here, right? What if there are spirits? Upon hearing this, Uriel nodded, that's true. Watching that variety show made me feel like spirits are everywhere. Colton turned to Kareem, Mr. Lin, can Uriel continue to be my agent? Sure. You're familiar, I'll handle the paperwork today. Dash's gaze swept over Uriel, who met his eyes without flinching. Mr. Dash, what are you looking at? I'm not Colton. Seeing the situation, Colton quickly stepped forward and covered Dash's eyes, no peeking. Dash held Colton's hand and nodded slightly, alright, if you don't want me to look, I won't. Kareem gaped. These two, they really hooked up because of that variety show. Kareem couldn't help but put his hand on Uriel's shoulder, hey, Uriel, take a look at them, so affectionate. At that moment, a hint of hatred flashed in Uriel's eyes. He laughed and looked at Kareem, putting his hand down. Bro Lin, don't touch me. Kareem chuckled awkwardly. So fierce. Like he ate dynamite. He used to be so sunny before, now it's like being possessed by a demon. Let's go. Colton pulled Dash's hand and went into the office. As soon as he saw Adela, she stepped forward and hugged Colton. Colton still had pain in his back and couldn't help but hum in discomfort. Adela immediately understood and smiled faintly, looks like the snake got the rabbit. Colton's face turned red instantly, and Dash frowned, shut up. Okay, I'll shut up. Adela sat down, you guys finally came, now Ian and Conan can relax a bit. Ian. Hearing this name made Colton feel his temples throb. That dead fox. Boss, where is he? Adela pointed to the western lounge, he's probably resting right now. Just as she finished speaking, Colton opened the office door and walked out. Only Dash, Adela, Uriel, and Kareem were left in the office. Adela waved at Uriel and Kareem, you should leave too, I have something to say to Dash. Uriel laughed, boss, since I just became Colton's assistant, I wanted to understand his schedule better. Can I stay and listen? Adela was impatient, go ask Kareem about that. He will brief you. That's not my department. Hearing this, Kareem smiled and said, sure, I'll brief him later. Uriel left reluctantly and then went to find Colton. Adela looked at Kareem, what kind of person did you hire? Hee, boss, we took him on for Colton's sake. If you're not satisfied, I can fire him or transfer him to another branch. Forget it. Colton has a good relationship with him. For his sake, let's keep him for now. If things get too bad, kick him out. Understood. After Kareem left, Adela pointed to the opposite seat. How are your injuries? No problem. Adela seemed to understand, seems fine indeed, well nourished even. Dash shrugged, a smile playing on his lips, so, what do you really want to say? For normal work matters, Fernando would do. Why did you keep me here? Spit it out. Adela slid her phone across the table to Dash. Take a look yourself. It was a message from Jiang Ziyu, practically an order for Adela to help find someone. Dash, you've already met Jiang Ziyu, right? You didn't fight. Almost. Why mess with me? I don't want to be dragged into your disputes. But Jiang Ziyu is terrifying, capable of killing without blinking. And she has a contracted demon emperor backing her. If I refused, my company might be wiped out. Hearing this, Dash laughed deeply, then you'd better think carefully. Jiang Ziyu is nothing like Colton. She stops at nothing, and the old demon emperor is no different. Thinking about those top-tier powerhouses, Adela shivered, you all are too scary. Fine, I'll help, okay. Not necessarily. The secret technique to track someone has been lost for a long time. It puts my life at risk. Otherwise, why would Jiang Ziyu come to me now? She must be desperate, this is a threat. Thinking about the hardships Colton had endured, Dash's smile faded. If I also hope you find this person, any condition, I'll agree to it. Adela moved closer to Dash, what's going on? Why are you both after this person? Dash furrowed his brow, tired of beating around the bush, will you agree or not? I already said yes. As for the condition, you work for me until you die. Deal. Then let's do it as soon as possible. I'll go find Colton now. The torture he endured, including having his tendons and bones pulled out and being beaten, was no longer important. But for the real Colton to suffer so much, even having his 3 souls and 7 spirits confined, was truly malicious. This person must be punished with something far more vicious. Adela looked speechless. Colton, are you only capable of saying these 2 words? Let me tell you, a love-struck brain is good for digging wild vegetables. Dash snorted coldly and ignored Adela, opening the door to the office and walking out. In an instant, he saw Uriel in the hallway. The latter had a sullen face, with dark aura swirling around him. Where's Colton? Uriel, like a puppet, pointed forward, and Dash walked over to see Colton peeping at a lounge door. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed the back collar, and pulled the person back. What are you doing? Dash picked up Colton and turned into the adjacent lounge. Bang, the door slammed shut. Colton was pressed against the door by Dash, cheeks flushed, lips bright red like cherry, incredibly tempting. What were you watching? Watching a fox get angry. Ian seemed to have been provoked by someone, almost tearing apart the lounge sofa in rage. Colton originally wanted to confront Ian, but found it amusing and watched for a while longer. After all, that guy always acted like he deserved a beating, and Colton took pleasure in seeing him lose his temper. Dash's fingertips landed on those glossy lips shimmering with moisture, pressing hard. Watching that fox, aren't you afraid I'll get angry? Huh. A muffled hum escaped Colton's lips again. He pushed Dash, pouting and said angrily, can you stop bullying me? This is the company, you should behave. No. Dash bit Colton's ear again, I still prefer the way you cry and beg me. Chapter 51 Uriel's dramatic change in personality. I'm not begging you at all. Colton felt that this snake was truly rotten to the core. And you dare talk about redemption? Is this how you treat someone you're redeeming? Doing nothing productive, these past few days have been a nightmare because of you. Did I? You're still pretending to be clueless. Their voices carried through the door of the lounge and were heard by Ian on the other side, as well as by Uriel nearby. The conversation grew increasingly explicit. Ian could no longer hold back, so he stormed out and kicked open the door. Hey! Aren't you two getting on my nerves? Do you think I'm deaf? I'm a monster, remember? Monsters have extremely sensitive senses. Can you please pay some attention? Colton, who was being kissed. He blinked his eyes, thinking that he had reached this predicament all thanks to this guy. I didn't know. Saying this, he pushed Dash away and charged toward Ian, lifting his hand to punch him. But suddenly, he twisted his ankle and almost fell flat on his face. Seeing this, Dash immediately rushed forward, holding Colton by the waist and pulling him up. Ian couldn't help but mutter, gross. Colton, looking at your situation, it seems you want to come over and hit me. What did I do to provoke you? You still dare to ask. If it wasn't for you buying things randomly that day, would I have suffered like this? Ian's lips twitched. What nonsense are you talking about? What did I buy? Underwear for seduction, those words Colton found impossible to utter, he huffed coldly instead. Nothing. I'm going to find Uriel. With that, he pushed past Ian and walked out of the lounge. Uriel was waiting outside, waving at him, looking eerily like a puppet. Colton suddenly felt that there was something wrong with Uriel. His gaze was strange. At first, he thought this guy's dark eye circles were from watching too many movies last night, but now it seemed as if he had been drained of vitality. He instinctively took a step back. Uriel, have you met anyone lately? Uriel stood at the end of the corridor, grinning eerily like a ghost. Colton, your half-step retreat, is that sincere? Because I feel you're not quite right. Colton spoke honestly. After that dream, he found it hard to trust people around him. If he were transformed into a monster, it would betray the efforts of India and Dash who tried to save him. Not right? Uriel suddenly burst into laughter. Apart from Dash, don't you feel everyone else is off now? Hearing this, Colton's expression darkened. What do you mean? For every step Uriel advanced, Colton retreated one step. Uriel sneered, my meaning. Your whole body reeks of that snake now, Colton. Did you sleep with him? Colton was deeply annoyed by Uriel's tone and his gaze hardened abruptly. Is it any of your business? Uriel, we're roommates, not close enough for you to pry into my private life. Privacy. Ha. Uriel lowered his head, covering his eyes while laughing maniacally. Colton took a few more steps back, feeling that the person in front of him was no longer the roommate who used to joke around with him every day. Colton, I should have acted earlier. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to this point where I can only pick up what others left behind. You know, every night living with you, I wanted to act. Colton trembled all over. Damn, this was clearly a madman. He turned to run, but in an instant, a cold hand grabbed his neck. Before Colton could cry out, he was forcefully pulled aside. Pain made him scream. Looking back, it was Dash. You. Dash supported Colton and locked eyes with Uriel. I don't care what your goal is, get away from that person. Otherwise, you'll dissipate into nothing today. So, something is possessing Uriel. Yep. Colton looked at Uriel again, only to see a nearly transparent figure separating slowly from his back. Then, it floated out of the window. Colton felt his heart throb violently. Ian also arrived, smelling the corridor air and frowned. Such a strong monster aura, clearly from too much killing. Colton, looks like those after you aren't simple monsters. Colton's lips twitched. That was true. Back then, when he was so powerful, he must have slain plenty of demons. A curse of sin. Uriel. Colton hurriedly ran over, wanting to help Uriel up from the ground. However, as soon as he touched him, he felt an unrelenting chill still emanating from Uriel, chilling to the bone. He instinctively pulled his hand back. Uriel. Colton shouted. At this moment, he noticed a corner of a talisman sticking out of Uriel's pocket. This is. Colton pulled out the talisman and examined it, his expression slightly stunned. This was actually the death spell talisman Alastair had given him at the apartment before. If Uriel had this thing on him, why did the demon just possess him? Thinking of this, Colton's face changed. He immediately wanted to step back. Suddenly, Uriel grabbed his wrist and looked up, his face as ghastly as a corpse. His voice was even colder, chilling to the bone. Colton, I caught you. Chapter 52, Are you asking for another punishment with such an attitude? This look. When Colton thought back to when he used to sleep in the bedroom, one morning Uriel had looked at him with a similar expression. So, he wasn't possessed by demons but could control them all along. At this realization, Colton felt a chill down his spine. If so, then Uriel had always harbored ill intentions towards him. Let go. Suddenly, the talisman given by India on Colton's body emitted a beam of light. Startled, Uriel immediately released Colton. Then he jumped out of the window. Colton. Dash and Ian hurried over. Dash pulled Colton aside and asked, Are you alright? Colton's face fell, he shook his head and sat aside. Thinking about how Uriel turned out to be like this, he felt very uneasy. Just like in the dream, he never knew who was around him. What happened? Ian strode over to Colton's side with long strides. Where does it hurt? It's nothing, I just feel like I've been too stupid. He's always been like that, but I didn't realize it. Dash stepped forward and patted Colton's head. Okay, don't be upset, let me take you to eat something. Don't want to. At this moment, a clear voice sounded from the end of the corridor. Great God, are you here? A fair-skinned young man stood at the end of the corridor today. As soon as he saw Ian, he waved happily. Great God, I'm here again today. Ugh, save me. There are lots of demons following me again. Ian's face darkened instantly. Why did this guy come at this time? Dash glanced at Ian. Have you started attracting people who can help in cultivation too? Ah, stop your nonsense. This guy is like chewing gum, impossible to shake off. The young man looked at Dash and Colton next to him. Ah. It's Dash and Colton, hello. Colton raised his eyes and glanced at the young man. There was a sense of familiarity around his eyebrows and eyes, as if they had met somewhere before. I'm Hakim, sure, from our, and Chi from the capitalized 7 in Chinese numbers. Quite an interesting name. Colton was infected by the young man's smile, his mood improved somewhat. He looked at Ian, not pleased. Why do you treat him like this? He called you great god and came to see you. How about this, since we've encountered each other, why don't I treat you three to dinner, and then tell you about my experiences over the past 2 days? Hakim almost cried as he spoke. Lately, he could see black shadows in his room at night, scaring him awake all night, forming dark circles under his eyes. Ian intended to refuse, but seeing that Colton and Dash agreed, he could only follow along. During dinner, Ian kept sulking. Colton couldn't help but say, come on, what's with this attitude? You don't treat others like this. What did Hakim do to offend you? Hakim smiled and said, it's okay, Colton, great god has been nice to me, helped me several times. It's just that I quit from Lansuan's company recently, have nowhere to go, and wanted to come to your company, but he wouldn't allow it. So that's it. Colton considered that since Uriel left, he would need an assistant for the upcoming work. Hakim, how about becoming my assistant? Really? Is it okay, Colton? Hakim excitedly grabbed Colton's hand, completely ignoring the death glare from beside. Until Ian pulled his hand away, control yourself or else the snake demon really will kill you. Colton held Dash's hand with his other hand, their fingers intertwined. Colton smiled, don't talk nonsense. Dash isn't that kind of person. Dash's mood instantly brightened, curling his lips into a smile, fine, if you say he isn't, then he isn't. Hakim blinked, you too, this looks like. Before the love situation word could be spoken, his mouth was stuffed with food by Ian. Shut up, eat. Oh. Hakim sometimes still feared Ian, shrinking his neck, he began to eat frantically. Colton poured him a glass of water, eat slowly, we're not competing with you. After dinner, Hakim talked about his recent experiences being plagued by black shadows, convinced it was related to his former company Sherman. Dash looked at Ian and said, didn't you say you were going to teach that Sherman a lesson? Protect him well, best to guard him closely, he'll definitely explode in anger. Ian. Was Dash trying to get rid of this love rival? Hakim looked at Ian, his eyes almost sparkling. Great God, I've been dodging around for several nights. If you don't help me soon, I'll block your door every night. Then I will kick you out. Ian couldn't understand why this guy insisted on clinging to him. Just because he saved him that day while shooting the advertisement. Humans were so troublesome. Especially someone like Hakim who looked pale and delicate, too weak to hit, too pitiful to scold, his face would be full of grievance, once scolded. Thinking of this, Ian felt even more irritable. Recently, Conan was forbidden by Patty from roaming around due to the hot search about climbing windows. Now only he remained in the company, almost worn out from handling everything alone, yet he still had to deal with this annoying guy daily. Seeing Ian's bad mood, Colton recalled what he saw today. Ian almost flipped the sofa in the lounge. Could it be because of Hakim? Ian, don't be so petty. He's in danger now, just help him through this tough time. Once Sherman gives up, everything will be fine, right? Humph. Ian let out a cold snort, stood up, and left the restaurant. Oh, great God, don't go. Seeing Ian leave, Hakim immediately grabbed his clothes and chased after him. Remembering something, he turned back to Colton and Dash. Two great gods, I've already paid the bill. I'll go chase after great God bye, you two enjoy the meal slowly. Watching the two leave, Dash touched Colton's nose tip, that boy, like you, has a constitution that attracts demons. If Ian doesn't protect him, he's as good as dead. Recalling something, Colton asked Dash, do you think he might be my friend? I feel familiar when I see him, and I don't dislike him. Dash shook his head, back then, I only remembered you, other faces are forgotten. Colton's face darkened, so the snake had such severe face blindness. It seemed he could only ask India. While Colton was thinking, Dash continued, I said all that, and you're not moved at all. Ah. Why should I be moved? Just because you remember only me? The snake nodded seriously. Colton sighed, fine, I'm moved, okay. So perfunctory, looks like you want another punishment from me. Cough cough. Hearing what the snake said, Colton nearly sprayed his tea out. Why so blunt? There are people here. Alright, shut up. How can you cover my mouth? Before Dash finished speaking, his lips were covered. But he was mischievous, kissing Colton's palm, smiling like a beauty straight out of a comic, very charming. Scared as if electrocuted, Colton quickly withdrew his hand. You. Dash leaned forward, whispering in Colton's ear, sorry, I couldn't resist. Colton, when will your body recover better? Chapter 53 Ian, how about making Hakim your sacrifice? Colton recalled the unsatisfied look on this guy's face the previous 2 times and immediately understood what was going on. He looked speechless. Physical fitness is inherent, it needs a good period of nurturing. I'm not a monster, so of course I can't compare with you. Don't always bring this up. If I eat well from now on, will that be okay? After saying this, Colton stuffed food into his mouth, and Dash also gave him lots of food, trying to fatten him up. At this moment, commotion arose around them. Colton turned back and noticed flashes were going off. It was paparazzi following and taking pictures. Before Colton could react, Dash had already gone out and caught the photographer. Hand over the camera. The journalist nodded and handed the camera to Dash in fear. Colton also came out, took out the SD card inside, and returned the camera to the journalist. I won't confiscate your camera. You can leave now. Thank you. The journalist thanked him and hurriedly left. Dash looked at Colton and put a hat on his head. Colton, you're too kind-hearted. Am I? Colton smiled and also put a hat on Dash. That's because I don't have spiritual energy. If I had an agreement, then killing those monster hunters and monsters would be my job. This much was true. Because of betrayal, there was misunderstanding between him and Dash. He never wanted to experience such things again. Why should he make sacrifices for others? Being pushed onto a pedestal was all nonsense. In the afternoon, as soon as Colton finished shooting a commercial endorsement and before he could change clothes, he heard Hakeem shout from below the stage, Colton, something's wrong. You and Dash are trending online. What? Colton took the phone and saw the picture where he and Dash wore hats together affectionately. Colton rubbed his forehead. That reporter truly takes risks for fortune. From that angle, the distance was just right for that person to escape. Dash also walked over. Colton, do we need to eliminate that person? Colton sat down beside and took a sip of water. We can scare him. Let him experience the thrill of being surrounded by snakes. Dash smiled slightly and stroked Colton's hair. Okay, as you wish. Hakeem scratched the back of his head. These two seemed very calm, as if nothing happened. He asked subconsciously, Colton, aren't you worried about fans online criticizing you? Check it out and you'll know. Hakeem nodded and clicked in. 90% were blessings, only 10% were hardcore supporters of both sides who shouted, not accepted. Seeing those comments below, Hakeem blushed. They were all urging the couple forward, shouting, my Junchan CP is real, or screaming in delight at their relationship. One comment even asked, who tops who, followed by sarcastic replies like, obviously. Hakeem's ears turned red. Though he also ships couples, being discussed so boldly like this, anyone would blush. At this moment, someone touched the back of Hakeem's neck lightly, and he immediately stepped back many steps as if he was electrocuted. Who? Ian withdrew his hand and laughed. Did you see a ghost? So scared of me? And no. Hakeem threw the stuff in his hands and turned to Colton. I am going to the bathroom. Then he ran away like a rabbit. Ian twitched the corner of his mouth. What did that guy do? Treating him like a ferocious beast. This morning, he was still following him around. Seeing this scene, Colton laughed like a flower. Tisk, didn't you scare him? Many people's necks are quite sensitive, best not touch them. Oh. Ian glanced sideways at Dash. So does that mean Dash likes touching your neck? Dash said seriously, no, I like touching more than just. Before he could finish saying, there, Colton covered his mouth. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll move back to my parents' place tonight. Dash looked dazed, immediately nodded, and chose to shut up. Ian's lips curled up. Fine, you two carry on with your PDA, I'll go find Patty. Colton let go of his hand. Dash tried to catch him again, but after another glare, Dash withdrew his hand and followed behind like a large canine. What do you want to see the boss for? Of course, it's to ask about your matter. I think in a while, this entrance will be surrounded by reporters. Dash smiled slightly and draped his arm over Colton's shoulder, saying smugly, no need. Patty is very shrewd. If she hasn't done any public relations work, then it's not a big deal. Colton nodded, that's true. And the comments online aren't all negative. I'm just worried about what my parents' reaction would be if they see it. Ian thought of Colton's father's short temper and made a clicking sound. I guess your dad might take a kitchen knife to chop you. Thinking of how his dad behaved at the funeral, Colton shivered. Then I'll go back after a few days when the commotion dies down. I'll go with you and talk to your parents. Colton stomped on Dash's foot. You'd better keep quiet. If you dare to go, I'll never talk to you again. At this moment, Hakeem's odd shout came again, as something big happened. He slipped and fell into Ian's arms. Ian was stunned for a moment, and Colton coughed lightly, saying, whoa. Hakeem didn't seem to notice and hurriedly said thanks before showing Colton his phone. Colton, is this your hometown? What? Colton took the phone and saw a trending news article about the villagers in Jiangxi village dying overnight. What? This. He clicked to read the news but got a 404 error. What's going on? Hakeem took the phone and tried a few more times. It's gone. The trending topic has been taken down, and all related entries have disappeared. It seems the impact was too serious. Colton remembered what Bonnie had told him before, advising him not to return to the village. Could this be her doing? Did she massacre the village? Ian glanced at Colton. He also thought of this and asked, Colton, did Bonnie do this? That guy could absolutely do something like this given her crazy personality. Colton felt a little unsettled. Even if it was Bonnie, he still found it suspicious. He immediately took out his phone and called Bonnie. The call went through but no one answered. Thinking of this, he rushed to Patty's office. "Boss, do you know how to contact Bonnie?" Patty had just finished reading the news that had gone viral and gestured for everyone to sit down in the conference room. "Alright, stop rushing around. Colton, if those guys are dead, wouldn't that be what you wanted? After all, they betrayed you and wanted to offer you as a sacrifice to the snakes." Colton. Dash. "Ian, can you please not rub salt in the wound?" Hakeem. Being offered to snakes, that sounds so, Before Hakeem could finish, Ian grabbed the collar of his shirt and threw him out of the meeting room. Patty looked black-faced. This Ian, lately, always seemed to be asking for a beating, just like the old Dash. Now Dash is happy in love with little Colton, his temper has become much better. It seems another match needs to be found for Ian to calm him down. Thinking of this, Patty suddenly teased, "Ian, how about making Hakeem your sacrifice? He looks quite nice and presentable. That should solve your fox's restless period, right?" Chapter 54, Almost Talking the Skin Off. Upon hearing this, Ian's face immediately darkened. "Isabella, can you please not speak so harshly? I'm not that snake, and you're the one who is in heat." Dash immediately gave a death glare. "Are you sure you haven't?" Hearing this, Isabella smiled. "Ian, if you don't admit it, then fine. Besides, I didn't come here today to talk about this matter." As he spoke, his gaze fell on Colton. "It's mainly about you, what do you think?" Colton thought back to his childhood and the villagers treated him not too badly but also not particularly well. It wasn't until grandfather's funeral that their true nature was revealed. Thinking of something, he immediately asked, "By the way, is Alastair still alive along with her family?" This woman had previously come to the apartment once, trying to harm Dash. She wasn't a good person. If she were still alive, she would surely cause trouble in the future. At this moment, Dash told Colton, "She isn't dead, just hiding." Ever since Dash and Colton reconciled, he had been searching for this woman. She even cast a death curse on Colton, trying to kill him. Leaving such a person alive was a potential threat. With one hand supporting his cheek, Ian expressed his speculation, there must be someone protecting this woman. If things go as expected, it's Malachi. There must have been some deal between them. Is it that easy to manipulate demons? Her family's fate won't be good in the future. Looking at Dash, Colton suddenly asked, "What exactly is your relationship with Malachi? Is he secretly infatuated with you? Why does he always latch onto you?" Hearing this, Ian laughed aloud. Dash's face darkened. "Colton, seriously think about who he sought out last time on the show, and who he tried to." Colton recalled seriously and instantly deflated, "It was me." Dash stroked Colton's head, "That's better. If you blab again, watch out for your..." Saying this, he reached out to pinch Colton's waist. Colton winced in pain, glaring at Dash, his face instantly turning red. Does this guy have any sense of shame? "You. What about me?" "Never mind." Colton harumphed and stood up, leaving the office. "Well, I'm off." "So am I." Dash's lips curled into a smile, following him like a rogue, closely behind. Watching the two of them, Ian felt regretful. Seeing this, Isabella started being sarcastic. "Stop staring. Colton is Dash's now. You've no chance. Better focus on the people around you." Ian finally snapped back to reality. "What nonsense. Since you don't know what happened in that village, why bring it up?" Having said that, he also got up and left. That Weibo post had caused quite a stir. Though the trending topic vanished, discussions remained heated. People all said those uploaded pictures looked real. The villagers died in horrific conditions, covered in blood, eyes wide open as if they couldn't rest in peace, surrounded by densely packed snakes. Many people felt nauseous upon seeing it. In the break room, Colton sat in Dash's lap, browsing through news on his phone. Dash stared at Colton, not blinking, completely absorbed in his side profile. "Dash, do you think these snakes?" Lifting his eyes, Colton saw the sinister gaze of one of the snakes. His hands began to act up. Just as Colton rose from Dash's lap, he was pulled back in. "Colton." Dash called him, his voice enticing, as if casting a spell. Swallowing nervously, Colton responded, "Dash, this is the company. Don't misbehave. I really don't want to embarrass myself." Dash chuckled softly in his ear, "Fine, I won't misbehave, but help me one more time." "No. Really no." Colton was pulled even closer, his slender waist nearly going limp under such a squeeze. "What are you doing?" "Of course, it's you." Colton thought this guy was beyond help, using his handsome looks to commit mischief. A big rogue. Unable to concentrate because of this guy, Colton wrapped his arms around his neck and kissed his lips. "Let's leave it at this for today, okay?" Looking down at Colton, with his rosy lips and white teeth, beautiful like a porcelain doll, Dash's gaze deepened, throat bobbing, almost saying, "No." But in the end, he surrendered to the pleading look. "Okay, but I need to kiss you first." Without waiting for Colton to speak in protest, Ian leaned down and kissed him. During the evening company meeting, Colton was emitting an aura of blackness all over his body. "This damn Dash, we agreed on just once, what the heck happened?" His lips were almost chapped from the kissing. Was this kissing or devouring? At that moment, someone patted Colton's shoulder. He turned around to find it was Conan. Conan looked at him with obvious resentment. Colton coughed lightly and averted his gaze. It wasn't like I asked you to climb into my apartment through the window, why are you glaring at me? Colton. You. Before Colton could ask anything, Conan embraced his neck and sniffed near his neck. Why does your body smell like that, Snake? This one sentence made the temperature in the room drop to freezing point. Ian's face darkened, this guy was getting stupider by the day. Colton gritted his teeth and said, Conan, can you shut up? Oh, okay. Conan sat next to Colton and wanted to say more but saw Isabella make a gesture of slicing his own throat. Dash stood up with an aura of darkness, coldly saying, take your hands off. Conan coughed lightly and instinctively moved back to his seat. Seeing that key figures had all arrived, Isabella ordered all staff members to leave, leaving only Colton, Dash, Ian, Conan, and Hakim. Isabella had discovered this new person Hakim whose physique was similar to Colton's, both highly attractive to demons, so she also let him stay. She opened her presentation, showing images of villagers dying in Jiangxi village. The pictures deleted from Weibo were found, along with some that were never posted online. Colton subconsciously turned away, not because he was sad but simply because the images were nauseating. Hakim was even more scared, unable to speak for a long time. Only after Ian pinched his cheek did he move his stool closer. Ian couldn't help but mutter, chicken heart. Then this guy actually grabbed his hand and wouldn't let go. Ian's face darkened again, wanting to throw him out, but upon seeing those fearful eyes, he changed his mind. Damn, why does he have to look at me like that? He's no small animal, looking so innocent. Conan suddenly felt something odd about the atmosphere. Were they all paired up now? Only he was left alone. These people. Isabella said angrily, if you want to show affection, do it somewhere else. Bonnie just sent me a message saying that next week, there will be a surge of demon activity, leading to many demons hunting for food. Day and night will be reversed, and humans may be possessed by demons, leading to serious consequences. Bonnie? Colton took out his phone, puzzled, why didn't she contact me? What is she busy with? Busy killing demons and humans. Colton. This Bonnie has really become the perfect female demon queen. Dash, Conan, and Ian weren't too surprised, as this situation occurred every 20 years. Many humans would fall prey to demons, akin to the end of the world. 20 years ago, only the area under Colton's grandfather's jurisdiction avoided human deaths. Hakim drew a deep breath, his voice trembling, so, does that mean people like me will be the first targets? Isabella nodded. Yes, you and Colton both. That's why I let you come in. Isabella narrated as if telling a ghost story, looking quite fierce. Do you know? At that time, everyone you encounter, remember, every single person, could possibly be a demon. So, you must survive first. Hakim swallowed nervously and immediately hugged Ian's waist. Great God, save me. Chapter 55, the one who killed them was Connor. Hakim's shouts had disturbed Isabella, and it seemed that Isabella's gaze could kill. Colton hurriedly pulled Hakim out of the office. All right. Hakim, let them talk. We'll go out first. Yes, okay. Seeing Hakim's teary-eyed appearance, a scene flashed through Colton's mind. It was incredibly vivid. Back then, when soul-devouring nails were hammered into his body, a young monster hunter ran over in haste, desperately trying to protect him. In the end, he was beaten to death and thrown into the demon pit, leaving no remains. Suddenly having such memories in his mind, Colton's expression changed, and he suddenly cupped Hakim's face. Hakim. What? Hakim was startled by Colton's sudden movement. Suddenly, he felt a cold stare. Turning back, he saw Dash's amber eyes looking like they could shoot daggers. He quickly held Colton's hand and said with a chuckle, Colton, don't do this, I'm afraid Lord Dash will eat me. Colton pulled Hakim to sit aside. Hakim, tell me honestly, are you a monster hunter? Hakim shook her head, although I wish to be one, an itinerant Taoist once told me that my soul has been tainted by demonic aura, so I can't cultivate. Therefore, I'm so afraid of demons but can see them. Sorry for troubling you. Saying this, Hakim touched the back of her head sheepishly. At this moment, Colton's hands were trembling, he lowered his head, his voice almost trembling as if he was about to cry, I'm sorry. Colton, why are you apologizing to me? Hakim scratched her head again, really not understanding. Colton, you should thank me for taking care of me, otherwise Lord Ian would ignore me. No worries, if he ignores you, you can come to Dash in my apartment next week, no demons will harm you. Then I would definitely be killed by Lord Dash. Hakim widened her eyes and smiled awkwardly, let's talk about it later. She felt confident she could persuade Ian somehow. Inside the meeting room, Ian suddenly felt irritable, inexplicably. He glanced at Isabella, what conditions do you have? Dragging on like this, that village was full of bad people. Their deaths feel like justice. Colton's grandfather was only protecting those inhumane creatures. Yes, Bryson was very capable when he was alive, protecting such people makes me think he wasn't treated right. Isabella admired the old man greatly, but the old man was not a god, human hearts are inscrutable. How could he have foreseen that after his death, these people would revert to their true nature, wanting to sacrifice his grandchildren? Bryson was not wrong, it's human nature that is flawed. Conan stared at Isabella for a long time and recklessly spoke up, "Boss, have you been betrayed by someone, or hunted by demons?" "Shut up." Isabella's face turned grim. "Since Colton knows I have something to say, I won't keep you waiting. Next week, during the peak of Demon Month, you must protect the company staff. As for others, dead or alive, leave it to fate. No time." Ian and Conan almost simultaneously said these two words. Making money in the entertainment industry for Isabella has already been mutually beneficial. They had no obligation to protect the company staff too. Seeing that none of the three demons would comply, Isabella thought for a while and said, "If so, it's really regrettable. Then we'll need to recruit new staff again. You five, including Colton and Hakim, will be overwhelmed. This isn't my problem. If you don't have time to be together, then." Upon hearing this, immediately stood up and said, "Tell me what to do when the time comes, I'll find Colton. And you too." Ian had been tormented by heavy schedules, he gritted his teeth and agreed too. As for Conan, he'd likely be forced to agree anyway, being rather naive, easy to manipulate. "Maybe I should return to the sea wasteland. The human world is troublesome." "Not possible, all three of you must stay, otherwise, don't blame me." Conan. "No benefits at all, why does he have to join?" Outside the meeting room, Colton was talking to Hakim and noticed the three came out, each with unpleasant expressions. He was about to ask what was wrong when walked up and pulled him by the arm. "Let's go home." Going home now, but today's work isn't finished yet." Before he could finish his sentence, he was dragged away. Hakim was stunned. Was Colton that light? Picked him up effortlessly. Monsters are just stronger. At this moment, Ian slowly approached and whispered in Hakim's ear, "What are you looking at?" Hakim shivered and immediately covered her ears, stepping back. How did you sneak up behind me again?" Hakim's earlobes were especially sensitive, she only realized this after meeting Ian. Ian often spoke into her ear, perhaps intentionally. Ian grabbed Hakim's wrist. "Hey, weren't you following me happily just now? Why have you been avoiding me lately? If you don't mind being eaten by demons or drained of energy, feel free to leave." Hakim quickly shook her head, stuttering, "No, I won't leave." Ian smiled smugly. "Good, if you try to avoid me again, I'll throw you out." Back at the apartment, Colton's lip was bitten until it bled, and he yelped in pain, "Do you have dog blood in you? Why do you always bite me?" Pressed his hand against Colton's mouth, which felt soft, glistening with moisture mixed with a hint of blood. "I have something to tell you, don't mess around." "What is it?" "I'll listen. Just listen without touching me. Or I'll ask Bonnie for a charm to keep you at bay." Hearing this, stopped his movements. "Really?" "No. Not really." Colton felt weak under those amber eyes. Mostly out of fear of retaliation, this guy had too many tricks up his sleeve. Did he learn all these over the past 1,000 years? But wasn't he suffering from amnesia before? Who was he practicing on? Thinking of this, Colton pinched Dash's chin. "Tell me, where did you learn all this? You haven't been watching inappropriate videos every day, have you?" "Inappropriate videos? What are those?" The snake wore an innocent look, his eyes sparkling innocently. "I haven't watched any." "Colton, have you? Can you lend me some?" "Ugh." He was being deliberately difficult. As they talked, he began to touch Colton again. Not having enough strength to resist, Colton capitulated. "Please listen to me, okay?" "Okay." Scooped Colton into his arms, spinning them both onto the sofa, still not letting go. "Talk, I'm listening." Too lazy to argue, Colton took out the photos sent by Isabella for to see. He held back his urge to vomit and pointed to one of the figures. "Those beside him are venomous snakes, right? But the bodies don't show signs of poisoning. They must have died for other reasons." He noticed this problem earlier in the company but didn't say much then, fearing the driver would think they were monsters. Paused, then smiled, giving Colton a kiss on the cheek. "You're smart, this is your reward." "Huh?" Ignoring Dash's flirtation, Colton straddled his lap, hands cupping his face in a playful manner. "So you admit knowing who did this? Why didn't you tell me?" "Upset?" "Yes, if you don't, you'll be sleeping on the couch tonight." "Colton, this is my room, even you belong to me." "I don't care. Tell me or not." Pursed his lips, his eyes turning fiercely possessive as he pressed Colton's wriggling legs down with long fingers. "Don't move." Startled, Colton looked into his eyes. "You really aren't going to tell me? Fine then." Colton tried to run but was pulled back by the waist, falling onto the sofa again. "Hey, let's focus on the real matter, stop messing around." Followed suit, pressing down and whispering in his ear, his voice deep. "During the peak of Demon Month, a ritual will take place. The one who killed them is Connor. Chapter 56. Still need a charm to ward off snakes. Colton was speechless. That millennium-old monster didn't say that snakes are cold-blooded animals. Why does this guy's behavior not match at all? At night, Colton wanted to get up to go to the bathroom. He had just moved when he was pulled back. Where are you going? Bathroom. I'll carry you there. Get lost. Colton cursed and went to the bathroom with his phone in hand. Just then, his phone rang as if it were calling him to death, almost falling into the toilet bowl. It was an unknown number. Colton cursed but still answered the call. Who is it? The other side was silent for a moment. Colton looked at the phone again and brought it closer to his ear. Malachi. Given the eerie atmosphere, besides this villain, he really couldn't think of anyone else. After a while, the other side finally spoke. Turns out you aren't a good-for-nothing after all. In this life, without spiritual power, your mind is quite sharp. Colton looked at himself in the mirror. That teenager's eyes were stern, radiating killing intent, not like him at all. So you should be glad I don't have the ability to hunt demons. If I did, the first one I'd kill would be you. Malachi fell silent again. Colton added, although I haven't proven that you incited the massacre back then, you definitely can't escape responsibility, right? You, traitor to the demon race. You already know. If I could, I'd rather not know those disgusting things. But since I'm involved, I have no choice but to get close to the truth. Tell me, what is your goal? Do you want to use me as a cultivation vessel or sacrifice me to the heavens for your demon clan? So which do you think it is? I'm not interested in guessing games. I'm hanging up. Colton was too lazy to continue talking with this snake about such nonsense. Anyway, whatever it was all a dirty deal. Mr. Malachi, before I hang up, I still want to tell you something. Human nature is indeed complex, but remember another saying, a traitor can't please either side. With that, he hung up. Ding. His phone received a message. Colton saw it was from the same number that called. On it were 5 neat characters, I am doing this for you. Seeing those words, Colton felt a wave of disgust. Those words seemed twisted somehow, making him feel uncomfortable. He didn't reply and stayed in the bathroom for a long time before opening the door, ready to go back to bed. But as soon as he opened the door, he was pressed against the wall. His back hurt so badly that Colton groaned, "You're gonna break my waist. Why are you pushing so hard? It's like I did something to betray you." Dash slowly leaned down, his icy lips moving over Colton's eyebrows and eyes. "Why did you take so long? My nemesis called me." "Oh. What did they say?" Dash's kiss grew slightly stronger, making Colton hum in pain. You are retaliating. How petty. He dared not say those last 5 words again. Otherwise, more trouble would come. Just blabbered on senselessly. I didn't remember. Why? Colton looked at the demon before him, lifted the other's chin with his hand, taking control, because only what that snake says makes sense to me. The dim light from the bathroom leaked out, but the next moment, Colton still saw the person's Adam's apple bob. He moved aside a bit, whispering, I'm going to sleep. Boss said the demons will come soon, we need to prepare and conserve our energy. Before he finished speaking, he was picked up again. Put me down, Dash. You're so annoying. Another sleepless night. When Colton woke up the next morning, his first thought was to get a charm to ward off Dash. Luckily, Isabella said these past 2 days were free from work, otherwise, he'd strangle Dash. Perhaps thinking made it happen. When Colton woke up in the afternoon the next day, India had truly returned. Hearing India's clear, cold voice, Colton slowly got out of bed, dressed in his pajamas, and walked out step by step. Since his bones felt like they were shattered, he couldn't walk too fast. India, He swallowed the next words immediately. Because the living room outside had already turned into a scene from hell. For a moment, Colton thought the house was going to collapse. The ceiling cracked, the windows cracked, the walls cracked, and even the floor had cracks. Hopefully, the cracked wall wasn't a load-bearing one. Dash, India, and an unfamiliar man were in a standoff. The man had black hair like ebony, his beauty indefinable between male and female. His face looked pale as if he was sick, with pupils that glinted a hint of blood red. He looked like a vampire, with an astonishing presence. The moment Dash saw him, the expression on his face changed from cold indifference to a smile. He quickly walked over and stroked Colton's hair, speaking gently, You're awake. I joined the fight so they wouldn't disturb you. India put away his weapon, his face full of disdain. I said, why did you suddenly join the fight like you were crazy? Turns out it was for Colton. Then the cold-looking man spoke, You are Colton. Colton felt slightly annoyed by the man's tone, but he smiled slightly, and you are the Demon King Connor. Connor's expression froze for a second, his blood-red eyes stared fixedly at Colton. Soon, the color in his pupils shifted slowly from blood-red to black, then he smirked, India, your twin brother doesn't resemble you at all. India nodded without any expression, yeah, not much alike. Colton glared at India, asking through his gaze, why did you bring him here? Even if it's meeting the parents, that should be Misty and Giacomo, why meet me? India replied, do you think I wanted to? This demon guy really didn't know what he was thinking, always pulling some new stunt every day. If it weren't for not yet finding the murderer who impersonated Colton back then, she would have killed herself immediately to take down this demon king along with her. The battle had been evenly matched all along, and now Demon Moon was rising again. She needed to protect Colton first. Unexpectedly, this guy followed along too. But Dash quickly realized what this old thing was up to. He thought following human customs meant he should come and meet India's most cherished brother first. Connor stared at Colton for a long time, then said something that left Colton, India, and Dash silent for a while. You're not particularly good looking, so why do Dash, Ian, and Conan all like you? Colton soon recovered and laughed gracefully. True, I'm not as good looking as India, and I've always admitted that fact. India's face darkened instantly, landing a slap on Connor's face. Can you shut up? Connor touched his slapped cheek, dazed for a moment. Colton blinked, instantly coming up with a line for this demon king. Woman, you actually dared to hit me, you're the first one who did. Seeing Colton not only not angry but smiling, Dash's face darkened, and he directly shoved Connor toward the door. Old thing, though I'm happy there's one less rival, you still need to get lost now. Colton. This Dash, feeling nothing himself, just chased him out. Anyway, from childhood, Colton had always been told by classmates that he wasn't as good looking as India. He was used to it. After Dash expelled Connor, he returned to Colton's side, consoling him softly like a child. Colton, don't be mad. SSS. Seeing this scene, India suddenly felt a bit choked up. Damn, how could he explain this snake to their parents later? If they found out Colton willingly served as a sacrifice, who knew how upset they would be? Colton, what's that look for? If you have complaints, speak up. As he said this, he pushed Dash, signaling him to be careful. Just then, a scream came from outside the door. Ah, there's a ghost. Chapter 57. What will you offer in exchange? When Bonnie heard this astonishing shout, his face turned black instantly. Colton was about to ask what happened when Bonnie told him, stay here. I'll go and handle it. Colton glanced at Dash, really no need to go out. Dash smiled, pulling Colton to sit on the sofa and hugged him. Don't worry, that old guy is just trying to draw Bonnie's attention. How can anything happen? Colton looked speechless. Do you think I'm worried about that demon king? I'm worried about the people outside. They must think they've seen a ghost now. Dash cupped Colton's face and said in a hoarse voice, all right, stop thinking about them. When you're with me, you should only think of me, and must think of me. Colton sighed helplessly. Look at you, I spend every day with you. Do you think I have time to think about others? Even when scolding someone, the first thing he thought of was this snake. Right. He forgot to ask Bonnie for an anti-snake talisman. Dash, can I go out for a moment? The tone was almost pleading. No. Hey. This is confining my freedom. Colton, if I wanted to confine you, I would imprison your 3 souls and 7 spirits in my world, so you can't go anywhere, for all eternity, you'd only see me. As he said this, Dash's pupils turned into vertical slits, aggressively invasive. Clearly, he was speaking the truth. In an instant, pervert flashed through Colton's mind. Back then, did you really think like that? Dash wasn't sure how much Colton knew about those matters but admitted it straightforwardly. Yes. But before he could recall his heart pulse, it was stolen by Bonnie, allowing him to reincarnate. Thinking of this, Dash hugged Colton tightly again, burying his head in his neck. But fortunately, you are mine now, whether as a person or a soul. Colton. Who would be so domineering, not only occupying a person but also a soul? Is this how demons' possessiveness works? At this moment, Colton's phone rang. He looked down and saw Hakeem calling. As soon as he answered, Hakeem's crying came through. Colton, come and see, Ian is acting weird, going crazy. Come over quickly. No, don't come over. The call was abruptly hung up. Colton looked at Dash, disbelief on his face. This Ian, could he not have resisted and attacked Hakeem? What a beast. Hakeem is so well behaved, and he still did it. Dash shrugged indifferently. Let him do it. It's better this way. He won't be eyeing you every day. We can't let that happen. We must go and see. What if something happens? Worried about Hakeem, Colton went back to change clothes, giving Dash a kick. Hurry up and change. Dash encircled Colton from behind, then let's change together. Colton looked speechless. When is this? You, don't move around. Otherwise, I'll never live with you again. Okay, as you wish. Dash smiled slightly, quickly changed clothes, and took Colton out. Downstairs, Colton looked curiously at Dash. Don't you have teleportation spells in the demon world? Of course we do. But I want to stay with you a bit longer. I don't want to see that dead fox. Seeing Colton about to get angry, Dash coaxed him in a hoarse voice. Fine, I'll take you there. Close your eyes. Why? Because ordinary humans can't breathe during such a teleportation. Oh. Before Colton reacted, his lips were sealed, the coldness making his body tremble slightly. Damn, this is what "can't breathe" means. How many more tricks does this damned snake have up his sleeve? Ian's apartment. Ian, disheveled hair, approached Hakeem in the corner step by step, looking bewitched. He had just cut off the call Hakeem made to Colton. Why did you call Colton? His voice was low, as if possessed by demonic aura. Because you're very strange. Who else could she call? At this moment, Ian resembled a wild beast ready to attack, inching closer step by step. If you're scared, then leave immediately. What annoyed him most was that this guy, while being afraid, still wanted to stay by his side, not knowing what he was thinking. I also want to go out, but the demons outside are scarier than you. By comparison, Ian was far more attractive. Ian had a very standard appearance of a classical handsome man, like someone who walked out of a comic book. His eyes slanted upward at the corners, with a tear mole at the inner corner, and he often had an indifferent smile. Though he was a demon, he not only looked good but was better to him than anyone else around. Hakeem could see those demons since childhood, but whenever he told others about them, they cursed him as a monster and even beat him if he didn't meet their satisfaction. After that, he led a life where he seldom communicated with people, always going alone. Even applying for a job at Malachi's company was due to his physical constitution and being deceived. But Ian saved him on that film set. Although his attitude was always bad, Hakeem could feel that this person, no, this demon, wasn't evil. Thinking of this, Hakeem lifted his gaze again and looked at the very aggressive Ian. Should be not bad, right? At this moment, Hakeem felt somewhat shaken. Would Ian not swallow him whole like a beast? Ian's gaze turned cold. Heh, little thing, you're using me again, aren't you? You want me to help you drive away those demons, right? In an instant, he moved forward, stretched out his hand, grabbed Hakeem's collar, and lifted him up. With just one hand, he choked Hakeem against the wall. Hakeem, don't forget, I'm a demon. Making a deal with a demon requires a price. Hakeem felt suffocated, his cheeks flushed as if delicate rouge were painted on white jade, and his eyes misted up as if crying. Ian's agitation grew worse, and he couldn't resist saying, "A grown man, so delicate." As he said this, he loosened his grip slightly. Cough. Cough. Hakeem coughed heavily, unable to retort. Ian was right, he indeed was like that. Throughout his life, not only the ill-intentioned people around him but even some demons harbored impure thoughts about him. He hadn't dared to be alone recently because a seductive demon had been haunting him. So no matter what Ian said, he didn't dare to leave. Ian scrutinized Hakeem as if examining a captured prey. For all these days, I've helped you get rid of those low-level demons repeatedly. So, if we don't form a pact, what can you offer in exchange? Just then, Dash's voice came from the corner, mocking and teasing. Why not offer himself in exchange? What does Immortal Lord think of this? Chapter 58. Can I choose a less painful way to die? Hearing this voice, Ian waved his sleeve and launched an attack immediately. Boom. The window instantly cracked. Dash led Colton out by the hand. Seeing Hakeem's cheeks flushed red, appearing as if he had been bullied, Colton ran over and helped him up at once. Hakeem, are you okay? In a daze, Hakeem saw Colton and, in the next moment, embraced him. Colton, you finally came. God, Ian is so terrifying. Colton patted Hakeem's back right away and glared at Ian. Hey, dead fox, what did you do to my assistant? Upon seeing this, Dash's face darkened abruptly. Colton. Colton turned his head and glared back at Dash. What are you shouting for? Hakeem is my savior, how can it be wrong for me to show some concern? Don't glare, I don't care about your feelings no matter how much you glare at me. Upon hearing these words, both Dash and Ian were taken aback. Savior? Hakeem was also stunned, his eyes reddening as he looked up at Colton. Colton, what are you talking about? I never saved you. With his nature of being chased by demons every day, how could he possibly save someone else? If anything, others would save him. Dash figured out the situation right away. It must have been during that time when someone had helped Colton. He sized up Ian from head to toe. You actually responded to them? Shut up. A wild animal's cry echoed. Colton and Hakeem noticed a snake and a fox wrestling together. Colton held his forehead, this was already the second time he had encountered such a scene, so he remained relatively calm. But Hakeem seemed to be scared silly, unable to blink his eyes for a long time. Is this dogs fighting dogs? Ha! Colton suddenly burst into laughter, his hand gently patting Hakeem's head. Exactly, just like dogs fighting. That's what you said, isn't it? Their words made Dash and Ian stop mid-fight. Ian glared at the man and reverted to his usual self, reaching out to strangle Hakeem. Colton immediately stepped in front to block him. What did you say? Hakeem immediately hid behind Colton. Seeing this, Ian cast a glance at Dash. If you don't take Colton away, I'll tackle both of them. Dash's face turned dark again, pulling Colton toward the door. Hey, Dash, what are you doing? White Sue was bullying my benefactor, why are you dragging me? You should drag him instead. Dash, seeing this, directly held Colton in his arms, comforting him like he would a child. Colton, dear, let's go. We can leave, but only if we take Hakim with us. We can't leave him behind. We agreed at the company that next week, during the demon moon, he'd join us. Oh. Is that so? Ian suddenly smiled wickedly, his gaze falling on Hakim. So you found your new master already? No, not at all. Back then, how could he dare agree? Ian nodded slightly. Then go with them. I'm rather aggressive now and don't know when I might kill you. Hakim was startled by Ian's gaze and nervously swallowed. Can I choose a less painful way to die? Colton couldn't help but laugh and cry. Hakim, what are you saying? Rest assured, if he dares to hurt you, I won't let him off. Ian cast a sidelong glance at Dash. Colton, you can barely protect yourself, and you still want to save others. Colton ignored Ian who kept threatening Hakim without understanding his motives. Hakim, come with us. Hakim raised his head and met two pairs of beastly eyes, one belonging to Dash, the other to Ian. He shook his head, smiling at Colton. Let's just forget it. When the time comes, you will still need to protect me. I won't cause trouble. Upon hearing this, the murderous aura on Dash's face finally subsided, and he returned to his calm state, patting Colton on the shoulder. Since he doesn't want to come, don't force him. But. There's no but. Let's go. After saying this, Dash pulled Colton out of Ian's apartment and slammed the door shut. Their voices still echoed in the hallway. Why did you rush me to leave? What if Ian hits Hakim? He definitely won't, don't worry. Why not? Tell you downstairs. A hint of satisfaction flashed across Ian's eyes. He stepped forward, circled Hakim's shoulders with his hand, bent down, and whispered in his ear, would you like me to personally escort you there? No, it's not necessary. Hakim could sense that Colton genuinely wanted him to come along, but Dash's warning gaze made him completely uneasy. Great God, Ian, what exactly happened to you? Why have you become so temperamental? Ian looked at the person beside him, who seemed as naive as a rabbit. He decided to mess with him and asked in all seriousness, have you ever raised a pet? Hakim's eyes showed confusion, then he nodded, I had a cat once, but it died after 3 years. It was killed by a demon who wanted to harm me. So think about this, when are animals the most irritable? Hakim thought hard and immediately understood. His eyes widened as he instinctively took a step back. So your irritability is because it's mating season? Ian took a step forward and yanked him back, covering his mouth, why shout so loudly? Are you afraid of me? Almost instinctively, Hakim nodded, but quickly shook his head. Ian grew impatient and asked again, are you afraid or not? Hakim's nose tingled, and he obediently said, I'm scared. If you're scared, why do you stay? Because there's something even scarier at home. I avoid going home alone because a succubus has been constantly bothering me. A succubus? Ian sized up the little guy, you, like Colton, can attract such monsters. That demon really isn't picky. Hakim felt embarrassed and blushed, retorting, I may not be handsome, but you don't need to keep belittling me. Ian didn't expect the kid to suddenly speak up in defiance, sounding utterly unimpressive. He chuckled, angry. This little thing had always been as gentle as a lamb in front of him, but now, it had some fire. Hakim shook his head and moved to the side, sitting on the sofa. Not angry. Ian sat beside him, grabbed his wrist, and pressed him down, still the same question, dealing with a demon comes with conditions. So, how do you plan to repay me? I have nothing to offer except my life. But he sought protection to safeguard his life, didn't he? I don't want your life. Then. At the moment, I am indeed in my agitation period and weaker than usual. If you can soothe me and stop my restlessness, that will do. Hearing this, Hakim slowly pulled away from Ian's grip, touching his forehead, does this count? Ian was speechless. How could this kid be as naive as blank paper? Downstairs, Dash stopped walking and released Colton. Don't worry, that fox is just like me during certain seasons. Certain seasons? Colton was momentarily stunned, then immediately caught on. His face turned red as he quickly said, that's even worse. If Hakim doesn't like him, that would be forcing himself on someone. But he practically offered himself, chasing after him all the time. Demanding a bit of interest is normal. You're spouting nonsense. Colton pushed Dash aside and tried to rush back into Ian's apartment, but Dash hurriedly held him back. Dead Dash, don't stop me. Dash pinched Colton's puffy cheeks and laughed, actually, I also planned to force myself on you initially. But you came around, and now we're mutually devoted. Hearing this, Colton's face flushed again. TCH, all you demons are perverts. Don't you care what we think? We do consider it. Otherwise, I would have pinned you down on the first day at the Temple of the Serpent Immortal, but I was afraid you wouldn't accept it. Colton. Did this guy even know what shame was? What if Ian is a scumbag and dumps Hakim later? Dash stroked Colton's hair, his amber eyes full of laughter, don't worry. If that fox really hates him, he would have thrown him out on the first day. As for whether he's a scumbag, we'll see. Chapter 59, Zack and her loyal dog. While walking back with Colton, Dash almost felt like he could bore a hole into the person's back with his gaze. Dash's face turned black. Was this guy so full of resentment? This was done by that fox Ian, not him. It made it seem as if he had been secretly involved. Thinking of this, Dash took off his sunglasses and said with a laugh, trying to comfort him, "Don't be mad anymore. Come on, let me take you for some delicious food. Do you think I can eat anything right now?" That dead fox Ian, when teasing him during his irritable phase on set last time, had an air of absolute certainty about him. Hakeem has a gentle personality and did not dare to defy him. That fox would devour someone wholeheartedly once he got them, maybe leaving not even the soup behind. Colton scratched his head in frustration. It's truly terrible. In front of demons, do humans only have to be suppressed? Dash suddenly stopped walking and smiled coldly. Sometimes, demons are exploited by humans and may end up with no place to bury their bodies at human hands. Recalling that brutal experience, Colton sighed and held the hand that Dash had grasped tightly. Dash, if there were another such scene, I would definitely stand in for you. Dash turned to look at Colton with a dark expression. Just thinking about how the real Colton was treated by those demon hunters for him later on, a suffocating sensation gripped his heart. He instantly pulled him into a tight embrace and murmured hoarsely, "No need." How could he possibly let Colton encounter such misfortune again? At this moment, a girl nearby suddenly screamed, "Aw, it's Dash and Colton. My goodness," actually bumping into them on the street. "Look, they're hugging." Colton immediately pushed away from Dash, blinking innocently, feeling somewhat at a loss. Well, we were. Before he could finish, Dash grabbed his wrist and turned into an alleyway beside them. The fans who saw this immediately followed after them with renewed energy. "Ah, my CP, I didn't even get to take a photo yet. Are you two out on a date? Can we get an autograph? I've even prepared a handwritten poster with fan art. If I die now, I'd die happy." Wailing, "My CP is real." Hearing these cries, Colton's face turned dark. These fans really have impressive tolerance, casually asking if they're on a date. CP fans are truly formidable. Fearing sudden disappearance might be used against him by Isabella if spread by fans, Dash led Colton through small alleys. Finally, hiding in a restaurant allowed them to shake off the fans. Colton bent down and breathed a sigh of relief. Good heavens, these fans are crazy. If we kept running a bit longer, my legs would break. Fortunately, Dash carried him when no one was around, otherwise, with his constitution, he'd have been caught long ago. After all, it wasn't because of his lack of stamina, all blame lay on this snake. Just take a rest. Just as Dash was going to sit down with Colton to rest, Hoover's surprised voice came from behind. "Colton, Dash, why?" Before he could finish speaking, Colton turned back and quickly shushed him. Hoover immediately understood what was happening and invited them both into a private room. "Come on, join me for a light meal. I was just about to contact you but didn't expect to meet you here." Colton sized up Director Hoover before him, noting the yellow talisman hung on his neck for protection. He couldn't help but point at the talisman and ask, "Director, did you wear this thing for self-defense?" Recalling that show, Hoover felt lingering fear. He scratched the back of his head, smiling awkwardly, "Isn't it to avoid encountering demons again? That being said, Dash, this isn't aimed at you, please understand." Throughout the conversation, Dash was staring at Colton, only turning his head when hearing Hoover speak, "Oh, that's fine. I just care if Colton is wearing one." Hoover. Seems he doesn't even count as filler. The dishes arrived quickly. Seeing the abundant spread, Colton remarked, "Director Chin, it looks like you're treating us. Then Jiang Yi and I will leave immediately so as not to disturb you." No, the guest I invited is Hans. You two should stay and eat together." Colton, seeing the sincere invitation, pulled Dash back to sit down. "Please come over here, Hans. You, want to make a new show again, right?" Hoover quickly nodded. "Yes. I was planning to contact you all, but now we've bumped into each other, which saves the trouble." At this moment, Dash, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. "Director Chin, I have someone in mind that you would definitely be satisfied with." "Who is it?" The Zack you've been talking about, and the dog constantly fawning over her." "Oh. Zack has someone fawning over her now, who is it?" Hearing this displeased voice, Colton turned back and saw that Hans was also here. Hans sat next to Colton, looking extremely agitated. "Colton, tell me quickly, who is Zack's CP? Who is the fawning dog?" Startled by her reaction, Colton recoiled slightly. Why are you so agitated?" Hans looked regretful. "Can I not be agitated? I've seen Zack's true appearance, she's truly a top-tier goddess, and also a prodigy demon hunter. The moment I saw her, I fell for her." Recalling that the old thing had quite a few rivals, Dash suddenly smiled crookedly. "Then you have to be careful, as the old demon lurking behind Zack loves to drink human blood and eat human hearts. Your heart beats so fast, it's perfect for him to enjoy with wine. Hans's face immediately turned ashen. Are really that strong? Colton kicked Dash and laughed, saying, don't listen to his nonsense. That's just how he talks, always exaggerating. Dash leaned close to Colton, instantly pinning down his legs and feet, rendering him immobile. Colton struggled hard but to no avail. He glared at Dash. Can you change the place for your mischief? Dash, as if he didn't see Colton's warning, intentionally brushed his fingers against his collarbone, causing him to shiver. So, Director Cheen, if you want to attract more viewers, you should go for Zack and the person around her, they will definitely agree. Before Hoover or Hans could respond, Colton became uneasy. Lowering his voice, he said, forget about India. If that demon king of yours causes someone to die unexpectedly on the show, what will you do? Moreover, that guy looked abnormal, like a vampire from the West. The opposite Hoover and Hans were shocked by Colton's words. Unexpected death. Dash put a cap and sunglasses on Colton, smiling devilishly. I want to force all the demon hunters out. The number of deaths meant nothing to him. Patty once said that Amos, after reincarnation, would immediately hide as soon as he released a bit of energy. He knew they were looking for him and then enjoying the game. So let's play the killing game well. Dash threw the business card with the address to Hoover. Here's the address. Whether you dare to go is up to you. Saying this, he bent down, draped a coat over Colton, his demeanor noble and elegant, like an immortal fallen from the 9 heavens, cold and untouched by the dust. Colton, let's go home. This time, I won't let that dark-dwelling gnat harm you any longer. Looking into those eyes that only held his reflection, almost instinctively, Colton nodded. Okay. Chapter 60, Actions Speak Louder Than Words, Is This an Invitation? In the evening, the sunset streamed into the apartment. Colton was cooking when Dash suddenly embraced him from behind. Colton. Dash's voice was low and hoarse as he pulled Colton into his arms. Worried about splashing oil onto Dash, Colton stopped pouring the oil. What now? I'm busy here, don't mess around. Nothing, just wanted to be close. The youth's neck was white like jade but fragile, as if it would break with any exertion. Colton felt the intense gaze of this guy and was somewhat at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He turned around, cupping Dash's face, and said with blushing cheeks. I say, I know you're not human, but I am. Dash frowned. Your body is indeed not in good shape, you should still take some medicinal herbs, it will do you a lot of good. I don't want to. The sight of those medicinal herbs made Colton uneasy. Last time Dash got injured, he had to simmer medicine and the smell was so strong that Colton nearly fainted, let alone drinking it himself. Why? Because they taste awful. Dash glanced at the food on the kitchen counter and had an idea instantly. If you don't want to eat, fine, I'll make it, you go rest. Really? You're so kind. Of course, you've been too tired these past few days. Upon hearing this, Colton's face immediately darkened, covering Dash's mouth. Shut up. Alright, shut up then. Before Colton walked away, Dash couldn't help but touch his waist lecherously. Even through clothes, he could feel how fragile Colton was, as if there was no flesh on him. Especially the waist, slim and soft, truly fearing to hurt him. Colton sat on the sofa, intending to check what happened after those people died unexpectedly. He flipped through for a long time without finding any relevant news. It seemed the matter had been suppressed. At this moment, Colton received a WeChat message from Hakim, sob, Colton, I'm not clean anymore. Cough. Cough. Colton almost choked and immediately called out to Dash, Dash, it's bad. Dash, who was secretly adding medicinal herbs, jumped and hurriedly walked over to sit on the sofa. What's wrong? Colton showed his phone to Dash, who was utterly exasperated, thinking this damned fox acted too swiftly. Before he could speak, Colton angrily shouted, Ian, you bastard, I'm going to call and scold you. You. Dash shook his head, it seemed there was nothing he could say to stop it. Forget it, scold away, anyway, that fox deserved it. Ian had anticipated that Colton would call him and held the phone far away upon connecting. Ian, you bastard, why did you bully Hakim? How could you disrespect others' wishes and force them? What? What, despicable. By the end, Colton ran out of words to yell. Out of vocabulary. Done cursing? Ian's voice carried a hint of laughter. You still have the nerve to laugh. You frivolous bastard. I've told him to leave, it was his own choice to stay. Besides, I didn't really harm him. Huh. Colton's face darkened, what nonsense are you talking? If you hadn't done something to Hakim, why would he complain to me? Ian looked at the youth curled up on the sofa and laughed infuriatingly. What did he say? Said. I can't say it. Anyway, you must have done something to him. Yes, I did. He raised a hand to flick his hair, looking irresistibly sexy, I just used that pair. Before he could finish saying legs, Colton yelled, go to hell. And hung up the phone. Hakim must have been terrified otherwise wouldn't have sent such a WeChat to him. That little rabbit. Ian got up from the windowsill and slowly walked toward the sofa, squatting down. So, you're scared? Lowering his eyes slightly, his rough finger caressed the fair face. I've told you many times to leave, but you chose to stay. Hakim shivered, indeed looking like a startled rabbit. Can you promise not to do this in the future? Use a different way. Too embarrassing. At that time, he was so tightly covered that he nearly passed out. Ian paused and again shook his head. No, can do, whatever I promised is what I deliver. Without taking your life, you have to listen to me, no exceptions. Hakim bit his lip, lowering his head and muttering, bad person. Ian was amused and suddenly leaned down to kiss Hakim's face, whispering, little one, I'm not human, I'm a demon. Bad demon. Hakim shivered at the ticklish touch and instinctively tried to shrink back. Then, he struggled to turn around, facing away from Ian. I'm tired, I want to sleep. He was indeed exhausted, his eyelids drooping heavily. But the next moment, his body went airborne. Ah. He had no strength left to struggle. What are you doing? Go to bed and sleep. Hakim froze, still adjusting when his back touched the soft bed. No, it's fine. His strength seemed to have drained away. Instinctively, he grabbed Ian's collar and pulled him down as well. Ian's lips collided with something soft, looking stunned for a moment. Coming to his senses, his hand found its way to Hakim's collar, undoing the shirt buttons while gazing at him with an intense green light in his eyes. Do your words mean anything? Are you inviting me? Hakim quickly covered himself with a blanket, mumbling, no, I want to sleep, stop teasing me. Seeing that the little guy was truly tired, Ian said softly, all right, and lay down beside him. I'll stay with you, but rest assured, I won't do anything more. Hearing this, Hakim immediately scooted to the side, but Ian pulled him back. Don't run. Okay. Meanwhile, in Dash's apartment. Dash watched someone sulking on the sofa and tried to soothe him. It wasn't me who upset you, why are you ignoring me too? Colton glared at Dash, all of you demons are bad. You all use coercion and temptation. If I hadn't had that dream and seen what happened before, you would have coerced me too, right? We really aren't human. Dash held his head, cursing that damned fox for making him soothe Colton. Colton, there's no if in this world. I admit that if you never agreed, I might have used some underhanded means to make you yield, but I never intended to harm you. You, humph. His words sounded so lofty, but the essence was still about using threats. He didn't physically hurt him, but he felt like he did. It wasn't easy living with constant attention from this guy, like prey being watched by a predator. Seeing that he had almost calmed Colton, Dash embraced him and whispered, you're hungry, aren't you? Not eating isn't good either. The food is ready, please eat some. Fine then. Colton picked up the bowl of soup and took a sip. His eyes lit up, this soup tasted much better than before. What did you put in it? It's so delicious. Dash smiled faintly, giving Colton a gentle kiss on the cheek, nothing special, just regular seasonings. It definitely wasn't ordinary seasoning. That night, Dash sensed something was off. Colton fell asleep early due to exhaustion. Dash, however, was only lightly dozing. As he pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes, Colton stirred beside him. Before Dash could ask what was wrong, Colton suddenly grabbed his hand, feeling burning hot. Hot. He murmured, snuggling closer. Dash, you're so cool. Just let me hold you, just for a moment. With his night vision, Dash observed the person in his arms. His cheeks were flushed as if drunk, drawing closer like a human furnace. Could it be the effect of the medicinal herbs? Just as he thought about it, Colton almost entirely pressed against him. His eyes were dazed, captivatingly beautiful. Almost dead, should have used half the dose. Dash's expression darkened as he examined Colton, then flipped over and pinned him down again. Colton, it's my fault. I shouldn't have given you the whole herb. Under the moonlight, Colton couldn't see Dash's face clearly but knew who it was. He held Dash's hand against his burning cheek. Dash, you're so cool. Let me hold you for a bit. Just for a bit. What else would you do? Colton's words came out soft and sluggish, devoid of his usual vigor. Nothing much, just helping you cool down. Is that okay? Chapter 61, Stop putting on that demon hunter face to lecture me. The next day, early morning. When Colton woke up, his mind was disjointed. He rubbed his eyes and reached out to touch beside him. Dash was already gone. Looking at the clock, it was already 10 in the morning. Did he sleep for so long? Thinking of this, Colton quickly brushed his teeth, washed his face, and changed clothes. This is strange. After washing his face, he felt something was off with his body. The uncomfortable feeling had vanished, leaving him much lighter. This feeling. Could it be that Dash, like in TV dramas, infused him with spirit energy? No, it should be demon energy. Dash. Colton called out, but no one responded. He picked up his phone, intending to make a call. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Colton thought it was Dash returning, but when he opened the door, he saw Auriel, who looked full of remorse. You. Colton's first reaction was to step back. Recalling what this person said last time, he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. The death curse talisman he carried must mean something. Colton, I can't take it anymore. I've always been controlled by demons. If I don't listen to them, they will kill me. Colton suddenly found this person very fake. There was no trace of fear in his eyes, yet his tone was overly dramatic. So talking to me won't help anyway. Right now, even I am under their control. Colton deliberately provoked Auriel, waiting for him to slip up. You and that Dash are, already. Colton calmly nodded, yeah, just as you think. That was indeed the case. Upon hearing this, Auriel's eyes turned bloodshot. He grabbed Colton's foot and shouted, why? Why would you mix with a snake? You're a genius demon hunter. The proudest among demon hunters, why would you degrade yourself? I absolutely cannot accept you being with such a snake. Auriel's grip nearly crushed the bones in Colton's shoulder. Colton endured the pain, his gaze growing darker as he coldly looked at Auriel. How do you know I'm a demon hunter? And, who I'm with has anything to do with you? Auriel's expression changed. Instead of answering directly, he asked Colton, didn't you say you only liked girls when we lived together? Even liking men wouldn't matter, why couldn't it be a normal person instead of a snake? Colton didn't want to waste more words with this person and gave him an expulsion order. I don't care whether you get killed by demons or made any deal with them. From now on, none of this is my concern. Regardless of who Dash is, whether an ordinary human or a snake, it's my choice. I never liked you before, and I won't now. Each word from Colton felt like a thorn piercing Auriel's heart. Colton, you really won't give me any chance. Auriel's eyes seemed ready to kill at any moment. Colton wasn't afraid. He spoke each word slowly, our friendship ends here. Suddenly, Auriel attacked Colton. With a swift move, Colton dodged the attack. Seeing the weapon Auriel used, which resembled the one used by Selma in the production team, he instantly understood that this person had always been a demon hunter. After watching that show, everything must have become clear to him. Even back then, when he called himself a big star every day, he worried about getting Auriel involved and kept him away from himself. Now, thinking about it, it was laughable. Demons should stay away from demon hunters, especially unscrupulous ones who control demons. Auriel launched another attack. Colton seemed accustomed to these attacks, his body moving instinctively, dodging each one. But without spiritual energy, his speed still couldn't match Auriel. Soon, Auriel grabbed Colton by the neck and pinned him against the wall. Colton smelled a strong and demonic aura. It wasn't formed overnight. How many demons had this person killed? Were you close to me all along for this purpose? Auriel gently touched Colton's nose and cheek. Yes, because I didn't want you to see my dark side. I removed the evil from my soul just to leave a good impression on you, but you were taken over by a snake. So what if it's a snake? To me, he's much better than you and those villagers. Colton, don't let yourself be brainwashed. Have you forgotten how demons attacked humans and tormented them back then? At the mention of this, Colton found it absurd. He shoved Auriel away and slapped him hard across the face. Stop putting on that demon hunter face to lecture me. At this moment, thinking about what Selma had told him that night, Colton was so angry that his whole body trembled. He cried but didn't let Dash know. He didn't want Dash to feel guilty anymore over those matters. I know how demons tormented humans, but I also know clearly how demon hunters tormented those demons. The Snake clan can no longer take human form because they were all slaughtered by demon hunters back then, leaving only Dash and Malachi. What, do you expect me to join you against the demons like before? Colton, that's not what I meant. When you buried me alive, trapping my soul forever, did you ever think there would be a day like this? Yet he still shamelessly made such demands. How utterly despicable. Auriel hadn't expected Colton to know so much. You knew all that? Colton nodded without hesitation. Yes, I know. That's why I stand firmly by Dash's side. Go tell your stupid demon hunters that in this lifetime, my goal is to destroy you, especially to find the one who impersonated me back then. If you still think I see demon hunting as my mission, then you're terribly wrong. Auriel, I will never forgive the one who hurt Dash, no matter who it is. Chapter 62, Your Traditional Skill, Tyrant Forcing Himself. When Dash dragged Fernanda and Sonia over, Colton was dozing on the sofa. This annoying smell. Dash immediately went forward to pick him up. Colton. Colton rubbed his eyes, opening them wearily. You're back. Where did you go? Sonia. Chen is indeed so adorable. These two just have such strong chemistry when they stand together. Fernanda kicked her, signaling her to put away her perverted face. Since Sonia watched the live variety show, she instantly turned into a CP fan and a little admirer. Colton, I heard you have a fever. Let me give you some medicine. Colton. When did he have a fever? No. I'm fine. As he spoke, he touched his forehead and then pulled Dash's hand to press it against his forehead. Don't believe me? Feel it. He's not running a fever. Dash glanced at Sonia, who immediately took out a thermometer, 37.2, normal temperature. It was strange. When Fernanda rushed her over, she thought Colton was burning with a high fever. Colton looked at Fernanda and Sonia, bending to bow slightly. Thanks for your trouble, coming all the way here. Fernanda shook her head. Boss ordered us to take good care of Colton. Both Sonia and I are available whenever called. Then please thank the boss for me. After seeing the two girls off, Colton sat down with Dash. Yang came by. Seeing Dash about to flare up, Colton quickly pressed his shoulders and said, but I sent him off with a scolding. He shouldn't come to bother me again. Thinking of those shadowy eyes, Dash leaned back. Is that so? I don't think he'd give up on you. Hey, what tone is that? You're petty. I am petty. Since you're mine, if you still think of others, don't blame me for locking you up where no one can see you. This snake has a problem again. Colton didn't want to deal with it, covering his eyes with a towel and lying down. Oh, I'm exhausted. I need to lie down a bit. Sleep again. Aha. Colton grunted, pulling Dash to lie down on the sofa with him. With you. No way. The disgusting smell still made Dash very annoyed. Go take a shower, wash that smell off. That disgusting guy must have taken advantage of Colton again. At this moment, Colton recalled how jealous Dash was before going to the program when that fox and merman clung to him. He almost tore off his clothes in the bathroom. At that time, he was nearly kissed breathless. Sighing slightly, all right, I'll go. Colton got up quickly, intending to escape, but as soon as he stood up, Dash clung to him like a boneless creature. TSK, in a sense, he really is a boneless creature. Colton, let's shower together. His magnetizing voice made Colton's heart itch. Colton rolled his eyes, knowing exactly what this guy wanted. Don't even try. I'll shower alone. Just as they were tussling, the apartment door opened. A handsome man with a pale complexion stood at the door. His features were exquisite, beautiful enough to blur the lines between genders, with blood-red eyes staring at them. What are you doing here? Dash never showed any courtesy to the Demon King. Colton pushed Dash's hands that were setting fire to his body and pinched hard, smiling towards the person at the door. No, the demon. Your Majesty, is there something you need? Connor looked at Colton for a long time until Dash prepared to chase him away, finally speaking slowly. What is Priscilla's weakness? Even though they had formed a pact, he was always overshadowed by Priscilla. Threatening with his life didn't work at all. Those cold, clear eyes had long discarded concerns for life and death. Connor thought and realized that only when seeing Colton did Priscilla's eyes look like a normal human being's, warm. You came here just for this? Connor nodded, ignoring Dash's death glare, sitting on the sofa. Colton poured a cup of tea and sat opposite. Apologies, I lived with her for many years but haven't found her weakness. From a young age, in Colton's eyes, Priscilla was always a six-sided warrior, nicknamed, other people's child. Though she always seemed fierce towards him, she stood up for him whenever others picked on him. Thinking of this, Colton smiled calmly. Your Majesty, my sister has been like that by nature. She has seen too much of the ugliness in human nature, which is why she transcends everything. You can only make her submit if she dies. A hint of frustration flashed in Connor's eyes. Even if she were dead, she wouldn't submit. That woman's soul was also cold and proud. Sometimes, Connor even suspected if she had a heart at all. At this moment, Dash interjected, startling everyone with his words. So, old thing, what exactly do you want? Tyrant forcing himself. Cough. Colton suddenly coughed. He was just about to scold Dash when Connor's next words sent a jolt through him. Already did it, almost got beaten into ashes. Last time during your Human World program, I just tore her clothes as a joke. After returning to the demon realm, I lay bedridden for 3 days. Colton coughed again heavily. What did you do to Priscilla? Connor looked at Colton's flushed face and turned his gaze to Dash behind him thoughtfully. What did I do? Just like what Dash does to you. Colton. Dash. This dimwit Demon King really deserved a punch. Colton wished he could shout out loud how well Priscilla did. But if she could kill this guy, he'd probably be dead too. Colton shot a glare at Dash. I realized something. You demon's traditional skill is tyrant forcing yourself. Enough. Dash couldn't help but have a dark look again. Here it goes. You're like this, Ian is like this, and so is the Demon King. Ad Ebert, don't tell me you guys can start a mahjong game. Connor glanced at Colton, pouting in a teasing manner before turning to Dash. How is he willing? Dash's expression darkened even more. Why should I tell you? Your Majesty, please don't come anymore, okay? It's all because of you causing trouble, otherwise, why would the little guy curse me? Connor, still not giving up, said seriously, Dash, if you tell me, the throne of Demon King will be yours. They remained silent for a long while, the air tense and scary. Colton opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Dash pushed Connor out darkly. The devil would want it. Your Majesty, keep being the Demon King until you die. We're just here to serve. Then tell me, why is Colton so attached to you? Connor didn't wish for Priscilla to become invincible either, just a little softer temper would do. Because he likes me. Bang, the door closed. Dash turned to Colton with a slight smile, hungry yet. Colton coughed lightly, your demon king has such good temper. Loyalty. I think none of you take it seriously. Are you really in a superior-subordinate relationship? Dash laughed softly, lifting Colton in his arms, don't worry, he won't get angry. That demon king position was initially set up by Dash, Ian, and Eber together with the support of various tribes in the demon realm. Because no one wanted this tough job. Being the ruler of a world wasn't easy. Back then, when Connor found out he was chosen as demon king for no reason, he chased them for quite some time. The demon realm shook daily because of their antics. Later, when they were fed up being hunted, they went to Guihai Jishu for several hundred years. Afterwards, Connor felt the demon realm became even worse without them, so he asked them to return. From initial threats to almost pleading tones in the end. They got bored staying in Guihai Jishu and came back, unwilling to return to the demon realm and stayed in the human world. Until they met Sheila and joined her company. Colton pinched his chin curiously, why? Without us, Connor would be even more annoyed. Colton nodded, half understanding, looks like you three are all corrupt officials, refusing to work properly. Being the leader isn't easy. Dash stared deeply at Colton, his voice becoming hoarse, Colton. What? Do you remember what we were going to do before that old man came? To shower. Colton's body trembled, he felt danger again. Just take a shower, why do you give me such a lustful look? That's good. Take a thorough wash. I really hate the smell of that person called Uriel. Chapter 63, If I Really Force It, You Can't Escape. In the southern part of City A, at a residence. Bonnie sat in the courtyard, wiping the blood off her weapon. She had just hunted down a few demons that harmed people. Glancing around, she noticed that a certain person was not there. Strange, what is he up to now? Bloodstains covered Bonnie's forehead, but she was oblivious until she finished cleaning the blood off her knife. Besides the bow and arrow, she usually wielded this crescent blade, capable of killing humans and demons silently with a flick. With the demonic moon approaching, the demonic aura in City A grew heavier, and more demon hunters became active. Bonnie had previously met with those hunters to find Amos. But she found no trace of him. Thinking of this, murderous intent filled Bonnie's eyes. Even by interrogating the reborn demon hunters related to Amos, she gained nothing. This only meant one thing, Amos's true identity remained unknown even in death. Her phone rang, it was a call from Colton. Bonnie slightly curled her lips and laughed, oh, you're calling me today? Wow, you actually answered. Colton's voice contained surprise, usually when I send you messages, you don't reply. Thinking of the matter with Hoover and Hans earlier, Bonnie leaned back, are you saying that, did you give them my address? It wasn't me, it was Dash. Oh. So it's Dash, but aren't you doing everything for that snake now? Not at all. Dash was massaging Colton's red and swollen ankle when he heard this. Immediately, Colton withdrew his leg. Next time you see him, please beat him up for me, this was all his doing. Dash shook his head and smiled, then pulled Colton's foot back. His cold hands made Colton shiver again. Alright, I'll help you. Let's meet during the live stream. Bonnie smiled slightly and hung up after saying this. Suddenly, she sensed strong demonic energy coming from behind. She instinctively gripped her crescent blade. In the next moment, a hand pressed firmly on her shoulder. Bonnie, how much longer do you plan to keep your thorns up? Connor's voice was deep, carrying deep helplessness. As the Demon King, he was helpless against this human. Bonnie's gaze dimmed, against demons, my first reaction will always be this. Connor, my memories are full of slaughter, something that can't change. The next moment, Connor embraced Bonnie. As Bonnie was about to act, she felt her spiritual power locked by an overwhelming demonic force. This bastard released all his demonic power. If a demon hunter found her weakness now, she would surely die. What do you want? Don't worry, nothing, just wanted to hug you. I can never get close to you unless by force. Bonnie sneered, sarcastically retorting, have you also entered the mating season? Lord Demon King, need me to cooperate. Before she finished, he covered her mouth. Connor lowered his eyes, his voice colder, can you shut up, Bonnie? You've always known that if I really force it, you can't escape. Connor was a rare spirit beast, Qinhuang, different from ordinary demons. His true form resembled a fox, entirely white with horns on his back. In human form, his skin was pale to the point of being sickly, with blood-red pupils. Years ago, Dash and others capitalized on this trait to make him the Demon King. Originally, Connor didn't care about the matters between demons and humans. But after over 1,000 years of carnage, he couldn't remain indifferent. On that day, having just eliminated the demon hunters who invaded the demon realm, he heard the call for a soul bond, so powerful. Connor thought, after so many years, few could call upon his soul bond like that anymore. Those ink-black eyes were like icy streams beneath an ice pond, cold and piercing. Connor had never seen such a woman, beautiful as a fairy untainted by worldly dust. After bonding, he agreed to all her requests. Until she stole her brother's corpse from Dash, exhausting her life force. Connor wanted to save that woman, but she had given up all hope, no longer wishing to live. Connor could not heal a broken soul, so he let her reincarnate. Later, he searched for her for over a millennium. Until a month ago, when he saw Bonnie slaughtering into the demon realm. She remained as coldly beautiful as before, her ethereal beauty becoming even more striking against the backdrop of blood. At that moment, Connor's heart didn't feel joy first, instead, it ached profoundly. Finally, he had found the woman who had formed the soul bond with him. She was still as icy as before. Predictably, he was injured by her, and news spread across both the human and demon worlds. But he didn't care. Connor was extremely anxious, eagerly wanting to draw Bonnie's attention. So he created chaos at that program venue. Thinking about this, he hugged her tighter, whispering in her ear. Bonnie, I don't want your life, nor do I wish to consume your soul. I only want you to be able to do what you truly desire. Because every time he saw those eyes, he lost utterly. Connor killed those villagers who were sacrificing Colton, not solely because of the demonic moon. More importantly, he did what she was unwilling to do for Bonnie. Although Bonnie had killed many demon hunters involved in Colton's death years ago, Connor could sense her deep aversion to killing. As long as you don't hate me. I was too impatient and shouldn't have pushed you. Hearing these words, Bonnie let the crescent blade slip from her hand and fall to the ground. Connor also released his hand covering her mouth. In the next moment, he heard her say, if I can find Amos and resolve that past issue, whatever you ask of me, I will do. Chapter 64, What else could be in your mind besides the animal world? Colton was still dazed after finishing the call, live stream. Was Bonnie planning to bring him along during the live stream? But why did she agree to live stream during the full moon when the demons surge? Could it be because she wanted to find that demon hunter? Colton remembered Boss Patty saying that when the demon race attacked, the human world would be chaotic for a while, but what many people saw in reality were all normal. If it was a live stream, it would be different. It would be a real world where humans and demons coexist and fight. Dash, what do you think about such a live stream? Before he finished his sentence, a pair of beautiful amber eyes filled his vision, clear and transparent like jade. This snake's eyes were truly beautiful. They were very seductive. Colton admitted, he was drawn in. What are you trying to do again? Nothing, I just want to hold you for a bit. Do all animals get this clingy? I'm only clingy to you. As Dash hugged Colton, he wished to make him his private possession, not letting anyone else see. Colton felt suffocated once more. His face instantly flushed, turning bright red from being squeezed. He was speechless. Snake Immortal sir, if you want to wake up hugging a corpse, then keep using force. Upon hearing this, Dash immediately loosened his grip and apologized. At this moment, Colton instead reached out to hug him back, smiling gently, Dash, I won't disappear, I won't leave again. Hearing this, Dash stiffened. He looked down at the beautiful onyx eyes in his arms, his own eyes growing darker. Colton, do you know what I thought when you said that? Yes. Tell me, what did I think? I'm not telling. What else could be in your mind besides the animal world? Colton. Dash called his name again, nuzzling against Colton's neck. Colton sighed helplessly, what now? Doesn't this snake realize how cold its body temperature is? In the dead of winter, he didn't want to be holding an ice block all day, he'd freeze to death. Not much, just wanted to call your name. Hearing this, Colton hugged Dash even tighter. That force was comparable to what Dash had done earlier. But Dash was a demon snake, not as fragile as Colton, so he remained unmoved. Dash, have you seen the red spider lily before? Yes, what about it? At least we're not like the red spider lily, where the flower and leaves can never meet in their lifetime. Feeling Colton tremble all over, Dash kissed his forehead, Colton, do you know why I sealed that memory of mine? Why? Because caring too much, afraid of killing you out of hatred. Dash didn't say it, but Colton understood. He smiled slightly and asked, do you know what I was thinking at the moment those demon hunters killed me? Tell me. I was afraid that upon waking again, I might forget your face. Fortunately, I finally saw you. In silence, they lay entwined, embracing each other for a long time without a word. Until the next morning when Colton fell asleep. Dash carried Colton to the bedroom, gently laying him down and covering him with blankets before dialing Patty's number. I've agreed to appear on the live stream because those demon hunters will not give up on their prey. Even if Bonnie hadn't mentioned the guy named Amos, Dash could feel that someone had been competing with him invisibly. And that person wasn't Malachi. It started from when Lindsay killed those snakes. Colton's grandfather merely served as a pawn for others. Patty said, but this time, that guy might also drive a wedge between you two. Human nature can be very fragile. Are you sure Colton will never harm you? Dash was silent for a moment before replying, Patty, what I care about now is not whether Colton will harm me. Even if he is forced to choose to hurt me, I will never raise a hand against him. Because he endured too much for him back then. Both he and Colton were victims of that massacre. Patty seemed to sigh, still that old saying, being love-struck leads to trouble. No, it leads to one's soul dissipating. You should be careful, your protective heart scales are down to 1. It's fine. Even if it means his soul dissipating, he would find Amos and tear him into pieces. The phone call was suddenly cut off. Dash glanced at the screen, it was a message from Malachi. Dash, you have recovered your memory, so why are you still with Colton? Aren't you afraid he might betray you again? Because I want to. A hint of crimson flashed in Dash's eyes. This time, he wouldn't be fooled by illusions. At that time, I was really stupid for not recognizing that person wasn't you. Dash kissed Colton's face again. Stop it, it's ticklish. Colton humphed and turned over to continue sleeping. Alright, no more disturbance, rest well. Though he said that, Dash was still a little worried. After Colton ate the immortality herb under his deception, his physical strength improved significantly, but those demons would still target him, and those demon hunters were watching closely. If possible, he really didn't want Colton to take risks. Thinking of this, Dash thought of Ian, the fox. Right, there is still a way. In the apartment, Ian was listening to Hakeem explain the precautions for live streaming. He got distracted by the man's bright red lips mid-sentence. Not a girl, yet such red lips. Isn't that just enticing? Hakeem felt parched and drank another cup of water. Lord Ian, do you understand everything? Not really. I'm completely focused on you, didn't hear a word. Ah. Then, let me repeat, She was interrupted when her mouth was covered. Shut up, I don't want to listen, stop being so nagging. Hakeem nodded fearfully. He had already sacrificed so much, was Lord Ian still in his temperamental phase? At this moment, the phone on the coffee table rang. Ian released Hakeem's mouth and grabbed it, while Hakeem tried to escape but was firmly held down. They remained in a "you pressuring me" position. Oh, rare guest, you're cooing with Colton, yet still thinking of me. Don't talk nonsense, I need your help. What do you need? I'll consider it. I need the soul-scattering whip of your Fox clan. Ian fell silent, his entire weight pressing down on Hakeem, making her mumble, hurts, you're pressing on my wound. Dash. Did he pick a bad time? If you're busy, then we can talk later. Ian immediately replied, no, let's talk now. Dash, you know that item is a treasure of the Fox clan. If I give it to Colton, I will be hunted afterwards. So, what's your condition? Speak up. Ian opened his mouth to speak but the Hakeem beneath him weakly interjected, with that item, Colton can deal with demons, he should have it. Ian couldn't help but laugh. Ah, the little one dared to contradict him. So, you want me to lend it? Hakeem's eyes twinkled, you don't have to lend, but if you don't, a group of people will hunt you. Ian. Seemed like that was true. Bonnie, Connor, and Dash, none of them were easy to deal with, all S-level monsters. Thinking of this, Ian got goosebumps all over. I agree, but I haven't decided on the conditions yet, let's discuss it later. Alright, I'll hang up. Dash hung up faster than Ian. Looking at the darkened phone screen, Ian was speechless. What kind of situation was this? Apparently he was just a tool. Chapter 65, Your Majesty, you are a true warrior. That Monday was the day when the City A had the heaviest presence of demonic aura. Colton felt an intense demonic wind while getting dressed. Whistling through. It felt somewhat like Paloma's vibe. It made him break out in goosebumps all over. Dash, upon seeing this, draped another piece of clothing over him. Where more? We're heading to the company tonight. Okay. Colton nodded, then leaned toward Dash, teasingly asked, Dash, you've been sneaky these days. Are you doing something behind my back? Or perhaps, do you have someone else on the outside? Dash's face darkened, he circled Colton's waist and pulled him close, nonsense. One more word and you'll be sorry. I won't say anything, I won't. Scared, Colton hurriedly pleaded for mercy, he feared the snake might really get angry if he kept talking nonsense. Let's go, we should head to the company. Then he rushed out, afraid that Dash would pull him back. Colton and Dash met Ian and Hakeem at the entrance of the company building. Ian waved the box in his hand as soon as he saw Colton and deliberately said, Colton, if you give me a kiss, I'll give this thing to you. This instantly blackened both Dash and Colton's faces. Though Hakeem didn't show it obviously, he still spoke up hesitantly, Great God Ian, don't joke around now. Seeing that Dash was about to choke him to death, Ian chuckled and placed the box in Colton's hands, here, I got it while being chased. Use it well, don't lose it. What is it? Colton tested its weight, it was quite heavy. Sold a spelling whip, the Fox clan's treasure. This is good stuff, now I don't have to keep worrying about protecting you. Hearing this familiar voice, Colton happily turned around and saw India smiling at him, with the infatuated demon emperor following behind. Connor stared blankly at India who smiled beautifully for the first time he'd ever seen her, captivated by her. Even Colton, Dash, and Ian were stunned. Ian stepped forward and patted Connor on the shoulder, Your Majesty, you are truly a brave one, to fall for such a woman. Besides her appearance, India was truly the devil. Colton immediately pulled Ian away, what are you saying? There's a saying, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. You like cuteness, she likes strength, what's wrong with that? Hakim sensed something was off and subconsciously asked, Colton, did you mean me when you said cute? His soft voice caught India's attention. When India saw him, her smile vanished. Hakim? Miss Colton, you know me too. That, India, he. Before Colton could finish introducing Hakim, India went forward and hugged Hakim. Hakim, it really is you. Hakim was frightened just as Colton was the first time he hugged him. His arms hung awkwardly midair, unsure what to do. Connor and Ian were not pleased watching them and pulled them apart. Ian warned, India, don't scare him just because you're strong. India smirked, jealous? Ian's mouth twitched before he could reply. Connor shouted, yes, I am. You promised me everything after this matter ends. Hearing this, Colton found it unbelievable. He couldn't imagine how Mom and Dad would react if they knew one partner was a male snake demon and the other, a demon king. India, did you give him some leverage? No. India smiled slightly, enough of this talk, let's hurry upstairs. I can feel Patty's resentment from here. While going upstairs, Ian held Connor back and whispered, old man, what did you use? How did you make that woman give in? Connor pushed Ian aside in disdain, none of your business. Just keep Hakim away from India. Don't worry, I'll teach him a lesson later. Suddenly, Hakim shivered. Sensing something was wrong, he rushed into the office as quickly as possible. The boss indeed looked like she was emitting ominous vibes, almost like a demon. There were also a few familiar faces around. Hakim glanced at them a few more times, feeling like he had seen them somewhere before. Oh right, Hakim remembered. Those two were the director and producer of the last live variety show program. Everyone's here. Patty's voice seemed to be emitting demonic aura as well. Hakim quickly moved aside, not daring to make a sound. Answer me, speak up. Just as Hakim was about to speak, India's sharp-tongued voice came from outside the office. Haven't seen you in a while, I thought you were dead, but who would have thought you're still alive? Patty stood up, smiling even more devilishly. Of course I'm alive, watching you die. Colton. These two behaved even more exaggeratedly than when he was home with India. Both seemed to wish the other would die. At this moment, Ian asked, you two, did you break up because you both fancy the same man? Shut up. What did you say? The sudden outbursts from India, Patty, and Connor startled Colton. He turned around, leaned his head on Dash's arm, and intentionally covered his eyes, acting cute, scared, almost scared me to death. Dash stroked Colton's soft hair, smiling indulgently, you're getting more mischievous. I think they are competing over hunting the same prey. Dash's words successfully stopped the two demonesses from glaring at each other, turning their attention towards him. How do you know that? Dash's lips curled into a slight smile, he shrugged, sat down on a chair, then pulled Colton down to sit in front of him. Normally, he would have made Colton sit on his lap, but Colton had a thin face and wasn't as bold as he was at home. These dozen years, the legend among demon hunters is not just India, there's another person who retired 5 years ago. Is it you? Boss. Patty looked at Dash, clapping her hands involuntarily, true to your reputation. You've done thorough research. What else do you know? Colton tugged on Dash's sleeve, shaking his head to signal him not to say anything. Dash held Colton's hand, patting it to comfort him, it's okay. Then he looked at the two, saying slowly, I also know that this demon hunter disappeared after accidentally causing their master's death by a demon, retreating from human and demon affairs ever since. Chapter 66 Pairs of Dogs. At the Serpent Tomb. Malachi stood atop a high hill, staring at the moon for quite some time. At this moment, several coffins situated at higher ground within the Serpent Tomb started moving. The red moonlight cascaded down. Soon after, from those coffins, emerged many snakes thicker than trees. Their bodies were black with intricate patterns interlaced with blood-red hues, sending chills down one's spine. Then these snakes transformed into humans. Unlike Dash and Malachi, although these newly formed snakes had human appearances, they lacked thoughts and consciousness. Until Malachi asked, hey there, do you all know what you should be doing? The snakes turned humans remained dazed. Upon seeing Malachi under the moonlight, they instinctively placed their left hands on their shoulders and knelt down on one knee. As if they were partaking in a certain ceremony. Malachi then asked again, do you all know what to do next? They all responded in unison, find Colton, the strongest leader of the monster hunters from years ago, and take revenge. Good, evil flashed in Malachi's eyes as he spoke coldly, you may proceed. Yes. These snakes, maintaining their human forms, walked off in one direction. Achoo. Colton, sitting in the conference room, sneezed suddenly. Seeing this, Dash tried to pull him closer, but Colton waved his hand saying, well, maybe not, getting close to you still makes me cold. Seeing a snake's gaze turning gloomy, Colton smiled and shook his head, then whispered in his ear, I don't want people to see us like this. How about this, when we go back tonight, I'll hug you. Is that okay? Cough, cough. Ian cleared his throat lightly, Colton, as I mentioned earlier, the 5 senses of monsters are very acute. Some conversations shouldn't be had here, this isn't your home. Ian's words amused everyone present. Hoover laughed and said, Mr. Bai, you can't say it like that. What the audience loves is precisely this kind of intense tension. Hearing this, Colton rolled his eyes. What intense tension? This isn't a romance show. Boss Isabella said that the live stream's theme was set to be horror-themed, yet many fans were here for the couple interactions. Seeing the matters he would bring up next weren't something Colton could participate in, Isabella pointed outside, here's the deal. You take the soul-dispelling whip given by Ian and practice outside. That way, during the live stream, you'll be ready to fight monsters. Alright, as you command. Colton had been sitting so long that his bottom hurt. Hearing this, he immediately picked up the box, happy to prepare to leave. Hakeem also stood up, I'm worried about Colton, I might as well go with him to keep an eye on things. Seeing Hakeem's slender figure, Ian couldn't help but retort, if only Colton were here, encountering demons, we'd only have to save one. With you, that makes two. Hakeem, feeling heat rising to his face, huffed and ignored Ian. He was indeed weak, yet he didn't want Colton to get hurt. Just like to complete an unfinished task, he had to try his best. Otherwise, while at Ian's place, he wouldn't have risked Ian's punishment just to speak up for Colton, asking Ian to give Colton the soul-dispelling whip. Seeing this, Colton smiled, grabbed Hakeem's hand, and said, let's go, we won't mind him. Hey! At this moment, both Dash and Ian stood up simultaneously, startling Colton and Hakeem. Turning around, Colton asked, you're planning what now? Don't tell me you're going to start fighting each other again. Dog fighting, which was what Hakeem mentioned last time, where two people turn into their true forms and begin tearing at each other. Dash's gaze turned serious as he focused on Colton holding Hakeem's hand. Realizing what this was about, Colton helplessly explained, Hakeem is my assistant and friend, don't be suspicious all the time. After all, they were already together, still being jealous. This snake must have been pickled in vinegar for over 1,000 years. Saying that, he took Hakeem outside. Having seen this play out, Priscilla slowly stood up, looking provocatively at the two monsters, are you guys so lacking in confidence about yourselves? Dash and Ian were momentarily speechless, then sat back down. Connor, seeing Priscilla's bold demeanor and the subdued expressions of Dash and Ian, widened his eyes greatly. Before, he couldn't handle these old guys, now, they were completely controlled by Priscilla. Had Priscilla been with him, would managing these guys be such a worry? Gina. This was the first time Bonnie heard Connor call him this way, and he was momentarily stunned. Then he softly said, shut up, don't call me like that. No, I will. Connor started to imitate Dash and Ian's shamelessness. Sheila looked at them all and suddenly felt it was too much to bear. Pairs of dogs. Couples everywhere. It made her want to hit someone. After a while, Ian finally noticed that Conan wasn't there, and asked Sheila, isn't Conan dead asleep? Why hasn't he come yet? Thinking of that guy, Sheila's expression turned even more murderous. She gritted her teeth and said, that guy has run away. He returned to the Sea of Ruin after leaving the company last time. Hearing this, Connor recalled the difficulties he faced chasing these people in the past. His eyes also turned cold, standard move. Ha! Bonnie laughed suddenly, Connor, it seems you aren't doing well as a demon king, you lack intimidation. Connor had never seen Bonnie smile at him before. Almost instinctively, he said next, so I need your intimidation. If you were mine, all problems would be solved. Damn it, this is a live streaming meeting, not a dating show for lovebirds. Sheila couldn't help but hold her head. You two, you've gone too far. Sheila slammed the table and then instructed Hoover and Hans, who were watching CPs, take care of the rest. I'm going out for a moment. Hoover immediately asked, hey, Boss Joe, where are you going? There are some procedures we're not quite clear on. Bonnie smiled mockingly, to calm down, obviously. Look at her face, she's fuming. Sheila rolled her eyes, not wanting to deal with Bonnie anymore, and walked out. Colton was looking at a white whip in a box when he saw Sheila come out angrily. Boss? Boss? Don't call me. Colton and Hakeem were both startled. They exchanged glances, completely unsure what had happened. Did they start fighting again? At that moment, a rustling sound came from the end of the corridor. Hakeem was taken aback, Colton, could that be? Shoo. Colton instantly picked up the soul-dispelling whip from the box. It felt like his hand was scorched, as something seemed to transmit through it into his palm. This feeling. It was very similar to that dreamlike sensation of supreme power. Could he be returning to the peak of being a monster hunter? As he was lost in thought, the office door was slammed open, and Bonnie rushed out, dragging Colton and Hakeem aside. Step back, something's coming. Just as he finished speaking, snake-like creatures crawled in from the half-open window. Their faces were pale like paper, and blood dripped from their mouths. Clearly human but crawling close almost on the ground, swirling around, it was an absolutely chilling scene. At that moment, all the snake people seemed to come alive and lunged at Colton. Even, rasping aloud, Monster Hunter Colton, it's all your fault. Boom. Before Colton could react, Dash struck, shattering those snake people. A stench followed, and those snake people turned into green water puddles. Ew. Colton couldn't stand the pungent smell and gagged. Hakeem was no different. Seeing this, Ian couldn't resist teasing, if one didn't know better, they'd think you two are having issues. Shut up. Connor stopped Ian's nonsense. The redness in his pupils deepened. The snake people kept attacking like zombies, continuously chanting, Colton, Colton, give us your life. Connor stepped forward, standing beside Bonnie. Dash said, someone in the serpent tomb woke those decapitated snakes, injecting commands into them. These snakes were killed over 1,300 years ago. So, you need your heart-protecting snake scales to break the curse, otherwise, these things will keep coming endlessly, impossible to kill. Upon hearing this, Colton's face changed. He immediately pulled Dash and said, absolutely not. Connor asked, why not? Humph, Dash sneered, apart from Malachi, no one else did this. He wants my life. Connor's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as he saw Colton's anxious expression, instantly understanding what was going on. It seemed that the last piece was holding Dash's fate in its hands. I'll go. Just as Bonnie took a step forward, Connor held her wrist. There's no need. My blood can temporarily repel those things. With that, he took out a dagger and cut his wrist. The fresh red blood dripped to the ground, emitting black smoke and blooming into black flowers of evil. In the next moment, those snake people retreated frantically as if they were mad. Soon after, the commotion disappeared. Bonnie glanced at Colton, then her gaze fell on Connor's wound. You. Before she could say, it's nothing, Connor's whole weight collapsed onto her. Almost instinctively, Bonnie reached out to support him. Colton watched the great Demon King with amusement. Even though his eyelashes were still moving, he put on quite a convincing act. It seemed that demons always had ulterior motives, like manipulating human sympathy. Bonnie was so formidable, she must have known it all along. By not exposing him, she tacitly approved. At this moment, Hans, who had never been fond of the Demon King, spoke up, is your Demon King so weak? A little bit of blood and he's done for. Chapter 67 What strange fetish does this guy have? Colton smiled slightly and said to Hans, editor don't be so sour. After all, he did save our lives. Hans gave a cold snort and stopped talking. Colton said to Selma, let me take you guys to the resting room first. As he spoke, he tugged at Dash's sleeve, who got the hint and immediately came to help support. After coming out of the resting room, Colton pulled Dash into another one. As soon as they entered, he pushed Dash against the door. Dash hadn't expected this sudden move from Colton, usually, he was always in control. Colton, you. Colton looked up at Dash before him. In those amber eyes, only his reflection could be seen. Colton cupped Dash's face with both hands and said in a grave voice, no matter what danger we face, you mustn't use the heart-protecting scales again. If you dare to risk it, I will never forgive you. I mean it. So that's what this was about. Dash smiled tenderly, trying to kiss Colton's face but was dodged. Don't try to avoid the subject. Quickly promise me. All right, I promise. Dash wrapped his arms around Colton's waist and bent down, whispering into his ear, I just tasted the rabbit, now knowing how good it feels, how could I let the rabbit go? You. Dead pervert. This snake is really beyond saving. Colton took a step back quickly, is your mind only on this? No, only on you. Without shame, Dash leaned back onto him, pressing Colton down onto the sofa. Didn't you say you wanted to hold me when we got back to the apartment? How about now? But what if the live stream starts, wouldn't that be embarrassing? It won't. Seizing the opportunity, Dash kissed Colton's eyes, making him yelp with ticklishness and dodge his head. I just want you to hold me, not anything else. I don't want others to see that, only I can. Colton immediately covered Dash's mouth. Fine. Stop talking, I'll hold you, okay? He retracted his hand, wrapping it around Dash's waist instead. What? Has your body temperature always been this low? A snake's body temperature has always been like this. Suddenly shivering, Colton looked at Dash sincerely, his dark eyes filled with an awkward smile, then you cannot get close to me in winter. What? Dash didn't expect this concern. Laughing like a devil, he replied, winter lasts for months, are you trying to kill me? Not being able to get close for several months, how ridiculous. Colton continued to wander into dangerous territory, but haven't you survived for over 1,000 years? You're lying. These people always find ways to take advantage. They're just obsessed with the animal world. Colton. Dash softly called out his name, holding his face and gently kissed him before slowly moving away. Colton, whenever I see you, I want to hug you, kiss you, and then watch you cry. Hearing this, Colton's face turned green. Cry my sister. What strange fetish does this guy have? Just then, rapid footsteps echoed in the hallway, followed by Boss Isabella shouting, attention everyone, the live stream has started. What? Upon hearing this, Colton's expression changed. Just as he was about to respond to Isabella, his mouth was covered by Dash. What is he doing? As he tried to kick the person on top of him, those amber eyes stared directly at him seriously. Colton, you belong to me, forever. And right as the live stream started, this R-rated scene was broadcasted to all their fans. Starting off so intensely, isn't that scary? Who cares, being able to see them is fulfilling enough for me. Sniff sniff, Chen, I saw it again, can you not have such a tragic backstory this time? My JYCP is eternal. Unsurprisingly, Colton and Dash once again topped the hot search list, attracting even more viewers. Looking at serious Dash, Colton suddenly felt that these words weren't just for him. More importantly, they were meant for others to see. At this moment, in a corner of an alley in City a figure shrouded in a cloak emerged. That person had a cold, grim expression, with eyes clouded and tinged with bloodshot red. They stared intently at the man and demon entwined together, their hand veins standing out starkly, knuckles turning white as they clenched into fists. Colton, this time, I will exterminate that snake. You belong to me, and only to me. Chapter 68. This snake is definitely love-struck. Ever since the live stream started, monstrous beings have been attacking non-stop, and most of them targeted Colton and Hakeem. But with Bonnie and Connor present, many demons knelt on the spot. The audience was shouting in excitement at the spectacle. And Connor and Bonnie, because of their stunning looks, frequently trended on hot search lists. Colton glanced down at the loose soul whip around his waist. He felt like he was just there to make up the numbers. Looking at this scene, he almost wanted to grab a stool and some sunflower seeds. Dash followed him like a gigantic animal. When eating, that person kept staring at him, as if displaying a peacock's spread tail, with ambiguous eyes. Feeling helpless, Colton stopped eating and glared at the guy. Can you tone it down a bit? You don't care about your reputation, but I do. Showing so obviously, causing shivers all over his body. Dash picked up the food from his plate and fed it all to Colton. Then eat more. It's good for your health. Cough. Cough. Colton choked. Every day it was about eating. Wasn't this intention too obvious? Was he really that weak? He still remembered, every time this guy would mutter about not being satisfied. He seriously couldn't understand, what did it mean to be satisfied? The world of demons, he truly didn't understand. During idle times, Colton took out his phone and checked the live stream again. On the screen comments were flooded with Junchan CP and discussions about Connor's and Bonnie's beauty. When the audience found out Bonnie was Mercedes, they went crazy. My god, besides being powerful, Mu God is breathtakingly beautiful. I love it. Is this a perk of the film crew? Last time announcing Colton is male, now revealing Mercedes' true face, what will be next? My mouth is watering. Can I compete with Connor for someone? Can you even compete? Look at how high and mighty he is, he must have demon skills. Seeing these comments, Colton couldn't help but laugh. Dash, look, netizens are very dissatisfied with your demon emperor and want to snatch Bonnie. My sister is always so charming. Dash agreed, indeed. From what I see, if these guys keep talking, that old thing might sacrifice them to the demons. Now that the moon had turned red, many demons were affected and began attacking humans. In City A, many people fell mysteriously ill, their life force being drained away. Severe cases resulted in sudden death. Even Connor couldn't control this, it was the nature of demons. Just like human nature, as long as it existed, there would be bloodshed and massacre. As for those who worshipped and made pacts with demons, whether they could survive this period depended on fate. Colton. Colton looked up, seeing all his favorite seafood pies in sight, and laughed speechlessly. Snake Immortal, are you trying to fatten me up into a pig? Hearing this name, Dash's expression changed instantly. He narrowed his eyes and asked, what did you call me? Colton choked again, June. Dash. But this time, the snake wasn't going to let it go. Instead, he wiped the food remnants off the corner of his mouth. Let me remind you, you should call me old. Get lost. Colton lowered his voice, cursing through clenched teeth. If you dare say that, I'll never talk to you again. This guy was really becoming less and less mindful of appearances. What was he thinking about all day? Suddenly, a black shadow lunged at Colton. A gust mixed with demonic energy whistled past his ears, startling Colton. Just as he pulled out the loose soul whip from his back waist, Dash protected him and then grabbed the black shadow by the neck with bare hands. Seeking death. With a flick of his sleeve, that black shadow vanished into ashes. Cough. Cough. Colton lowered his head and coughed, dumbfounded. Do these demons have issues? Why do they only attack me? Because you're the prettiest. Shut up. Colton snorted coldly. She knew that Dash had already given him enough face by not saying he was weak. Recalling the snake people encountered before the live stream, many of these demons were coming for revenge against him. Thinking about this, Colton felt a headache. He raised his eyes to look at Dash. Back then, was I that powerful? How many demons did I kill? Dash thought for a moment and said solemnly, not clear. When I met you, your spiritual power had already diminished significantly, offered to me by villagers, then I. Thinking of letting you out of the cage and then bullying you. Colton. This snake is definitely love-struck, asking him anything is pointless. Their interaction looked full of pink bubbles to the audience. Hey, Ian, what are you doing? Let me go. Hearing the shout, Colton turned back to see Ian carrying Hakim over. Colton paused in shock, dead fox, what are you? Ian put Hakim down, what temper tantrum are you throwing? Didn't you see all those demons are coming over, yet you still want to provoke them? Don't you care? Hakim sat next to Colton, you always say I'm weak, so leave me alone then. This guy. The corner of Ian's mouth twitched. Before, he would always follow and ask for protection, now he's throwing a tantrum. He has quite a strong sense of self-esteem. Colton couldn't help but rub his forehead. This dead fox, his words are really annoying, from the first time they met. Non-stop talking about things like, done it, or, slept, paying attention to matters from the animal world. Hakim's face was slightly red, he must have been teased by his words again. Ian, come here. Colton pulled Ian, causing the audience to spam comments like, oh, stirring up trouble. The audience began to constantly send comments. Ian, do you have a thing for the assistant? Look at that domineering look. They must be up to something. Colton's assistant is also very cute, looking just like a little white rabbit. Colton pulled Ian aside, nearly cursing with anger. Why do you always bully Hakim? Because he's so soft, not bullying would be a waste. Not like you, as soon as one gets close, all the, young master, this, and, young master, that, with quite a fiery temper. Ian realized Colton was pretty similar to Bonnie in some ways, with huge tempers and overwhelming presence. Their father Tiger was the same, willing to use a kitchen knife to protect his daughter. Indeed, it's all passed down, in one family, two types of people can't exist. Ian, I'm telling you, don't underestimate Hakim's stubbornness. If you upset him, don't blame me if you can't make it up to him. Ian glanced at Hakim's back. The little guy indeed threw tantrums recently, which somehow was amusing when he puffed his cheeks. His chubby cheeks looked so squeezable. Ian found himself enjoying pinching Hakim's skin until it turned red. It seemed he wasn't normal either. So. Colton, are you telling me to console him? Not necessary, just shut your mouth, because sometimes it's really trashy. Hey, how do you talk? Ian wanted to say more, but Dash pulled Colton away, let's go, let them handle their own issues, don't get involved. Oh, okay. Colton obediently left, sticking out his tongue at Ian before going. Ian was fuming. Is this really the most powerful demon hunter from over 1,000 years ago? Doesn't seem like it. Ian's gaze fell on a certain figure drinking water. Hey. Hakim heard it but ignored him, drinking water as usual. You're ignoring me. Just as Ian was about to get rough, he suddenly heard Isabella's death warning, if you dare mess around in the program, I'll pluck your fox fur when we return. Ian lightly coughed, placing his hand on Hakim's shoulder. Alright, don't be mad, I shouldn't have said you're weak, I apologize. Hearing this, Hakim thought he had misheard, looking somewhat disbelieving at the fox in front of him, you. What are you saying? Are you a masochist, can't accept my apology? Hakim immediately blushed and said, you're the masochist. The fox got interested, smiling and leaning close to Hakim's ear, so you know what an M is, seems like you've learned about it. I. Ian lifted his chin, signaling him to continue, what? Don't tell me you haven't watched. Hakim immediately deflated, quietly replying, watched. Chapter 69 Demons, being demons, will indeed seduce people. Hakim had indeed seen those images before, it was during his school days when an online friend sent them to him. After seeing those books, he felt terrible. Later on, after being harassed by someone, he became even more sensitive about such matters. But this fox. When it was thinking about mating earlier, it was so outrageous. He hadn't fully recovered these past couple of days and sometimes had to limp while walking. But they were all sent by others. I didn't want to see them. Seeing Hakim strenuously explaining and turning red in the face. Ian recalled what Colton mentioned earlier about self-esteem. He patted Hakim on the shoulder and comforted him with a smile, okay, it wasn't you. If others sent them, then that's fine. Why would I laugh at you? To him, it's better if the little guy knows a bit more. It would be convenient for future activities. After all, unlike that snake, he needed Hakim to be willing. Hakim, do you know why Colton and Bonnie are so good to you? Hakim nodded, then shook his head. He wasn't very clear either. Recently, every night he has been having nightmares where he dreams of being beaten to death by a group of people in ancient clothing. Afterward, he was thrown into a terrifying place. There, demons devoured his body and soul. Before dying, the pain was excruciating. Thinking of this, Hakim suddenly felt cold all over, and his eyes turned red involuntarily. Great God, Ian, I just want to survive, but I'm such a coward, afraid of both humans and demons. I'm not as brave as Colton, my existence must seem ridiculous to you, right? Wanting to live but depending on demons for it, how ironic. Deep down, he is terrified. Ian looked at the frail person in front of him, who seemed like he could be blown away by the wind. He sighed and stroked his hair. Listen carefully. Whether human or demon, everyone has different personalities. You don't need to think you should be like others. You are unique and irreplaceable. Hakim's eyes turned redder. He stared at Ian for a long time before saying in a tearful voice, "Great God, Ian, did you take the wrong medicine?" Reasonably speaking, it's impossible for this fox to praise himself. Ian's face darkened, and he suddenly wanted to cover that mouth. As for how to cover it, that needed some thought. If it weren't for the live stream, he really wanted to touch. He was so soft now, perfect for being teased. With a glance, Ian saw a flood of comments fly by. "Ian, you're no good. Mr. Bai, your eyes look like they could devour someone. Kiss him now, he's about to cry, keep kissing until you make him cry. The Junchin CP is already official, so when are you waiting for?" Ian suddenly found fans to be a miraculous species. They weren't scared of the camera but stared at couples. Those were real demons. They have big hearts indeed. This live stream was different from the last one. The last one only showed the scene transforming into demon world scenery. But this time, the entire city A appeared on screen with multiple scenes playing together. Everywhere, demons were wreaking havoc, yet they thought it was a special effects-filled adventure live stream. Who knew how Patty managed to create this effect, but she indeed had skills. Ian. Hakim adjusted his emotions and tugged at Ian's sleeve. "Great God, Ian, are you angry?" Ian opened his mouth to speak but saw a black figure coming from behind. His expression changed instantly. He grabbed Hakim's wrist and pushed him to the ground. Ah! In that instant, the comments flooded. Is this something I should be watching now? Do we need to be 18? Is something going to happen? Mr. Bai, you need to mind your image, it's still a live stream. Then, the next second, the audience saw a demon like Paloma appear in front of them, long hair, long tongue, mouth full of blood, crawling toward their direction step by step. A ghost. That night, many places heard screams because of the terrifying live stream. Due to the excessively scary scene, the live stream had to be stopped. For a moment, Colton thought that the fox Ian did something to Hakim, causing the live stream to stop. It's not a warning from the small black room, is it? Ian, what did you do? By the time he looked over, Ian was indeed lying on top of Hakim. He immediately went over, intending to pull them apart. Then, he saw next to Ian was a pile of greenish water. Ah! Colton closed his eyes and rested his forehead on Dash's arm. No. Too disgusting, let me take a moment. He could adapt to fear, but not disgust. What happened? Why is there such a huge difference among demons? They all look like ghosts, while you two transform into humans so. Dash smiled and deliberately asked in Colton's ear, so, what? Colton looked up at this manga-like face. Silver hair, golden eyes, exquisite features, like a celestial being fallen from the ninth heaven, yet with a touch of demonic allure that bewitched the heart. Swallowing unconsciously, good-looking. He took several deep breaths. Without a doubt, this snake was damn good-looking. Colton had dated a few girlfriends before, one of whom was even a campus beauty queen. Now, compared to Dash, they seemed to pale in comparison. Demons are indeed demons, they will indeed seduce people. Seeing Colton staring at him, Dash smiled even more charmingly. What, attracted by me? Well, today's live stream is about to end. Let's go back and have a closer look at me. Just looking at my face isn't enough, is it? Chapter 70 Why should we pay attention? Colton was originally mine. Colton could no longer stand that guy's pretentious manner. He knew that once they went back, he would be bullied by him again. Thinking of this, he immediately pulled back. No, let's not go back for now. I'm tired, I'll rest here for a bit. At least here, he could restrain himself a little. Then let me carry you back. Anyway, you're so light. Cut it out. Colton tried to run away immediately, but Dash pulled him back instantly. When the two were pulling to the extreme, Bonnie walked in by pushing the door open. Startled, Colton pushed Dash away immediately. Jiang. Bonnie, I'm fine, you, don't worry about me. Bonnie's expression changed from blank to full of disdain. She glared at them and said, this is at the company, can't you pay attention to your behavior? Dash, are you trying to get me to exorcise? Dash retorted, why should we pay attention? Colton was originally mine. Shut up. Hearing this, Colton's face changed, and he stepped on Dash's foot. Bonnie nodded slightly, okay, whatever you say. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Colton dragged Dash towards the door. Oh, let's go home. Hey, wait a minute. Bonnie stepped forward to stop them, laughing and teasing deliberately, Colton, as your older sister, I'm really worried about your safety. How about this, I'll go back with you tonight. No. Dash and Connor, who had come over later, spoke at the same time. The two looked unhappy, like children who had been deprived of candy. Connor pulled Bonnie aside and said, "Don't go to join the fun. They don't welcome you either." "Really? Is that so?" Bonnie raised her eyes and glanced sideways at Colton. "Colton, you don't welcome me." "No, it's not." Before Colton could finish his sentence, Dash covered his mouth and dragged him out, not letting go until they reached the building's lobby. "You, what did you do that for? Go home, sleep." "No. Not going back, not sleeping." Colton felt like he needed a break. Even donkeys in the production team wouldn't be treated like this. "Dash, I'm really tired from today's live streaming." Dash teased on purpose. "Oh, tired? Weren't you sitting and eating all day?" Damn you. Your little lordship just doesn't want to be an animal in a nature show." Colton's mouth opened slightly, he didn't know what to say. Suddenly, a strong surge of evil energy came from behind. Looking over, he saw a shadow standing in a corner not far away. Colton focused, seeing that the figure seemed to be wearing a black cloak, like death itself. "Dash, look at that." Before Colton finished his sentence, he saw Dash had already transformed into a black snake and rushed towards the shadow. Boom. A huge noise came from the corner, filled with the sounds of fighting and roaring. Even someone without spiritual power like Colton could feel a very powerful presence. "Dash!" Calling out, the black figure paused, then turned and melted into the darkness. Dash also transformed back into human form, quickly returning to Colton's side. "Are you okay?" Colton grabbed Dash's hand and looked around. Dash's eyes were cold, staring straight at Colton, making his heart thud. This gaze. It reminded him of when Dash had just recovered his memory, somewhat fierce. "Dash, are you okay?" In an instant, Dash's amber eyes turned bloody red, scaring Colton to a shudder. "You haven't been possessed again, have you?" The next moment, Dash hugged him tightly, his voice low. "Colton, thank goodness you're here." Colton felt a deep sadness. Sighing, he hugged Dash back, patting his back. "It's okay, everything's fine now." Colton didn't even know how he brought Dash back home. Once at the apartment, he felt his waist might break. Dragging that snake forward the whole way, the guy seemed absent-minded, as if he had been shocked by something. But then again, that shadow gave Colton a very uncomfortable feeling. Thinking of something, his face changed, then he cupped Dash's face. That person, wasn't he the one who impersonated? Colton's mouth was covered. Dash bit his lips as if punishing him. He was almost suffocating, so he had no choice but to punch the guy's shoulder a couple of times to protest. The moment Dash let go of Colton, his legs went weak, nearly causing him to fall to the ground. Dash supported his waist and carried him to the sofa, burying his head in Colton's neck. "Colton, treating you like that before was my fault. Colton. You can reflect now. Back when your memory returned, you were short-tempered and crazy for a while. After the misunderstanding was cleared up, there wasn't any sign of you calming down. In fact, you got even worse." But looking at the hurt expression on the guy's face, Colton couldn't bring himself to say it out loud. "It's all right, everything is over. Even if the person we encountered today is the one who impersonated me back then as a demon hunter." Upon hearing this, Dash's gaze darkened, staring at Colton who calmly spoke the truth. Those deep, pitch-black eyes seemed to have magic, making him unable to look away. "You knew all along." Colton smiled faintly. "I was just guessing before, but now I'm certain. So, you don't need to feel guilty, and I haven't blamed you either. As for that person, since he came looking for us, it means he has some intention. Regardless of who the target is, we will meet again for sure. I'm waiting for him." Saying this, Colton's eyes turned fierce for an instant, then quickly returned to normal. He reached out to hug Dash's neck and laughed. "Let's sleep." Dash hugged Colton back and started undoing the buttons on his shirt collar. Colton immediately grabbed his hand, helplessly saying, "Hey, it's autumn now, can you consider me? I'm cold." That snake began to become sinister again. "Colton, you're repulsed by me. Stop it. I won't be tricked by you again. I have a live stream tomorrow, let's sleep." "But I want to sleep with you." "Get lost." Colton kicked towards Dash, but his ankle was caught and pinned down. "Still have strength to kick me, seems like you aren't too tired. You are so annoying." "Colton, how can you find me annoying? I just want to make up to you." "Then give me money as compensation, I don't want this." Just as Colton and Dash were pulling to the limit, Bonnie's call came through. Seeing it, Colton pushed Dash aside. "Hush, stay still, I'll answer the call." "Okay, go ahead." After saying this, Dash laid his entire weight on Colton. Colton sighed and let him be. "Hello, Bonnie, you." "Colton, did you encounter someone on your way home?" "Yeah." As Colton said, "yeah," his ear was bitten, eliciting a soft sound from his lips. "This damn snake." Deliberately. Bonnie and Connor both heard the sound. Connor solemnly said, "Looks like you called it a bad time." Colton's face turned dark, trying to explain, "No, not that. Bonnie, you called me because you saw that guy, ah." Another shout rang out. Bonnie completely lost her temper. She took a deep breath and said, "Sorry to bother you," then hung up. That damn snake, deliberately provoking her. Bonnie glared at Connor behind her. Connor's mouth twitched. "Why are you looking at me? It wasn't me doing that to you." Hearing this, Bonnie kicked towards his vital area. "I think you're asking for death." Chapter 71, You called my name all night last night. Bonnie reached out to hit Connor again, but was pulled back. Connor had just been stirred up by Dash and Colton. Without knowing why he acted that way, he directly kissed Bonnie on the lips. Bonnie didn't expect him to be so bold, and was stunned for quite a while. "You." Connor smiled like a child who had snuck a piece of candy, looking extremely innocent. "I'm leaving now." "No. Stop." Bonnie immediately summoned his crescent blade, intending to slash at him. But he dodged it and shamelessly added, "Bonnie, your lips are so soft." Boom. Another fight ensued. This fight, however, started because of a kiss. Colton suddenly shivered, and Dash wrapped his arms around him from behind, asking, "Are you cold?" "I'm saying, don't you know how cold you are?" Dash nuzzled Colton's face like an animal. "Don't say that. I've been trying to make my body temperature higher, but it's impossible. That's the nature of a snake." "Oh." Colton was so tired that his eyelids were fighting to stay open. He turned around, kissed Dash on the cheek with a smack. "Let's go to sleep then, good night kiss." Dash's fire was ignited again. He wanted to pull Colton back, but the little guy was already asleep. "Colton." The only response was his shallow breathing. Dash shook his head with a smile and kissed Colton's forehead again. "Whatever happens this time, I won't let that guy hurt you again." That person's aura told him they were the enemy the moment they got close. Colton said the target could be anyone, but in reality, Dash knew the target was Colton. Dash caressed Colton's face tenderly. "You always say your appearance is ordinary, yet you attract so much attention around you, forcing me to keep watch every day. One wrong move and you might get lured away by someone else." Colton suddenly groaned and hugged Dash. "Dash, I like you, really, really like you." Dash froze, with currents stirring in his eyes. His voice turned hoarse abruptly. "Colton, you're the one torturing me, not the other way around." It was the first time Colton had a good dream. In the dream, he wore the attire of a demon hunter, a long green robe, holding a bow and arrow to practice shooting. And Dash still dressed like a fairy, as if descended from heaven. Not at all like a demon. Maybe this was the life he once yearned for. "Dash." He softly called out again, only to be silenced once more. In the dream, Dash kissed him. Though his embrace was a bit too tight, hurting his bones. The next morning. Dawn arrived with a gray sky. Outside was eerily quiet, like a world of nothingness. Dash had woken up early, making breakfast for Colton. In his sleep, Colton hummed and reached out to hug the person beside him. Only to find emptiness. "Dash." Colton rubbed his hair and climbed out of bed. "Dash, where are you?" Didn't he go out without permission again? He opened his eyes slightly, only to see the same charming yet demonic face in front of him. Just like in the dream. Colton couldn't resist kissing the person's face again. "Good morning kiss." Dash was enticed by this guy again, his Adam's apple bobbing. "I've already made breakfast, come eat." Colton nodded quickly. Then the next moment, his chin was pinched. "But I want to have breakfast too." "Colton, you're my breakfast." Hearing that deep voice, Colton woke up instantly. His eyes widened as he pushed Dash away. "No, what are you doing?" "I was exhausted in my dream, please don't mess around." "Dream?" Dash curled his lips. "What kind of dream?" "Colton. A springtime dream." "Colton, do you know, you were calling my name all night." Colton blushed and immediately grabbed a pillow to throw at Dash. Never mind, I'm going to wash up." "Don't touch me." Dash watched Colton almost trip into the bathroom and chuckled, shaking his head. "All right, I won't. Hurry up and come eat, Grandma Adela has been urging us." After finishing his wash-up, Colton sat opposite at the table with a speechless expression. "He saved your life last time." "What do you call him?" "She really likes it when people call her that." "Does she?" Colton took a bite of his bread. At this moment, his phone rang. He focused and saw it was Boss Adela calling. "See, speak of the devil. She's calling now." As he said that, he answered the call. "Boss, is there a new arrangement for the live stream?" "Colton, you and Dash come over quickly, Ebert had an accident." "Ebert?" Colton froze for a second, immediately putting down his bread. Didn't Ebert go home? How could anything happen? Ebert was severely injured by a demon hunter, and a very strong one at that. "I've stopped the bleeding already, but he insists on saying something to you. Come over with Dash." "Oh, okay, I'll be right there." Colton hung up the phone and dragged Dash along to head towards the company. There were very few cars on the road, which was in stark contrast to the usual bustling traffic. Seeing this scene, Colton couldn't help but say to Dash, "Do you think everyone feels something, so fewer people are going out?" "Maybe." The live stream showed images from City A, where demons were everywhere. Some even transformed into black shadows clinging to people's backs. Perhaps, everyone is scared now. Colton nodded but didn't have time to think about it further. Ebert was injured by a demon hunter. If it wasn't Bonnie, then those guys did it. Thinking of this, Colton looked into the distant sky with a dark expression, his gaze sharp like a cold blade. Dash saw Colton's expression for the first time. He covered Colton's eyes with his hand and spoke gravely, "Your eyes should only see me, nothing else." Colton chuckled at this, instantly softening his tone, "Okay." The two arrived at the company and saw Ebert lying on the sofa in the first-floor lobby, his eyes half open. His face was deathly pale, and a wound on his shoulder, inflicted by a sharp weapon, continued to bleed despite being bandaged. Upon seeing Colton, Ebert slowly opened his eyes and whispered, "Colton, the demon hunter I encountered looks exactly like you." Chapter 72 The traditional skill of the demon race, being pitiful. Colton sat next to Conan and grunted in response, saying to Dash, "Let's take him to the company's resting room first." Although Dash didn't look good either, he nodded. Upon reaching the resting room, Colton poured a cup of water for Conan and handed it over considerately. Then he sat beside him, asking calmly, "Didn't you return to the sea ruins? Why were you targeted by demon hunters again?" When thinking about this, Conan felt incredible. He shook his head, "I had just entered the water without diving yet when I sensed a powerful spirit force. At first, I thought they were ordinary demon hunters. However, their attacks were so fierce, trying to take my life." Colton looked at Conan, "Aren't you curious why that person looks exactly like me?" Conan's gaze darkened, staring at Colton for a long time. "Why, do you hope I misunderstand you? That person was heavily infused with demonic blood, which I could feel. He has lived for over 1,000 years, not quite human or demon. After the confrontation, I knew it wasn't you. I was caught off guard and got ambushed because I saw that face." Hearing this, Colton felt somewhat embarrassed. Then, his gaze fell on a certain snake. "You're indeed impressive, figuring out right away it wasn't me." Dash. Colton's gaze shifted to where Conan was injured. "Are you alright?" Conan shook his head. "It's nothing serious, just some superficial wounds. It's just that seeing that face made me hesitate." Upon hearing this, Colton looked uncomfortable. "Don't make excuses for being weak." Conan's face turned grave, his deep blue eyes looking more melancholic. "Colton, you actually treat me like this after all my concern for you. This heartfelt devotion of mine is wasted." Colton. Here we go again. The traditional skill of the demon race, being pitiful, evoking feelings of guilt. "Mr. Conan, what do you really want?" "Nothing much, I'm just hurt emotionally by that face of yours." Colton glanced at Dash, who was lost in thought, uncertain of what he was pondering. Was he thinking about something from back then? Recalling this, Colton sighed, "Don't all look so down. Once we find that guy, I'll kill him to avenge you, alright?" Both Dash and Conan looked at Colton at the same time. Colton smiled faintly. "What are you looking at?" "I meant every word. That bastard used my face to cause chaos, making everyone hate me. I will definitely seek revenge." Conan stared at Colton for a long time before slowly replying, "But now you don't have any spirit power. If you had Bonnie's abilities, maybe there would be a chance." "Stop blabbering." Colton cursed, and Conan immediately shut up. Seeing the aggrieved look on his face, Colton quickly appeased him. It's my fault. I shouldn't have raised my voice. I'm truly sorry." This Conan, how can he be so endearingly dim-witted? He doesn't act like a malevolent demon at all. At this moment, a familiar voice came from outside the door. Colton, are you here? Where is my master? Is my master here?" This voice. Colton immediately opened the door and looked down the hallway. "Imelda, why did you come? And who's behind you?" A cold-faced youth followed behind her, eyeing them all with a hint of hostility. "The one behind you. If anyone didn't know better, they'd think he came to fight." Imelda glared at the youth behind her. "I told you not to come. You're such a nuisance." The youth's expression grew colder. "Do you think I wanted to come? If you die, I'll have to attend your funeral, amidst all these demons." Colton immediately remembered Imelda's cousin from the last program. What a sharp tongue he has. Well, it looks like the demon hunter is here to fight. Seeing Dash behind Colton and the merman lying inside, the youth tightened his grip on his weapon. He looked at Colton disdainfully. "You've sunk so low as to mingle with demons, you." "Shut up." Enraged by this, Imelda stomped on his foot with her heel. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you." The youth lightly coughed and said no more. Embarrassed, Imelda scratched the back of her head and said, "Colton, don't mind him. That's just how he is." Colton shrugged indifferently. "Nothing wrong. I never care what others say, if I like it, that's my choice." Why should he mind others' strange looks when he had seen everything? "I like snakes, no, I only like Dash." Noticing Colton's gaze, Dash looked away darkly, his Adam's apple bobbing. Just as he was about to pull the man into his arms, Conan couldn't stand it any longer and suddenly stood up, limping between the two of them. "No hugging in front of me. Don't forget I'm injured." Colton. How could this fish act so childishly? Was he newly adult in the demon world? Colton. At this moment, a cold voice echoed from the hallway entrance. Colton looked over but didn't respond. Imelda dashed over excitedly. Master Mayron, you're here. Her cousin almost bumped into the wall beside her. Gordon. This frustrating elder sister, can she be returned? Seeing the figure at the door, Gordon's expression changed immediately, his originally cold eyes turning warm and his voice softening considerably. Bonnie? Bonnie glanced down at Imelda hugging his waist. Miss Lin, why are you here? Demons are everywhere now, do you want to become food for them? Imelda stuck out her tongue and laughed. No way. Boss Chio invited me as a guest. It seemed exciting, so I came. Then she looked at Gordon, who was dumbfounded. See. I told you it was Bonnie, but you refused to believe me. Gordon looked agitated, his voice trembling. Why are you here? Bonnie glanced at Gordon, his eyes still cold. I'm here because Colton is here. Is there a problem with that? You and that Colton. Colton couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Lin, I don't recognize you as my brother-in-law. If you want to chase after Bonnie, you have to beat her first. Gordon immediately panicked. You're talking nonsense. How could he possibly have such thoughts about his ideal goddess? At that moment, a strong surge of demonic energy came from the end of the corridor. Dash instantly pulled Colton into his arms to protect him. Be careful, Colton. Bonnie turned back, flicked his hand, and blocked the incoming demonic energy. Coldly, what do you want? Connor walked over slowly like death appearing on stage. He had dark circles under his eyes as if he'd been beaten. Colton looked up and found it amusing despite the terrifying atmosphere. Your Majesty, your dark circles, what happened? It must have been Bonnie who did it. Otherwise, Connor wouldn't suffer such an unexplained defeat. Upon hearing Colton call him, Your Majesty, Gordon's eyes turned cold, and he immediately drew his weapon. You are the Demon Emperor? No wonder the demonic energy was so intense, overwhelming like it wanted to suffocate people. Oh, so scary. Imelda hugged Bonnie's waist even tighter. Seeing this, Connor's demonic aura grew stronger. Bonnie was fuming. Was this spiritual beast jealous of Imelda? Colton, Dash, and Conan watched the unfolding scene in silence. 2 men and 1 woman vying for Bonnie. Yet, Bonnie was overwhelmingly powerful, overshadowing all 3. Suddenly, Ricky's devilish voice blared through the hallway speaker. Sorry to interrupt your busy time. I want to say that today's live broadcast started when Conan was downstairs. To avoid disturbing everyone, I temporarily screened the comments. Now it's time to release the comments. The 4 humans and 3 demons were speechless. This unethical boss was really a dog. Chapter 73 The Game of the Old Cat Catching Mice. The barrage on the live stream was overwhelming, as if a battlefield of chaos had emerged. Ahaha, my Louisa likes God Mu too. Is the one who looks like a cold-faced deity the demon hunter? This is going to be good. Colton's lips twitched. Was Boss Adela really planning to expose all their entanglements in this life for the audience? But the audience was only interested in shipping CPs. Wait, if it had been live the whole time, then what he said earlier. Colton felt a bit embarrassed and quickly lowered his head to avoid the camera. Dash noticed his abnormal behavior and asked urgently, what's wrong? And nothing. His appearance was still caught by eagle-eyed viewers. Our Chen Chen is blushing. It's because of what was said earlier. Wah, I thought my shipped CP would have a tragic ending, but thank goodness they're happy. Otherwise, I would have taken an axe to the director. Hoover, who was watching the back end in the office, suddenly felt a headache. Why drag him into this? He was just an employee. Seeing Hoover rub his neck, Adela found it amusing. Director Chin, you're not cut out for this job if you get scared easily. Hoover looked at the woman about the same age as Bonnie and instinctively asked, Boss Chio, aren't you afraid your demons will betray you? Thinking back to the demons she had previously collected, Adela acknowledged that many had indeed betrayed her. Now only Dash, Ian, and Conan remained. They were all obsessed with romance, easy to handle, desiring only companionship, and uninterested in money. Good-looking, they became top-tier celebrities in the entertainment industry from day one, commanding high prices. More guys like them would be great. This highly anticipated program alone attracted so much investment that she lost count of the amount. Reflecting on this, Adela lifted her gaze and smiled faintly, those who betrayed me. I disposed of them. Hoover. Indeed, this place was a haven for monsters. A boss who could control demons couldn't be ordinary. Ian and Hakeem arrived late, and the production team kindly arranged an interactive survival game for everyone. Of the 9 people present, Imelda served as referee while the remaining 8 were divided into 2 groups. Old Cat Catching Mice. Colton, Hakeem, Gordon, and Bonnie formed one group, playing the mice, while Dash, Connor, Ian, and Conan made up the other, playing the cats. Imelda looked at the teams and felt she was just a tool. Conan glanced at his injured shoulder. That exploitative boss, Adela, despite his severe injury, still insisted he participate. If he transformed back into his fish tail during the live broadcast, it would surely create quite a scene. Viewers were thrilled by the program's arrangement. Holy crap, this is about demons chasing their wives, right? Must be pursuing their own wives. Below, someone perverse popped up, catch you, and then I'll do you hee. Everyone cheered, how perverted, love it. Colton watched the barrage discussion. These guys. This wasn't just a dating show, they had to avoid being caught by the cats while also dealing with attacking demons. This was a battle for survival. Hoover cleared his throat and announced the rules formally. Each member of the cat team will receive a name and only need to chase their designated target. If a cat catches a mouse, the mouse must agree to one condition set by the cat. If the mouse escapes, the same applies. Ahaha, this game is so fun. I want to chase Godmoo and ask her something. Imelda protested to the director, why am I the referee? Gordon should do it, I'm the invited guest. Adela's lips curled into a devilish smile, Imelda, trust me, Gordon is more suited to participate in this show. Gordon said earnestly, I must participate, you stay put. Ah. Alright, I'll send the list to the members of the cat team right away, deities. At this moment, the audience burst into laughter over Imelda's abrupt change of words. Hahaha, is Louisa being sincere now? Louisa, if you don't go next time, let me come to the site, I want to watch CP interactions live. Adela immediately instructed the staff to release 50 tickets. I've opened the ticket sales for the live audience, go grab them from the official website. From tomorrow, you can attend the live venue to watch closely. As soon as the announcement was made, the official website's link crashed within a minute due to overwhelming traffic. The tickets sold out instantly. Seeing this, Adela suddenly felt she had sold them too cheaply. But then again, she only had 50 talismans that could protect 50 people from being harmed by demons and monsters, making sure they were left alone. Otherwise, if the audience knew they were real demons and monsters, chaos would ensue. Dash's gaze inadvertently fell on Conan when he heard Adela's voice. He noticed Conan staring intently at Gordon, the demon hunter. Surely not. Could it be that Adela had this in mind? But this demon hunter wasn't as easy to handle as Colton and Hakim, Conan might not stand a chance. Ian also noticed something amiss and turned to look at Dash and Connor. Adela is truly evil, sending such a powerful demon hunter after Conan, does she want him dead? Connor rested his chin on one hand, sizing up Gordon with disdain. A brocade pillow, nothing to fear. If Conan hadn't been injured, he would have easily dominated. What about now that he's injured? Is he supposed to be exterminated by the demon hunter? Although Ian often spoke harshly, deep down, Conan was still one of their own. How could he watch passively as Conan got killed by the demon hunter? The battles between humans and demons were always life and death struggles. Connor had been evading Bonnie's pursuit all yesterday, so he was a bit tired. He couldn't help but yawn. There's nothing to worry about. But seriously, humans are so boring. Is this how you entertain others to make money? Though he didn't fully understand the floating words on the screen, he sensed the excitement in everyone. Dash glanced at Colton. I don't care, but Colton does, so having money certainly helps. Thinking of something, Dash added, if you end up with Bonnie later and lack money, you won't be able to support her. Connor. That wouldn't be good. So, will there be money after the show? That's something you'd need to ask Bonnie and Adela. At Hoover's command of show starts, the game finally began. Of course, the cat team received lists of their targets and let the mouse team hide first. Wait. Before leaving, Bonnie gave Hakim a protective talisman. Keep this. If you encounter a demon, they won't harm you. Thanks, Hakim happily thanked her. Forget it, you deserve this. In a previous life, Bonnie had helplessly watched everything happen, powerless to change it. This time, she would protect Hakim, the only kind soul who was cruelly murdered for Colton's sake. Seeing this, Ian felt irked. Protecting against demons seemed to include protecting against him too. What punishment would await him if he caught her? Feeling someone's eyes burning holes into his back, Bonnie glanced back. What's your problem? I wouldn't dare have any issues with the Queen of Demons, Ian grinned slyly. You're my boss, I follow orders. I think you're asking for death. Bonnie wanted to punch him immediately. Not just because Ian was despicable, but also because she remembered being kissed by Connor. Annoyed. She always controlled everything, yet that demon had taken advantage of her. Thinking of this, Bonnie's eyes grew cold. She must settle this score. After the show started, the Thmau's team members scattered. Colton still carried the dispersing whip Ian had given him and wasn't afraid of demon attacks. The area covered a 3-kilometer radius around the company, with the game lasting 3 hours, giving them the first half hour to hide. Live streaming continued. Colton, Bonnie, Hakim, and Gordon ran downstairs. Gordon said, it's better if we split up, otherwise, we'll be caught all at once. Colton noticed Gordon seemed happier, more relaxed than when he arrived in the morning. Was it because of Bonnie? Gordon, noticing Colton's gaze, coughed lightly. Why are you looking at me? Nothing, just that you seem less temperamental than when you arrived. Gordon's mood indeed improved after realizing Colton was paying attention to him. Gordon gave a cold snort. That's because I don't want Imelda to take any risks. If anything happened to Imelda, he wouldn't be able to explain it when he returned. Following Gordon's suggestion, the group separated at the main gate and went their own ways to find hiding spots. Colton glanced up, his gaze landing on the alley where Dash and the Shadow had fought last night. He tightened his grip on the dispersing whip at his waist. That guy was like a rat in a sewer, always lurking in the shadows. At this moment, his heart trembled almost uncontrollably. He wanted to see who was masquerading as him, stirring up chaos between the human and demon worlds. Unlike Bonnie, Colton didn't have memories from his past life, but he was certain that if he saw that person's true face, he would remember immediately. Just like when he remembered Hakim. Half an hour passed. Colton hid in a deep, dark alley. Looking up, he could still faintly see the floating bullet comments in the sky. It seemed that the deeper one went, the smaller the audience's field of view became. The surroundings were desolate, not a trace of human presence, like a ghost town. At that moment, a black-cloaked figure slowly landed behind Colton. The person extended hands that wriggled like shadows, more accurately, like demon-like claws, toward Colton. Suddenly, Colton's expression changed, and he drew the dagger from his waist, stabbing it toward the throat of the shadow. In an instant, the person's throat was cut, blood splattering onto Colton's eyes, face, and body. But the attacker didn't seem to care and instead laughed eerily, giggle, giggle. The black cloak slipped off during the struggle. The person grabbed Colton's blood-covered wrist, his face cold and sinister, raising both of Colton's hands above his head and pinning him against the wall. Approaching menacingly through the shadow. The other hand gripped Colton's chin, stroking it repeatedly, using legs to restrain his struggling body in a suggestive manner. My Colton. Why? Ha ha ha. He lowered his head, laughing like a madman, with a touch of bitterness and insanity. The next words were almost shouted. Why is your body full of that snake scent? Why did you let that snake touch you? Ah. Chapter 74, You're the one who was forced. Colton's back slammed against the cold wall, and it hurt like hell. Yet he remained silent, lifting his eyes coldly to meet those of the man who held him down. It was a face identical to his own, with cold eyes full of malice. He had never imagined that his face could look so deserving of a punch. Speak up. The strength in that person's hands was immense, even when the dagger he held nicked Colton's neck and drew blood, he showed no mercy. Colton laughed, his voice cold as ice. Ha! He looked at the man in front of him disdainfully. What does it have to do with you? A man who dares not reveal his true appearance, what right do you have to question me? Are you just unwilling to accept it? At this moment, the man's gaze turned exceptionally chilling. He suddenly moved closer to Colton, his breath brushing against his ear. Yes, I love you to the point where I changed my appearance to be just like yours. Yet, what about you? In the end, you let a snake sleep with you. Colton, are you so desperate, so willing to fall from grace? From a high and mighty demon hunter, a pride of heaven, to willingly lying beneath a demon. Colton slapped him. His expression darkened as he stopped mid-motion. Not because he despised these words being said about himself, but because they belittled Dash. What, can't take it. All demon hunters are high and mighty, weren't you all still feeling noble when you buried me alive back then? You are all worthless. Don't put on airs. You. The man turned livid with rage, choking Colton by the neck once more. I buried you alive, confined your soul, all to ensure that after 49 days, both you and your soul would belong solely to me forever, becoming my person, my puppet. As he spoke, his emotions became increasingly agitated. But that snake actually broke the curse for you. It even stole your body and hid it under ice. Why, even in death, did it try to snatch you away from me, why? Hearing this, Colton's eyes grew colder. So I should thank Dash for keeping me away from someone like you. Disgusting. It turned out he was killed just to be made into a puppet for such despicable acts. Thinking of this, Colton's eyes hardened, and he pulled out the dagger given to him by India, stabbing it backward. The man's expression froze. Seeing the dagger, he immediately stepped back. This is specifically designed to deal with demon hunters. Did you know I'd come find you? Yes, I've been waiting for you all along. You need to understand that if this hits you, you will die, and your soul will never find peace. The man stared at Colton for a moment before laughing sarcastically. Colton, you've changed. In the past, you only knew how to protect others. Now, you're thinking of killing. Aren't you supposed to be killed? Colton smiled slightly, adding, almost forgot your name, Demon Hunter, Amos. Hearing this name, the man stiffened, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Colton, dagger in hand, moved a few steps closer. Only a creature living in the dark would be so lowly, too afraid to show their true face. Struck deeply, the man's expression turned terrifying, and he reached out to attack Colton, trying to grab the dagger. The current you is no match for me. As he choked Colton by the neck, a powerful demonic force suddenly struck from behind. The man turned around and barely managed to withstand the blow. Dash wore black robes and boots, a stark contrast to his usual white attire. I was the one who forced Colton. If you want revenge, come for me. What are you doing harassing him? His voice was icy, devoid of warmth. Or don't you have the confidence to beat me, so you only dare to bark in front of him like a stray dog? Upon hearing this, Colton's face turned black. You're the one who was forced, and your whole family. This snake really knows how to provoke. But in the next moment, Colton pretended coyly, Dash, what are you talking about? I wasn't forced at all, it was me forcing you. Killing and striking at the heart. Indeed, the man was taken aback upon hearing this. His anger flared, and he instantly grabbed Colton by the neck again. How shameless, what are you saying? You are not like this, Colton, why are you saying such things? You were so high and mighty, unreachable, his constant yearning all along. 1,000 years ago, every night he could only fantasize in the dark, pressing a person beneath him with all his might. But in the end, he was sacrificed by the ignorant villagers to a demon snake. Now, after 1,000 years, his body is thoroughly infused with the aura of the demon snake. What a disgrace. How could his god indulge a demon? Colton, you are a demon hunter, you must not be with demons, it's defilement. Ha! Colton suddenly sneered. Defilement? How can you say that? Didn't you want this too? Are you more noble than that demon snake? To satisfy your own desires, making him and Dash misunderstand each other. What a despicable man. Colton stretched out his hand, looking at the man as if he were an ant, lightly lifting his chin. Amos, going hunting demons with you, protecting those people, was the greatest stain on my life. You. The man's defenses were completely shattered, he couldn't bear this and tried to grab Colton. But the next moment, his throat was gripped. Dash restrained him with one hand, mocking him. A demon hunter who dares not show his face, living in the sewers, thinking you can touch him? You're not worthy. He isn't. A cold voice came from the alley entrance. A rat who killed Colton, causing chaos between the human and demon worlds, how could he be worthy of being with Colton? I haven't even remembered what that person looked like, I just know there's someone. Hey! Demon Snake, why don't you remove his disguise and let us see his true face? Hearing India's voice, Dash really wanted to turn and attack that guy. But for Colton's sake, he held back. Colton immediately said, let me handle this. Saying this, he reached out to peel off the man's mask. In the next moment, his wrist was seized, feeling icy cold. Surrounded by alarming demonic aura, Colton turned his head to see Malachi suddenly appear beside him, smiling wickedly. It's you. Malachi wore the same black robe as Dash, perfectly matching his ancient attire. Colton was momentarily stunned, why did they all dress like this? Was this the battle attire of snakes? Just then, Amos, who had been captured by Dash, suddenly broke free. As Dash moved to strike again, Malachi blocked him. Amos grabbed Colton's throat from behind. Come with me. Colton sneered coldly. You must be dreaming. Colton. Both Dash and India shouted at once. Colton originally wanted to attack this guy. But turning around, he saw the wound on this man's neck, which had miraculously healed. Dash intended to snatch Colton back, but Malachi struck first. Amos, release him, it's not the right time yet. Amos glanced at Malachi and finally let go. However, India wouldn't easily let this villain go. She drew her bow, ready to attack, but suddenly saw a barrage of messages flood the sky. This is hell. So exciting, I want to join in too. Oh, there's hidden plotlines here. Amazing. Is this a post-traumatic stress disorder from cat chasing mice? Colton is so popular, is this demon hunter who looks like Colton and Malachi special guests? I also want to watch the hell live. Dash pulled Colton over, holding his waist tightly as if angry. Ah, Lord Demon Snake is jealous. Colton will have a sore waist tonight. Colton's eyebrows twitched. What kind of species are these? They clearly witnessed real combat against demons, but to them, it was just hell, candy. Sigh. This program, deceiving and deceiving. Colton, are you okay? India put away her weapon and hurried to him. Seeing Colton's neck and wrists bruised, she frowned deeply. I shouldn't have agreed to this. This is the first and last time. I won't let you take risks anymore. Upon hearing this, Dash's gaze grew heavy, looking at Colton, his voice colder. No wonder I couldn't sense your presence earlier. You've been hiding from me. Colton stammered, well, I have something else to do, gotta go. And he ran off. Dash took 2 strides to catch up with him, cornering him. Where do you think you're running? No matter what, I caught you within the allotted time. Now, I have a condition to lay down for you. Chapter 75. Of course not a proper condition. The barrage chat exploded at the scene. Take him down, take him down. Make him cry under you. Colton must look very enticing when crying, he would be absolutely adorable. And then Dash would get more excited, unable to control himself, Ha ha ha. You guys are so perverted, but I love it. We want to see the midnight live stream. Seeing those barrage comments, Bonnie couldn't help but hold his forehead. One by one, they all seemed to have loose screws. At this moment, he sensed Connor's presence. Colton, Connor is coming. I'm leaving first. Take care of yourself. With that said, he turned into an alley beside them and disappeared. Give me a hand first. How was he supposed to suit this infuriated snake? Actually, Bonnie didn't just intend to evade Connor. She was tracking Malachi and Amos through their aura trails. Especially Amos, no matter what the cost, she had to eliminate him. A mischief-making person living well could bring 1,000 years of disaster while her always protective younger brother, who safeguarded everyone, suffered such pain. Why? Heaven's way was unfair, and she intended to defy it. In a corner of the alley. At this moment, facing the demon lord-like Dash in front of him, Colton was on the verge of tears. Would begging for mercy work? Dash, listen to me, I really didn't mean to hide from you. I just didn't want you to see that kind of thing dirted your eyes. Back then, it was this man who pretended to be him to lure Dash. Now, confronting this garbage, Dash thought back to the incident, feeling guilty. He didn't want to see this snake unhappy at all. But don't you know how dangerous this is? His target is you. Startled by the snake's roar, Colton could only hold on to the sleeve of his robe, pleading pitifully, I'm wrong, okay, please don't be angry. Completely different from his earlier demeanor when facing Amos and Malachi. The barrage comments came again. Ah, our Chin is truly cute. Demon Snake Lord, forgive him, forgive him. No forgiveness. I want to see the coercion. Oh, right, then no forgiveness, do it, ha ha ha. Other viewers, are you two putting on a double act here? But, they liked it. Perverse punishment, hee hee hee. Come over. Colton obediently walked over. Dash reached out to pinch his chin, his movements extremely flirtatious. I said, now that I've caught you, according to the live stream rules, you have to agree to one of my conditions. So, what condition do you want? Dash moved forward, pressing Colton's shoulder and whispering softly in his ear. How about that? The audience was baffled. What? Too windy. Is there something us VIPs can't hear? Hearing Dash's words, Colton blushed red and tried to kick Dash with his foot. But he was instantly grabbed by the ankle. Then, the live stream stopped. Ah, damn. Hands off, and that's it. 1-star review, 1 star. What's up with this shoddy live stream? Condition, at least let me know what condition Dash proposed. Isabella saw the barrage of insults with a smile. It seemed everything was going well. Today, the Junshin couple would gain popularity again. Only poor little Colton would suffer once more after returning home. Anyway, Dash wouldn't let him off. Noticing the live stream had been cut off, Dash pulled Colton toward home. Go home. Colton shook his head vigorously, nearly giving himself a concussion. I'll visit Hakim today. I don't want to go home. Dash curled his lips into a smile, then you have to see if Ian agrees. Of course not. Ian's annoying voice came from behind. Colton turned around and saw Hakim's hands tied with leather straps, following behind pitifully, with broken lips. Clearly, he had been bullied. Seeing this scene, Colton flared up again. Dead Fox, what are you doing? Bullying him again. My condition, you see, it's this. Who made him so stupid, just hidden and caught immediately. Colton. Dead Fox, Big Lecher, indeed no demon is normal. How can you bully Hakim? Look, Hakim is crying, Hakim. Hakim hadn't heard what Colton and Ian were talking about at all. Hakim still didn't understand. Why could Ian find him so quickly? He was still in a daze. When he played hide-and-seek as a child, no one was willing to look for him. But this person, no, this demon, could find him right away. Hakim, are you scared? Colton reached out, waving his hand in front of Hakim. Did Ian scare you? Unlike Colton, who was used to Dash's antics, Hakim was definitely startled by Ian the Fox. No, Colton, I'm fine. It was just that his lips hurt from being bitten. At that moment, he thought Ian was going to suck his blood. After all, their demon emperor looked like a vampire. Colton, I saw someone who looked just like you just now, what a shock, so scary. Are you okay? Did he hurt you? The moment Hakim saw that person, he felt fear and wanted to escape. It seemed like they had known each other for a long time. Ian also said, Colton, your attitude towards that guy is so different from how you treat this snake. You're like two different people. When you see that person, you're like a devil, but in front of this snake, you're a pampered little lamb. So soft. Probably the same when suppressed. Ian's gaze fell on Hakim again. Would this guy be that soft too? At this thought, he suddenly felt a tightness in his throat. Stop it. If he kept thinking this way, the restlessness would come again. At this moment, Hakim suddenly looked at Ian and retorted, who would smile at garbage? That person was so terrifying, but I also wanted to kill him, just seeing him makes me angry. Ian. The kid broke through his defenses again. So timid, yet able to utter the word, kill. How hated must the person who looks like Colton be? Colton didn't expect Hakim to be angry, it seems everyone disliked the annoying guy. He smiled and was about to say, ignore that trash, when the collar of his shirt was pulled, choking his fate. Colton, after all this talk, you still have to fulfill my condition and go home. No. Colton shook his head and darted to the alley entrance like a rabbit. That condition, anyone would refuse. Ian was stunned for a moment, such a big reaction. What condition did Dash propose? Dash laughed very annoyingly, guess. Of course, it wasn't a proper condition. Just that Colton would have a tough night. Trying to escape. No way. Chapter 76 A Thousand-Year Goo. Colton was tortured all night long. He still hadn't woken up by the afternoon of the next day when the live stream was about to start. When Surgeon called, Dash said they would wait a few more hours before starting. Ian calmly took a sip of water, I can guess. Whenever I went to their apartment before, they always tried to rush me out as if time was running out. In my opinion, blah blah blah. Bonnie. Could they not seal this fox's mouth first? Seeing Bonnie getting angry, Hakim suddenly found the courage and immediately covered Ian's mouth. Stop it, don't say any more. Ian paused his gaze, looking at Hakim in front of him, suddenly having the impulse to pull her into his arms. Surgeon said through gritted teeth, we really shouldn't have found you all partners, otherwise, you wouldn't be thinking of mating every day. If you want to mate, do it at home. This is the company, a place for work. Chuckle. Imelda burst into laughter, while Gordon beside her was dumbfounded. This boss really dares to say anything. At this moment, Conan, who had been hibernating, spoke up, which partner are you talking about? You haven't found any for me. I thought Colton was mine, but didn't expect Dash to get ahead of me. Gordon looked at the merman with disdain, surely a shameless scoundrel, only thinking of mating. Conan stared at the monster hunter for a long time before saying, humans and demons are the same, you've never felt the urge. Gordon didn't expect the demon to speak so bluntly. It's none of your business. It's indeed none of my business, but I must warn you, never encounter a succubus. If you're poisoned, even if you seek help, no one will want to assist you. You. Gordon was about to retort when Imelda pulled him back, that's enough, Gordon. Aren't you usually calm? Why argue with Conan? The fact that this lazy guy could argue with you shows that you're the problem. Gordon glared at Lin Ning, I'm your cousin, why are you always siding with demons? That's because they're not bad. Look, even my master coexists peacefully with the Demon King. Why are you so stubborn? After the incident involving Avril and Sierra, Imelda has always felt that human nature is more despicable. On the contrary, Dash, Ian, and Conan, though demons, have truly good personalities. Hearing this, Bonnie's handwriting froze, dragging a long stroke across the page. Connor also noticed but closed his eyes again to pretend he hadn't heard. He didn't want to provoke Bonnie, who values face so much. Gordon snorted coldly upon hearing this, I don't know why you can live harmoniously with demons, but in my understanding, demons have always existed to absorb human energy and harm people. Conan, who was sleeping, turned over, have you seen humans massacre demons? Gordon's expression turned cold, what do you mean? 1300 years ago, countless monster hunters sacrificed themselves to slay those cursed demons, paying the price in blood. By saying this, are you trying to turn things around? Everyone in the meeting room now focused on Gordon. Gordon felt puzzled. Why are you all staring at me like that? Bonnie walked forward and patted Gordon on the shoulder, asking, can you tell me which monster hunter told you these things? I'd be very interested in meeting them. Gordon was startled by the astonishing spiritual pressure emanating from Bonnie. Thus, he immediately nodded, all right. If you wish to meet, I'll bring him over after today's live stream. Suddenly, Ian's carefree demeanor changed, his gaze turning cold. Humans, with their mouths, ask for everything when praying, yet they treat you as nothing when you're no longer useful. Gods they discard, demons the same. Hakim held Ian's hand, to me, you're far better than most humans. Connor chuckled. The root of human evil lies thus, different species have different intentions. This tradition has been passed down for 1,000 years. So whether human or demon dies, it's part of the natural cycle. The law of elimination, if you can't fight, you die. At this moment, Surgeon fell silent, recalling how her master died for her. Her master once told her, don't feel guilty, this karmic relationship has reached its time for repayment. From that moment on, Surgeon lost all thoughts of eliminating evil. She couldn't even protect the person she cared about most, her heart was already dead. The conference room was abnormally quiet. So quiet that one could hear everyone's breathing. Just then, Dash's voice came from outside the door, have they all died? What nonsense! What are you saying? Is something wrong? But with Bonnie here, nothing should go wrong, right? When Colton opened the conference room door, he saw multiple pairs of eyes staring at him. Scared, he immediately closed the door and muttered, sorry for disturbing. This was such a nightmare. Why was the atmosphere inside so weird? Bonnie laughed again and said to Gordon, those two experienced the demon war. You can ask them about the real situation back then. Huh. Imelda was taken aback. She recalled what Lanchin mentioned during the show last time about offerings over 1,000 years ago. Could it be that over 1,000 years ago, Colton was the offering given to demons? The hunter's story is true. Master, Colton's story. Bonnie nodded, yeah, it's all true. Imelda nearly cried in shock, Master, does that mean the couple who caused Colton's spirit energy loss and captured him actually existed? It's not, us and Emil, right? Looking into those terrified eyes, Bonnie almost wanted to say, yes. But she finally changed her words, no, choosing you and Emil was purely coincidental. Imelda immediately patted her chest, that's a relief. Gordon looked at Imelda, recalling what some wandering Taoists mentioned a few years ago. Back then, you. What? Imelda asked. Gordon was about to speak but was silenced by Bonnie's fierce gaze. Forget it, I don't remember. Bang. Dash barged into the office like a bandit. If the show doesn't start soon, I'm taking Colton back to sleep. He still isn't fully. Before he could finish the word fit, Colton covered his mouth. Ah, shut up. Dash obediently nodded, grabbed Colton's hand, and gently kissed it. Startled, Colton retracted his hand as if electrocuted. You're shameless. Dash pulled Colton's hand back and held it tightly. Seeing this, Imelda smiled and said, Colton, don't say such unpleasant things. I think it's great. Since last show, I've been a shipper. Don't talk nonsense. How am I talking nonsense? I'm even your super topic host. Hearing this, Colton felt embarrassed. What a mess. A celebrity being a super topic host, not afraid of getting scolded by the agency. Watching this, Connor sighed again. When will Bonnie be as close to me as that? Bonnie caught sight of the demon emperor's longing face. She instinctively turned away. What's that dead demon thinking? Last time he attacked her unexpectedly, and she hasn't gotten back at him yet. If he acts up again, she'll use her crescent blade on him. At that moment, a thick wave of blood and evil aura rushed in from all sides, enveloping everyone in the room. Bonnie immediately drew her crescent blade and made a shoo gesture to everyone. It's upstairs. I'll check. Colton also felt an unusual sensation, the pain from the whipping on his back began to spread. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and he groaned. Dash noticed something was off. He smelled Colton's blood. Colton, you're back. Thinking of this, he ripped open Colton's back shirt. Blood slowly seeped out. Connor saw this and coldly stated, someone has planted a bug in his body for over 1,000 years. Your protective scale can break the spell but can't remove the bug. What kind of bug? A desire bug, cultivated with the blood of humans in their darkest desires. The person who planted this wants to make Colton their possession. Now the poison is acting up, causing constant torment unless he. Before Connor could finish the next word, join, Colton stopped him. Stop it. Colton was shaking with anger, even biting his lip until it bled. Imelda and Hakeem were so frightened that they didn't dare to speak. How could someone be so disgusting? Ian and Conan had cold expressions and remained silent. They hadn't expected Colton would be inflicted with such a bug. People say demons are repulsive, but when humans are malicious, demons can't compare. Conan immediately asked, Old Chi, does this mean the only way to cure this bug is as you said? First, we should stop the bleeding. Hakeem reacted and instantly looked for the medical kit, and Imelda went along to help. Dash. Colton held Dash's hand firmly and said in a grave tone, even if I die, I will not do anything filthy with such a disgusting person. Chapter 77 The Face Under the Disguise Mask. Connor raised his eyes to look at the ceiling, then turned his gaze to Dash, and finally let it rest on Colton, you don't have to die. Because that person is upstairs. Kill him, and it will be enough. At this moment, Isabella, who had been silent all along, also spoke up, right, even if we can't kill him, I have a way to stop the drug's effects. Ian suddenly said teasingly, why do you have a way? Were you drugged by someone? Hey. Before Ian finished his sentence, he was hit by a plum blossom dart that flew over. Patty tilted her head, smiling like a demon, dead fox, if you say another word, I'll use this to shoot your vital points. Ian immediately shut up and ran out. I'm going to help Bonnie fight monsters. Conan hurriedly followed suit, I'll also go help Bonnie. Demon King Connor walked out as well, Bonnie belongs to me. Of course, I should come to rescue. At this time, Gordon, who witnessed everything, suddenly spoke, I think none of you need to help her, she can take care of it herself. As long as the other party doesn't play dirty. Gordon's gaze fell on Colton and Dash. Bonnie had said they had gone through everything. So why were they still together? Was there something unknown that happened back then? But judging from the situation today, it wasn't the right time to ask. Gordon picked up her weapon and walked out. Dash raised his eyes, his gaze falling on Patty, do you have a way to stop the pain in his back now? Of course, Patty nodded, okay, if you want to kill him, go ahead. I'll temporarily ease Colton's pain. Thanks. These were the 3 words Dash said when he helped Colton sit down properly and walked out of the office. Patty smiled faintly and replied, "Don't mention it." She hated the most how people would trap someone who didn't love them in such ways. For so many years, Patty thought she was the only unlucky one. Never did she expect that Colton had been bewitched more than 1,000 years ago. How revolting. Thinking of this, Patty made a call and then sat next to Colton. "You seem to have really been the deity all monster hunters once aspired to emulate. To be envied to this extent. How twisted the obsession must have been to last for so many years." Colton endured the pain in his body, his lips pale, and weakly said, "Boss, please stop mocking me. A deity like this, no thanks." He didn't covet it. To think of turning him into a puppet and imprisoning him nearby wasn't normal human behavior. And to be bewitched in such a nauseating manner. Sometimes I wonder if I did anything despicable in the past to meet such a person. Whenever Colton thought about this, he felt a chill down his spine. Colton, human nature is original sin. You were an ambitious monster hunter back then. Your goodness, your high and mighty attitude, or even your very existence was considered wrong by that person. And despite that, he yearned for you in such a humble way, wanting to possess you. Such a person, you will never know what he will do. Bang! The ceiling collapsed. A figure heavily landed in front of Colton. The mask covering his face had already been peeled off. Colton lowered his gaze and looked at that familiar face. It was Uriel's face. Though expected, Colton still felt uncomfortable. Pfft. Uriel, gravely injured, spat blood at Colton's feet. Colton moved his foot disdainfully, not wanting his blood to touch him, though he himself was in great pain. He actually lived under the same roof with this person for almost half a year. Back then, he didn't know what perverted thoughts this person harbored every night. "Uriel, did I dig up your ancestral grave back then? Why do you treat me like this?" Uriel spat blood again and laughed loudly several times. With venomous eyes, he glanced at Dash, then looked at Colton. "You didn't do anything wrong. I just couldn't bear seeing you with a snake, so I tried every means to break you two up. My only regret is that I didn't kill that snake back then. That way, you would forever be." Before he could finish speaking, Bonnie used a crescent blade to sever Uriel's head. His unfinished words hung in the air as his head fell to the ground, rolling onto the floor. "Ah!" Hakim and Imelda screamed in horror simultaneously, covering their eyes. Colton also closed his eyes, his mood unable to calm down for a long time. But the pain in his body did not disappear. He suddenly opened his eyes, his face darkened, and he turned to look at Dash and Bonnie, who were covered in blood. "Something's wrong. Uriel was just a manipulated puppet, the real Amos is still alive." Chapter 78, You Think You're Worthy to Compare with Dash. The poison from the insect spell on Colton was temporarily suppressed by Sergio. Before the live broadcast started, Sergio warned Dash not to touch Colton in this period or it would trigger a severe reaction of the poison in him. Colton, upon hearing such an embarrassing warning, wished he could just disappear into the ground. This secret revealed and then watched by so many people, it felt like a total social death. Imelda, however, looked at him with a sympathetic face. "Colton, you must be having a tough time. You must be feeling terrible." Colton shook his head quickly. "No, I'm really fine." He only hoped this matter would pass as soon as possible and never be discussed again. The live stream began once more. Suddenly, conspiracy theories started popping up on the chat lines. Everyone was discussing who the special guest that looked identical to Colton was and what kind of role he was playing. Sergio quickly clarified, a villainous character who had unrequited love for Colton and became a psychopath out of despair. Reading this explanation while still dodging monster attacks, Colton almost sprayed water from his mouth. The show had evolved from a dating show into a horrifying love story now with added conspiracy theories. He was indeed getting tired. Ah! He suddenly sighed. Today's cat and mouse game focused on Bonnie, Gordon, and Hakim's groups as they were the main attractions during the live stream. Because Colton had already been caught by Dash yesterday, today he was merely accompanying them through the game. Also, considering his physical condition, the cameras rarely cut over to him today. Hakim, though captured at the end of yesterday's session, received little screen time since the focus was on Colton's chaotic scenes. So, today the cameras mostly followed her group. Running to a corner, Colton was about to stop for a brief rest when a light footstep came from behind him. It wasn't Amos. It was the aura of demons. Colton's eyes changed instantly as he whipped out the soul-dispersing whip from his waist and slashed several times, revealing the true forms of those ambushers, snake men. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, they turned into thick snakes bigger than trees. But none of them had heads. Aya! Seeing this scene, Colton screamed, backing away continuously. The massacre from years ago replayed in his mind, making his heart flutter. His heartbeat accelerated rapidly as if it would burst any time. Why did he have to witness such scenes? On seeing this scene, the chat lines first froze and then exploded with comments. All attention shifted to Colton. Heavens, these snake special effects are awesome. But it looks terrifying, even scaring Colton. I hope my little Chen is okay. He looks pale, is it because of the harsh treatment by Dash? You upstairs must be trolling without proof. Why did Ian give you the treasure of the Fox clan? Did you make some deal with him? Hearing this annoying voice, Colton lifted his gaze. Above the alley where he stood, there was a demon man in black looking down at him. Colton smiled softly, so, you also want to make some deal with me? But I'm quite picky and not easy to deal with. Malachi's face changed and he immediately jumped down to stand in front of Colton. He grabbed his fair and slender neck in one motion. Why act before me? If anyone can do it, why reject me every time we meet? Whatever Dash can give, I can provide too. Even though he has your body, I don't mind as long as you're willing to be with me. Colton sneered coldly, there's still a difference. What difference? Whatever Dash does to me is all voluntary on my part. As for you and that coward hiding around, my sole feeling towards you is, disgust. You. Malachi's gaze darkened, revealing killing intent. Colton, you really prefer that snake over yourself? Don't forget, only the person who placed the spell can completely remove it. No matter how many times you reincarnate, the spell remains. Colton's expression turned cold as he gripped Malachi's wrist tightly and delivered a blow with the soul-dispersing whip. Malachi's hand was torn open. He released Colton immediately. Colton, apart from submitting to Amos, there's no other way out for you. Hearing this exchange, the chat lines exploded with reactions. Hold on, what's this about a charm and submitting to Amos? How chaotic is this plot? Did we miss something? From what it sounds like, someone gave Colton a charm, and he must be intimate with that person to break it. Damn, isn't this too disgusting? Is it Malachi? If it's Malachi, I don't want to stand him anymore. This is too real, I hate such forced scenes. It doesn't seem to be Malachi but someone named Amos. Probably the one who looks exactly like Colton from before. The plot of this variety show is insane. How did they write this? So dramatic, no escape from torment, even in lifetimes apart. Sergio sighed after seeing this. Art comes from life. This was a true reenactment, more bizarre and melodramatic than any script could be. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Colton suddenly burst into laughter, filled with sarcasm. Do you see? Disgusting people are unwelcome wherever they go. Want me to submit to someone disgusting? I'd rather die. Even if I have to die countless times, I don't care. You should know that I endured the whipping back then, the burial alive, and my soul being trapped. What else can you throw at me? Do you think I'm afraid? Malachi, you underestimate me. In this lifetime, I might not have spiritual power, but I'm still not inferior to anyone. Over 1,000 years ago, wasn't it because I chose death over submission that I ended up buried alive? Malachi's face turned ashen, lowering his voice, your memory of this has been sealed. How do you know? At that moment, Colton's hand holding the soul-dispersing whip trembled. No one needs to tell me because I understand myself better than anyone. Malachi, you've miscalculated. Back then, your deal was filthy, causing chaos between the human and demon realms, making Dash hate me. I must admit, you succeeded. But they underestimated Dash's feelings for him. Even if full of hatred, he chose to save him, whose 3 souls and 7 spirits were trapped, with a heart-protecting scale. Thinking of this, Colton lifted his gaze again to look at Malachi and the lurking Amos deep in the alley. From the start, you've lost. You're not worthy to compare with Dash. After hearing this, the chat lines fell eerily silent. No one knew what to say. Indeed, no one knew what to type. Because the official account posted a story revealing the characters' backgrounds, just as shown in the reality show. After reading the plot, viewers, CP fans, and exclusive fans all fell silent. This plot is too tormenting. Why did Colton and Dash have to suffer so much? Even fans of just Colton and Dash quietly wiped away their tears. It's a storyline, yet it hurts deeply. Many fans deleted their criticisms of Colton or Dash. Some communities that had ongoing disputes became unusually quiet. Seeing the data, Sergio wasn't sure whether to feel happy or sad. Then, a fan asked under the official account, this story isn't fictional, right? Once asked, this comment quickly got many likes. When Bonnie saw this comment, she was just caught by Connor. She couldn't care less about him and was completely focused here. Even when her lips were kissed slightly, she had no reaction. Connor was a bit puzzled. Usually, if he dared to do that, he'd end up crawling on the ground from pain. Gina? Bonnie looked up at Connor who suddenly appeared in front of her, instinctively dodging his gaze. What? Do you know what just happened? Bonnie, looking confused, shook her head. Connor continued, I caught you, so now I need to make a demand. Bonnie put away her phone, what is it? I want you to kiss me. The fans watching the live stream were once again drawn to Connor and Bonnie. High-intensity plots kept coming one after another. Help, did I hear that right? Want Emotion to take the initiative? She's the pinnacle of How would she initiate? Though I also want her to take the initiative, I wonder if it will happen. Imelda, as the referee, watched the live stream with nearly bloodshot eyes. Ah, master, you cannot kiss him, you should kiss me, kiss me. Huh, Peach Blossom is mad. So cute, Lulu. Tomorrow, we'll be there with you to compete for emotion. Seeing these comments, Imelda hurriedly laughed and said, then forget it, I was just saying. You guys, wanting to compete with the true Demon King for someone, isn't that a daydream? As for Gordon. Imelda's gaze fell on her cousin. She didn't know what his reaction was after seeing that story. When she saw the camera shot, she almost bit her tongue. Lynn. Gordon, what are you doing with Conan? The camera switched to the two of them, and they were actually rolling together. Imelda. Even if you're in a hurry, there are so many viewers watching. What are you doing? Chapter 79. When the live stream ended, it was already evening. Just as Colton was about to walk over to Dash, he saw Conan and Gordon with injuries on their faces. Due to Malachi's incident, he had no idea what happened afterward. Did you two fight? Imelda, with an awkward expression, pulled Colton aside to explain, here's what happened. They got a mission card from the audience while doing their task. It said that Gordon needed to kiss Conan. Well, this fish interpreted kiss, cough, meaning fight. So they started fighting. Colton chuckled. Gordon, you're quite obedient. Gordon gave a cold snort and sat down beside them. Since we are participating in the live show, we have to follow the basic rules of the game. It's not like it was a big deal anyway. Though it turned out to be a big deal eventually. The audience went wild. That detestable merman is truly sick. If not for that ridiculous task card from the audience, how could he possibly end up kissing another man? Wait, make that a male spirit. As a result, one human and one spirit ended up fighting. Conan touched his bruised mouth lazily, as if he were about to fall asleep again. Ian nudged Conan with his elbow, hey, if you're really interested in him, should I knock him out and send him to your place? Conan hummed, then rubbed his messy hair. Forget it. I like someone as soft as Colton, I don't like violent ones. The corner of Colton's mouth twitched. Could you guys keep your secret plotting a bit quieter? Not only am I here, but Gordon is too. What nonsense is this? Keep your business away from me. He didn't want Dash getting jealous again due to some misunderstanding. Conan raised his eyes, his deep blue gaze appraising the visibly angry Gordon. Well, I still prefer someone gentle and calm like flowing water. This thorny one isn't my type. Damn you. Gordon clenched his fists, nearly shouting in frustration. No. Don't fight, absolutely not. Imelda hurriedly grabbed hold of Gordon. That's just Conan's personality. He means no harm. Adela clapped his hands, smiling widely. Today's earnings were great. Let me treat everyone to some food. Come on. Colton grinned. Since the boss made money, have you considered sharing the profits? Boss, I'm so poor I might have to eat dirt. Fine, I'll tell the finance department at home to transfer the money to you right away. Barrett glanced at Colton, then looked back at Adela. He's been working for you for so long, yet you treat him like this. Of course not. With Dash supporting him financially, I thought I'd give him his share after this program ends. Colton smiled at Dash, then turned to Adela. That's not right, boss. Even though Dash has money, my earnings belong to me. I've worked hard for every penny. Alright. I'll give it to you. Tomorrow. Imelda and Gordon left for home. Conan also left because he had been out of the water for too long and said he needed to soak himself. Then Adela led 3 couples of dogs out to eat. On the way, Colton and Dash walked at the back. Colton stopped and held Dash's hand, smiling slightly. Come on, don't be upset anymore. See, the boss is fine. As for the curse on me, once we find Amos and eliminate him, it will be lifted. Colton knew that Dash had been quiet all along because of this matter. He didn't want Dash to worry, so he had pretended to be nonchalant. But this guy saw through him. Dash's hand rested on Colton's cheek, his voice hoarse. Colton, there's no need to pretend to be calm in front of me. I heard everything you said to Malachi. This time, I won't let you go to anyone. Colton stealthily pulled Dash's tie and whispered into his ear, let go. Even if you push me away now, I wouldn't leave. Humph. A sudden sound caused Colton's body to stiffen. Turning back, he saw that everyone was staring at them. He quickly released Dash's tie and stood properly. Like a child caught misbehaving by an adult. What are you all looking at? Got nothing better to do than watch me? Haven't the media already caught us before? Afraid it'll affect our careers or something? Adela laughed out loud, look at what you're saying. Now, if we were to separate you two, that would really affect your careers. Colton, you and Dash are my money-making machines now. No, you're the top acts. Colton's face turned dark, you should just stick with calling us money-making machines. What's this top act nonsense? Jiang Ziyu lifted his gaze, glanced at Dash, his eyes heavy. Since finding out that Colton had been cursed, Dash had mostly been silent, lost in his own thoughts. Before entering the private room at the restaurant, Jiang Ziyu stopped Dash, let's talk. Colton immediately shot a glance at Jiang Ziyu. What is there to talk about? You're not going to fight again, right? After all, the last time in his apartment, they had destroyed the furniture. If they fought here, it would definitely make the headlines tomorrow. Caught in Jiang Ziyu's glare, Colton immediately shut up. Fine, you talk. I won't ask. Connor wanted to say something but, seeing Jiang Ziyu's cold eyes, quickly backed down. Hakim glanced over, trying to peek out again, only for Ian to cover her eyes. Kids shouldn't look, fights can scare you. Oh, alright. Hakim obediently sat down. She now felt that as long as she followed Ian, she wouldn't be bullied. So whatever he said, she would do. But sometimes, his requests were a bit too much. Every night when Hakim went home with Ian, she muttered, I'm invisible, but it was no use. No matter what she said, she would always end up being pulled back by Ian, held in his arms while sleeping. Although he didn't force her all the way, he did indulge in a bit of liberties. This left many marks on her neck. Lately, Hakim hadn't dared to wear t-shirts, opting instead for high-necked clothes. She wasn't sure if she was Colton's assistant or Ian's. But regarding Colton, he should be fine, right? Thinking of this, Hakim grabbed Ian's hand and asked quietly, is there really no way to break Colton's curse? Do you worry about him? Of course I do. I've read that story. He has already suffered so much. Why should he still be threatened by a disgusting person? That damn Amos, if I ever meet him, I'd want to kill him too. As she spoke, Hakim got so angry she started cursing. Ian stroked Hakim's head and smiled slightly, eat first. You've been avoiding me all day. It's time to replenish your energy. Hakim. How does this fox know everything? She thought she had hidden it well. Now, she felt like a foolish kid who thinks too highly of herself. Ian curled his lips into a meaningful smile. Today during the live stream, I played along with your act without catching you, even joining in your antics. So, Hakim, how are you going to reward me? Chapter 80. Since someone wants you dead so much, then just die. Isabella gave a disdainful glance at the fox across from him. Do you still want a reward? It seems like all that's left is for you to strip and lie down waiting for me, those words almost tattooed on your forehead. If you want to be shameless, do it at home, not here. Hakim nearly burrowed under the table upon hearing this. What are you doing? Ian protected his almost bumped forehead. Hakim blushed and shook her head, huffing, and nothing. On the street outside, people gradually increased. Passers-by were still discussing tonight's live broadcast, engrossed in conversation. When they saw Bonnie and Dash standing face to face, someone screamed. Ah, it's Godmu and Dash. A crowd surged forward, seeking autographs. Bonnie smiled slightly and turned to the group, saying, I'm truly sorry, but we have something important to discuss today. Next time, we'll have a dedicated press conference or event where I'll definitely sign for you. Okay. Alright then, remember to sign at the press conference. Sure. After taking photos, the crowd dispersed. Bonnie looked at Dash. What, are you afraid that Colton will be taken by the other side? Dash shook his head. No, I'm just thinking about how to free him from that worm curse. Even using the 3 heart-protecting snake scales might not be effective. That won't do. If anything happens to you, Colton will be unhappy, and I don't want him to be unhappy. Dash turned and glanced at Colton who was peeking from the corridor, withdrew his gaze, and smiled slightly. Alright. No more nonsense, you stopped me because you have something to say, right? Of course. Although you're a snake, you must have heard the phrase, throw oneself into danger to gain safety, right? Dash fell silent for a moment before speaking. You mean? Since someone wants you dead so much, then just die. Upon hearing these words, Dash's face darkened immediately. Though I know you want me dead, saying it out loud, really makes you deserve a beating. With that, he turned and walked into the restaurant. Seeing the two finish talking, Colton hurried out of the corridor and pulled Dash aside. Quickly, what did you talk about? Did you hide something from me? Dash curved his lips into a smile and bent down to look at Colton, jealous of Bonnie. Stop it. Stay on topic, quick. Nothing much, he just asked if I was worried about you, and I generously admitted it. Oh, I see. Colton stared at Dash again, seeing no change in his expression, he finally let it go. You said it yourself. If you dare lie to me, watch out, I'll kill you. Dash stared at Colton for a moment, shamelessly asking, how would you kill me? But honestly, I wouldn't mind dying, in your hands. Get lost. Colton kicked Dash and stormed into the private room of the restaurant, sulking. This snake was really too lewd. So shameless. Being with him, there had hardly been a serious conversation. Mostly crude remarks. Colton felt a headache coming on. Upon entering the restaurant's private room and sitting down, Hakim poured him a cup of water. Colton, are you alright? Where's Dash? I'm fine. Of course, I'm fine. Dash is still outside, he'll come in soon. Colton sipped some tea. Looking up, he saw Isabella staring at him. Boss, what's that look for? Just say it. Isabella glanced at Bonnie and Dash who were still outside, then smiled at Colton. Nothing much, just wanted to remind you of something. Bonnie and Dash are both extreme types. No, one human, one demon. Their personalities are very intense, but only you can calm them down. Colton was taken aback for a moment, then nodded immediately. Got it. Even though he couldn't beat either of them. The meal was filled with different thoughts. Even Ian, who usually talked non-stop, chose silence. It wasn't clear what everyone was thinking. This meal might as well not have been eaten. At least the puppet threat posed by Uriel has been resolved. At this moment, Colton even felt like it was a farewell dinner for himself. I said, it's not that bad, why is no one talking? I'm fine. Bonnie laughed first and took out WeChat, waving it in front of Colton. Actually, we were playing a game, betting on who would speak first, and everyone unanimously chose you. Colton. So they were all joking with him. However, at least the atmosphere eased up a bit. Colton glared at Dash. Playing games is one thing, but you too. Seeing Colton puffing with anger, Dash found it extremely adorable. He touched Colton's hair and smiled, saying, all right, shall I apologize to you? How are you going to make up for it? Dash transferred a sum of money to Colton. Colton looked down and his eyes lit up. Wow, heaven, you really are rich. Bonnie had a deadpan expression. Money grubber, you haven't changed from when you were little. Colton chuckled, isn't it because the boss hasn't paid me for so long? Now, I have money. At that moment, Demon King raised his hand and turned his gaze to Isabella. After this live stream ends, will I also have money? Bonnie looked at Connor as if he were a monster, although he was indeed a monster. What do you want money for? You don't eat, drink, or even sleep at night. Staring at her like a ghost, if she didn't have self-control, she'd be scared into insanity sooner or later. Connor said seriously, to keep you. Dash said, if there's no money, you can't be kept. Ha. Colton just laughed, and Ian across the table spat out his tea. Ha ha ha, this is the funniest joke I've heard this year. Lord Demon King, working for money is just to support Bonnie. Isabella also glanced at Bonnie. Tisk, always exorcising demons, yet you're favored by the Demon King, what twisted fate. Ian was still laughing when Hakim secretly tugged at him. That's enough, Ian, stop laughing. Ha. This was the first time Ian heard this guy call him by his full name. He immediately asked, what did you just call me? God. Hakim lowered his voice significantly and instinctively pulled back his hand. Seeing this, Ian grabbed him again. Since you called it, don't change it. Call me this from now on. Ha. Hakim wore a question mark on his face. Wasn't he angry? Just now, he thought Ian wanted to strangle him. Scary stuff, thankfully nothing happened. Seeing that everyone was almost done eating, Dash pulled Colton and said, let's go back first. Isabella coughed lightly and added, remember what I told you before, if the worm poison flares up again, apart from that demon hunter Amos, there's no other. Stop talking, Dash, let's hurry and go. Colton said and dragged Dash out. Still mumbling as he ran, this boss, why doesn't he give me any face? So many people, really embarrassing. He was still grumbling when they got to the apartment entrance. If Dash overthinks it, then it's bad. Once inside, Dash grabbed Colton, originally intending to kiss him, but then he let go. You're tired today, get a good sleep. You sleep in the bedroom, I'll sleep on the sofa. Colton glanced at Dash. Snake Immortal, is your willpower that poor? Dash's gaze darkened, about to speak, but Colton hugged his neck and kissed his cheek. Just teasing you, I'm going to sleep, good night. Chapter 81, Scared. Beg me. When Conan returned home, he watched some dramas as usual and soaked in the bathtub for a while. Not until the light blue fish tail turned back into legs did he step out of the tub. The sharp fangs in his mouth also reverted to normal. Conan looked at himself in the mirror. Handsome features, ambiguous gender, deep sea-like pupils, cold yet lazy eyes. Am I really that bad? Why doesn't Colton like me? Why does he only love that snake? What a fool. It's not about appearance, it's about timing. You missed your chance. This annoying voice. Conan turned around and saw someone standing on the window just like how he used to stand on Colton's apartment windows multiple times. It's you. What are you doing here? It was Imelda's cousin, Gordon. Gordon sneered and jumped down from the window. I was chasing a demon, sensed demonic aura nearby, so I came over, but didn't expect that the aura was coming from you. Gordon felt this fish was seriously ill. Feeling good about himself all day long. Colton had eyes only for Dash, yet he insisted on being the third wheel. Conan sized up Gordon, then turned to sit on the living room sofa. So you think it's because of the timing? Not because I'm ugly. Not everything can be judged by looks, okay? Colton being with Dash isn't because of looks. If it were because of looks, many people would be scared when they knew the other party is a snake, right? Gordon had read that story and Imelda had told him a lot. Though absurd, that Malachi, who looked exactly like Colton, kept appearing on the program one after another. That story must be true. Conan, if you really like Colton, stop interfering in their affairs. Give up early and it will be easier for you. Conan's eyes darkened, said nothing, grabbed food from the table and stuffed it into his mouth. Seems I've said too much. Forget what I said, that's it. I'm leaving. With that, Gordon jumped onto the window again, ready to leave. But before jumping, his collar was yanked by someone. His vision went black, then everything spun around. When he opened his eyes, he was pinned down. Are you crazy? What are you doing? Gordon looked at Conan on top of him and tightened his grip on the weapon. I warn you, if you dare to mess around, I'll kill you. Conan pressed Gordon's shoulders firmly, not letting him move. He asked in a low voice, you want me to give up, just like that? Do you think you understand me well enough? You're crazy. What madness? Didn't I say forget what I said? Did you not hear me? Gordon felt this fish was angry, angered by being exposed. Damn. He shouldn't have come in. Now he was tangled with this fish. It seemed, he kicked an iron plate and couldn't fight back. Calm down. Gordon kicked towards Conan, but was instantly caught by the ankle and pushed down in an extremely humiliating posture. You man-eating fish, stinky merman, what do you want? Let me go. Gordon felt humiliated, drew the weapon to stab Conan but was subdued again. That demonic power was so strong that it almost suffocated him. No wonder Imelda said he wasn't a match. We fought live on the show today without a clear winner. Now, do you still think you're my match? Let go. Gordon got mad, raised his hand to punch Conan's face, but his wrist was caught. Conan held one wrist, pinched Gordon's chin with the other, sizing him up. Ian said he wanted to subdue you and send you over to me. With all your yelling, I probably need to set up a barrier. Hearing this, Gordon's face flushed. Cold-faced, almost swearing aloud. Get off me. Gordon used all his spiritual energy to break free from Conan's demonic power. I tell you. No matter how strong you are, what position you have in the demon world, whatever you want to do, if you dare to mess with me, I'll kill you. Really? Conan sat cross-legged, slanted his eyes at Gordon, laziness turning into sharpness. I usually don't like your type, but I've changed my mind. Gordon, do you know what would happen if I encountered someone like you in Guihai Jishu, who disobeys and shouts randomly? I don't want to hear it. Seeing the fish's expression darken, Gordon's tone instinctively softened. Tonight, I only came here chasing a demon. Meeting you was purely coincidental. I said too much unintentionally. Let me go, and we can pretend we've never met tonight. Gordon didn't quite understand, he hadn't done anything wrong. How had he upset this fish? He should leave quickly and never see this fish again. I won't interfere with your matters concerning Dash and Colton. It has nothing to do with me, and I won't say anything more. Conan wasn't pleased by Gordon's submission. His clear blue eyes stared at Gordon, then he stood up and blocked the window, his gaze darkening. It's too late to submit now. Psycho. Gordon immediately turned and ran towards the door. But as soon as he got close to the door, he was bounced back by an invisible force. It's a barrier. This damned fish was determined to humiliate him today. Conan. Are you tormenting me just to humiliate me? You keep saying you love Colton, but is this how you show it? Gordon's usual calmness was gone. He couldn't remain calm in such a situation. All he wanted was to shout curses. Conan stepped closer, the evil look still in his eyes. If you have the courage to provoke someone, you should also have the courage to face the consequences. Didn't you say not to meddle in Colton and Dash's relationship? I listened to you and was planning to move on. Even though you don't want to hear it, I still want to tell you that in Guihai Jishu, disobedient offerings are treated in certain ways. You stop right there. Gordon released all his spiritual power, ready for a final fight. I'll kill you. However, his spiritual power was no match for the powerful demon. Conan waved his hand, dispersing all of Gordon's spiritual power. Gordon felt powerless. Before he could fall to the ground, his wrist was caught and he was pinned against the wall. Then the fish's leg suddenly pressed against him. You. What did I ever do to you? Gordon struggled desperately. The other person's leg was making him feel utterly humiliated. At this moment, he remembered what his master had once said. The demons in the world, besides harming human lives, would tempt humans and consume their essence. Using such methods. But those were matters between men and women. Before meeting Dash and Colton, he had never seen a male demon interested in men. Even the shameless succubus only lured women. This stinky fish was really absurd. Angry at being exposed, yet taking it out on him. Just because he said one word of advice. Conan tightened his grip, leaning closer, scared. Beg me. Go to hell. Though Gordon was weak, he gritted his teeth. I won't beg you. You better kill me now, or else, I'll kill you in the future. Chapter 82, the audience really knows how to play. Gordon didn't know how he finally passed out. Was it from humiliation or real suffocation? He could no longer distinguish. Before his consciousness blurred, Gordon only wanted to kill that fish. That merman actually managed to make him turn around, twist his hand behind his back, press his face against the wall, and whisper filth in his ear. I will definitely kill you. Struggling with all his might, Gordon still couldn't stop the guy's wandering hands. Mr. Lin, you won't kill me. You can't beat me, not in any way. Are you really a man? Gordon felt humiliated. Not just as a man's dignity but also due to the demon power overpowering his spirit energy. He had been insulted by what appeared to be the least intelligent fish. It was a disgrace, an outright disgrace for a demon hunter. The next morning, Imelda went to look for Gordon, only to find that the guy wasn't at home. That's strange, did he fight demons all night? I hope nothing bad happened. At the company entrance, she saw the 50 audience members who had previously secured tickets by reputation. Boss Isabella gave each of them a talisman, saying it was for the show effect and must not be lost. The crowd looked around, feeling the terrifying atmosphere was fully set, and they were very cooperative. Imelda sighed. This Boss Chio is truly exhausted. However, on the other hand, many people in City A fell ill during this Red Moon sacrificial ceremony. Some severely ill died gruesome deaths. Imelda had been refreshing the news all night. Many things were mysterious, and opinions varied, some said it was hyped to boost ratings. But only she knew those were all true. Because of the horrific deaths of Jiangxi village residents, Imelda had meticulously read every related piece of news. Do demons and humans have to be in a deadly struggle? Imelda. Seeing Imelda, the audience reached out their hands and greeted her happily, asking for autographs. Imelda smiled gracefully, walked forward, and signed for everyone. A young girl asked, Boss Cho, the other guests haven't arrived yet? I haven't seen Dash and Colton in person. Patty smiled faintly, don't worry, they will all come. Speak of the devil. As soon as Patty finished speaking, a group of people yawned and slowly arrived at the building. At this moment, Patty was almost relieved that these guys didn't fly over, otherwise, she would have been dead tired dealing with public relations the next day. Well, there are Dash, Colton, Connor, Bonnie, Ian, Hakeem, and Ebert. Why does Gordon look like he wants to kill someone? Patty immediately recognized demonic spells. Gordon's wrists were tied together by invisible red ropes. And the end of the rope was in Ebert's hand. Except for Colton and Hakeem, others also noticed but chose not to say anything, thinking it was some kind of play acting. Colton instantly noticed something was wrong with Gordon. His eyes filled with hate, ready to cut someone down at any moment. Gordon, what's this? Nothing. Gordon moved a few steps aside, not wanting to talk much with Colton. Yesterday, it was because talking about Colton that made this fish go crazy. If he said more, it could be worse before he killed this fish. Better not provoke too much for now. Gordon had been mocked about a man's dignity by this fish. He felt incredibly stifled. Are demons so great? Is it true that demons are stronger than humans? He didn't believe it. Just a loathsome fish, how outstanding could it possibly be? Gordon. Why didn't you come back last night? Imelda shouted, running beside Gordon, looking left and right. Why weren't you home last night? What's going on between you and Ebert? The rope tightened again. Gordon winced in pain, gritting his teeth, nothing. Bullshit. Almost got overwhelmed by that hateful fish. His principles almost compromised. Gordon usually had a cold exterior but an explosive temper. But now, he didn't know what to do. At this moment, Connor lightly coughed, kicked Ebert, there are so many people from the production team today. Whatever you did last night, remember to tone it down. Connor was greatly impacted inside. Even this fish could take advantage. Now, it was only him, and he had only kissed once. He hadn't thought of forcing her, but after being beaten, he became a bit more restrained. Bonnie had already agreed previously. If he still acted rashly, he would be inviting death purely. Gina. Something. Bonnie had become too lazy to correct the spirit beast on calling her by her name. I don't want to participate in this show anymore. I'm going to find Amos. Bonnie looked at Connor with scrutiny. Why are you so eager to find Amos? To help your race take revenge? You don't seem like the righteous type. Connor. Of course not. Just so we can really be together sooner. At that moment, the silent Dash spoke up, he just wants to resolve that matter as soon as possible, so he can sleep with you. Your Majesty, using force isn't impossible, but it also depends on the person. Don't compare yourself to Ebert. After all, Gordon's power is not too high, while Bonnie is the ceiling. Force won't work here. When Bonnie heard the snake speak these words, she suddenly swore, fuck. Colton's head peeked over cutely. Bonnie, you actually swore. This was the first swear word he'd ever heard from Bonnie besides, get lost, in his entire life. Bonnie always convinced others with force, not words. But now, the image of the aloof goddess was crumbling. Connor, upon hearing this, immediately pushed Colton into Dash's arms. Gina, don't listen to them. I just want to resolve this matter quickly so you can rest easy. Ian also came over and said with a wicked smile, Great King of Demons, this is the first time we've seen you do something so meticulously. There must be some deal behind it, otherwise why would you work so hard? Bonnie took a step back and looked at Connor seriously. Are you in heat again? Desperately needing? Colton couldn't help but laugh. The word again is used very cleverly. So how did you get through the previous mating season? Bonnie, you didn't. Before he finished speaking, Bonnie gave a murderous look and made a throat-slitting gesture. Colton's face turned dark as he immediately hid behind Dash. Ian laughed. Colton, hiding behind the snake won't help. He isn't Bonnie's match either. At that moment, Patty clapped her hands, holding a megaphone and announcing to everyone, today, you don't need to run far for cat and mouse games because we have guests here who will interact. In short, the audience members who bought tickets were treated like kings, and they set the game rules. The scary program's atmosphere unexpectedly turned warm. Except the sky was still dark and heavy, occasionally flames of karma rising, crows flying around randomly, making the scene look very oppressive. What the audience saw in the live broadcast differed somewhat from reality. Observant viewers had already noticed the city modeling resembled City A. My god, the gap between these two worlds, how did they achieve this? Is this boss a god? Oh my, I'm going to City A right now. I want to see how this popular show works. The demons and special effects inside are too real. Indeed, once the show starts, the residents living there seem like they're from another world, no interference. Yet, the horror news in City A never seems to stop. After turning on the live streaming feature and seeing those comments, Patty shook her head with a smile. With money, anything is possible. Anyway, her only goal was to keep making money. Only with enough money could she save that person. Director Hoover, with the script Patty prepared, began announcing today's game segments. Today, let the 50 audience members here give specified actions for the paired CPs until the actions are completed. The audience instantly showed maternal smiles, whispering to each other. Even a few young girls screamed out loud. Seeing the pairing Director Hoover announced, Imelda couldn't help but roll her eyes. Great, today she was just here for numbers, a happy referee. This kind of perverted game segment was definitely meant to kill off several pairs. At that moment, Colton suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Please. He and Dash couldn't go too far, yet these audiences were all carnivorous creatures. How could this be good? Colton looked at Patty helplessly, and she understood, saying something to Hoover. Hoover hurriedly nodded and then read out the cards written by the audience. Please have Dash, Ian, Ebert, and Connor, in their original forms, press the person beside them underneath, KJSS their cheeks, or kiss. The further he read, the more Hoover's mouth faltered. Sure enough, those who could pay so much for tickets aren't good people. They really know how to play. In this context, it seems there was a mix-up with terms that don't directly translate. Let me correct and complete this part smoothly. Hoover hurriedly nodded and then read out the cards written by the audience. Please have Dash, Ian, Ebert, and Connor, in their original demon forms, pin the person beside them underneath them, KJSS their cheeks, or kiss. The further he read, the more Hoover's mouth faltered. Sure enough, those who paid so much for tickets aren't ordinary folks. They really know how to play. Chapter 83 Sudden Attack. Not only did Hoover's face turn green. Colton, Hakeem, Gordon, and Bonnie's expressions all changed as well. What on earth was this? The audience watching the live stream went wild. Hashtag LeafChichi, oh my god, I want to go to the scene, no one else should snatch it from me, I must go there. Hashtag box why didn't I manage to grab a ticket? Boss, can you add more tickets? Even scalper tickets are okay, I need to make requests while going to the scene. Hashtag wristguard, this is so exciting, I also want to snatch a ticket. Boss, please consider us. The live stream was getting a bit laggy. Isabella clicked his tongue, I really didn't expect your value to be so high. What surprised Isabella most was Bonnie. Not only did he endure various demands from the production team for Colton, but he also allowed that demon emperor certain liberties at times. Based on Isabella's understanding of Bonnie, this kind of thing would never have happened before. He must like that demon emperor Connor, right? While Isabella was pondering, Bonnie suddenly spoke up, Director. His voice remained clear and pleasant. Hoover was startled by Shingod's sudden outburst. He thought Shingod was going to protest, but what came next left everyone dumbfounded. Bonnie glanced at Connor and said slowly, I'd like to change this part, let me press down on him instead. I don't like being suppressed. Colton held his forehead. Is this even about who presses whom? This request is completely perverse. Who knew that Bonnie's words would get the chat room hyped up? Hashtag Huadang, oh my god, Shingod is just too cool. Sister, marry me. Hashtag Bokha, Colton, I want to be with your sister, is that okay? Hashtag Yu Watermelon, I want to be your mother-in-law. Imelda. Imelda never expected to be mentioned. Humph, you guys even want to snatch my master. You'll have to get past me first. Then Imelda started an argument with the chat. Even Gordon was stunned. He had never imagined his cousin would be so fierce. Imelda, you. Before Gordon could speak further, the red string tightened again, bruising his wrist. Conan glanced at him, raising an eyebrow, it's best you don't move around randomly. Otherwise, this red string won't be tied to your wrist but elsewhere. Gordon immediately thought back to last night and, enraged, yelled, "I'll take you down with me, you dead fish." Then he lunged forward, pinning Conan down. Unable to use his hands, he wanted to headbutt. But he lost strength in his waist and collapsed onto Conan. Seeing this, Conan flipped him over. "Mr. Lin, are you challenging me? Not yet tired from last night, huh?" Colton heard this and was utterly shocked. He had initially taken Ian's joke lightly, but this situation didn't seem like nothing at all. "Gordon, you and Conan. Before Gordon could finish, Conan covered his mouth. Conan smiled slightly. "Colton, it's nothing. The show is about to start, Mr. Lin has quite a temper, I'm just calming him down." A few girls in the stands jumped up excitedly. "Aha, I told you they'd work out." Conan finally gets fired up after looking lazy all along. Gordon turned out to be such a pure yet seductive cutie, quite different from the first day. Colton quickly pulled Conan away. "Get up, people are laughing at you." Conan looked at Colton with a smile, then shifted his gaze to Gordon's unwilling face. "Colton, if I stop you now, are you happy?" Colton glanced at Dash, baffled. What is Conan talking about? He took Conan's rudeness as a lack of tact among demons. Why mention this out of the blue? "Conan, are you okay? Why so abrupt? Is it because..." Here, Colton lowered his voice. "Has your mating season come?" Seeing the increasingly frenzied chat, Dash pulled Colton aside and tapped his forehead. "Enough, mind your own business, let it happen naturally." Ian also released Hakeem's eyes. "Alright, the spicy scene is over." Hakeem held Ian's hand, a bit discontent. "Why didn't you let me see? We've seen Colton and Dash enough times, haven't we?" Ian smiled slightly. Compared to the two people who don't know when to stop, Colton and Dash are still a little more reserved in public. Conan seemed ready to start something at any moment. "Ah. Really?" At this moment, Connor, who had been standing behind them with a dark expression, suddenly spoke up. "Are you sure?" Ian thought back for a moment. Remembering how intimate they were in the company lounge previously, he quickly changed his tune. "Forget what I said, they're just as eye-catching." Director Hoover saw that the guests were starting to gossip and immediately laughed to smooth things over. "Right, as actor Dash said, let it be natural. Each of you also has tasks to complete. You need to transform into your demonic forms, yes, demonic forms. Please go get makeup done and wait for special effects." Once again, Director Chin felt like he was speaking out of turn. They were truly transforming, yet he had to say it was all special effects. He hoped the audience wouldn't be frightened. Director Chin directed the demons to go to the dressing room and then would appear in their true forms later. Just as he made a "please" gesture, he saw a man wearing a hooded sweatshirt and a hoodie burst from the audience, holding a dagger, directly charging towards Colton. Colton. Not only did those on the scene jump, but the chat also went wild. "Ah. Is this a hidden plot twist?" As soon as the chat fell silent, everyone saw Dash blocking Colton. The dagger, emitting black smoke and an eerie aura, pierced Dash's chest. Then, right before everyone's eyes, Dash transformed into a massive, thick black snake. The person wielding the dagger, no, it should be called a puppet, instantly turned into powder and blew away with the wind. The entire venue fell deathly silent, and the chat stopped too. Everything happened so suddenly that people couldn't tell if it was part of the show or a real event. Buzz. The live stream was cut off, turning into a black screen. Weibo was overwhelmed by fans. Patty's company phones were ringing off the hook. All major media platforms became the top discussion topic. Hashtag Dash turns into a snake. Hashtag Dash dies for Colton. Hashtag an enemy among the guests. Hashtag audience participation in performance. People no longer knew if it was part of the variety show or a real-life incident. The guests could now clearly see. That transformation process wasn't special effects, it happened instantaneously. There wasn't even time to apply the special effects. Director Chin and some brave staff members dispersed the other guests. India, Connor, Ian, and Conan stared at the dagger emitting black smoke. This existence was even more powerful than the death curse talisman. To have such a puppet appear here meant it was premeditated. The dagger was designed to deal with demons, but whoever planned this had already calculated that Dash would shield Colton from the blow. Colton looked blankly at Dash, who lay on the ground, lifeless. He half knelt, picked up the snake gently, and patted it softly. "Hey, wake up. This is a joke, right?" Chapter 84. What does this mayfly look like? Isabella arrived at the scene. Priscilla turned back without expression and glanced at Isabella. "You stay with Colton, I'll go find Amos." Isabella nodded. Thinking of something, she asked again, "Do you know where Amos is?" Priscilla sneered, "Of course. Thanks to that dagger. Humans are always extremely selfish. That Amos couldn't bear to see Colton with a snake demon. He would certainly try every possible way to kill Dash. Malachi was also involved. After all, both hated Dash. "I'll go with you." Connor was worried about Priscilla, those two were ruthless characters. No matter how capable she was, she might not be able to cope either. Colton. After Priscilla left, Isabella was just about to help Colton up and console him when he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Colton. Ian and Conan saw this and immediately helped Colton up. Ian glanced at Isabella. What the heck is this? Really going for a joint cremation? Shut up. Of course not. Hakeem's eyes reddened. A snippet flashed in his mind. In his bloody, blurry vision, he failed to save that person, only watching helplessly as they were buried alive. While he himself was beaten to death by a group and thrown into the demon cave. Isabella checked his pulse and immediately said, "Stop talking nonsense. Quickly get these two back to the snake tomb." Back to the snake tomb? Aren't there many snake people there? We have to go even if there are. Isabella's face changed as she kicked Ian. Hurry up. Or it will be too late. Alright, right away, right away. Conan said, the snake tomb is useful for Dash's heart meridian, but it won't do much for Colton. Isabella pinched her chin and replied, true. Without the warding jade pendant, Colton would surely be entangled by demons, possibly making the situation worse. At this moment, Gordon beside kicked Conan to signal him to let himself go. I have a jade pendant. Conan untied the red string binding Gordon and then asked, what, you want to help demons now? I just hate you, this dead fish. I don't have any grudge with Colton. Gordon took out a jade pendant from his bosom and handed it to Isabella. I've had this since childhood, saving lives is paramount. Isabella nodded slightly and gestured Ian and Conan to set off immediately. Everyone, except Imelda who stayed behind to handle the surging media, went to the snake tomb. Isabella looked at Hakeem and Gordon. Actually, it's a bit dangerous for the two of you to go. Ian remarked, old hag, we're here aren't we? We can protect them. If they stayed alone in City A, they'd be in danger too. Conan glanced at Gordon beside, only to find Gordon also looking at him. You gave your jade pendant to Colton. If anything happens, Colton will be sad. Gordon. This stupid fish, keep silent if you don't know how to speak. Damn. Stupid fish. I don't want to talk to you, shut up. Conan wanted to say more, but Isabella interrupted, okay, Conan, they did help Colton and Dash, so shut up. Think about it, it's fine for Dash, but if Priscilla sees Colton like this upon return, none of us would likely survive. Ian. Conan. It seems true. Given Priscilla's character, he would absolutely do such things. Arriving at the entrance of the snake tomb, Isabella halted the car. Perhaps because something happened to Dash, countless snakes gathered at the snake tomb entrance. Just as Isabella was about to worry about how to deal with these snakes, they seemed to receive some command and opened a path. The snake tomb was full of coffins, usually used when one needed healing or was close to death. Isabella found the largest coffin on the altar and instructed Ian and Conan to place Colton and the snake inside. Suddenly, many ferocious snake people swarmed from all directions. Seeing this, Ian and Conan immediately shielded Hakeem and Gordon behind them. Without turning back, Isabella said, you deal with those guys first, no need to worry about me. Ian grinned, we don't need to worry about you anyway. After all, you're a devil just as famous as Priscilla. Isabella rolled her eyes, waved her hand, and the attacking snake people turned into powder. Hakeem watched dumbfounded. This boss is really something, no wonder he could recruit people like Ian. Isabella placed the jade pendant on Colton's body inside the coffin and closed the lid, saying, whether you can revive depends on your willpower. I can only help so much. Having said that, she turned around and looked in another direction. Since you've made us wait for so long, wouldn't it be impolite not to come out and meet a guest? The snake people kept rushing forward but were extinguished by Isabella's wave of her hand. The snakes circling around sensed the danger and retreated one after another. Nearby, beside a giant coffin, stood a towering tree. At this moment, all the sacrificial platforms in the snake tomb lit up. On that tree, under the light, they saw countless snakes coiled on its branches. Even Ian and Conan felt a bit queasy and had headaches seeing such a scene. Underneath that tree was a hollow, which emitted red flames from within. After a while, a masked man walked out from inside. Isabella descended the steps step by step and looked coldly at the man. So long, you still don't dare to show your true face. Colton and Dash are dead now, you still can't reveal your real face. Is loving someone necessarily through such a disgusting method? The man fell silent for a moment, then laughed out loud, ha ha, ha ha ha. Just as Ian was about to lunge at him, Hakeem held him back. Isabella also added, indeed, hitting such a person truly dirties your hands. Then her gaze fell back on the masked man. Over 1,300 years ago, you and Colton were both monster hunters. You envied Colton, were jealous of Colton, yet loved him humbly. When you saw Colton being sacrificed by villagers, you were furious but didn't dare resist them or save Colton. You're truly just like a mayfly. Loving but not daring to save him, not daring to openly admit it, only daring to hide in a corner, trying to control Colton with goose spells, making him belong to you. When you saw the relationship between Colton and Dash getting better, you wanted Colton to return, but it was too late, they had already fallen in love with each other. You hated and envied their feelings. So, you devised a way to make them hate each other until death, burying Colton alive, hoping his resentment would serve as the lure for your goose spells. The man laughed again softly. What else? What do you know? But you didn't expect Dash to save Colton under such intense hatred. Amos, you underestimated some emotions. From the moment you didn't dare stand up to save Colton, you were already completely defeated. Ian scowled and said, even Hakeem, such a timid person, stood up bravely for Colton. As for you, who kept saying, love, it's just your selfish desire. Stop being sickening, your love is worthless. Hakeem, eyes red with anger, cursed, damn it. Colton encountering you is truly an 8th-generation curse. Conan lunged forward as soon as the two started speaking. I'm not afraid of dirtying my hands. He extended his hand, covered instantly with scales, and in an instant split the mask off the man's face. I want to see what this mayfly looks like. Chapter 85, You damn well disgrace all demon hunters. It was an extremely ugly face. So hideous that it defied description. From the top of the head to the chin ran a very long scar, as grotesque as a centipede crawling across the face. The flesh on his face was almost entirely rotten, with several snakes slithering over it. In his eyes were hollow bulges of decaying flesh, like endless abysses. Ugh. Hakeem couldn't help but retch and turned away her gaze. Gordon also couldn't help but say, this is deliberately disgusting people with this appearance, right? He can turn into Colton's appearance, this look must also be changed. Hearing this, Ian's expression turned cold. No, this is his original appearance. When demons transform into human shapes, they always carry demonic aura. When he was in the form of Colton, there was demonic aura around him. But now, there isn't. Patty couldn't speak for a long time. Colton from back then and this person. One was heaven, the other was earth. One was the pride of heaven, full of youthful vigor and handsome appearance, while the other was living at the very bottom, just a tiny creature. Dark, cold, filled with hatred. How did my appearance scare you? Finally, the man spoke, taking a step forward, slowly walking towards the altar. Your reactions are just like those disgusting people. They always looked down on me and disdained me. But Colton was different. He was so powerful when hunting demons and so gentle with me. He never laughed at me and even gave me food. His smile was so gentle that I wanted to hide him away. So gentle that his twisted desires grew rampant. Until he could no longer control them. On the night he intended to drug Colton to have him, Colton was offered to a snake by the villagers. At that time, I wanted to kill all the villagers who offered Colton to the snake, along with those damned demon hunters. They didn't deserve to stand alongside Colton. Not at all. Patty drew her soft sword from her waist and pointed it at him. They don't deserve it, but neither do you. I warn you, though I no longer interfere in matters between humans and demons and have agreed not to kill demons in the short term, someone like you, who is half human and half demon, won't escape my blade. At this moment, she understood why Bonnie was so eager to kill this demon hunter. Colton's kindness in the past had led to such a tragic outcome. If it were her, she wouldn't be able to remain calm either. The man grinned, making his face even uglier. He stepped forward fearlessly, completely unafraid of Patty's threat. Colton is going to die, and I am saving him. You can't stop me. Lying next to that snake is just too disgusting. Get out of my way. Patty roared angrily, swinging her soft sword with infused spirit power. A flash of white light shot toward the man. The man didn't dodge and took the blow directly. His ugly face was nearly split open. But he still laughed darkly. Miss Joe, how could you try to kill me with a sword? The symbiotic goo I share with Colton doesn't just require his body but ensures eternal life. Do you know? Life after life, if he dies, I die, and if I die, he will die too. You. Patty's face changed. This Amos was truly deranged. This wasn't love, it was a terrifying obsession born of frustration. My Colton actually vomited blood for that snake. How could this happen? He's a demon hunter, how could he like a demon? Just because its appearance has changed, if Colton liked pretty faces, I could change mine too. Gordon, having a hot temper, suddenly shouted, damn it, can't you understand plain speech? What Colton liked had nothing to do with appearance. He liked Dash, only Dash. No matter what Dash was, if Colton cared about him being a snake, they wouldn't have been together from the start. Someone like you is worse than any demon. Gordon's anger flared, ready to charge up and fight. He had never felt so ashamed of being a demon hunter. You damn well disgrace all demon hunters. You don't deserve to be one. Seeing this, Conan immediately pulled Gordon back. Don't go. You're no match for him. But such a demon hunter is just too despicable. Conan tied Gordon's hands and feet with red threads. You don't even have your evil repelling jade pendant anymore. What can you do against him? There are many demons who harm people, and humans will always have a few scum among them. Get used to it. But he actually wants to share life and death with Colton, which is really disgusting. Gordon couldn't imagine what kind of trash Colton had encountered. If it were him, encountering such a pervert, he wouldn't even want to live. Disgusting. Hearing this, the man seemed to be stimulated, turning to look at Gordon. You say I'm disgusting? You're just like those demon hunters, you all deserve to die. Seeing the man rushing towards Gordon, Conan immediately stepped in front to block the attack. What do you want? To kill him. For the first time, Conan showed a vicious expression, his teeth turning into sharp fangs. Kill him, and you think you deserve it? Even though I can't kill you for Colton's sake, there are plenty of ways to make your life worse than death. Gordon also noticed Conan's transformation, but suddenly felt that this form wasn't ugly or scary. Was it a contrast illusion? Compared to this pervert, Conan was better. Patty nodded. Conan, you're right. Let him live, lock him up in Gue Hai Jishu. That way, Colton won't have to see him, avoiding bad luck. At this moment, Malachi's voice came from the entrance of the snake tomb. That won't work, Colton will die for sure. His voice was weak, as if injured. Everyone turned around and saw Bonnie putting away her blood-stained crescent blade under the red moon. She walked forward and looked at the hideous man. You're Amos. Due to her chronic illness, Bonnie spent most of her time resting, so apart from Hakim, she hadn't met many demon hunters and didn't know who Colton had interacted with. Today was her first time seeing this demon. Thinking of this, a cold gleam flashed across her eyes, as if possessed, and drops of blood dripped from her hand holding the crescent blade. You're Amos. Infused with extremely strong spirit power, the blood kept falling, blood mist rising, and each coffin in the snake tomb started to move. It was as if something was about to break out of the coffins. Realizing something, Patty's face changed instantly, shouting, Bonnie, calm down. If you trigger the snake blood sacrifice, all these snakes will transform into human forms. Chapter 86, Spirit Power Restored. But he caused Colton so much suffering. I want to kill him. Bonnie was about to finish Amos when a pair of long, slender fingers blocked him. Connor appeared behind him, pulling Bonnie into his embrace. Ian, Conan, and Adela immediately subdued Amos upon seeing this. The commotion around the coffins stopped as if something had subdued them. Bonnie glanced at Malachi who was beaten up. It couldn't be him. Could it be? Dash. With a bang, the coffin lid that Adela had put two people in earlier flew over. Adela slashed with her sword, splitting the lid in half. She thought they were done so quickly. Before she could even say anything, two voices came from above. What are you doing? This is inside a coffin, watch out. Didn't expect your spirit power to recover, so your strength must not be too bad. To hell with you, all you think about is this stuff. I secretly gave you immortality grasp before, didn't expect it would accidentally restore your spirit power, Colton, Go away. Your young master here is now the top demon hunter, if you touch me, I'll cripple you. If you cripple me, you'll be the one suffering later. Get lost, I'll kill you. Colton's voice was suddenly stifled. Inside the coffin, the two were being intimate while everyone below turned pale. We're fighting for our lives here, and you two are doing what? And in a coffin, no less. Damn, Dash is truly a beast asking for a beating. Hakim was the first to react, he immediately ran towards the altar. Colton, are you okay? Huh. As soon as Colton heard this soft voice, he immediately pushed Dash aside and slowly got up, jumping out of the coffin. He seemed reborn, his movements light and agile. Hakim, why you, everyone has come. Bonnie held her forehead, what a shameful fellow. She looked coldly at the garbage on the ground, move them aside, don't dirty Colton's eyes. Ian and Conan will keep an eye on them. Ian and Conan moved the injured Malachi and Amos to the side. Ian said to Bonnie, for a moment there, I thought we'd die in the snake tomb. Bonnie, go check on Colton or else none of us will make it. Bonnie withdrew her hand from Connor's grasp and ran up to the altar. Colton. Bonnie reached out her hand, and Colton instinctively dodged, thinking she was going to hit him. But in the next moment, Bonnie hugged him tightly. Sorry, you almost died while I was gone. Bonnie and Dash had planned the fake death to force Amos to show up. She hadn't expected Colton would be so heartbroken he spat blood. She wouldn't hide such things from him again. At that moment, Colton's hand froze midair. Why was Bonnie suddenly being so emotional? Before, she either beat him or scolded him. Was it because his past life was too tragic? Bonnie, I'm fine. Thanks to that nightmare, I actually have spirit power now. Maybe because he entered the illusion along with the snake, looking back at what happened, it felt like an enlightenment. Yeah, let's visit Mom and Dad when we get back. Hearing this, Colton smiled slightly, okay. He had been afraid that the demons around him might harm his parents and never dared to return. Since Bonnie suggested it, he should go back and see them. Dash raised his hand behind them, just about to speak when Bonnie said, save your energy. You and that demon emperor can't come. Pfft. Adela laughed suddenly. If those two went, the elderly couple would likely be scared to death. Colton's gaze fell on the person beside Malachi. Adela, Ian, and Conan instinctively blocked the view. Even Gordon did the same. After noticing, Colton said, "Boss, Ian, Conan, you don't need to block, I've seen." His expression grew very serious as he slowly descended the steps. "Step aside." Ian said instinctively, "Wait, calm down first, you." Before he finished, Conan and Gordon pulled him aside. Gordon said, "Some things indeed need to be faced by him because he is the party involved." Ian sighed and stepped aside. Colton looked at Amos, then his gaze fell on Malachi beside him. "Malachi, this is the culprit who caused my downfall as you mentioned in the program before, right?" Malachi felt a powerful spiritual pressure. The snake people nearby shattered into pieces as soon as they got close. Malachi's face changed as he looked at Colton. "Your spiritual power. Rest assured, it hasn't fully recovered yet. Compared to Bonnie, I'm still lacking, but it's more than enough to kill you too." Amos's black eyes stared straight at Colton. He was still as haughty and spirited as he used to be. He moved his lips, finally calling out, "Colton. I finally meet you. I." Before he finished, a small arrow pierced his throat. Adela's face changed, about to speak, when Colton spoke solemnly, "Boss, don't worry, I didn't kill him. I just pierced his laryngeal bone. He's been a monster for over 1,000 years, this attack won't kill him." Just like what he had done to Dash before. Colton increased the force in his hand. "I won't talk about how you treated me here, but I will settle accounts for what you did to Dash. You despised him, extracting his sinews and bones while he was in human form. You say I don't hate you and treat you gently, but I regret it. If time could rewind, I would choose never to have met you." "What are you saying?" Blood trickled down Amos's face, making it look extremely sinister. "You must have been bewitched by that snake. My Colton would never say such things." Gordon said disgustingly, "Still you're Colton. Please don't give yourself credit. Colton encountering a petty demon like you was a nightmare from the start. Get lost." Amos seemed stimulated, shouting loudly and attacking Colton. Seeing this, Malachi immediately transformed into a snake, wrapping around Amos and escaping towards the cave under the tree. Ian was about to chase after them when Dash, who had somehow appeared next to Colton, said, "Don't chase. That's an endless pit leading to countless intersections between worlds where one can easily get lost." Ian sized up Dash, "You died once and became immortal. Your words actually sound zen now." "Shut up." Dash hugged Colton, suddenly speaking gently, "It's okay, you've avenged me, everything's fine now." Nothing was fine. That guy had dared to bury Colton alive, and he hadn't settled that score yet. Malachi took him away before he could. Once Colton was better, he would go back to finish the job. Compared to settling old scores, Dash preferred staying with Colton, not wanting to leave his side for even a second. Cough, cough. Colton lightly coughed, covering Dash's eyes. "Don't look at me like I'm more important than your enemies." "Yes, you're the most important." Seeing the two being affectionate as if no one else was around, Bonnie and the others made a disapproving sound. With Malachi gone and Dash standing there, the snakes were behaving obediently. They cleared a path for everyone. Gordon glanced at Conan whose fangs were still sharp, whispering, "We're going back. You might as well hide your teeth." Conan looked at Gordon, "What, are you afraid of me? Scared of you?" "Hell no, I'm afraid of standing next to a monster and getting caught by other demon hunters." Conan laughed, shaking his head. In the past, he was actually quite scared of being seen by Colton. Because he feared Colton would dislike or ignore him. Now, he cared less about it. What difference does it make? Anyway, you ended up with a demon. But Conan kept this thought to himself. Chapter 87, Let's have a fight, and whoever wins gets to call the shots. The group was preparing to return to the city. Since there weren't enough seats in the car, Bonnie and Connor were made to get off. Mainly because Bonnie wanted to walk back, and Connor insisted on accompanying her. Then, as the demonic moon shone brightly and the red moon looked like blood, those at the top of the demon hunter and demon realms were taking a stroll. What a bizarre atmosphere. By the time the car reached the company building, dawn was breaking. Imelda sat on the steps, waiting with several staff members. When she saw the few people get out of the car, especially Colton and Dash, Imelda's eyes welled up with tears. "Colton, Dash, you're safe." Colton smiled and nodded. "We're fine, thanks to everyone, and Gordon. He gave me his evil-repelling jade pendant, I owe him a huge favor." Imelda wiped her tears and glanced at the others. "Why isn't my master here? Where is she? Hasn't she been tricked away by that demon emperor again?" Gordon's face darkened. "I went with them, yet you ask about Colton and Bonnie first without even mentioning me. All my efforts to protect you before were for nothing." Imelda looked at Conan beside Gordon and burst into laughter through her tears. "Well, with Conan by your side and your ability to hunt demons, you probably won't die." Gordon's face turned even darker. "Please take out the word probably." Conan smiled, reaching out and placing a hand on Gordon's shoulder, whispering in his ear, "Hunter, even your cousin doesn't respect you. You really need to practice more, or you'll be eaten by demons sooner or later. You. Go to hell, stinky fish. Just stay away from me." Throughout his life, Gordon had only chased demons. No demon had ever had any ulterior motives toward him, except this fish. It seemed to enjoy watching him squirm, hence the constant teasing. Suddenly, Gordon recalled how this fish had felt all over him 2 nights ago and whispered meaningless things in his ear. His face flushed. Seeing that he didn't respond, Conan thought he might be sick and reached out to touch his forehead. But his hand was slapped away instantly. Gordon stepped back as if bitten by a snake. "What are you doing? Don't touch me." Conan looked curious. Why such a strong reaction? Is your body that sensitive? Oh, it must be very sensitive. He remembered how the person trembled under him, with the back of their neck blushing furiously. Shut up. Patty couldn't bear to listen to the conversation anymore and hurriedly said, yes, everyone is exhausted today. Let's get back and rest. They had just come back from Snake Tomb, which had given her quite an eyeful, and now they were having another awkward moment. She shouldn't have set everyone up as matchmaker initially. Running an entertainment company felt like running a wedding planning service. Sigh, mainly because she was worried these guys would become overly irritable during their sensitive periods and not work properly, delaying her earning money. After making money, she'd donate it for good karma. Besides the money she handled, Patty hardly kept any for herself. Thinking of this, she told them, the demonic moon event will end soon. I checked yesterday, many casualties occurred despite it being the final days. Be careful, as some demons have already lost control and become unpredictable. At that moment, everyone's gaze landed on Gordon. Gordon looked speechless. Why are you all looking at me? Although Colton has recovered some spiritual energy, the one with the weakest combat skills isn't me. Hakeem's mouth twitched. I'm the worst, okay? Ian pulled Hakeem into his arms and said, hugging his shoulders, but you're with me. Gordon will surely refuse Conan's help and end up being chased by demons. So, everyone is warning you. Gordon choked. Seemed like that was indeed true. But he would never ask Conan for protection. His pride wouldn't allow it. At this point, Dash said to Colton, they are so embarrassing. Let's go home. Hearing this, the group shouted at the two, you two are the most embarrassing. Their conversation in the coffin was enough to make anyone shiver. The voices echoed, leaving the two stunned. That embarrassing? Just then, flashes of light started going off from afar. Colton instinctively shielded his eyes, and Dash blocked in front of him again. Colton said helplessly, your face looks great on camera as it is. Why are you blocking it? The media would definitely be going crazy now after seeing such a live broadcast. Tonight, media news about the event would surface. The secret about Dash being a snake would be revealed, but everything would be explained away with special effects. After all, everyone was concerned about these kinds of issues. Colton, let's go home. All right. Patty, noticing Colton's weakness, kicked Dash. You two want to die? I haven't given any orders yet. You were dragged into that coffin by me. Do you think you should go back and lie down? Dash glanced back at Patty. Are you sure you want us to return to the coffin? That way, you'll earn less money. Seeing Patty about to lose her temper, Imelda smiled and acted as a mediator. Boss Joe, Dash, stop arguing. Everyone is tired from the previous program. I suggest we rest for a day and start the show the day after tomorrow. Agreed. Ian and the others spoke in unison. Patty's mouth twitched, and she had no choice but to nod. Forget it, there are outsiders now, so it's not good to lose control. We'll talk about this later. Each one of them likes sticking close to someone else, right? They need some time apart. After returning home, before Colton could close the door, Dash pressed him against it. With a bang, the door shut. Colton. Upon hearing this voice, Colton knew the snake was back. How can he have so much energy? He reached out, touching Dash's head. It felt cool, like an ice cube. Dash grabbed his hand and couldn't resist nibbling on Colton's neck. Suddenly, Colton imagined himself gnawing on chicken necks. He quickly stroked the guy's nape, trying to soothe him. But it seemed to encourage more nibbles on his chin. Colton felt like he was being treated as food. No. What are you doing? I just went through that dream and am very tired, only wanting to sleep. But I have so much energy. What can I do? Colton looked up into the darkness, seeing nothing but feeling the presence. It was so intimate it drove him crazy. He swallowed nervously. Then why don't you go jogging? If not, let's have a fight, and whoever wins gets to call the shots. Chapter 88, could these two big stars have been following? Colton and Dash were fighting in the first half of the night, and still fighting in the second half. By the time it was light, he was nearly at his wit's end. Dash, however, looked radiant as he cooked in the kitchen, seemingly even humming a tune. Colton grunted. Dash, stop making noise. I want to sleep. Colton, don't sleep anymore. Get up and eat. Today I'm taking you out to play. Colton turned over, the blanket sliding off, revealing broken marks on his collarbone. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw a snake transformed into human form wearing a homely apron and holding a ladle enter the room. Ha! Colton suddenly burst into laughter. Dash, why are you dressed like that? Are you trying to seduce me? Upon hearing this, Dash's eyes darkened, and he immediately went to pull back Colton's blanket. Hey, what are you doing? I want to see who is actually seducing whom. Oh, for goodness sake. Don't touch me. Colton wrapped himself up with the blanket. Don't move me, I have something to do today. What are you going out to do? While they were talking, Dash once again reached under the blanket. Are you sick or something? Colton wished to kick this guy away with one foot. Get lost, don't touch me. At this moment, the phone by the bed rang, and Colton answered it. Aha, right away. I'll get ready and come down shortly. Wait for me. Dash heard this and had an unhappy expression on his face. You have plans with someone else? Colton caught that hand roaming around and gritted his teeth before saying, yes, I told Bonnie that I would visit my parents. Seeing the snake about to speak, Colton added, please don't say you're coming along. If you dare to come, I won't acknowledge you ever again. With that, he got dressed as fast as possible. The food on the table. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Colton then kissed Dash. There, good morning kiss. I'll eat when I get back, thank you for breakfast. Then he opened the door and went downstairs. Bonnie was already waiting downstairs. Seeing that Connor wasn't there, Colton approached and asked, that guy won't follow over, right? If he does, I'll kill him. The car drove for more than an hour before Bonnie brought Colton to a high-end residential area. Seeing this, Colton felt envious. Hey, since you have so much money, why don't you help me out? Bonnie smiled. You live with Dash, aren't you afraid of not having enough money? He is he, I am I. I need to earn more so that I can have money to spend in the future. Cash worshipper. Bonnie cursed and shook his head, smiling. As soon as the two entered the residential area, their parents were already waiting at the entrance. When they approached, Tiger hugged each one and said solemnly, it's good you've returned, let's go home. After releasing them, Colton looked up at his dad and mom, noticing both of them had more white hair. Colton's nose became sore. Giacomo, Misty, I'm sorry for making you worry. Colton's mother wiped away her tears, which Bonnie saw and gently brushed away. Misty, don't cry. It's all okay. Tiger looked at Colton and touched his hair, his voice a bit choked. Colton, after reading the letter your grandfather left behind before his death, we all know. Child, you've really suffered these days. Giacomo, don't be like this, I'm not used to it. He was always overshadowed by Bonnie since childhood. His father's attitude towards him had always been stern. This sudden gentleness, like Bonnie, made him uneasy for now. Bonnie noticed his uneasiness and remarked nastily, Colton, are you cheap bones who love to hear others scold you? Colton's mother immediately laughed and said, Gina, don't talk nonsense. The food you like is prepared. Let's go. Okay. All four of them entered the apartment gate together. At this time, two suspicious-looking individuals stood outside the apartment entrance, wearing baseball caps and sunglasses. Seeing this, the security guard immediately went out and asked, who are you and what are you doing here? We. Both people exchanged glances, not knowing how to explain. Follow those two people here. Hey, I'm talking to you. Take off your hats and sunglasses. Unwilling to cause trouble and be discovered by Colton and Bonnie, Dash and Connor quietly removed their hats and sunglasses. Seeing the two men, the security guard's face immediately changed. It's Dash and Connor. I've been following that terrifying show of yours. Dash, when you turned into a snake, the special effects were so real. Dash. I really did turn into a snake. The security guard glanced at the direction Dash and Connor were looking at and immediately understood why they were there. Are you looking for Colton and Bonnie? Would you like to wait here while I call them? No. Connor waved his hand immediately. He had promised Bonnie not to come today but couldn't resist wanting to follow over. Dash felt the same way. The corner of the security guard's mouth twitched. Could these two big stars have been following? Colton and Dash had appeared on the hot search before, so the security guard knew some gossip about them. But as for Bonnie and Connor, they hadn't officially announced their relationship yet. The security guard coughed lightly and asked, Mr. Chi, what's your relationship with Mr. John? Are you a couple? Connor's eyes reddened again. He coldly hummed, what, do you like Bonnie? Sweat dripped down from the security guard's forehead, and he hurriedly waved his hand. No, I just want to gossip a bit. Don't worry, I don't have any ulterior motives. Those eyes looked like wild beasts, he wouldn't dare have any ulterior motives. Moreover, although Bonnie was beautiful, it was a kind of beauty that kept people at a distance. Any ordinary man would dare not approach. Inside the apartment, Bonnie led Colton to stand in front of the grandfather's portrait and bowed. Grandpa, this is all my fault. Colton also bowed deeply. Tiger said, don't say that, it's not your fault. Grandfather's time had come. Yes. Colton nodded. Their mother quickly pulled the two boys to the dining table. Come, let's eat. Your mother hasn't seen you for a long time. Thinking of the live stream, Colton felt a little embarrassed and subconsciously looked up at his parents. Giacomo, Misty, you watched the live stream, right? Upon hearing this, Tiger paused mid-motion, put down his chopsticks, and his face turned unpleasant. Even Bonnie, standing beside Colton, fell silent. Colton's mother sighed, Ming, the kids are home for dinner. Let's talk about this another time. Tiger cast a glance at them and drank a cup of wine. I didn't plan on bringing this up. They stood up on their own accord. Colton took a deep breath, his voice trembling, Giacomo, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I know you're upset, but even if you're angry, I won't leave Dash. With a slam, Tiger threw his chopsticks down. Colton was startled. Bonnie immediately stepped in front of him. Father, if you blame anyone, blame me. I didn't stop Colton from being with Dash. Tiger's face turned ashen, and he continued, I said I didn't want to talk about this today. Colton, I read that story too and sympathize with you and Dash, but can you imagine how I feel, how we both feel, seeing you with a snake? Just as Colton was about to speak, the door to the apartment was pushed open with a bang. Colton and Bonnie turned to see two figures standing at the door. Dash and Connor. Colton's legs went weak, almost falling. Bonnie caught him. Don't faint now, or it'll get even messier later. Chapter 89, with so much blood lost, how many pieces of pig liver would one need to make up for it? The following period was the hardest time Colton had ever endured. Giacomo, Dash, and Connor stared at each other for nearly half an hour. If Misty hadn't been holding Giacomo back, he would have bitten Dash and Connor to death. Connor's lips slightly parted, he was about to issue a threat when he saw Bonnie's death glare. Thus, he immediately shut his mouth. Dash remained composed, his gaze steadily fixed on Tiger. Although I don't care about your parents' opinions, nor do I care about what others think, I care about what Colton thinks. I know you're concerned about my identity, but even if you oppose, I will. He was halfway through when Colton covered his mouth. Okay, shut up. Go away quickly. Colton knew his dad all too well, if this guy kept talking, Giacomo might really rush over and fight him. As he spoke, he pushed Dash towards the door. Bonnie also kicked Connor, who understood and dragged Dash out while whispering in his ear, if you still want Colton sleeping beside you tonight, then keep your mouth shut. With a bang, the door closed once again. Colton cautiously approached, his face pale. Seeing Giacomo's expression, he almost fell to his knees. Well, Giacomo, don't be angry. Hear me out. Tiger snorted coldly. Did you invite him here to provoke me? Colton waved his hands hurriedly. No, Giacomo, you misunderstood. He looked to Bonnie for help. Taking a deep breath, just as Bonnie was about to speak up for him, Tiger interrupted, you needn't say more. Have you two already been together, that demon emperor? No. Bonnie denied instantly. Even though that guy acts like he's courting every day. But Bonnie just wanted to beat someone up, no, to beat a demon up. Humph, not. Your interaction during the show, do you take me for an old fool? Gina, how can you? You were the most obedient as a child, and as a demon hunter, how could you involve yourself with a demon? Seeing this, Colton's mother advised quickly, alright, Ming, we've escaped death. To be alive is already something we should thank heaven for. Let the kids decide for themselves. I trust Gina and Colton. Those they like are certainly not evildoers. But. Before Tiger could say more, Misty interrupted loudly, can't you shut up? Look at how scared the children are. For a moment, both Colton and Bonnie froze. Because this was the first time they had seen their mother lose her temper with their father. Tiger seemed to freeze for a long time before reacting. With a light cough, he said, fine, you two get lost. I don't want to see you lately. Both of them had gotten involved with demons. How would he explain his actions at Grandpa's funeral with a cleaver? Giacomo. Colton wanted to say more, but Bonnie pulled him toward the door. Giacomo, I'll visit you another day. At the elevator entrance, Colton looked at Bonnie with a speechless expression. Those two guys are sick, right? They were told not to come, yet now look what happened, this rare meeting went so badly. Bonnie's face changed. She suddenly felt like using the crescent blade on that guy. What was Dash doing there, and why did he join in too? This was the first time Bonnie had been scolded by her father, which was humiliating. She looked at Colton darkly, who got scared. You won't really kill Connor, right? Yes, I want to eliminate him and that snake. Hey. Colton jumped, pulling Bonnie back. Calm down first. A lesson is enough, let's not end up killing anyone. Dash's wound just healed. Wound? That dagger didn't hit him. We were just acting. How could you be so naive? Last night, didn't you fall for it again? Bonnie had noticed the redness on Colton's collarbone. That dead snake, such a jerk. This. Colton immediately thought of last night. During their fight, the guy claimed his wounds hadn't healed, using the pain as an excuse to trick him. It was because of this that he surrendered, only to later allow the guy to do whatever he wanted. At the thought, he felt a pain in his back. Yes, if he had really been injured, why would he bully him like that? Bastard. Thinking of this, Colton gritted his teeth and decided to go settle accounts with that snake. When they reached the building's lobby, those two bastards were already waiting. Colton walked over and just as he was about to attack Dash, his wrist was grabbed. What's wrong? Still angry. You weren't injured at all, why did you lie to me? Damn, I even made him spit out blood, what a loss. So much blood lost, how many pieces of pig liver would one need to make up for it? Bonnie wasn't as gentle as Colton, he threw a punch straight into Connor's face. Connor's skin was already pale, after this blow, dark circles appeared immediately. SSS. Connor covered his eyes and glanced sideways at Bonnie. It was just to meet your parents, we were going to have to do it eventually. Why did you hit me? You made me get scolded by my father for the first time, deserved that punch. Seeing the two men ready to fight, Dash dragged Colton away. Let's go home. I'll let you hit me, you can hit me as many times as you want. It's my fault, I apologize. Don't touch me. Otherwise, I'll move back in with my parents. No way. Dash pulled Colton back into his arms. In the struggle, Dash's cap and sunglasses fell off. Bonnie and Connor's fight was captured on video by passers-by. Just like that, it became a trending topic. Patty looked extremely displeased. Taking just one day off could result in a trending topic, unbelievable. Director Hoover then said, Boss Joe, don't overthink it. This actually brings more attention to our show. Currently, the hottest couples are Dash and Colton, followed by Bonnie and Connor. After I found out that Dash and Colton were fine yesterday, I analyzed the data, Ian and Hakeem, Conan and Gordon's popularity has also increased. Patty sighed slightly. As for these demons, only Dash couldn't hold it together, Colton surrendered long ago. As for Ian and Conan, they haven't succeeded yet. It's a long journey ahead. Speaking of Demon Emperor Connor. Talking about this Demon Emperor, Patty was full of sympathy. Tricked by Dash, Ian, and Conan into becoming the Demon Emperor, he had suffered enough. And now, well, truly a tragic fate. Why did this Connor fall for that demon? If he liked someone else or another demon, it might have already turned into a done deal. Maybe even kids would be running around by now. To make Bonnie submit, harder than climbing to the heavens. Unless you knock him out, and then. Stop. Seeing this, Hoover immediately stopped Patty from continuing. Boss Joe, we're operating a legitimate business here. Let's not turn this into a legal drama. Good point. Hope these pairs will rest well today because tomorrow is likely to be tough. Chapter 90, lived 20 years, first time feeling so irritated. Hakeem felt that Ian had been acting very oddly recently. This great god had become much gentler to him, no longer being sharp-tongued, and it seemed as though he was planning something behind his back. Hakeem thought of that saying. When someone is overly attentive without reason, they are either up to no good or have ulterior motives. By the time the moon rose in the evening, he couldn't take it anymore and asked, Great God Ian, what do you really want? Can you just say it? You're making me scared. Ian had now completely transformed from Colton's assistant into a personal possession of Ian. Initially, it was clear that he was the one clinging to Great God Ian, but now, Ian wouldn't let him leave even if it was just a few hundred meters away. Colton and Dash didn't care about this situation at all, they might have thought he was a third wheel. Boss Patty finally decided to make him Ian's assistant. Upon hearing Hakeem speak, Ian paused in the act of pouring water. He glanced at the seductive grass given by eerily in his palm. Wasn't it a bit too unethical to make Hakeem take this and act accordingly? Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes and smiled, Nothing, I think you've seen too many monsters lately and are getting paranoid. Hakeem nodded, Is that so? Then I'll go cook. What would you like to eat? Ian smiled slightly, Anything. Whatever you eat, I'll eat. After all, everything tasted the same to him anyway. Seeing Hakeem head to the kitchen, he immediately sent a WeChat message to eerily, Why do I have to use this stuff? Why don't you use it? Eerily replied quickly, Because he can't beat me, I can force him. With Hakeem, you probably don't dare to force him, right? Ian. Among the three of them, no, including that old thing, the Demon King, it seemed only eerily had no scruples. Although they all initially wanted to force it, in the end, only eerily chose to be forceful. As for Connor, it wasn't feasible since India was simply too powerful. There were risks involved. Wanting to sleep with someone shouldn't cost a life. Of course, eerily also did not actually force him, it was merely empty talk. The night before, outside the company building, Gordon naturally did not want to be associated with eerily. Eerily didn't want to prolong the matter either because he just wanted to go home and soak in water. But that guy kept talking non-stop, which he found extremely annoying, so he made him shut up. Imelda even begged him to protect Gordon well because everyone, whether monster hunters or demons, must have seen him mixing with demons on live streams. Even old witch Patty spoke up. Eerily had no choice but to drag him back home. Gordon was tied up and thrown on the sofa. He continued cursing non-stop without showing any signs of fatigue. Eerily feared it would affect others, so he naturally set up a boundary. After finishing his message to Ian, he immediately covered Gordon's mouth with his hand. If you speak again, I'll gag your mouth, not with my hand. Want to try it? Recalling how that guy pinned him against the wall and spewed lewd words. Gordon immediately shut up, his face flushed red, but he obediently nodded. Better. Eerily poured him a cup of water and handed it over. Been cursing for so long, want some water? Don't want it. Although he said that, his throat was indeed dry, and after speaking, he swallowed. Eerily knew this guy liked to say one thing and mean another. He mixed lukewarm water and forcefully pinched his chin to make him drink. But I insist you drink. As a merman, I understand the pain of being without water better. It's better to drink more. Cough cough. Gordon coughed as the water spilled onto his shirt, wetting a patch. His eyes turned red, tinged with desire. You. Do you feed people water like that? Untie me, I can drink myself. No. Eerily refused immediately, leaving no room for argument. Why not? Trust me, I won't run. What kind of nonsense was this idiot fish? Moreover, his exorcism pendant could not suppress this guy at all, which was truly infuriating. This has nothing to do with running. Even if you wanted to, do you think you could? I just enjoy seeing your awkward expressions. Go to hell. Gordon's curse was cut short when his jawline was pinched. In the next moment, Eerly's fingers slipped into his mouth, pinching his tongue. Your mouth is so dirty, do you want me to pull out your tongue? I said, if you shout again, I'll block your mouth. This bastard. See you. He didn't care at all whether Gordon would get angry. If this went on, Gordon felt he would really lose his integrity. So he just hummed and nodded. That's better. Ebert finally released his hand from Gordon's jawline. Then he touched his forehead and said, I'm going to the bathroom to soak in water, and come out after an hour. Have a good sleep. Sleep, well. Gordon originally wanted to curse him, but considering his abnormal personality, he chose to compromise instead. This fish was really too much to handle, purely a pervert. With his hands and feet tied, and the fish soaking in water, Gordon couldn't fall asleep. After half an hour, he really needed to go to the bathroom, urgently. But the fish was occupying the bathroom. Hey, how much longer will you be? After a long pause, Ebert's lazy voice came from the bathroom, what do you need? I want to use the bathroom. Come in then. How? How can I use it? You have some weird kink. Do you like watching others use the bathroom? The bathroom fell silent. Gordon got up and hopped over lightly. Since his feet were also tied, hopping looked very comical. He slowly poked his head out, trying to see what that guy was doing. But the next moment, everything spun wildly before his eyes as he was pulled into the bathtub. Completely soaked. Gordon was startled, with his hands also tied, he leaned entirely against Ebert's chest. As his pants brushed against the scales of the fish tail, his scalp felt like it was exploding. What are you doing? Are you crazy? You're the one who's noisy. Your mouth never stops, you really owe me, see. This is something I recently learned from humans, and it fits you perfectly. You. Seeing the scales at the corner of his eyes and the sharp fangs, Gordon swallowed all his words instantly. Damn, hoping this fish would die soon. Damn, so angry, yet unable to beat him. Sir Ebert, I just want to use the bathroom, why did you drag me into the bathtub? Don't you know what you look like? His leg brushed against the light blue fish tail, causing Gordon immense discomfort. All he wanted was to crawl out of the bathtub. Damn, so embarrassing. However, just as he tried to move forward, he was pulled back by the collar and tightly hugged. Then a low whisper by his ear, Gordon, do you want to know how mermaids reproduce? Not interested, not the slightest interest. Hearing this, Gordon's voice rose sharply, almost making his hair stand on end. This should be discussed in Animal World. This fish is truly sick. Gordon silently swore that he would buy a few fish and cook them when he got home, then make a fish soup for him tomorrow, just to anger him. Ebert seemed to be chuckling and asked, really not interested? I said no, I don't need to use the bathroom anymore, I'll hold it, you continue to soak, I'm leaving. Whoosh. Just as Gordon finished speaking, he landed in the water. In shock, he saw the fish tail turn into human legs. No pants, naked. Ah. Gordon screamed and immediately covered his eyes. Damn, lived 20 years, first time feeling so irritated. Chapter 91 What a bastard, you ruined my romance, how unscrupulous. Colton had been sulking all along and didn't utter a word even when he arrived at the apartment with Dash. The moment the door closed, Dash blocked his way. So, you're angry? Colton gave a cold snort, sidestepped Dash to sit on the sofa, then turned on the TV. It was airing Animal World, specifically, mating snakes. With an expressionless face, Colton changed the channel. Still, Animal World, this time featuring foxes. Damn. After another expletive from Colton, he switched channels once more only to find late-night shows. What kind of day was today? Animals and humans were both into late-night shows. In a huff, he turned off the TV, no longer wanting to speak. Dash silently sat beside him. Just as he reached out to hug Colton, he was repelled by a strong burst of spiritual power. Colton glared at Dash. "Today, you'd better not touch me." Aware that he was at fault, Dash subconsciously asked, "Is it because I went to your parents' place?" Good grief. This infuriated Colton once more. After all this time, this guy still didn't know where he went wrong. To go to Snake Graveyard was completely planned by you and Bonnie, right? It was just for healing my wounds, you weren't even injured. Taken aback, Dash nodded anyway. "That's true. Also, it was meant to draw out Malachi and Amos. The poison Amos planted in you has been temporarily suppressed. Do you know how desperate I felt then? You Snake, actually daring to keep it from me. Don't talk to me for a while. How could that be possible?" Dash exerted force on his hands again, pinning Colton back onto the sofa. Colton used his spiritual power to resist, and thus they were deadlocked. Until Dash's WeChat call on the coffee table rang. With impatience written all over his face, Dash glanced at it. Ian was calling. He pressed the answer and speaker keys. "Ian, Dash, Hakeem is drunk and ate the given by Conan. Now, should I or shouldn't I do anything about it?" Dash. Colton. Damn, these demons must have their brains messed up. Why did you ask for from Conan? And why does Conan have that stuff? Who was he planning to use it on? Ian, if Hakeem likes you, I wouldn't say anything. But he's my savior, and if he doesn't consent, if you dare to make a move on him, not just I but Bonnie will cripple you. After a moment of silence, Ian suddenly asked, "So you guys are not getting along? Get out." Colton was about to swear when his mouth was covered. Dash said, "Do as you please, just ensure he doesn't cause trouble tomorrow. Don't forget we still have one last live broadcast tomorrow, don't go too far. Otherwise, Patty will certainly cripple you." Dash naturally had his own thoughts. If both Conan and Ian found partners, then he won't need to guard against them anymore. After all, during the first live stream, both their eyes were on Colton. Dash hung up and let go of Colton. The poison Froma's no antidote. Without it, that person will die. Patty certainly won't have an antidote every time someone gets poisoned. Colton immediately pushed Dash away and stood up. "Isn't that what Conan gave? He must have the antidote, let me call him." "No need." Dash stopped Colton and seriously explained, "We've lived in Guanhai Jishu for hundreds of years. Is a type of herb they use for procreation. There is no antidote. Once used, one can only relieve the drug effect through procreation. The plant's effect is very strong. If one cannot get rid of it through procreation, the person who gets poisoned must die a horrific death. I disapprove of Ian forcing himself on others, but saying so earlier was because there is no other way to detoxify the medicine. Without Ian, Hakeem would die." Colton was almost enraged. But he didn't know what to do. "You people in this demon world, what kind of beings are you? Are you all driven by lust? Did Conan have the tall along, intending to give it to someone?" Dash couldn't help but laugh at Colton's angry expression. "What if he wanted to give it to you from the start? In that case, he'd be crippled." Dash nodded. "You're right. I'll cripple him, and so will Bonnie." Colton gave a cold snort. "Don't talk as if I can't live without you. I used to like beautiful women, especially the top students in school. Tell me honestly, did you play tricks on my previous girlfriends?" Dash's eyes darted around, avoiding Colton's gaze. "Let's talk about something else." "Fine. So it was true." Colton flipped over and pinned Dash down again. "You are such a cunning dog, no, a cunning snake. How shameless can you be? Colton, I didn't want to see you being sweet with them. Not killing them was already quite lenient of me." Colton was at a loss. Was this guy aware of what he was saying? "What you did is just intolerable. They did nothing wrong, why did you have to scare them away? Because they touched your hair and wanted to kiss you." Colton almost rolled his eyes heavenward. "Kiss me? They only held my hand, I didn't even get the chance to propose before they dumped me. I thought I was cursed or something. It turned out that he was cursed by this snake. You bastard, cutting off my romance prospects, how unscrupulous." Dash kissed Colton's face. "What more romance do you need? Aren't I enough for you? Am I not trying hard enough?" Hearing these suggestive words, Colton immediately covered that guy's mouth. "Shut up. If you keep nagging, I'll go home right now." "Okay, I won't say anything. As long as you're not angry, I'll do anything." Colton took a deep breath. Today had given him too many reasons to be upset, and he wasn't sure whose actions deserved the most ire. "I'm hungry." Not having eaten much at his parents' place, Colton's stomach was truly uneasy. Seeing that the snake was getting worked up again, he held the guy's face to prevent him from getting any closer. "Didn't you cook for me? Heat it up, I want to eat." Dash immediately brightened up. "Sure, I'll do it right away." Colton was very curious. "It's just eating. Why are you so happy? Being full gives one energy." Upon hearing that, Colton threw his shoe at the snake. "Go to hell. Recalling something, he added, that damned stinky snake, you actually let Ian touch Hakim just now. I won't forgive you. Dash shrugged, totally unconcerned. Tomorrow is the last day of Demon Moon Ascending, I suspect tonight more than Ian will lose control. Even Ebert probably won't stay idle. The night before Demon Moon Ascending is when demons are most affected, and their demon nature is strongest. Even Bonnie might not be able to hold out. Colton. Damn. Is this Demon Moon Ascending turning everyone into the animal world? Chapter 92, Connor's Decision. The next day, early morning. Isabella was waiting at the entrance for a group of people to come to the company. After all, these 4 pairs were her cash cows now. Just watching them push their limits had already raked in a lot of money in tips. Not everyone had arrived yet, Hakim and Gordon were not there. Even more outrageous was that, apart from Bonnie, Colton, Dash, Connor, Ian, and Conan all had dark circles under their eyes. She was stunned for a moment. Did you have a discordant night? Where are Hakim and Gordon? Could it be that they fainted and haven't woken up yet? Colton. On this point, Colton had deep personal experience. He had also been unconscious for a long time during his encounter. Damn, truly despicable. Dash was right, last night, Ian and Conan indeed took action against Hakim and Gordon. Ian, Conan, you two, come here. Seeing Colton's angry expression, Ian and Conan had no choice but to follow him. Colton looked at Ian, why did you make Hakim eat that enchanting grass? What do you plan to do? Ian pushed Conan forward, he gave it to me. Conan immediately said, he asked me for it, besides, I didn't use it myself. Why isn't Gordon here today? He fell ill. Colton's face darkened, what kind of illness? Just a cold and fever, he'll be fine tomorrow. You really? Seeing Colton grinding his teeth, about to leap up to kill someone, Dash quickly pulled him back. Hey, Colton, this is their own business, you should stay out of it. Besides, Hakim came to the company because of your request. If you really want to assign blame, you might bear some responsibility as well. At this moment, Connor coldly remarked, you two still managed to get what you wanted, only I got beaten up. Ian and Conan instantly covered the places where they were hit, coughing lightly. Compared to Connor, they seemed a little better off. At this moment, Bonnie took out his crescent blade. Seeing the weapon, Connor, Ian, and Conan all took a step back. Colton wanted to say something else, but Dash pulled him aside again, whispering, I told you, don't meddle, this is their own business. Colton witnessed the scene of the 4 people fighting, causing cracks on the ground. Isabella didn't stop them but instead applauded. Bonnie, you'd better disable these half-brained fools who think with their lower bodies, I'm all for it. They even dared to disrupt my live stream today. Bonnie put away his weapon and glared coldly at Isabella, then why don't you join me? Together, we might actually disable them. Isabella nodded and drew her flexible sword from her waist. Agreed, I've got a belly full of rage too. Thus, the final day's live stream didn't happen, but the battle between humans and demons outside the streaming company made it to the news. Because many reporters captured it on camera. When people saw the footage, they were dumbfounded. Do they have built-in special effects? Or is it for the live stream hype, so they're doing it for real? This combat scene sparked intense discussions online. Isabella gained more attention, with more merchants calling in for collaborations. Turning disaster into fortune. Colton looked at the ongoing discussion and shook his head with a smile. These fans were good at imagining things, coming up with suitable explanations. But this was the most plausible scientific explanation. At this moment, the cameraman had a question. Normally, special effects require green screens or green objects, but when he filmed the fight, there was no green stuff around. Could those demons be real? The cameraman was scared by this thought. He immediately shook his head, no way, it must be special effects. How could demons appear so openly? The final day's live stream, without focusing on couples or being overly sweet, still gained high attention. Isabella was very happy, smiling radiantly as she watched the 3 injured demons. Thank you 3, it's been a pleasure working with you. Colton glanced at the 3 bruised faces, 3 injured demons, and then looked at Bonnie, who was staring blankly at his phone. Why did you provoke them? Ian touched his sore spots and snorted, Colton, you're too ungrateful. I even gave you the soul-scattering whip, but in the end, Bonnie still beat me up like this. Colton said with a suppressed laugh, it wasn't me who beat you up. Although I was angry about how you forced yourself on Hakim, I didn't think of beating you up this badly. I can only say that Boss Cho and Bonnie are just too strong. Isabella and Bonnie were like devils in the demon hunting community. Judging from this, the demon hunters combined were no match for them. Colton looked at Dash beside him, next time we confront those demon hunters, we should take these 2 along, they'll definitely help us drive those people away completely. Dash nodded, agreed. At this moment, Bonnie lifted his head and glanced at Colton, oh, those people. When I met them during my demon hunting before, I already took care of them. Not many are left. Colton. So, it turned out only Malachi and Amos, the 2 troublemakers, were left. Dash looked at Bonnie, who was playing with his phone. Then what do you think, where could Malachi and Amos be? Bonnie put his phone away and glanced sideways at Connor. I am tracking them. Since the live streaming task is completed, I'm leaving first. With that, she walked out of the office. Connor was about to stand up when Isabella pressed her hand on his shoulder. Hey, wait a minute. Connor slightly raised his eyes. What? I won't be as merciful with you as I was with Bonnie. During the fights, he kept taking hits and couldn't bring himself to attack seriously. Isabella understood the situation and smiled faintly. I know you held back, seeing you unable to catch anyone was quite pitiful. So, I thought I would teach you a way to get her. After all, you helped me a lot with the live stream. Hearing this, Connor's expression visibly brightened. Really? Yes, I've known her for years. She's so bold now because she knows you won't leave. Let's make a bet, if you disappear from her world for a while, she will come looking for you. Hearing this, Colton added, Boss Cho really understands Bonnie. She's like that, she doesn't notice when someone sticks around too closely. Only after you're gone will she realize she can't bear the absence. Connor saw that Colton's attitude towards him had changed. He stood up and asked, Colton, are you willing for Bonnie and me to be together? Colton smiled, it's not up to me. It depends on Bonnie's willingness. Demon King, you must control yourself and not appear around her. And using a bit of self-sacrifice might help, you'll succeed for sure. Colton could see that Bonnie wasn't indifferent to Connor. However, her personality made her passive in relationships. Because too many people loved her, Connor was just one of them, and she didn't pay much attention to him. Dash also laughed, Demon King, you're the leader of our demon world. Even Ian and Conan succeeded. If you fail, your reputation will be ruined and the news spreads in the demon world. Colton glared at Dash, shut up, you're the most hurtful. Dash shrugged, fearing Colton's anger, he kept quiet. Connor didn't mind too much. Anyway, he had no interest in being the Demon King, so he nodded excitedly, thank you for your good wishes. From today, I won't go find Bonnie anymore. At this moment, Conan, who had just applied ice to his swollen lips, handed over a shell like jade, Old Chi, if you don't mind, go to the ruined sea. The time flow there is different from here. 1 day there equals 1 month in the human world. If you stay there for a few days, Bonnie may look for you all over the world. Chapter 93 This feeling of being a substitute, really sucks. Connor left, and Colton and his friends also came out of the company, preparing to head home. Ian and Conan had to return and face the person lying at home as well. Especially Conan, he felt that once he stepped in, he might get his head chopped off. The demonic aura in City A dissipated quite a bit. Colton obviously felt a wave of vitality, it seemed many demons returned to the demon world. Dash, do you think being an extremely powerful demon hunter is also a kind of mistake? If I hadn't been so powerful back then, would all those troubles not have happened? Nor would he have been taken for sacrifice to the demons. A breeze blew, Dash looked at Colton beside him. The sunlight shone down, making his silver hair glaringly bright, while his amber eyes were as beautiful as gemstones. Colton, in this world, there's no such thing as if. Everything is destined. Although we suffered back then, now, shouldn't things be not the worst anymore? Colton thought about it, and it indeed seemed so. Then who has it the worst? Probably Connor. After thinking again, Colton said, not right. Ian and Conan going back should also be like an earthquake of magnitude 8. Just then. Behind them came Imelda's voice, Colton, Dash. Colton turned around and saw Imelda dragging Emil running towards the two. Colton asked, why did you come? Emil's lung capacity was even worse than Imelda's. His face flushed red, bent over, gasping for breath for quite a while before saying, strange phenomena appeared in my villa's swimming pool. Since you guys know about these things, I came to find you. What phenomena? You could have sent a message. It wasn't necessary for Master to run over here. Emil coughed a few times, scratching the back of his head shyly, only by doing this can I show sincerity. Colton, Dash, why don't you just come to my place? I can't explain clearly. Colton thought it might be related to Malachi and Amos, so he nodded in agreement. As for Conan, when he opened the door, a shiny dagger stabbed towards him. Conan dodged the attack. The person attacking him fell on the ground due to exhaustion. Conan sighed, this guy was really trying too hard. He picked up the person and laid him on the sofa. Get away. Let me go. Gordon's face was flushed, shouting loudly and hitting Conan's face with a punch. What do you think I am? You like Colton but treat me like this, get away. Seeing Gordon making a big fuss, Conan felt annoyed, tore off a new towel bought yesterday and stuffed it into Gordon's mouth, then pinned him down on the sofa. This guy never listens properly, he only knows how to make a scene. Yesterday, you barged into the bathroom while I was transforming, which was the most dangerous time. Whether you believe it or not, I didn't think of Colton yesterday. What I thought about, was you. Not just yesterday, since the last time he went to stick himself to Colton's window and got caught by the security guard, he had already conceded defeat. In Colton's heart, there was only Dash, not him. All the teasing and verbal sparring afterward were just for the sake of annoying that snake because it was unpleasant. After explaining, Conan took the towel out of Gordon's mouth and let him go. Forget it, if getting hit comes, let it come. Yesterday's experience, even if it means getting hit, it was worth it. Anyway, this guy now hits like a kitten scratching, far from as effective as Bonnie and Ricky. Gordon. What? I thought you died because you were shouting all night. Before he could finish saying, to die, Gordon grabbed something nearby and threw it at Conan. Shut up. Get away. You fish, stinky fish. Don't you dare come near me. Alright, calm down a bit. Saying this, he walked towards the kitchen, intending to prepare some food. His body hadn't fully recovered yet, better to cook something light. By the way, what do you want to eat? Gordon originally wanted to curse, eat your mom, but changed his words viciously, I want to drink fish head soup, blue fish specifically. Conan glanced at Gordon. Don't stare, if you can't make it, get lost. Apart from that fish, I won't eat anything else. Hearing this, Conan didn't get angry, rolled up his sleeves and nodded, fine, you said it. If you refuse to eat later, I'll hold your mouth open and force it in. Gordon. This big lecherous fish. Gordon's head was still aching, and he opened his mouth but didn't have the energy to even curse. Get lost, I'm not eating. I want to go back home. After cursing, Gordon started looking for his shoes but couldn't find them after searching for a long time. Forget it, if slippers were on his feet, he'd just wear them, he really didn't want to stay with this fish any longer. But just as he walked to the door, he was pinned against it. With a bang, his head nearly collided with the door. That dead fish had lost his mind again. Gordon struggled a bit but found no movement, so he gave up. Where do you want to go? Home. I said, stay. What if I insist on leaving? Gordon simply didn't want to listen to this fish now and just wanted to defy him. It was driving him crazy. If you leave, I'll tie you up again until you agree to stay. As he spoke, Conan picked him up by the waist and placed him on the bed in the bedroom. Gordon, I'm a demon, and I don't have much patience. If you don't want me to break your arms and legs, don't run. You will be allowed to leave, but not now. The aftermath of the demon moon surge was still ongoing, and there were many demons roaming outside. This guy was emitting demonic aura from Gue Haijishu. If he walked on the road, he could easily be attacked as an outsider. Gordon bit his lower lip and said with red eyes, Conan, what did I do wrong? Why are you treating me like this? Just because I often scold you without reservation. If that's the case, then kill me. Anyway, demon hunters and demons are always enemies to the death. Upon hearing this, Conan's face darkened. What are you saying? Gordon lifted his head and stared into those deep blue eyes, speaking word by word, I said, Dash wouldn't treat Colton like this, Ian wouldn't treat Hakeem like this. They love each other, and whatever they do is justified. But what about me? What's the deal? You don't like me but imprison me. What am I? Your toy. How freaking ridiculous. A demon hunter who had been educated to hunt demons and uphold righteousness from childhood ended up being slept with by a demon. If it was mutual love, it would have been okay. After all, there have always been plenty of stories and legends about humans and demons together throughout history. But that demon was clearly just playing around. Not at all sincere. What Gordon cared about wasn't that he was slept with by a demon. After all, it was just a body. What he cared about was that the demon obviously liked someone else yet treated him like this. He didn't do anything wrong from start to finish. This feeling of being a substitute was truly fucking terrible. Chapter 94. A pool full of dead creatures. Ian's situation was much better than Conan's. Hakeem was very well behaved. Upon seeing Ian return, he had already tidied up the house and was sitting on the couch watching TV. Ian thought the little guy would be angry. But who knew, as soon as he sat on the sofa, Hakeem poured him a cup of tea. Ian, I'm sorry. I lost my composure last night, I shouldn't have drunk so much. I'm really sorry. Ian. What was this all about? No matter how you put it, the one who should apologize isn't him. Did this guy just wake up confused? I've always been prone to getting belligerent when I drink. Last night, I kept clinging to you. By this point, Hakeem couldn't continue. Moreover, I delayed the morning live stream. Now Parker must be furious. Ian thought that Hakeem still didn't know he had taken Mei Chow. He still thought it was his drinking that caused the trouble. Taking advantage of the situation, Ian pointed to the bruises on his face. Yeah, look at the injuries on my face, all beaten by Bonnie and Patty. Since Ian came in, Hakeem hadn't dared to look directly at him. Now, lifting his head, he saw that Ian's face indeed had serious wounds from being hit. Is it because I didn't go that Parker beat you? Yeah. She blames me for bullying you into fainting, preventing you from doing the live stream, so she beat me. The more Ian explained, the deeper Hakeem wanted to bury his head into the couch like an ostrich. Don't say any more. From now on, I will absolutely not drink alcohol again. If I do, I'll be a dog. Looking at Hakeem, whose face was blushing fiercely, Ian chuckled softly. Why was this guy so easy to trick? Hakim, are you feeling guilty now because you think you slept with me? Hearing this, Hakim abruptly lifted his head, then lowered it again, nodding. Ah, why was this fox speaking so bluntly? The smile on Ian's face grew even more apparent. He felt as if he had won a lottery ticket mentioned in the human world. Originally thinking he'd be scolded harshly upon returning and dealing with Hakim's tearful drama of wanting to leave, Ian had to comfort him. But instead, he got an unexpected bonus. Hakim not only did not blame him but also believed it was his own fault. Thinking of this, Ian instantly had another wicked idea. He pressed Hakim down and said seriously, in the fox realm, loyalty is highly valued, especially for nine-tailed foxes. Since you feel it's your fault, you need to take responsibility for it, understand? I will never make mistakes again. Ian really wanted to roll his eyes. Not only should he make mistakes, but he should frequently do so, right? He liked this proactive little guy. Hakim, I don't blame you, really. Since we're together now, we obviously need to. To what? To enjoy ourselves. Ian grinned shamelessly, you were unclear last night due to drinking. Now, let's try again while we're both sober. Thinking back to the pain that felt like bones cracking, Hakim hurriedly shook his head. No, no way. Why not? Just as Ian asked, his phone rang. It was WeChat video from the snake. Good things interrupted, Ian didn't want to answer and was about to hang up. Seeing this, Hakim immediately said, blushing, Lord Dash usually doesn't bother contacting anyone when Colton is around. If he contacted you, there must be an emergency. Ian thought it made sense and answered. Upon seeing the scene, he cursed, are you insane, Snake? Not only did you ruin my good time, but you showed me such a thing. What is this? Ian couldn't describe what he saw. In a swimming pool, countless dead snakes, dead fish, and several skinned foxes floated. Realizing something, his expression turned cold as he quickly sat up and asked, Dash, what's going on here? What? Hakim rose and was about to look when Ian covered his eyes. Don't look, you'll have nightmares. Hakim had never seen Ian speak in such a cold tone before, so he didn't dare move. Alright, then I won't look. While calming Colton beside him, Dash explained, these creatures are clearly after us. It's obvious, this is Emil's family pool. I'll head over immediately. Have you contacted Conan? Can't get in touch with him. If you have the time, check on him. He might be busy with Gordon and can't spare the time. Ian. With Gordon's explosive temper, could there even be a second time? Should I teleport over to check? Beep. Dash had already hung up. Colton felt extremely uncomfortable in his stomach, he threw up everything he ate this morning. He had never seen such a gruesome scene before. The entire swimming pool was filled with dead creatures. From now on, he estimated he would have nightmares every day. In the living room of the Jiang household, Emil awkwardly poured another glass of water over. Colton, I'm really sorry. If I had known, I would have asked Master Dash to come alone instead, frightening you like this. Colton shook his head and said, it's not fright, it's nausea. Linyu, sitting opposite her, also felt the same way, she almost cursed Emil out. She knew this guy had encountered strange things, but she didn't expect it to be so disgusting. For half a day, she thought she was having a nightmare. When she saw Colton with an equally pale face across from her, she realized all this was true. Dash stroked Colton's hair, placing his finger on Colton's temple. Would you like me to erase your memory of what you just saw? Upon hearing this, Colton immediately grabbed Dash's hand and shook his head, no need. No matter how many times you erase my memory, the problem still needs to be faced. The other party is so vicious, targeting Emil specifically. It seems they want to warn us. The chi in the pool all comes from Gue Hai Jishu. Even if Malachi and Amos did this, they must have connections with Gue Hai Jishu. Colton looked at Dash, didn't your great king also go to Gue Hai Jishu? Could this have something to do with him? Let's wait for Ian to bring Conan over. Colton looked at Dash again, tilting his head curiously. What's wrong? Why do you have to send Ian? Wouldn't it be faster for you to find Conan yourself? Dash smiled and whispered softly into Colton's ear, because I don't want eye pain. Conan and Gordon are probably fighting right now. Colton. What nonsense. Just because you like fighting doesn't mean others do too. At this moment, Linyu suddenly raised her head, Colton, is Gordon with Master Conan? Today she told Boss Chio she had something and wouldn't do the live stream. Later, she found out from the news that Gordon didn't go either. Just as Dash was about to nod, Colton pinched him and smiled at Linyu, you should ask Gordon yourself. We outsiders shouldn't gossip behind people's backs. Linyu nodded, I'm fine. As long as Gordon is willing. That guy lost both parents when he was young. Later, her parents entrusted Gordon to his master for upbringing. Then his master passed away too, leaving Gordon without support. Originally, Linyu always insisted on letting Gordon live with her and their parents, but Gordon was used to being independent and refused. When she was invited by Boss Chio to join this horror live stream program, Gordon followed out of concern. As a result, things got a bit out of control. Gordon and Master Conan seemed to have endless arguments. Just then, Dash's phone rang. It was a voice message from Ian. Dash was about to take the call jokingly when he heard Ian's anxious voice. Dash, something happened to Conan and Gordon. There's blood all over the apartment, and they've gone missing. Chapter 95 The Outlaw Zone of the Demon World. When Dash and Colton arrived at Conan's apartment, Hakim had been holding onto Ian's clothes tightly, too frightened to let go. Colton sensed an extremely powerful demon aura. And there was a smell of blood. This smell was very familiar to him. It was Conan's blood. In addition to this, there were other traces of a similar presence to Conan's. Colton suddenly thought of something, and he looked towards Dash and Ian. There must have been an incident in the Guanhai Abyss. Conan and Gordon should have been taken away. At this moment, Imelda and Emil also rushed over. Imelda asked, Colton, where is Gordon? How is Gordon? Colton stopped Imelda and said, don't worry, they should be fine, they've just been captured. Seeing the blood in the apartment, Imelda felt dizzy and almost fainted. Seeing this, Emil immediately supported her. Oh, Lou, are you okay? Colton quickly advised, Imelda, are you alright? Dash turned to look at Imelda. Rest assured, demons can sense each other. Although Conan is injured, he's still safe. And Gordon is with him, nothing will happen. Imelda sat up directly from a lying position. Really? Oh great Dash. You, as the Lord Serpent Immortal, don't lie. Colton. Imelda's sit-up skills were indeed better than his. Hakim, don't worry, Conan will be fine. Hearing this gentle voice, Colton glanced at the two people. In the next moment, he pulled Hakim over. Seeing this, Ian immediately said, Colton, be gentle. Now, here, only he remains a regular human. You've become an outstanding demon hunter, but Hakim is still an ordinary person. Colton laughed softly. This fox actually talked so gently now. Didn't he used to be quite despicable? So, you can talk normally now. Colton, when wasn't I normal? Your words sound like I don't know how to speak properly. Colton rolled his eyes. So, what should we do now? Should we go rescue them from the Guanhai Abyss? The place sounds like it's underwater, humans definitely cannot stay there for long. Dash frowned. We previously went to the Guanhai Abyss because Conan provided us with jade. Now that guy isn't around. At this moment, Emil raised his hand beside them. I have a way. Imelda glared at Emil, wanting to kick him. Why didn't you say earlier? Emil scratched the back of his head sheepishly. There was no chance before. Actually, my parents knew your grandfather, Colton. They have a few pieces of jade that your grandfather gave them 19 years ago to keep for him. Colton, I'm really sorry for telling you this today. I only found out recently myself. Colton took out his phone, made a voice call to India, then another one. As expected, India was unreachable again. Colton put down his phone and sighed softly. Grandpa, what did you do without telling Giacomo and Misty back then? Emil walked up to Colton, full of apology. Colton, my parents said this is a redemption. I read that story released officially on Weibo. It involves the... Before Emil finished, Colton covered his mouth. With gritted teeth, Colton smiled bitterly. Alright, India once said some things are better kept inside. Emil glanced at Imelda and nodded immediately. It seemed both Colton and Zack didn't want Imelda to know about that matter. That they were the ones who got caught by the demon race and caused Colton's spiritual power to greatly diminish. Colton, whatever you need in the future, just tell me. As long as it's within my power, I won't hesitate. Such kindness, he wouldn't blink if it cost him his life. Colton released his hand and nodded slightly. Fine, give us the jade pendants. We're going to the Guanhai Abyss. Though Colton was worried about Conan and Gordon, since India was unreachable, it would be better to ask Boss Patty at the company. Boss Chio. In the office. After hearing the group's account, Patty only nodded continuously until Colton mentioned Emil's jade pendants. Her eyebrows furrowed. After a long pause, she shook her head and smiled. Colton, your grandfather, Leo, was indeed an extraordinary person. Even though Colton didn't understand the old man's ultimate intention, he was indeed paving the way for him. India and the old man have always been protecting him. Dash held Colton's hand, cold and cool. At this moment, Colton didn't feel the chill, he reciprocated the grip. Dash, you once said you wanted to harm Grandpa. But now it seems that experience does make a difference. Although Dash had lived for over 1,000 years, compared to the old man, he was still young. Hearing this, Dash gave Colton a slight smile. Yes, my mistake. Colton, your intelligence must come from your grandfather. I like the sound of that. Thinking about how India had gone off the grid again, Colton added, let's hurry. If something happens to Connor or India, there will be huge trouble in the demon world. Colton had a hunch that the Guanhai Abyss might have turned into hell. Both India and Patty had mentioned before that they couldn't track Malachi or Amos. Now, there was only one possibility, they were hiding in the Guanhai Abyss. Because although it belonged to the demon world, it was an outlaw zone. Ian glanced at Hakim. You stay here. I'll go with Colton and Dash. Hakim shook his head. No. Colton looked at Hakim, thinking that leaving him behind would also be dangerous. So he said to Ian, I gave you the soul-dispelling whip long ago. Give it to Hakim. He used to be a demon hunter, so he can handle it well. Ian looked at Hakim, his eyes full of anticipation. He finally nodded, all right, but don't go too far. Your health is too weak. Dash watched the interaction between the human and the demon, feeling oddly familiar. Was his relationship with Colton perceived as equally infuriating by others? Just then, a faint voice came from inside the office door, oh, Xiao Chen, no matter what you do, you can't kill Amos. Hearing this voice, Colton felt his scalp tingle, as if all his hair stood on end. Turning around, he saw a figure standing at the door, causing his eyes to widen in shock. That creature was Gordon. Ah! Seeing the creature at the door, Imelda let out a blood-curdling scream. At that moment, she was completely scared unconscious. Chapter 96. The ruins of Guhai has always been a lawless zone in the demon world. Though it's filled with aquatic demons, they never listen to the dry land demon emperor. Ebert was an exception. In the human world, having left the ruins of Guhai, he had no choice but to submit under pressure. But this time, he was found by the ruins demons and taken back while protecting Gordon. In the dimly lit underwater dungeon, Ebert, whose lower half was a fish tail, was locked in water. Gordon was shackled facing him. The iron chains chafed his pale wrists until blood trickled out. Ebert inexplicably felt excited. It was a demon instinct. Seeing blood, especially from a huntmaster who could aid cultivation, brought out his sadistic side. If not for wanting to know what those fools were planning, Ebert would have long burst out. This rotten place couldn't contain him. Gordon looked at Ebert, still bleeding from the forehead, and kicked him fiercely. Hey, are you dead? If not, respond. Back then, when caught, this guy had shielded him, getting quite injured. In the human apartment complex, the ruins demons came searching. Upon seeing that Ebert's companion was a huntmaster, they yelled traitor and tried to capture them, even planning to sacrifice Gordon to appease deceased demons. A long battle ensued, during which Gordon was injured protecting him. Ebert slowly raised his eyes, his voice still lazy, so short-tempered, I prefer someone gentler, quieter when sleeping. Go to hell. Let this damn fish go stew in soup. Damn it, worrying about him was foolish just now. But what's happening here? The ruins of Guhai usually kept to themselves. Why suddenly come to the human realm to grab people as the Demon Moon Festival ended? Could there be a plot? Hey! Gordon kicked again, his tone terrible. Don't expect my thanks. Without you, I wouldn't have been caught either. Even if we couldn't win, we could escape. Yet, because of him, he ended up hurt, too weak to fight. The chains on Ebert clanked, and suddenly, he leaped out of the water, sweeping his tail to pin Gordon down. Water splashed everywhere, drenching Gordon. But he wasn't paying attention to that now. Ebert's originally lethargic gaze was now full of lust. Oh God! He isn't, not in here, is he? Ah! Gordon shouted, pushing him away. You, calm down first. What are you touching? Don't forget, you're still a fish. Ebert nuzzled Gordon's neck. Your blood is enticing. Never noticed how white your skin was. You, bastard. Hearing this, Gordon's scalp tingled. A big message appeared in his mind. I don't want to get seized by a fish. Don't curse like that. My family vanished over 1,000 years ago, leaving only me, Ebert said. You. Gordon panicked, yet his spirit energy hadn't recovered enough for resistance. He screamed, you damn fish, if you dare touch me in this state, I'll bite my tongue and commit suicide. Ebert seemed startled, hesitating before saying, not in this form, then. From the depths of the dungeon, a low chuckle echoed. Both men turned their attention to the voice. Ebert grimaced, addressing the figure deeper in the corner, Demon Emperor, are you okay? How did you get captured by the ruins of Guhai? That Demon Emperor looked like an ordinary person now, devoid of any demonic power. Connor smiled casually, shrugging. I wanted Tiana to rescue me, kind of boring here. Turns out, I saw a good show. They insulted you so badly, and you still went on, quite disrespectful. Ebert glanced at Gordon, laughing. What he shouts doesn't matter, important is that he's no match, anyway. You just can't force Tiana, or you'd have acted already. Gordon. Damn, demons are just demons. Only care about mating. But he still couldn't let the goddess be coveted by this demon, so he said, you mustn't touch Tiana. She is a high-ranking huntmaster, how can she be tainted by a demon? Especially not by a demon emperor. On the other hand, this demon emperor truly had no pride, willing to be caught by lower demons just to chase after someone. Pollution. Connor couldn't help but laugh, Gordon, have you been polluted less? Don't tell me that pressing against each other was just for emotional exchange. Gordon's face changed immediately as he reached out to push the fish away. But in an instant, his wrist was grabbed and pulled back into the embrace. Alright, there are outsiders now, I won't do anything to you anymore, but one thing, if you keep cursing, I'll seal your mouth. Seeing this scene, Connor continued to tease, Gordon, you're all over Ebert's scent. Even if you deny it, all the demons in Guhai ruins believe that you're his partner. Gordon. He felt like dying. This damn dead fish. Let go of me quickly. Since both of you have the ability, why don't you get out? Right now, in the human world, Colton and the others must still be worried about us. As soon as these words were spoken, the dungeon door creaked open. Someone came in. Ebert immediately covered Gordon's mouth. Smelling this familiar scent, both Ebert and Connor's faces changed as they looked at the person who walked in, or rather, half human and half demon. Amos. That scar-faced man could only be Amos. Connor coldly said, I was wondering why Tiana couldn't find you. Turns out, you really are in the ruins of Guhai. Ebert finally understood why the ruins of Guhai suddenly sent people to bring him back. It was because of this guy meddling. Malachi should be here too, then. Crack. In the next moment, Ebert broke free from the iron chains and also snapped Gordon's shackles. Alright, now that we know what kind of creature we're dealing with, there's no need to pretend anymore. Connor was the same, instantly transforming from an ordinary person into a black-haired, red-eyed, pale-skinned vampire-like figure. Gordon rubbed his reddened wrists and ankles, looking at the two demons, and immediately understood. He pointed at them and said, so both of you were faking it. Did he act foolishly by worrying about the fish earlier? How about it, regretting your concern for me earlier? Hearing these words, Gordon's eyes widened. Did this guy have mind-reading abilities? How did he know what he was thinking? Gordon smiled and deliberately kissed Gordon on the cheek in front of Amos and Connor. Otherwise, why do you think I jumped out of the water and pressed against you? No matter how tough you talk, your body doesn't lie. Chapter 97 Two Legends. Shut up. Gordon's mouth was once again clamped shut. Conan glanced sideways at Amos, who stood by the door with hollow eyes. Numerous snakes still coiled around their bodies as if they had been nourished. At first, Conan and Connor thought the snakes were simply climbing on them. Now, they could see clearly that the snakes were forcibly attached to their bodies. This was why Amos had remained alive all this time. Hunting lesser demons and absorbing their essence and physical form. Gordon suddenly felt a wave of nausea. In the past, I thought demons were the filthiest and cruelest beings in this world. But now I realize I was wrong. Some humans are far more terrifying than demons. Amos's empty gaze appraised Gordon up and down, his expression filled with disdain. What does a demon slayer who has already slept with a demon have to say such things? A demon hunter who would actually lower themselves to consort with demons is truly despicable. You. Gordon was speechless with anger, unsure how to respond. Though he wanted to argue back, it was true, and it was an unerasable memory. Tisk, you're not the one to talk, trash relying on demons for survival, said Conan with a curl of his lip. He pulled Gordon into a tight embrace. He's far better than you in my eyes. Although he can be venomous, what qualifications do you have compared to him? At least as a demon hunter, he has always protected those he cares about without malicious intent. Connor continued with mockery, and you, neither human nor demon, harming those who were kindest to you. You're nothing but an aberration. Silence. Amos roared, lunging forward only to be held back by someone grasping his shoulder. Don't be hasty, Colton and the others haven't arrived yet. It's too early to confront them. Malachi emerged from behind Amos. Seeing Connor, he clapped his hands and laughed evilly. I never imagined our demon emperor to be such a lovesick fool. Did you know that while you were chasing after love, the newly transformed and untransformed demons in the demon realm were slaughtered by the fiends sent by Guhai Jishu? Connor's face changed. What did you say? Malachi waved his hand, and a mystic mirror appeared before them. The screen showed the grim scenes of demons from Guhai Jishu massacring the demon realm. Connor's pupils turned blood red instantly. He broke through the seal on his forehead, flashing forward to grip Malachi's throat. You traitor, it seems you want to die. With one powerful squeeze, both Gordon and Conan heard the sound of bones cracking. Conan thought, this wasn't just bone, even the inner core must have shattered. Yet Malachi was still alive. His neck bent backward strangely, then twisted back into place unnaturally. You. Connor instantly understood. Malachi's true form wasn't here. Otherwise, the attack would have obliterated him completely. At this moment, Conan exclaimed in surprise, Old Chi, look. A turn of events unfolded on the mystic mirror. The demons attacking Guhai Jishu were repelled by a strong force, then turned to dust. Even Conan couldn't believe his eyes. This spiritual pressure was definitely not from an ordinary master. The camera kept moving forward. Conan, Gordon, and Connor saw India and Patty appear on the mystic mirror. Two stunning women, one in white, the other in black, holding a bow and arrow and wielding a saber and crescent blade, exterminated the Guhai Jishu demons. Gordon couldn't help but shout, they are indeed legendary demon hunters. So powerful. In this moment, Gordon suddenly felt like an incompetent nobody. These two were the epitome of demon hunter prowess. Connor's lips curved slightly, India. Although Connor rarely managed the demon realm, he couldn't sit idle if demons were being slaughtered. But why did Patty join forces with India? She usually didn't care about the human or demon realms, right? Then, Patty drew a long line in front of the demons with her sword. She lifted her chin splattered with demon blood, her voice cold. Listen, I don't care how many demons you kill, but this place is where that person is sleeping. How could she allow such bloodshed to pollute this place? Her master, for her sake, died a tragic death at the hands of the demons. Only by sleeping in the Inferno forest at the entrance to the demon realm for 7 years did she have a chance to be revived. With 2 years left, Patty would never allow anyone to come and cause trouble now. I don't like meddling in other people's affairs, but if it concerns my interests, I won't blink an eye when killing humans or demons. Even if it's your leader from Guihai Jishu, it's the same. Hey! Sending such lackeys here is underestimating me. You! One of the demons tried to step forward, but just as it took a step, its body was shattered by the spiritual pressure. Step back, quickly step back. Patty planted her sword into the ground, lifted her robe, spun around, and placed one foot on a stone bench, assuming a superior stance. You can try stepping over that line again. Next time, it won't just be your bodies shattering. As demons, with me being a demon hunter, your souls will be erased for all eternity. India glanced sideways at the black-clad Patty beside her, who looked like a war goddess. The first time they met, India felt this person was very much like her in spirit. Willing to do anything to achieve their goals, regardless of the cost. Though she always seemed indifferent to everything. It appeared she truly cared deeply about her master. Those demons from Guihai Jishu were afraid. India was already tough to handle alone, and now another legend had joined. At this moment, Imelda and Emil also appeared behind them. They held bandages and herbs and gave them to the small demons who had just transformed and lay on the ground. Emil's expression was slightly annoyed as he muttered, although personally I don't like demons, since Zack and Boss Chio accidentally saved you, and Imelda insists on saving you, I hope you won't go out and harm others in the future. Imelda, so you're okay. Seeing Imelda with India, Gordon instantly felt relieved. At this moment, Conan couldn't hide his smugness any longer. He looked at the two infuriated monsters beside him. Actually, I've always hated demon hunters because last time I was beaten by a dog turned into Colton's face. But this moment, seeing India and Patty dealing with the demons from Guihai Jishu, I didn't feel anything wrong. Hearing this, Malachi's pupils filled with blood, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, startling Gordon. Connor retracted his gaze from India, which had been smiling earlier, and his eyes instantly became icy cold. Malachi, your schemes are off. Because these demons wouldn't think until their dying breath that India and Patty, the apex demon hunters, would turn around to protect demons. Amos, as if breaking through his defenses, suddenly roared, why? Why do demon hunters protect demons? It's disgusting. As if he had gone mad. Then, a familiar yet annoying voice came from the dungeon door, that's because I knew you would use the mystic mirror, purely to make you unhappy. Chapter 98, Isn't it even harder to find a beautiful person than a three-legged toad? Gordon looked towards the dungeon entrance. Dash, Colton, Ian, and Hakim were brought in by some demons from the Sea of Return. Gordon wore an expression of disdain when he saw this scene. What's wrong with you all? Why did you get caught too? Colton had an annoyed look on his face. If it weren't for the blood all over Ebert's apartment, would we have been this miserable? He glared at a certain snake beside him, and you. You bastard. To actually take advantage during a fight, it was sick. It really seemed like he was having a mental breakdown anytime, anywhere. Ian had underestimated Dash's mischievous tricks, almost frightening Hakim along the way. Just now, while being captured, Hakim mentioned how lucky it was that he wasn't so perverse. Dash suddenly said, UL.W exploded, this is called adding spice to life. Don't tell me you don't understand. As a man, one naturally couldn't be doubted about his capabilities. So Ian confronted Dash right away and stared at Hakim the whole time. This caused Hakim to constantly edge closer to Colton. Of course, Colton knew what was going on. He glared at Ian. Hakim is just a human now. Can't you restrain yourself a bit? Ian glanced at Colton who was suffering under Dash's hands and smiled. You should first stop that snake, Colton. We're demons, and our kind lasts much longer than humans. Colton instantly turned livid. Damn it, what nonsense was this guy spouting? Thus, the journey, even if they were captured, was full of quarreling until they met Gordon and Ebert. Seeing that Ebert was fine, Dash commented sarcastically, looks like you're still alive. No wonder Colton doesn't need to worry anymore. Ebert's mouth twitched, I'm sorry, but yes, I'm alive. At this moment, Dash's gaze fell upon Malachi, immediately spotting that his true form was not present. Your Majesty, seems like someone knows they'll be killed as soon as they come here and dares not show themselves. But this crazy demon hunter next to you, shouldn't we settle accounts together? Amos looked coldly at Dash, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ever since Colton met you, my goal has been to kill you. Didn't expect your snake fate to be so strong, able to survive even after being flayed and broken. Just as Dash was about to act, Colton moved faster. Seeing Colton, Amos was about to reach out when he got choked. Colton's eyes were as cold as Dash's. I said before, using my face for such deeds, I'd avenge Dash and Ebert. You can only die by my hands. Amos looked calmly at Colton. Are you sure you want to kill me? Colton, you cannot escape me, eternally, the curse will remain inside you until you become mine to be completely free. Colton, you'll never escape me. Colton's eyes darkened, and he snapped Amos's neck instantly. But he remained alive. Thinking of Elder Lin's convulsing state, Colton spoke coldly, of course, I know this. And I also know your soul is split into 3 parts, with the third yet to appear. That Elder Lin, her body was swollen and stinking, still wearing the same cheap house she had when she last met him, looking even more hideous than ghosts in movies. Her consciousness unclear, she intermittently revealed some information to Colton. Through a bit of strategy, Colton managed to extract details from this monster Elder Lin. Only then did he learn why Amos had survived without being found by India and Boss Patty. Amos's soul was divided into 3 parts, one being Uriel, one being Amos, and another which hadn't appeared yet. And Elder Lin had been worshipping Amos's soul all along. Anger surged within Dash, planning to kill this monster Elder Lin. But Hakim said it was too early, needing to find the third person first. Colton agreed. So they used the influence of Emil's family, dispatching some experienced demon hunters to watch over Elder Lin. Even though she wasn't quite human or ghost, they needed to wait until their group returned from the Sea of Return. Thinking about this, Colton added, Amos, you want the third soul to reincarnate, but I won't give you that chance. He looked at Dash, determination clear in his eyes. Willfully, only for Dash. How could you deserve it? Do you believe, every time you wish to touch me in any lifetime, I will commit suicide? This is just a game, and I am willing to play along, but if you try to touch me, it's mere fantasy. Colton was deliberately killing Amos in spirit. Because he knew how to break Amos's defenses. The more someone despised something, the more they cared about it. Since Amos cared whether Colton slept with demons, Colton made him agonize over it. But even so, it couldn't compare to the suffering he and Dash had endured because of this man. Amos's pupils constricted, wanting to attack Colton, but the substitute Malachi immediately pulled Amos aside. In other words, you won't lay a hand on him now, right? Colton's gaze fell on Malachi as he coldly said, Amos's goal has always been me. What about you? Did you break down because you saw that humans like Dash, that snake? Yet there are so many who like you in the entertainment circle. Can't you just seduce one of them? Malachi smiled slightly. However, because his neck had been snapped by Connor, the smile looked incredibly eerie. No, I've never seen anyone as beautiful as you. Colton, I said before in my messages that from beginning to end, you were my only goal. Dash sensed something was off. Messages? When were they sent? Why didn't Colton tell him? Malachi continued, at that time, the villager offered you as a sacrifice, and I also liked you. After all, when you first infiltrated the demons to protect others, I liked you at first sight. But those villagers betrayed you, and they handed you over to the just matured Dash. Colton. Damn, it's still jealousy, isn't it? Just because the sacrifice was divided among competitors. Colton once again lamented for his past self. Damn, being passed around like a dead pig as a sacrifice. No wonder India said those villagers deserved their fate. Colton agreed. At this moment, he even thought Connor did well. Being able to call him brother-in-law in the future might not be bad. Connor seemed to sense Colton's thoughts and subconsciously said, Colton, I know you're grateful to me. If so, then let India not beat me up next time. Colton. Hakim. Rogue. Gordon, what are you saying, you dead vampire? If you dare touch India, I'll fight you to the death. Conan patted Gordon on the shoulder earnestly, relax, with his skills, by the time he tries to overpower India, he'll have no energy left to do anything. Damn it. Colton cursed again. These demons were really sick. They constantly thought about sleeping with people. And Malachi and Amos were typical psychological deviants. 3-legged toads might be hard to find, but can't one find beautiful men or women easily? Why should it be limited to just him? Proving how deeply infatuated they were. Colton found this incredible. Mr. Malachi, it's just sleeping with someone. Actually, it feels similar, Before Colton finished speaking, Dash, standing behind him, covered his mouth with a dark expression after stepping forward. Colton, what are you saying? This guy is getting more outrageous. Hearing this, the puppet Malachi's face also changed. He laughed like a devil from hell. Colton, in these 1,000 years, I haven't lacked your substitutes or doppelgangers to play with, but none of them lasted long, I killed them all in the act. Play you, Hearing this, Colton lost control of his emotions. Just thinking about such disgusting things happening made his scalp tingle. What misdeeds had those who looked like him done? To be targeted by such a demon. Proxy literature was really disgusting. Seeing this, Dash immediately pulled him back. Then he said coldly to Malachi, Malachi, your collaboration with the King of the Sea of Return aimed for Colton, right? You can now tell him we've come to see if Conan is dead or not. Since he isn't, we don't need to stay here. Conan. Damn, this snake really deserves a beating. It seemed they came here just to see if he was dead. If he wasn't dead, would they open a bottle of champagne to celebrate? Realizing this, Conan paused. What was wrong with him? It must be because he spent too much time with Gordon, even he wanted to curse now. Colton's transformation now greatly surprised Dash, Hakim, and Connor. On the contrary, Hakim looked at Colton with admiration. How come I feel that Colton's aura has changed ever since he obtained spiritual power? Has his memory returned? The Colton back then must have had this kind of personality. Ian sized up Colton, nodded, and started to mediate. It seems like his memory has returned, but why does he still act so soft in front of Dash? Could it be because he can't beat him? Hey, listen, Colton, as one of the top demon hunters back then, you should unleash your brutality and finish him off. Hakim was utterly speechless. What was wrong with this guy's mentality? Ian, you can't just speak without thinking. We're still in captivity. As soon as he finished speaking, Hakim turned his eyes and saw that Dash, Ian, Conan, and Connor had already taken down all the demons in the dungeon. He was stunned for a while before saying, forget I said anything. A group of monsters, even including the Demon Emperor, could completely take over the returned sea ruins. Chapter 99, he is just jealous, and now only he hasn't subdued Bonnie. Malachi escaped again with Amos. Colton felt a bit nauseous and didn't want to chase them anymore. Just thinking about what Malachi said made him uncomfortable. Even if it were using his face, degrading himself for that person, he would find it extremely nauseating. Dash sat at the entrance of the water dungeon, touching his head and asked, what's wrong? Do all you snakes have such weird fetishes? Colton looked at Dash and asked seriously. Dash was flustered, what kind of question is that? Colton thought about this guy's usual clingy behavior and immediately concluded. It's really strange. Malachi is perverse towards everyone, but you, only towards me. Dash's face darkened. He never expected Colton to compare him with trash like Malachi. Thinking about this, he pinched Colton's pale face, his voice turning cold. What, are you regretting it? Considering his waist, Colton smiled slightly. How could I? I like you the most. Saying this, he took the opportunity while everyone wasn't paying attention and pecked him on the lips. This scene was seen by Hakim, who covered his eyes and peeked secretly. Is Colton being so proactive? Comparing himself, he seemed much more reserved. Would Ian be unhappy? Seeing the little guy looking at him from time to time, Ian understood instantly. What? Seeing Colton kiss Dash like that, are you envious? Or am I not trying hard enough, making you unhappy? By the water pool in the dungeon, Conan reverted to human form. Gordon was puzzled when he noticed that guy had pants on. He asked subconsciously, didn't you have no pants after transforming in the bathtub earlier? Why do you have them now? Ian, overhearing this, replied mockingly, if I still wore pants then, how could I deceive you? Shit. Conan cursed again. A snake, a fox, and a fish, all top figures in the demon world. But all so perverted. He absolutely wouldn't approach this fish when it was soaking in the future. At this moment, the demon emperor in the corner glared at them all, radiating a black aura, no, more like resentment. Gordon's mouth twitched as he asked Conan beside him, what's wrong with him? Suddenly, Conan, smack, kissed Gordon's face. He is just jealous, and now only he hasn't subdued Bonnie. Conan, covering the kissed cheek, recalled subconsciously, last time during the live stream, didn't you say that kissing others is fighting for fish? Because of that, they had fought. Conan smiled innocently and kissed the other side of Gordon's face, if I initiate it, it's not considered fighting. Previously, he hadn't had thoughts of sleeping with anyone. Of course, seeing this annoying monster hunter made everything unappealing. Now, the more he looks at him, the cuter he seems, naturally, he has to kiss him more. Gordon immediately wiped both cheeks and said speechlessly, stop talking nonsense. I think you're shameless, just trying to grope me. No way. Conan refused to admit it, then pulled Gordon's hand to the dungeon entrance. Seeing that Colton and Dash were still standing there, he kicked forward. Hey, get out of the way. Gordon is injured, I need to take him home to apply medicine. Colton responded with an, oh, and then asked, how do you apply it? Do you need to undress? Gordon's face turned black. How has Colton changed so much? Was he corrupted by Dash, the snake? Seeing this, Ian also pulled Hakim out. I'll go too, Hakim is also scared. I need to check on him properly. I didn't. Before he could finish speaking, his mouth was covered. Colton looked blankly at Dash, you guys really deserve to be called bad company. When you used to grope, you also said you needed to check the offerings. Connor behind them remained silent. So, he was the only one here to play the heavy role. His Bonnie was protecting his demon world. Chapter 100, a contest. At Ebert's home. Colton looked around the house, suddenly feeling that even the fish living here understood how to enjoy life. He glanced at Dash, you stayed here for centuries back then because it was so comfortable, right? Ebert's home was like a traditional Chinese ink painting. A mountain, a pavilion, and a large area of ancient-style architecture, it gave off the vibe of Peach Blossom Island from martial arts novels. It was beautiful, like a paradise on earth. Gordon and Hakim also loved it very much. Hakim scooped up some water from the pond, happily saying, "Lord Ebert, your home is really nice. If I were you, I would stay here forever." Gordon laughed too. Ebert had never seen this guy laugh so heartily before, momentarily stunned. Because this guy had always been cold and sarcastic since they met. Ian saw Ebert's dazed expression and teased with a smile, "Then you don't know Ebert well enough." He felt bored, which is why he went to the human world to look for a mate. The ordinary beauties, in the Guihai Jishu, he barely found them appealing. Gordon sneered, "So you've been scheming this all along when you went to the human world? You're shameless." He initially thought these demons came to eat humans, but now it seemed they were just thinking crudely. Ebert took a step forward and pulled Gordon into his arms. "Once the merfolk here find a partner, they mostly stay indoors, busy dominating each other every day. I've already given you plenty of space." Hearing this, not only Dash and Ian, but also Hakim and Colton's faces darkened. Colton couldn't help but comment, "Merfolk, no, fish are that strong." At that moment, not only Dash and Ian but even Connor, who had been constantly watching them, felt the same way. The competitive spirit among men showed itself fully. Dash smiled and kissed Colton, "How about we have a little contest tonight? Get lost." Colton grabbed something nearby to hit Dash, but was caught by the hand and pressed firmly into the embrace. Gordon panicked and immediately pushed Ebert away. "I'm telling you, if you touch me again, I'll kill you." Ebert laughed provocatively and lifted Gordon's chin lecherously. "You can't beat me, how will you kill me? But then again, I think you might die on your own body someday." Realizing what the fish meant, Gordon jumped up and tried to hit Ebert, "Stop talking nonsense and save some virtue for yourself." Why did these demons speak so explicitly? It made Hakim look at Ian with suspicion. "I'm sleeping alone tonight, I don't want to sleep with you." Ian was speechless. "I didn't say anything, why are you guarding against me? Do you really fear they'll challenge me?" Thinking of something, he leaned close to Hakim's ear and whispered, "Even if I did compete, you probably wouldn't know the timing because you'd pass out." Hakim blushed upon hearing this and drew her soul-dispelling whip from her waist to hit Ian. "Don't talk rubbish. This angers me." Seeing Hakim chasing after Ian, Colton figured he must have said something shameless again. His face turning red, he glared at Dash, Ebert, and Ian. "I warn you, if you dare to compete, don't blame me for being rude." Connor, who had been watching the show, spoke up, "Since none of you want to sleep with those three demons tonight, how about we play landlord?" Dash. Ian. Ebert. Damn, having failed to woo Bonnie, he started causing trouble for them. Connor finally got the chance to take revenge for being nominated as the Demon Emperor back then and wouldn't let this opportunity slip. "What do you say?" Connor stood up and walked to Colton's side. "As your future brother-in-law, I should support you, Colton." Colton's lips twitched, "Thank you very much, but there shouldn't be any cards here, right?" At that moment, Gordon raised his hand and said, "Actually, I have some. I always carry them in my pocket, sometimes infused with spiritual energy as a weapon." Seeing this, Ebert immediately held down Gordon's hand. "Hey, you're not seriously going to play cards with that spirit beast, are you? What about me tonight?" Gordon found it amusing how this person acted so pitifully, smiling crookedly, "Do whatever you want. If it comes to that, go out and snatch someone to relieve the urgency. I hear the mermaids in Guihai Jishu are very pretty, you won't be lonely." Dash also went to pull Colton, but his hand was slapped away. "Don't touch me. I want to play cards now too." Actually, Colton didn't really want to play cards, but Dash's expression showed that he wanted a showdown. Colton was truly afraid of this. Even though his body had recovered a lot, he still didn't want to let this guy succeed. That would be so perverted. And Hakim's petite frame was weaker than ever before. Gordon, well, not to mention him. His wounds were not fully healed yet, and Ebert looked like quite a pervert. Gordon must be suffering. For the health of these three people, Colton agreed to Connor's request. "Let's play together then, Hakim. Gordon, do you have any objections?" No. The world of Guihai Jishu was no different from the outside, with days and nights. In the evening, the breeze blew gently through the pavilion, and the water outside the barrier was beautiful like a fairyland in a fairy tale. Colton, Hakim, Gordon, and Connor played landlord in the pavilion. Colton looked at Connor curiously, "How did you learn this game?" "Of course, it was taught by your sister." Connor spent time with Bonnie and found out that she wasn't as cold or unapproachable as rumored. She could laugh and share some things with him. Except when he tried to force her. Then she was on full alert, not letting him get close. Colton was surprised, "Really? Bonnie actually taught you this? I've never seen her play games since childhood. Maybe you are really special." It seemed that this demon emperor wasn't completely without status. At least, he knew something about Bonnie that even her own brother didn't know. Connor smiled slightly, "Even if I killed Amos, there's another personality involved. This matter won't be settled unless Bonnie recognizes herself. Colton, whether Bonnie and I can be together depends on you. After all, our contract was because of you." Bonnie was once isolated and helpless, selling her soul to a demon for her brother. Gordon asked again, do you really like Bonnie? Gordon couldn't help but think that the goddess he admired had been hurt by demons and humans alike. Having seen such brutal scenes. She was also once helpless. That memory of over 1,000 years still lingered. What kind of courage was needed to keep going? Comparing himself to her, Gordon felt like a flower in a greenhouse. Although he didn't want to admit it, that was how he felt. And it was broken by a fish. Thinking about it, Gordon felt a soreness in his waist and back, as if the bullying he endured was still vividly fresh. Back then, he really thought he was going to die. That fish not only acted rudely but also liked to use filthy language. If he had the power of Goddess Bonnie, he would have boiled that fish into soup long ago. Just then, Ebert's unhappy voice came, are you guys hungry? Is there anything you want to eat? Before Connor could speak, Colton, Hakeem, and Gordon said in unison. Snake soup. Sour cabbage fish. Fox meat, can we eat it? Chapter 101 How come your body is still so fragile? Connor was amused to the point of laughter by the remarks of the three. He turned around and glanced at the three longing demons. It seems you are in quite a predicament, these three demon hunters actually wish to eat you. Colton took a sip of water and grinned at Dash, I want some snake soup. Can you make it for me? Dash's face darkened. After a while, he said, though I don't have snake soup, there's something else for you to eat. Colton looked puzzled, just about to ask more when he saw Dash step forward, lifting him up princess style. Tell me what you're going to feed me. If it's not snake soup, I won't eat. Colton continued to provoke, who would let these shameless demons take them as trophies. You must be really hungry. Come, I'll take you to eat. Gordon and Hakeem realized they needed another person to play cards, attempting to drag Colton back. However, after a step, they were also pulled away by Conan and Ian. Hakeem instantly recalled mentioning fox meat earlier, immediately surrendering, no. Ian, I didn't mean it, I was joking, I don't want to eat fox meat, nor do I dare to. Ian smiled indifferently, it's fine. I'll prepare something for you, come on, let's go back to the room. No, I don't want to go back. Hakeem knew what awaited him once inside, struggling to escape, only to hide behind Connor. Your Majesty, aren't you their leader? Control him. Connor shook his head with a smile. Why was Hakeem so naive? I, as Demon King, am their victim. But since you asked. Somehow, India has grown fond of this young fellow. Before Connor finished, Ian stared at him, stay out of it, or I'll tell you a secret about India that I discovered. Hearing this, Connor's hands, which had been poised to protect, dropped immediately. Hakeem, Ian probably thinks you're hungry and wants to make you something nice. Hakeem shook his head speechlessly. That's not it. Yet his shouts made no difference, being led away by Ian regardless. Gordon struggled the most. By the time Conan pulled him into the room, several fist marks adorned his face. If you hit me again, I'll return the favor in an unconventional way. Want to try? Gordon instantly deflated, ceasing all movements. At Lake Pavilion, only Connor remained. Connor drew the mystic light mirror, wanting to see India. She was resting her eyes, while a group of little demons stood guard at the entrance, too afraid to get closer. ZU. Connor truly felt heartache. He disregarded Patty's advice to leave for some time. Rather than seeing her reaction, he couldn't bear her staying at the demon realm endlessly. Thinking this, Connor left a message and prepared to depart from Gue Haijishu. Outside was still chaotic. Connor noticed some demons loitering near Conan's home, presumably wishing to catch them. With the three's abilities, nothing serious should happen. So, Connor left overnight. Naturally, Colton, Gordon, and Hakeem did not fare well either. Colton didn't know when he fell asleep or woke up. Upon opening his eyes, he found that guy looking at him, chin propped on his hand. Colton huffed and turned to continue sleeping. Yet, he was pulled over. Colton, wake up and eat. You've had an empty stomach for 3 days. If you keep this up, your body will break down. Colton wished he could cover that guy's mouth. What cheek you have to say that, isn't it because of you? Alright, my fault. I made snake soup, want some? On hearing this, Colton's eyes widened. Just as he tried to turn over, he nearly tumbled off the stone bed. Seeing this, Dash immediately held him in his arms. Be careful, how come your body is still so fragile? Get lost, isn't it because of your absurdity? But thinking of snake soup, he asked, where did you get the snake soup? Did you kill one of your kind? Anyway, Colton had only mentioned it casually. He never wanted to eat snake. Dash, don't eat, I swear. Wait, this is Gue Haijishu, where would there be any snakes? With that thought, he pinched Dash's cheeks coldly, you lied to me. Ha ha ha. Dash laughed heartily, pointing at the food on the stone table. I've lived here for a few hundred years, so it's not hard to get some ingredients. That's just snake soup made from spirit grass. Indeed, there are no snakes here. This guy was really smart, guessing right away that there were no snakes here. Colton sighed in relief. Good thing, Or he would definitely have nightmares from now on. Come, let me carry you over to eat. I can walk by myself. Dash sized up Colton, who had bruises all over, and asked, do you still have any strength? Shut up. I still have the strength to eat. Colton stood up from Dash's embrace and walked toward the stone table. Just as he was about to sit down, Dash placed a soft mat on the stone bed. Since you don't want me to carry you, I'll feed you. Colton glared at Dash. Why did this snake always treat him like a child? Dash, I have hands and feet, I can eat by myself. Are you being nice to me because you have some ulterior motive? Dash picked up the spoon and fed Colton a mouthful of soup. You belong to me, what else could I possibly plot? Eat you and swallow you whole. Hearing this, Colton's face turned dark. I really wish you would swallow me whole right now. At least it would be better than my current situation. What do you mean? Dash pretended to be clueless until he saw the marks on his arm. Is it because I bullied you? Colton huffed and started drinking the soup. At that moment, Ian and Conan's voices came from outside. Ian, Dash, is Colton still asleep? By now, Hakim has woken up. Is his body so weak? Conan, Gordon is cursing again. He even smashed the plate I was serving. Pfft. Colton spewed out all the soup in his mouth. What the hell? Could it be that Hakim and Gordon were also bullied? Seeing Colton's eyes filled with anger, Dash's face darkened. He was almost cursing those two fools to death in his heart. He smiled and immediately explained, Colton, when I carried you away last night, I didn't know what they did. Chapter 102 The sound that entered the barrier. Dash, I'm going to kill you. At Conan's house, Colton chased after the snake for several rounds while Ian and Conan watched the show. Ian teased, Dash, looks like you're not up to it. Colton has been running for so long. Conan glanced at Gordon who was lying by the pond sunbathing and smiled smugly. Gordon has been slumped for a long time. Hearing the teasing voices, Colton picked up his weapon to slash at the two, but they quickly dodged. In the end, Hakim couldn't stand it anymore and pulled back Colton. Okay, Colton, why are you quarreling with a monster? Even if you quarrel, what can you do? Colton looked at Hakim, then his gaze fell on the snake. There's nothing much that can be done. In the end, we might get bullied even worse. Saying this, he sat down nearby and didn't speak anymore. There had been constant banging sounds from the entrance. Colton looked at Conan, they've been attacking your barrier. If it breaks, it will be bad. Conan glanced at the minions at the door and leaned against the pavilion. Don't worry about that. Even if the king comes, he cannot break through that barrier. Colton moved forward curiously and asked, what does your king look like? Is he shameless like you? Upon hearing this, Gordon laughed suddenly, while Conan's face darkened. Can you omit that last sentence, Colton? Why should I omit it? Isn't the Maychow yours? Although you didn't give it to Gordon, it ended up in Ian's hands. Anyway, it's still your fault. Hakim tilted her head, what's Maychow? Ian immediately covered Hakim's ears, good girl, don't listen to their nonsense. Come, let me take you back to rest. Okay. Hakim was indeed a bit tired and wanted to sleep. Colton really wanted to kick that fox in the bottom. So shameless. There will be a day when you stumble, don't be too pleased. This Ian is just deceiving Hakim. If Conan had given Gordon that thing, there would probably be an earthquake. Feeling Colton's gaze, Conan's mouth twitched, what kind of look is that? I didn't give it to Gordon. But you did think about it at first, right? Conan looked at the slender figure by the pond and laughed annoyingly, he's very obedient now. There's no need for it. From the initial shouting and screaming, Gordon's resistance had almost disappeared. It seemed he had accepted it. Thinking of this, Conan immediately turned into a fish and swam over. Taking Gordon by surprise, he kissed him. Hey! Are you crazy? Blushing as he recalled something, he quickly covered his mouth. Recalling the rule set by this perverted fish who thought he cursed too much, Gordon blushed instantly. If your teeth are that sharp, what if you puncture me? What if I die from tetanus? Don't worry. No matter how many times you die, I have a way to bring you back. Gordon. Does this dead fish understand human language? Since the day they met, he had been sarcastic, ridiculing and coercing. Thinking of this, Gordon felt he betrayed his master's trust. As an exorcist, he was actually being. Anyway, don't touch me. I feel terrible. Where does it hurt? Let me check, shall we apply some medicine? Apply, you. The word misty barely made it past his lips before he swallowed it back. Gordon felt like he would suffer internal injuries. To Colton, this looked like flirting. Just as he shook his head and wanted to return to rest, the snake slithered over again. Colton, I'm tired. Accompany me back to rest. Colton. This snake's energy could only be described as perverse. Except for that one time he used heart-protecting snake scales to save him when he was weak, he had never seen him weak. Sometimes he even doubted whether India and Patty were telling the truth. If the snake loses 2 heart-protecting snake scales, would it really be fatal? He didn't look like he was about to die at all. For all the care he showed him each time, worried that he would bear a burden. Now it looked like, damn it, the one bearing the burden was himself. No, you go to sleep yourself. If you must, coil in the water. I don't want to sleep with you, you're too cold. Every time he slept hugging this guy, it was like hugging an ice block. Colton's constitution feared the cold, even in summer, he wouldn't turn on the air conditioner. Just as Colton was about to enter the room, Dash suddenly said, Colton, you despise me. Colton, ? Your acting skills are impeccable, don't display them on me. Hakeem and Gordon didn't despise Ian and Conan. But every time, you despise me. At this moment, Gordon suddenly spoke, nonsense, I extremely despised that fish's scales MMPH. His voice was stifled again. Dash rolled his eyes too. Conan was such an idiot who still hadn't calmed down. Someone like Gordon should be the easiest to handle. See? I just don't want to sleep hugging you. But when you were bitten by the snake before, you didn't say so. That night, you kept snuggling into my arms. His body was so soft. Dash wanted to be shameless again, but Colton wouldn't give him the chance and directly closed the door. If you dare to come in, I will never let you into the room again. Colton. Dash started a new round of acting, but Colton had long been immune to it. He went straight to bed. At this moment, a haunting voice came over, Colton. Who's there? This voice gave him the creeps, more terrifying than when he discovered Uriel. Colton, I have waited for you for so long. You have finally come to the ruins of Returning Sea, the place where our souls sink into silence. This way, you will belong to us forever. With a bang, Colton's room door was kicked open by Dash. Dash's expression changed instantly as he pulled Colton into his arms and covered his ears. Don't listen. This is the secret sound transmission technique of the King of the Ruins of Returning Sea. If your soul is lured away, the consequences would be unimaginable. Colton, Dash. Conan and Ian noticed the abnormality and rushed over with Gordon and Hakeem. Upon hearing that voice, Conan's face turned pale. He immediately took out 2 shell-like items and handed them to Hakeem and Gordon. Wear them and do not take them off until we leave the ruins of Returning Sea. The two put them on obediently. Seeing Colton's poor condition, Gordon hurriedly asked, what happened? Did Amos and Malachi try to harm you again? Colton, I'll give you my jade amulet. Conan shook his head. This isn't something your jade amulet can protect against. The only one who can influence us inside the barrier besides the king is, no one else. Chapter 103, There's no need to compare rats in the sewers, you're all the same. In the ruins of Returning Sea, there exists a place that has not seen sunlight for eternity. It is pitch black, an endless despair. Amidst this darkness, a king lay dormant. During his slumber, the ruins of Returning Sea were chaotic, filled with slaughter and bloodshed. But when he awakened, none dared to act rashly within the ruins of Returning Sea. His power was unfathomable, possibly surpassing even the demon emperor. This was also why the demons in the ruins of Returning Sea refused to submit to the lord of the demon realm. Now, those deep blue eyes, veiled in darkness, have opened. The order in the ruins of Returning Sea was about to change. They all sensed their king's awakening and immediately became obedient. The last time he awoke was 500 years ago. Palace of the Ruins of Returning Sea. Malachi felt an intense demonic aura and glanced at Amos. You must have calculated that he would wake up when you came here, right? Amos sneered coldly, what else? With him, no, with this demon, we'll have the capital to confront Bonnie, Ricky, and Dash. Malachi frowned, this was akin to borrowing a tiger to skin oneself. Such immense power, unfathomably deep, Bonnie might not be a match for it. Are you sure he will cooperate with us? Malachi had only one goal, to make Dash surrender the last heart shield snake scale so he could obtain Colton. Even though Colton belonged to Dash now, it didn't matter to him as long as Dash was dead. Amos stared at Malachi for a long while before slowly saying, you've always been jealous of Dash because the villagers and the demon clan recognized him. Just like you, envying Colton's spirit energy while pitifully desiring him for yourself. We're all beasts, but you're more venomous. To make Dash hate Colton, you'd bury him alive. Just like you, envying Colton's spirit energy while pitifully desiring him for yourself. We're all beasts, but you're more venomous. To make Dash hate Colton, you'd bury him alive. Shut up. The scars on Amos's face slowly split open, flaking off into scabs that fell to the ground. Soon, he transformed into an extremely handsome face, with bright eyes and white teeth. This face bore a striking resemblance to Colton. At that moment, a clear, extremely mocking voice sounded from behind them, there's no need to compare rats in the sewers, you're all the same. Amos approached, kneeling on one knee, Your Majesty, the person in the painting is now inside Conan's barrier. If you go there, you can surely bring him over. Conan won't resist you, Ian isn't a match, and as for Dash, with 3 heart shield snake scales, it might be worth watching. But now, he's just a hollow pillow, unable to resist. The man called king had features that were flawless beyond reproach, exuding an aura like a sovereign reigning supreme, his gaze cold as ice. Your Majesty just perceived it, indeed, it is him. I never thought what the witch said 500 years ago would come true. Finally, your majesty has found someone whose blood can elevate you. With his blood, your majesty will surely conquer even the demon realm. Malachi looked at Amos. What a fool. Could Colton still survive after this? Just as he was about to raise objections, Amos stretched out his hand, and slowly, a bagua formation appeared on his palm. He smiled grimly, raising his eyes to the king and enunciating clearly, Your Majesty, remember, even if you plan to drain his blood, wait until I've played enough with him. The man called King's eyes suddenly turned red, as if controlled by something. Yes, let you play first, then take his blood. Seeing this, Malachi frowned. How did you master such an ancient control technique? It had already been lost 10,000 years ago. Amos smiled faintly. 500 years ago, I met a master who knew it, a forbidden technique. He wouldn't teach me, so I learned it secretly. When he discovered, he wanted to kill me, so I killed him. At that moment, Malachi finally believed what the demon world said. Human hearts are more venomous than demons. This demon hunter was already obsessed. But this demon king's spiritual energy is so strong, don't you need skills to control him? Amos laughed more sinisterly. Some cause and effect can't be explained. That year, he survived precisely because of my filthy obsession with Colton. Without me, there would be no him. So your third soul fragment. Before Malachi could finish, Amos made a shoo gesture. Malachi, if you still want to snatch Colton from them, don't speak recklessly. None of those people, whether Bonnie, Dash, or Ricky and Connor, are easy to deal with. Although the king of returning sea ruins is powerful, those people are not weak either. Until the end, no one can be sure what will happen. Malachi nodded. It seemed that Colton wouldn't be able to escape their grasp this time. Achoo! Colton was huddled in bed under a blanket, looking pitiful like a small animal. He glanced at Ebert beside him and said helplessly, I told you, why do you always wander around the human realm? It turns out it's because the king was asleep. Now what's going on? If he woke up, just wake up. Why does he need me? Dash wanted to embrace Colton but was pushed away by him. Don't touch me yet, I'm freezing all over. If you hug me, I might get a fever. Ebert's expression had always been serious. Colton, if the king of returning sea ruins targets you, this isn't good news. Even though we're here and can still fight, this is too abnormal. He doesn't even know you but wants to communicate with you. Dash fell silent for a moment before continuing what Ebert said. This only means that this king of returning sea ruins has already conspired with Malachi and Amos. At this moment, Shichi suddenly said, I have a bold idea. Could that third fragment of soul be the king of returning sea ruins? Shichi's words made everyone fall silent again. Then, another sneeze from Colton broke the silence. He rubbed his red nose and said, so what if it is? It would be better if it were him, we won't have to search anymore. Dash wanted to say something else when he felt an intrusion outside. Just as he was about to protect Colton, Bonnie, Ricky, and Connor barged in. The three deities and the demons of returning sea ruins entered almost simultaneously. Bonnie greeted everyone expressionlessly. Connor says the demon aura here is intense, indicating that the king of returning sea ruins has awakened. Considering Colton's constitution, he will inevitably be involved with the king, so I came here. Ricky stretched lazily and plopped down on the stone bench outside. Well, I'm just scouting the place, checking if it's suitable for a live broadcast. My only goal is to make money and earn merit until my master is resurrected. Upon hearing this, everyone's and the demon's expressions changed. This boss always thinks about money. At this moment, Bonnie asked a question no one dared to ask. Do you and your master have a special relationship? You two aren't just master and disciple, right? Connor chimed in agreement, definitely lovers. Whoosh. Before he finished speaking, his hair was cut off. Ricky was emanating dark energy. If you say another word, I'll sever your head, you Sun Huang beast. Suddenly, Bonnie stood in front of Connor, seemingly protecting him. This scene made the onlookers go cross-eyed. Especially Colton, whose mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. My noble sister, if Giacomo sees this scene, it'll be disastrous. She was doomed. Looks like the vampire was about to succeed. Bonnie paid no attention to the spectators and smiled slightly at Ricky. What he said is also what I thought. Are you going to kill me too? Chapter 104, well advised, no more advice next time. Isabella immediately retracted his weapon and shrugged. Forget it. Fighting you is too exhausting. I'm a businessman after all, and what I want most is profit. Having said that, Isabella sat aside, admiring the beautiful scenery of Conan's home. Just as Colton was about to speak, he saw Connor turn around and dragged India away. Colton wanted to chase after them, but Dash stepped forward and held him back. Enough, Colton. The unfortunate demon emperor has waited for today for so long, you'd better not get involved. But if India has offspring with that guy, wouldn't they be a demon? I think my father might want to kill someone. I have to consider the next generation of our Jiang family. Dash reached out and patted Colton on the head, sighing helplessly. What nonsense are you thinking? There's nothing certain yet, and you're already thinking about kids. Colton looked earnestly at Dash. I'm telling you, the future of our old Jiang family depends on her. Can I not be concerned? Everyone present burst into laughter at Colton's words. Isabella also laughed. Don't worry. My master once taught me a secret art to peek into the future. Your old Jiang family will never lack an heir. Colton. What kind of trick was this? Why did Boss Chiu know everything? Just as he was about to ask more questions, Isabella added, Hey. Don't ask any more. Heavenly secrets must not be revealed. At most, I can tell you that I was forced by Leo to learn it, which cost me several years of my life. This caught even Ian and Conan's interest. The two demons, crowded in front of Isabella, looking like they had something to ask. Isabella said, I told you, no more. I won't look into the future again. Ah, what a pity, Ian replied. Isabella frowned. Are you all crazy, asking me how many children I'll have? They don't seem capable of that, right? Upon hearing this, Hakim and Gordon's faces darkened. Gordon, that's complete nonsense. As a woman, you should watch your words, Miss Chiu. Hakim, boss. Realizing this, Isabella waved his hands quickly. Alright, enough. After killing so many demons from the desolate sea, I'm tired too. I'll rest for a while. When I wake up, we'll do a live stream. Colton was speechless. It seemed that Isabella was truly squeezing them for his master. But if Connor didn't force himself on India, would she agree? Sure enough, not long after, Connor was kicked out of the room by India. Colton. Dash. Ian, sure enough, it ended this way. Hakim, suddenly, I feel a bit sympathetic towards Connor. Gordon covered his forehead. Isn't this the normal reaction? If someone forced themselves on me like that. How could that fish possibly overpower him? Conan, knowing what he was thinking, suddenly pulled Gordon over and grabbed his chin. What look is this? I told you, you can't beat me now. Lowering his voice, Conan added, besides, you belong to me now. Do you still want to rebel? Gordon slapped his hand directly onto the man's mouth. Conan, Ed and was just about to kiss him as a lesson when Gordon shouted, if you say one more thing, I'll go back. Alright, I'll stop talking. Okay. Seeing that Gordon wasn't happy, Conan quickly comforted him. He learned this trick from Ian, who advised that he soften his tone. Gordon clearly responded better to gentle treatment. Indeed, Gordon paused, then asked suspiciously, why are you suddenly speaking so softly? Didn't you learn that from Dash and Ian? This fish always pressured him whenever they were together. He had never seen him speak nicely. Unusual events must have unusual reasons, and this was indeed a hateful demon. Do you dislike my gentle tone? Or do you prefer something rougher? Get lost. Gordon was ready to punch the guy again. Colton watched and shook his head, smiling. He was about to stop him when a strange gibberish sounded from outside the door. Colton, Hakim, and Gordon looked puzzled. Dash laughed. That's demon language. Oh, then what are they talking about? They're inviting us to visit the king of Gui Hai Jishu at his palace. Colton glanced at Conan, who had spoken, and blurted out instinctively, wow, I never thought you could talk so formally. Conan looked at Colton seriously, they are coming for you. Colton's eyes turned cold, I really want to meet him. What if he is Amos's third personality? If so, it would make things easier for us, and Connor might also be relieved. At least everything would end, and he wouldn't be beaten by India anymore. Connor, who was feeling depressed, stood up as soon as he heard this. Let's go then. If that's the case, I'll kill him myself. Ian glanced at Hakim and Gordon, you two stay here. We'll go over there. Don't run around. With India and Patty here, it should be safer than with us. Gordon wanted to say something, but Colton interjected, Gordon, it's not that we look down on you. You know what Amos and Malachi did to me in Dash. I don't want you to be forced into this is our battle. Gordon considered his mediocre skills and realized he might just be a burden. He finally nodded. Go ahead. As soon as Colton and the others stepped out of Conan's house, Patty and India emerged from their room. Seeing them, Gordon was taken aback, why are you out? Aren't you supposed to be resting? These two had been battling demons for quite a while and should be very tired. India yawned and sat at the stone table outside, picking up a pebble and tossing it into the water. How can I rest with such heavy demonic aura? Yeah. Patty also sat down opposite, looking weary. She asked India, what makes that Amos so special that even the king of Gui Hai Jishu listens to him? India shook his head. Do you think this final showdown will have the highest viewership in history? India stared at Patty, whose eyes were almost turning into coins due to her desire for money. Boss Chiu, earning money for virtue takes time. Some vile people can undo all your virtues in an instant. My grandpa said that many things are predestined. Your master will wake up. Patty opened her mouth to say, thank you, but heard India say, that snake survived being skinned and stripped of bones. Life isn't as fragile as you think. Patty. Well advised, no more advice next time. That snake, was really unlucky to be used as an example by India. But thinking back, India did save Dash's life when he was near death. So, even if he said something bad, it didn't matter, right? Chapter 105, Himena's Head. As Colton entered the underwater palace, Dash immediately embraced his waist. Colton looked puzzled. Dash said, "What? Do you feel uncomfortable like this? Then I'll let go." "Hey." Colton directly grabbed Dash's hand and placed it on his waist. "Since you've already hugged, let's continue." Actually, Colton was not used to talking like this. But he did it intentionally. The moment he came in, he felt eyes watching them from all directions. After all, his sixth sense was quite strong. He did this just to show those guys. At this moment, a wave of swirling water rushed toward them. Ebert saw it and immediately stepped forward, dispersing all the water. Colton opened his eyes wide. "Goodness, Ebert, I've never thought you could be this handsome." Ebert glanced back at Colton and teased him shamelessly, "Why didn't you notice before?" Colton rolled his eyes. "Now that you mention it, you even start acting smug." "Fine, if Gordon hears this, you'll have another headache." Ebert thought for a moment. You're right. Gordon still cared about the fact that he once had a crush on Colton. If he was misunderstood, there would likely be more trouble. At this moment, a cold voice echoed, "So you're Colton, whom Amos and Malachi have been talking about for so long." Everyone looked over, and a man with striking features and impressive presence walked over. Ebert slightly bowed his head as a sign of respect. "Your Majesty." Jace sneered, his gaze landing on Ebert. "What, are you planning a rebellion? Bringing the ruler of the demon realm here? Ebert, are you planning to betray me?" Ebert replied calmly, "Betrayal is far from my mind, Your Majesty. If your body reeks of that demon hunter scent, then perhaps I should stop being loyal to you. Besides, speaking of loyalty, the Withered Sea belongs to the demon realm too. We should be loyal to Connor. Is there anything wrong with my loyalty to him?" Colton couldn't help but applaud the fish mentally. This logic makes sense. Humph. Jace's gaze fell on Connor. "And what brings you to my little domain?" Connor exuded an awe-inspiring demonic aura and approached Jace step by step. "I have no interest in this position of Demon Emperor, I just want to verify something. If you are the third personality of Amos, I will kill you without hesitation." Jace glanced at a corner of the palace. "Third personality? He isn't even worthy." It's just during a certain period, influenced by him, an interest in a human arose. An interest in the demon hunter who disrupted both the demon and human realms. Colton suddenly laughed. "I'm telling you, King of the Withered Sea. You can call me Jace." Colton rolled his eyes. "Who cares what you prefer? I want to tell you, the one who disrupted the human and demon realms wasn't me, it was that guy called Amos. You should be looking for him. That's a pair of dogs destined for eternity." Jace's eyes became mirthful as he said to Colton, "But I always see your face. These centuries of sleep, thinking about you." Ebert. Great, while I had a crush on Colton, this King of the Withered Sea was also thinking about Colton. What is it like when both my boss and I think about the same person? It's damn exciting. At this moment, Connor and Ian suddenly looked at Dash and spoke in unison. "Dash, this king has been mourning you as if you were dead." No sooner had the words left their mouths than Dash dashed forward, merging into the currents, disappearing from sight. Dash. Colton was ready to jump in as well. Ian, Ebert, and Connor tried to hold him back, but instead, all four of them were swept into the current. Everything turned pitch black. Colton could not see Dash or Jace. He felt as if he was trapped in a place without daylight. Dash. Dead fox. Smelly merman. Not knowing the true form of the Demon Emperor, Colton subconsciously shouted, "Brother-in-law." Still no response. Seemed like he was truly swept into a different world. "Little Chen, he he he." Suddenly, a sinister voice sounded beside his ear. Colton stiffened. This voice belonged to Himena. "Little Chen, I told you, you're the offering. How can you run away?" A person was right behind him, and a damp, moldy smell wafted over. Just as Colton was about to attack, he felt that person press toward him. In the next moment, a head with long hair simply dropped down. A flash of light appeared before his eyes, and Colton saw an extremely terrifying face, purple-blue complexion, eyeballs popped out, features swollen almost beyond recognition, as if it had been soaked in water. The whole body exuded a stench, and blood dripped from under the head. Ugh! Colton felt a wave of nausea rise in his stomach. In the next moment, he reached for the weapon at his waist and attacked. But in the next moment, the head rolled to one side, grinning horribly. "Little Chen, not killing me was your biggest mistake. Do you know? Whenever I went to your house, I've been controlling your mind all along. Every time I visited, it wasn't to seek forgiveness from Bryson, it was just to control you. Now, your mind is finally under my control. From now on, you belong to us. He he he." The voice was so terrifying it made one's hair stand on end. But in the next moment, the force surrounding him disappeared, and Colton abruptly sat up. He coldly stared at the bloody head before him. "Even if you died and turned into a malevolent ghost, I wouldn't be afraid of you. How much less a severed head? With that, he grabbed the weapon in his hand and stabbed it directly into the top of the head. Blood splattered everywhere, covering Colton's face, and he smelled the heavy stench of blood. Ugh! Another bout of retching. The head was shattered by the arrow in his hand. Soon, a black object rolled out from inside. Colton was just about to destroy that thing as well. But the object seemed to sense danger and fled madly. The surroundings lit up with bright lights. Colton stood up and realized he was in a lone tomb, with paper lanterns floating in the air around him, like the night parade of 100 demons from the previous program. Looking down, he saw that he had crawled out of a coffin. At this moment, Colton noticed that he was wearing ancient clothing. In his other hand, he was unknowingly holding a jade pendant. It was the one given to him by Bonnie during a live stream. This is... Who am I? Where am I? Is this an illusion? Colton's face was full of confusion. Did he enter an illusion? Squeak, squeak, squeak. At that moment, Colton heard animal sounds. It was the thing that had come out of Jimena's skull. Colton didn't have time to think more and immediately chased after the creature. The thing was surrounded by a group of snakes. As Colton approached, the snakes parted as if recognizing their master. The black object suddenly moved. Colton's eyes hardened, and he plunged the bow straight down. No. The thing suddenly screamed and rolled several times. Then slowly, a face revealed itself. Seeing that face, Colton's eyes widened in shock, and he cursed, damn. Jimena's severed head hadn't frightened him earlier. But now, he truly felt terrified. Because it was his own face. A shrunken version of himself, reduced by an unknown factor, a miniature Colton. Chapter 106. Have you not seen men for several thousand years? Damn. Colton felt as if he had seen a ghost. When Amos transformed into his appearance, and when he saw that creature with his face from over 1,000 years ago inside the coffin, it left him in utter disbelief. After returning from the serpent tomb, it took him a long time to dare look at himself in the mirror again. It was Dash who eventually dragged him into the bathroom, forcing him to face his reflection. Only then did he gradually come to accept his face. That little thing was still shivering. Colton picked up the bow and arrow again, intending to finish it off. It was definitely not something pleasant. But seeing those timid eyes, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Killing monsters, he never hesitated. But killing a human. TSK, even if terrified, it's still me from childhood. The head of Sybil just now must have been an illusion. Because Sybil is still with Emil, there's no way she could be here. According to Ebert, Sullivan of Guihai Jishu can create illusions. It seems this is the gift from that king. But why Sybil? Is it because I deeply despise this woman? I'm trapped in this bizarre illusion, and Dash and the others must be in the same predicament. But how do we get out? Colton looked around at the ghostly lights rising around him, eerie and sinister. Yet, he wasn't afraid at all. Perhaps the live streams have toughened him up. Besides, he now has the ability to kill demons. What is there to fear? Forget it, I should find an exit instead. If I'm the last one out, Dash will worry. With that, he went back to search. There might be a mechanism inside the coffin. As he approached the coffin, the little creature followed him once more. Then it climbed up his leg. Colton shook his leg, his tone unusually harsh. Get lost. Don't hover around me, or I'll kill you. Though teary-eyed, the little thing clung to him tightly. Then it pointed to a corner of the coffin. Confused, Colton leaned in closer, crouching down to look. Sure enough, there was a mechanism inside. He reached out and pressed it, and suddenly, water surged up, enveloping him along with the little creature on his leg. Ah! Colton let out a pained cry, landing on his buttocks after being thrown around for a moment. He found himself back in the grand hall. Dash, Ian, Connor, and Ebert were still not back. Just as the pain in his buttocks made him want to curse, a pale hand extended toward him. Colton was about to grab it but froze when he saw the face. He frowned. This face is so much like mine. Realizing something, he quickly pulled away, coldly saying, no matter what form you take, I can feel your repulsive aura immediately. He thought, I've already seen your hideous true form. What are you trying to do now by changing your appearance? You're sick. Amos paid no heed to Colton's attitude, still smiling broadly, just seeing a face so much like yours every day makes me happy, Colton. If you prefer someone like Dash, I can transform into him too. Colton felt a wave of nausea. Don't you dare. As I said before, Gordon also mentioned that I've never liked a face like his. I've seen his snake form plenty of times. That snake-scale true form had been embraced countless times. Sitting atop the palace, Jace spoke, judging from what you're saying, no matter what Dash turns into, you would still love him. Colton raised his eyes to look at him, emphasizing each word, so, you're not planning to turn him into a grotesque monster to test whether my love for him is real? Not really, this king wouldn't do such ridiculous things. But since you'd rather stay with a snake, does this king have a chance? Colton's face turned black. What's so special about staying with him? Immortality? You guys, haven't you seen men for thousands of years? Ha ha ha. Jace burst into laughter. You're indeed as amusing as rumored. This king merely wanted to see what kind of person could cause such a large-scale disturbance between the human and demon realms. You certainly qualify. Well, Lord Jace, the way you put it makes it sound like I'm some sort of calamity. The battles between the human and demon realms back then weren't because of me. They were all driven by personal desires. The humans wanted to control the demon realm, and the demons wanted to kill humans for cultivation. Everyone just took what they needed. Don't make it sound like I was so important. He was just a convenient catalyst. At its core, it was a struggle between human nature and demonic tendencies. Clearly, the demons lost completely. The king of this Gui Hai Jishu was either smart or foolish to still believe in someone like Amos. In the future, he might not even know how he died. At that moment, Amos said from the side, but to me, in that battle, I only had one goal, and that was you. Upon hearing this, Colton's playful face suddenly turned angry. He was about to say something when he felt something move behind him. Then it pounced on Amos, frenziedly tearing and biting. Amos's face instantly started bleeding where he was bitten. What is this thing? Amos covered the wound on his face, and as soon as he looked up, he saw an additional little Colton on Colton's shoulder. It looked exactly like him, with similar demeanor, not at all like a disguised or transformed creature. This is... Not only did Amos freeze, but even Jace was speechless for a while. Was this Colton's spiritual energy so strong? To actually produce a spirit root body in such an illusion. If a demon had that, their demonic power would greatly increase. That was why many demons sought out monster hunters for cultivation. Not because they liked them, but because there was a chance to generate a spirit root body, which aided in cultivation. That Hakeem and Gordon also had the physique of monster hunters, but only Colton reached this level. Colton glanced at the trembling little creature on his shoulder. Disgusted. So timid. Nothing like him. However, the fact that it bit Amos made him feel a little better about the little creature. After all, it came from Alastair's head in the illusion. Quite unsettling. Colton, that. At that moment, Jace's hands trembled, and he immediately flew toward Colton as fast as he could. With a boom, a layer of water splashed around them. Dash, Connor, Ian, and Ebert, 4,000-year-old ancient beings, no, old demons, stood in front of Colton. All of them changed into black battle robes, just like the villains in TV dramas. The corner of Colton's mouth twitched. Guys, when you went monster hunting, you even changed clothes. Too bad Boss Chio isn't here, otherwise, she'd be regretting not live streaming this for her audience and fans. Chapter 107, You Came Out of the Illusionary Realm with a Child. Achoo. Isabella suddenly sneezed. Is someone talking badly about me behind my back? Bonnie was recounting events over the years to Hakeem. She glanced back at Isabella and said, those few guys, who wouldn't talk badly about you. Isabella thought seriously for a moment and replied, they must all have. Especially Ian and Conan. Dash's personality is sullen and he generally doesn't badmouth people. Connor is the same. Apart from sleeping with Bonnie, he can't find a second thing that interests him in his mind. As for Colton, he only unleashes his full power when arguing with Amos. So it must be Ian and Conan's doing. Next, it was Ian and Conan's turn to sneeze. Conan, puzzled, said, I actually sneezed in the realm of returning sea. How bizarre. Ian exclaimed, it must be Isabella, it must be. When he turned around and saw the little guy on Colton's shoulder, Ian shouted, good heavens, what is that? Conan teased, Colton, you even got a kid from this trip into the illusionary realm. You previously mentioned how your family might end childless, and now you've gotten one so quickly. Colton blushed in embarrassment and anger. You dead fish, shut up right now. Dash and Connor turned around and instantly recognized the little creature. It seems that the item the king sought earlier was this. Connor remarked, a spirit root body, I thought Bonnie would be the first to obtain it, but it turned out to be you. Looks like the spiritual energy within you is stronger than hers. Hold on. Ian interrupted Connor. You've lived too long and forgotten the rules. For Bonnie to obtain a spirit root body, it would require mating with a demon. How could she get one without any mating involved? Conan echoed, even when I was asleep, I knew how spirit root bodies come to be. Old Chi, you're truly pitiful. Living so long yet being so ignorant. With just a word from a demon, Colton, Dash, and Connor changed expressions. Then came the cries of agony from Ian and Conan. Almost everyone and every demon were tangled in the fight. Colton also joined in. Amos, watching Colton and the demons together, covered his injured face, eyes filled with envy again. Colton, are you content with being under the control of demons? All they wanted was that thing. Throughout history, whenever humans and demons mated, the demons sought after this. Now, you have no more use. Hearing this, Dash's face darkened as he grabbed Amos by the throat. What did you say? Amos glared coldly at Dash, sneering, I said you all desire that thing. It's within reach, once absorbed, no one in the demon realm would stand against you. Aya. The little creature sensed danger and immediately huddled closer to Colton's face. Finding it annoying, Colton lifted the little creature away, distancing it a bit. Is this the thing that can aid in your cultivation? Instantly, the little one wrapped its tiny hands around Colton's wrist. Its watery eyes seemed to beg, don't abandon me. But why does it look so much like me? Can we discard it? Carrying this thing would mean constant trouble. Dash broke Amos's neck bone, shoving him far away in disgust. He looked at the little one in Colton's hand, that's not possible. No matter what, it shares the same face as you, I can't bear to part with it. Colton raised an eyebrow, teasing, oh, you only like my face, huh? A certain snake, frightened by the low pressure, quickly explained, I didn't mean it like that. Seeing the two flirting shamelessly, Ian showed clear disdain, hey, there's still an enemy here, okay? Don't get all cozy, Colton. You probably can't get rid of this thing. If other demons take advantage, the human world will suffer. So serious? Colton looked back at the little one. What should we do? We can't carry it forever, right? At that moment, Conan and Ian chuckled mischievously, then reached out their hands. How about giving it to us? In the next moment, they were kicked away by Dash. Get lost. Not a chance. Conan shrugged, why so agitated? It's just a joke. If Gordon sees me playing with this Colton lookalike every day, he really will kill me. Ian also nodded and said, I just wanted to see how the snake would react, didn't expect it to be so dramatic. Unknowingly, Connor had already started fighting with the king of returning sea, Jace behind them. Water surged inside the palace, causing waves on the surface of the human world's ocean, as if a tide was about to rise at any moment. Dash did not even turn his head but spoke to Ian and Conan, if Gordon and Hakim had a spirit root body, would you give it to me if I asked for it? Of course not. Good that you know. Dash glanced back at Connor, Your Majesty, fighting such a thing is futile, he only has that one trick with illusions. Upon entering the illusion, they had already gauged this King Jace's strength. He even recreated past tragedies for them to witness. Dash found it somewhat amusing. He was a snake. Snakes are cold-hearted and cold-blooded. Did they really think he would have significant emotional fluctuations? Please. Colton was already his. Why should he care about those memories anymore? Did they think he would lose his nature and never escape such an illusion? Absolutely ridiculous. Now Dash merely wanted to find Amos's third personality to kill it just to make Colton feel better. Colton cared deeply about the harm Amos had caused him in the past. Whether peeling the skin off him, extracting tendons, or grinding bones into dust, it was all worth it to accompany him through this. Colton, let's go back. Your sister must be worried about you. What about His Majesty? Trying to seem concerned for someone who might become his future brother-in-law was only polite, right? At this point, Dash, Ian, and Conan chimed in unison, don't worry, Connor is very strong. Otherwise, how could he be the king of demons? Colton's face twitched. Do you guys really believe he became the king of demons just like that? Meeting these people really sucks for Dash. And then during courtship, he gets kicked by Bonnie every day. Wow, Colton, this is a spirit root body born from your consciousness in the illusionary realm. Back at Conan's house, somehow Isabella and Bonnie couldn't stop holding the little creature, as if they couldn't wait to swallow it whole. Colton's facial muscles were twitching, this felt so unfair. Bonnie, when you used to beat me up growing up, I had this same face. What's with this difference? The treatment varies too much. It was outright preferential treatment. Isabella stroked the little guy's head and got hugged onto his slender finger. Colton, it's cuter than you, its chubby cheeks are so beautiful, I almost want to kiss it, if that snake wasn't glaring at us all the time. Colton glanced behind Isabella and Bonnie, noticing the snake staring at the two of them. As if trying to bore holes through their backs. I'm saying, immortal snake, aren't you exaggerating? It's just a spirit monster cultivated from chi refinement, do you really think Bonnie and Isabella will cook and eat it? Chapter 108, Bonnie, will you marry me? After dinner, Dash finally managed to take back Colton's spirit root body from Adela and Bonnie. He forbade Adela and Bonnie from touching it again. Colton was speechless, this snake really had such a strong sense of possession. At this moment, Bonnie glanced at the world outside the barrier as if he were pondering something. Adela suddenly said, I've started a live stream. If you want to know how that demon emperor is doing, check your phone. Gordon turned around curiously, my goodness, there's actually signal here. Boss Joe, who are you really? There's nothing special about it, as long as I want to do something, I can make it happen. Gordon suddenly spoke up, then can you make that fish stop bothering me? Adela laughed, what are you thinking? Your life now belongs to him. Trying to get rid of him now isn't quite right, is it? Upon hearing this, Gordon's face immediately flushed, oh, Boss Joe, you. In the next moment, Conan pulled him back, enough, stop talking about killing me. I've already told you, you can't kill me. Only I can end your life. The word kill was emphasized by the fish. Infuriated, Gordon reached for his weapon, intending to hit someone. Hakim sighed, Gordon, just let it be. In the end, the one who suffers will still be you. Hakim hit the nail on the head. With how obedient he has been, he still ended up being mistreated so badly. If Gordon kept provoking like this every day, it would only get worse. No, I can't think about it, my head hurts whenever I do. Last night, Hakim secretly saw Ian, this fox, in a group chat with Dash and Conan. The three of them were discussing something unknown, getting more and more perverted. Hakim felt that if things continued like this, he would die sooner or later. Yesterday, Ian even asked him if he wanted to eat the immortal grass. He shook his head vehemently, not wanting any part of it. Ian then said, "All right, we'll leave it for now and discuss it later." Seeing Hakim's constant worry, Colton roughly guessed what it was about. He dragged Ian over and said coldly, "Come here." Ian was choked at his fate's throat. He tried to break free, but since Colton now possessed spiritual power, he thought better of it. This time, before Colton could speak, Ian said, "All right, I promise I'll be more careful, okay?" He also wanted to control himself, but seeing those red-rimmed eyes instantly made it impossible. Thinking of something, Ian lightly coughed, "May I ask, you and Dash, does he listen to you?" Colton, I don't want to talk about it. Just be careful with Hakim. If you bully him again, I'll have Bonnie take action. Ian glanced at Bonnie who was talking to Adela and shivered. Forget it, if that demoness acts, my life is definitely over. After saying this, he smiled faintly, "Rest assured, Hakim is your savior, I know how to act." Then he swiftly ran off. Colton gave a cold snort and sat back next to Dash. Turning his head, he saw Dash coaxing little Colton with food. Leaning in, he smiled and said, "Dash, you're not really going to eat it like Jay suggested, are you?" Dash's face darkened, "Is that how you see me?" Seeing the snake's dangerous look, Colton quickly held his hand, "Okay, I misunderstood you, alright." Dash placed little Colton into Colton's hands. "Colton, he's yours, you can't abandon him. Demons can understand the thoughts of spirit root bodies. It has always been cautious and tender with you, like one of your own thoughts." Colton examined the little guy closely again. Indeed, upon seeing him, the little guy looked pitiful. He softened. Though he disliked his crying self, he whispered softly, "All right, I won't drive you away, okay?" The little guy immediately beamed upon hearing this. Colton laughed and turned to Dash, "When I first learned the truth, did I cry as ugly as this?" Dash's hand landed on Colton's cheek, gently caressing it. "No, I love you most when you cry after being bullied by me. You, get lost." Colton kicked Dash to the ground. This scene shocked everyone present. Even Bonnie couldn't believe it. Was this the same sarcastic yet seemingly gentle younger brother? Or was he the cold and spirited monster hunter? Indeed, his temper had changed a lot after being with that snake. Bonnie and Adela exchanged glances. They had originally thought that being with Dash would surely result in Colton being suppressed at every turn, because this snake was very good at feigning helplessness. It just deceived Colton into willingly giving into it. For this reason, Bonnie had thought of eliminating Dash several times. If not for thinking of the old man, she really might have erupted. "Old man, why do you protect that snake so much? You won't even let me beat it up." The only time tensions escalated was when the truth about the real Colton being buried alive was revealed. Adela patted Bonnie's shoulder, "All right, what they do is called flirtatious teasing. If you beat up Dash, Colton might oppose you. Relationships are such that no matter how much they each other, it's better for others to keep their distance." Bonnie thought seriously for a moment, "You're right. Oh, don't talk about Colton anymore. Quickly come and look, Connor has been ambushed by Jace. Wow, Amos is also here, this." Before Adela finished speaking, Bonnie had already left the barrier. Adela shook her head with a smile, "Ice Mountain, it looks like it's melting too." Just now, she noticed that Connor was intentionally letting himself be ambushed. With his abilities, even if Jace and Amos were together, they wouldn't necessarily be his match. Perhaps he remembered the stratagem he mentioned in City A. At this moment, Jace released another illusion. This time, it was Bonnie wielding a bow and arrow. Connor's pupils dilated, he immediately recognized that it wasn't Bonnie, but he still couldn't bring himself to strike. "Jace, you only use these despicable tactics. Hurting me in the barrier's illusion, and now again, do you really think I can't bring myself to harm this fake Bonnie?" At that moment, a cold voice came from behind Connor, "You don't need to show restraint. If you want to kill, go ahead. If you don't, I'll do it for you." A spirit-infused arrow shot toward the fake Bonnie. Instantly, it turned into a pool of blood. Bonnie saw it was a black carnivorous flower. A flash of joy flickered in Connor's eyes, "Gina, did you come to save me?" Bonnie avoided his gaze, subconsciously saying, "It's because Colton kept nagging about returning to City A and saving you." A lie. Having spent so much time together, Connor knew Bonnie's temperament well. Indeed, she still cared for him. But why was he always kicked away? Could it be due to the customs of the human world? To get married, or rather, wed, before anything else. Connor stared at those cold, clear eyes for a long time, then slowly opened his mouth, "Bonnie, will you marry me?" Clang. Bonnie's crescent blade fell to the ground. Seeing this, Amos launched a surprise attack. Connor turned around and struck him back a considerable distance. He said coldly, "Sorry, I'm talking to Gina. Can you please stand a bit further?" Chapter 109. You make me tremble all over when you hold me. The live stream comments went wild, and the hot search about Edward proposing to Zack surged to the top. Seeing the lagging live stream, Ian and Conan said at the same time, "Warrior. He actually proposed to that ceiling demon. If he can win her over, no one knows if it would be a blessing or a disaster for the devil world." Colton felt more worried than surprised. Giacomo and Misty must be watching the show. And they must be furious now. In City A, in an apartment. "Ah Ming, don't do this. This is just a show, for show effects, calm down." Tiger wore an angry expression and even ran into the kitchen to grab a kitchen knife. "No way. If I don't chop that devil emperor to death today, my name isn't John. And Dash. My daughter and son are my treasures, how could I let them be with devils? Not mentioning Colton and Dash are both males, if Gina ends up with that devil emperor. Wouldn't that produce a half-human, half-devil?" Thinking of this, Tiger felt dizzy. He suddenly knelt before the deceased old man's portrait. "Giacomo, I understand that Snake's tragic past experiences, but why did you agree to this? Even made Gina help with it, what for?" Ziva thought very clearly for a long time before saying, "Because Giacomo knew all these events would happen in the future and also knew as long as our children were happy, that's enough." Mr. Jiang looked back at Ziva. "You've accepted them too, haven't you?" Ziva knelt in front of the old man's photo as well. "Giacomo, when I first found out the truth, I couldn't accept it either. But last time, seeing our kids protecting them in front of us, I knew you had already known everything and prepared ahead of time." At this point, she paused on purpose and looked at Tiger. "Ah Ming, all villagers died tragically with horrifying expressions. Since then, I've known my kids have been entangled in a terrifying conflict. Do you remember during Giacomo's funeral when they tried to sacrifice our daughter for themselves, like devils from hell only wanting to protect themselves by harming our kids? But at that time, those snakes kept attacking them. Ah Ming, even in such hatred towards him, Dash still saved Colton. Isn't this enough to express his true feelings? Yes, I am quite old-fashioned, but if it were me facing the one who harmed me to death, I wouldn't forgive so easily. To unhesitantly save someone, believing this person is the real culprit who doomed you to endless suffering, means how deeply you care. They say snakes are cold-blooded, emotionless, heartless, but Dash has always protected Colton. Also, Chimo, Ziyu said he killed the villagers to prevent Ziyu from doing it herself. Don't you get it?" Tiger was speechless. All he knew was that they are devils, although they helped Colton, devils are still devils, and just like humans, they could betray. "So, you agree to Ziyu marrying that devil?" "No, to me, they are devils, but more affectionate and righteous than humans. Ah Ming, I respect Giacomo's wishes and, of course, the children's choices. If Ziyu doesn't want to, I won't say anything. After going through so much, I only want my children to be happy." Tiger. These words must have been prompted by that little thing named Colton. In so many years of marriage, he'd never heard his wife speak so much. "Did Colton ask you to convince me?" Ziva rolled her eyes. "You stay there and think it over. It's about to rain outside, I need to collect the clothes." "Oh, okay." As Ziva stood up, there came a knock at the door. "Who's there?" "Uncle Jiang, Aunt Jiang, it's us, Imelda and Emil, we came over to check on you." Ziva quickly opened the door to welcome them inside. She remembered seeing them in the first episode of the show. Emil put the things in his hands on the table and subconsciously swallowed upon meeting Mr. Jiang's cold stare. "Uncle Jiang. Come here." Tiger beckoned and Emil hurriedly approached. Tiger snorted coldly, "Why are you here?" "Afraid I might be upset, come to soothe my anger." Hearing this, Emil was stunned. Frankly speaking, this was indeed his thought. After all, he and Ah Lu had caused quite a bit of trouble for Colton back then. Now, what happened between Colton and Bonnie was also his concern. Uncle Jiang, Aunt Jiang, Colton and the others are trapped in the Guihai ruins. Boss Joe said that the king of Guihai ruins is very powerful, so they won't be back in a short time. Therefore, I want to take care of your feelings. Tiger snorted coldly, "How do you plan to take care of us?" "All I want now is to drag Colton back here and give him a good beating." Hearing this, Imelda immediately said, "Uncle Jiang, please don't be so angry. Although they are demons." Aunt Jiang just brainwashed me, and I don't want to hear it anymore. I know they are good people and look good, but I just can't accept it now. I'll rest in my room for a while, you stay and chat with Aunt Jiang. You have common topics." Colton's mom shook her head and deliberately said in an angry tone, "Chat then. If your daughter and son don't need you in the future, you should be careful." Tiger. He was just being irrational for a moment. Would he really be abandoned by his children? Achoo, achoo. Colton sneezed several times in a row. He suddenly thought that this must be because his dad was cursing at him. At this moment, a piece of clothing was draped over his body. He turned around and saw it was Dash. The weather here gets very cold at night. Colton humphed, the temperature is fine, at least it's better than being on your body. Every time you hold me, I tremble all over. Dash responded with an, oh, then stared into Colton's eyes and said seriously, but when I hold you, don't you eventually feel warm too? Chapter 110, Why are you so anxious about Connor's spiritual power? Returning from the grand hall, Priscilla didn't know how he made it back to Conan's house. The moment he stepped through the door of Conan's house, a group of people simultaneously averted their gazes as if nothing had happened. Even the living plants and trees inside seemed to shift direction. Seeing this scene, Colton was dumbfounded. This Priscilla used to be a goddess, capable of making everything react. He looked at Priscilla, exclaiming in surprise, you must have been a god who descended to experience tribulations. What are you talking about? Priscilla was about to pinch Colton's ears when little Colton suddenly leapt onto her shoulder and hugged the hand she raised. Upon seeing this, Priscilla retracted her hand. She coldly said, I'm going back to City A, Colton, come with me. Got it. Colton knew that Priscilla surely thought about not getting scolded by Dad when they got home, which was why she wanted him along. Conan also chimed in, while that demon emperor hasn't released those sea demons yet, you should head back first, otherwise, you won't be able to leave. Colton glanced back at Conan, there are already enough monsters here, octopuses, turtles, all sorts of monsters are appearing. What is a sea demon? I'll tell you later, let's go now. As Conan spoke, he took out a crystal-clear jade bead. This connects to the outside world, this way we won't be detected. We'll return to the company first, on the sea surface, the sea demon's power will significantly weaken. Gordon looked at Conan and said, but once you leave, you'll be seen as a traitor to Gue Hai Jishu and hunted down for life. Conan smiled faintly, no longer displaying his usual laziness. What, you're worried about me? Sheila clicked her tongue, looks like my intuition about your chemistry was right after all. Hearing this, Colton and Hakim both exclaimed, ah. Hakim added, Boss Chio, I thought you were just randomly pointing, resulting in them coming together. Sheila folded her arms, grinning smugly, don't forget, I can peer into the past and predict the future. If your chemistry didn't match, I wouldn't have kept you on the show. Then she cast a glance at the snake, fox, and merman. Look, all the progress you've made up to this point is thanks to me. Don't you think you owe me some gratitude? The three creatures spoke in unison, stop beating around the bush. Spit it out. At this moment, Connor spoke, to revive the dead requires immense demon power. Do you think Sheila nurtured you and sent someone for nothing? Dash. Ian. Conan. So this boss has been holding this ace up her sleeve. Suddenly, Colton felt this woman really acted like a businessman. Before, he always thought this person was good-hearted, but now it seemed she had calculated everyone from the start. Sheila smiled faintly, if I were to disperse all my spiritual power, I could do anything, but demon power is beyond my reach. If you don't agree, I'll place a curse on Colton, Hakim, and Gordon, an eternal one where they cannot meet each other. Priscilla suddenly chimed in, yes, she's fully capable of doing something like this. I think you shouldn't count on keeping your demon powers. At this moment, Dash glanced at Connor, he is the supreme being of the demon realm, one of him suffices, we don't need to. Priscilla's face changed, why? I don't owe Sheila anything. Colton suddenly interjected, hey, Priscilla, Dash only wants Connor's spiritual power. Why are you so anxious? Could it be you're worried about him? His ear was grabbed, causing Colton to scream. Seeing this, Dash actually started fighting with Priscilla. Connor joined the fray, and then Colton feared Dash might lose out. In the end, it became a four-person brawl. And little Colton kept clapping, seemingly cheering them on. Conan's face darkened, do you guys plan to leave or what? This jade bead's power lasts only for a while. Still, they didn't hear him, and even tore down the pavilion in Conan's house. Conan pulled Gordon aside, looking at Ian, Hakim, and Boss Sheila, how about we leave first? They all replied in unison, all right. Then, Conan activated the jade bead's power. Just as a light enveloped them, the four stopped and fell into that light. Colton's vision was dark for who knows how long. When he sensed the familiar air, he realized he had returned to the apartment he shared with Dash. But Dash was not by his side. Colton immediately got up and searched the entire apartment. Dash. He called out again. Just as he was about to go out to look, a huge snake suddenly coiled around him with its tail. Seeing the flickering tongue of the snake, he cursed, damn. You, why did you turn into a snake? Seeing a snake head suddenly scared me to death. Dash coiled Colton into the bedroom and pressed him down on the bed, just like that experience in the Temple of the Snake Immortal. A huge snake pressed on his body, continuously moving around. But Colton's mindset had changed significantly. Are you trying to scare me to death this way? Or are you testing whether I like snakes or hate them? Hiss. The tongue swept over his cheek. Colton reached out and slapped the snake's head. I'm telling you, if you dare to do anything improper, I'll cut off what's below you. Dash finally spoke, would you really be willing? Get off. This snake really has no face at all. Alright, stop fooling around. I need to go home now. My parents must be worried about Priscilla. The news spreads so fast, they must be angry. Dash turned back to his original form. Colton thought it looked a bit too revealing without clothes and pushed him, saying, "Put on some clothes quickly, don't show yourself in front of me, it makes me dizzy." At first, he still wanted to touch those 8-pack abs, but now he had lost all interest. Because every time he touched, there was a price to pay. "Colton, can we wait a moment? Just let me hug you for a while." Colton held Dash's face, speaking word by word, "I'm telling you, intentionally being coy doesn't work anymore. No matter what, Priscilla's situation is the most important thing. We should go back and persuade my dad. Otherwise, he will be heartbroken. I don't want to see him sad." Seeing Colton's determination, Dash could only say, "Okay, I'll go with you." Thinking of the last time his father's appearance made him frown and glare, Colton shook his head immediately, "No. If you go, he will have high blood pressure again. We haven't resolved Priscilla's issue yet, and you would cause more trouble." Dash turned around, seemingly sighing, "I understand. You go then. Give me little Colton, give." At this point, both their expressions froze. The next moment, they looked at each other and said in unison, "Little Colton. Who took him?" Chapter 111, Did I Say I Would Not Agree? Achoo. Achoo. Little Colton sneezed several times in a row on Priscilla's shoulder. Priscilla smiled gently, stroking his nose and asked, "What's wrong? Are you not used to the human world's illusion? Otherwise, you stay in my pocket." The little guy immediately shook his head. Priscilla took little Colton home. Upon entering the door, he heard his mother exclaim in surprise, "Ah, Xiao Chen, what's wrong with Xiao Chen? Why did he become like this?" "Wah, my son." Tiger also roared angrily, "Priscilla, what's going on here? We didn't see it when watching the live stream, why did Colton turn into this?" Priscilla looked embarrassed, "This. Did they not see little Colton in the live stream?" At this moment, Connor walked in from outside the door. "That's not Colton, just the spiritual body that Colton created in the realm of returning sea." Although confused, Colton's parents finally understood, it wasn't a person. But Colton's mother thought it was really adorable. She picked up little Colton happily and sat down by the side. "Seeing this little guy makes me feel much younger. When Xiao Chen was small, he was so beautiful and cute too." Little Colton laughed happily, clapped his hands, then jumped onto Colton's mother's shoulder, kissing her cheek. He instinctively shouted, "Mistymie, Mistymie." Everyone was stunned. Priscilla said, It couldn't talk before. Especially Tiger, who immediately warned the little monster, "You, get away from her. Little monster." The little guy looked at Tiger with a grievous face, "Bad man. Tiger. Why should he call his wife mommy and him bad man?" After tidying up himself, Colton came in just in time to see. Priscilla and Connor were standing on the side as if being scolded. In the living room, Giacomo and the little guy stared at each other fiercely. Mother was holding food and speaking tenderly, Xiao Chen, do you want to eat? If not, I'll cook for you." Priscilla also looked at Colton by the door and whispered, "Why are you here?" Colton snorted coldly, "If I don't come back, I think this house doesn't need me anymore." Only now did Colton's mother notice her son had returned, but she still found the little one cuter. "Colton, this little Colton is so cute. Misty, I'm your son." That's just a Mons dash." Colton hadn't finished his sentence when he swallowed it back. Because he saw his mother's deadly stare. Tiger turned around to glance at Colton, "Didn't you choose to be with a snake, and yet you call it a monster?" Colton's mouth twitched, "What ghost?" His parents, due to a small monster, actually verbally attacked him together. He subconsciously stood beside Priscilla, then glanced at the two people. "Hey, I came back because I was worried about you. Dash hasn't come up either. What's going on? Has Dad not touched a kitchen knife?" Connor said earnestly, "Yes, he did. Your mother stopped him." Colton. This father of his was truly obsessed with kitchen knives. It seemed that little Colton had saved them both. "Well, nothing's got to do with me, I'll leave first." Having said that, he put on an outerwear and prepared to go downstairs. Suddenly, Tiger's voice sounded, "Stop. The matter isn't explained clearly, am I letting you go?" Colton froze. This voice was a complete bloodline pressure. He turned subconsciously and said unhappily, "Giacomo, what should I explain today? I didn't do anything special." Tiger stood up and slowly approached Colton, saying coldly, "What about the snake? Afraid I might use a kitchen knife on it, so you dare not let it come upstairs?" Priscilla. "My dear old dad, how deep is your obsession with kitchen knives?" Colton laughed and said, "Giacomo, today I just came back to see you, no other matters, I'll go." Then he tried to sneak out. However, next moment, Priscilla and Connor held his shoulders respectively. A murderous look flashed in Priscilla's eyes, "Want to leave?" "Forget it." Connor felt the same way. Colton had black lines all over his face, he wanted to hit someone again. These couples, if only he knew earlier, he wouldn't have come back. Thinking of this, he immediately shouted to the two elders, "Giacomo, Misty, what you're worried about now is the matter between Priscilla and this demon emperor, right? Connor's proposal has even selected a venue online. Priscilla's face was full of black lines. This generation of netizens was really off the charts. What was going on here? Little Colton had long been scared out of his wits, cowering on Colton's mother's knee, not daring to move again. Giacomo, aren't you curious where that little guy came from? Was curious earlier, but then seeing you made my temper rise again. Now, I'm not curious at all. Colton's face turned completely dark. Just as he didn't know what to do, someone suddenly grabbed his hand, icy and cool. Colton felt like there was nothing left worth living for. How did this guy come back again? Does he think it's not chaotic enough here? Dash stared directly into Tiger's eyes, a pair of amber-colored eyes brimming with sincerity. Regardless of how you oppose, I will never give up on Colton. Connor looked at Dash in surprise. You. This snake really knew manners. After being the demon emperor for so long, using you was almost always an insult. Today, he actually showed respect to Colton's father. Colton pulled at Dash, signaling him to stop talking, but Dash held his poisonous hand even tighter. It seemed as if a layer of black mist had enveloped Tiger's face. With so many people around, why is it my son? Is it because of what happened over 1,000 years ago? But that's all in the past. It's in the past. I have never wanted to bind him with past events. Even if he doesn't remember those times, I would still be with him, no matter what others say. Eye to eye, Colton felt his head throb. He wished he could disappear underground. Wasn't today supposed to be about Priscilla and the demon emperor? Why did it come down to him? Tiger's mouth twitched. Let's set your issue aside for now, Priscilla. Connor tried to grab Priscilla's hand, but it was immediately shrugged off. Priscilla said, Giacomo, I haven't agreed to any proposal, so you don't need to warn me. At this moment, Tiger waved his hand expressionlessly and said, did I say I wouldn't agree to you? Why are you so agitated? Priscilla, Giacomo, you just said, what? Tiger glanced at Connor behind Priscilla and said through gritted teeth, I said, I won't stop you. Connor's mouth twitched. How unwilling was he? It felt like he was ready to pounce and bite in the next second. Because he heard the sound of grinding teeth. Chapter 112, that Sybil was eaten by a monster. How Colton finally returned home, he didn't want to recall. Sitting on the sofa, many times he felt that his father was going to get a kitchen knife. On the way back, Colton said to Dash, you, this demon, know how to adapt to circumstances. You won over my dad in another way. Dash smiled slightly, took off her overcoat, and draped it over Colton's shoulders. This isn't winning him over, he just agreed about Priscilla and the Demon King. As for us, he hasn't given any opinion yet. Thinking about the strange tension between Dash and his father just now. Colton asked curiously, when you were making eye contact, were you fighting? Ha ha ha. Dash laughed loudly, pulling Colton into her arms. Just as she was about to get closer, Imelda's voice came from behind, oh, Emil, looks like we've come at a bad time. Colton immediately pushed Dash away and greeted the two with a smile. It's you guys. Thanks a lot for helping convince my parents earlier. Emil smiled and said, Colton, don't be so polite. You've helped me so much, I don't even know how to repay you. Taking care of your parents is the least we could do. Thinking about the live stream content, Imelda started asking questions one after another. That Jace really likes you too. Did Amos find his third personality? Are you hurt, Colton? Wasn't Amos touching you inappropriately? He's really disgusting, looking so much like you. What does he want anyway? Colton scratched his ear and explained with a smile, don't worry, nothing happened to us. We're unsure if Jace is the third personality. But what about you, how is Sybil? Upon hearing this, Emil's expression changed. He immediately said, Colton, Dash, I'm here to tell you about this. That Sybil was eaten by a monster. Colton was stunned for a moment and then quickly asked, eaten? Eaten by what kind of monster? Logically speaking, those monster hunters hired by Emil's family, although not as talented as Priscilla and Sheila, shouldn't be far off. After all, the money Emil paid them wasn't small change. But something managed to eat someone right under their noses. Something must have happened. Emil pointed to the cafe across the street. Why don't we go there and talk? It can't be explained in a short time. At the cafe, while Imelda was ordering, Emil lowered his voice and said, Colton, I think this is not a good thing. Throughout history, human-demon confrontations have always been matters of life and death. However, someone like Sybil, who calculated and bargained, wasn't doing it for herself. She constantly dealt with demons, all for her sickly son. No matter how much she begged and pleaded, her son remained unresponsive. But his heart was still beating. From the mouth of the already mad Sybil, Emil learned of her son's existence. He immediately went to Sybil's house with the monster hunters. They found a huge coffin in the house, covered with yellow charms everywhere. The curse power was extremely strong. Several experienced monster hunters asked Emil to wait outside. Then they broke the coffin open, only to find it empty inside. One of the hunters said that there was still a presence in the coffin, and that non-human, non-demon creature had escaped. Hearing this, Emil asked again, Colton, do you think it was that demon that ate Sybil? Colton suddenly felt a chill. He was thinking about what was happening when he heard someone shouting on the street, monster, there's a monster. Suddenly, several snake people rushed towards the cafe. Boom. The cafe's glass door shattered, with wind chimes scattering on the ground. Seeing this, Emil tried to pull Imelda. Lou, be careful. But the next moment, those snake people got up from the ground and grabbed Imelda by the neck like humans. Cough cough. Imelda coughed. What the heck? Why did she become the target? Cries of terror filled the cafe instantly. The owner recognized the people under the caps. He subconsciously opened his mouth, Emperor Dash, Colton, Imelda, Emil, are you filming a movie? Why didn't you let me know beforehand? They should all be fake, right? The owner trembled, pointing at those monsters. Colton was speechless. Hey, big brother, at least don't let your hands shake when you're in doubt. Fear meant that the people had already accepted that it was real. But he still often smiled and said, boss, don't worry. We'll compensate for today's losses. We are just filming a movie. After the onlookers outside knew this was a movie set, their previous fear vanished, and they gathered around. More and more people came, increasing the positive energy. The snake people, as eating creatures, could occasionally eat 1 or 2 humans, but in a place so full of positive energy, they naturally couldn't bear it. Dash took large strides forward, and the snake people who were holding Imelda suddenly became afraid. Dash's amber eyes were filled with rage, like an Azura from hell. He spoke in the language of the demon world, since you are already dead, do not linger in the human world any longer. The one who killed you back then is not Colton. Dash said much more, but everyone around was stunned. Among them was a young woman who had traveled to many countries. My God, which country's language is Empress Dash speaking? Hearing this, Colton laughed. Thinking these young people could accept things quickly, he said, of course, it's the language of the snake race. Don't forget, he is playing the role of a snake. That makes sense. Everyone took out their phones to take photos. Then, they captured an extremely bloody scene. Dash tore into the backs of those snake people's heads with his bare hands and pulled out snakes. Many people, even the coffee shop owner, nearly threw up. Is this really filming a movie? It looks so real. This incident was resolved quickly. Colton and Dash trended on hot searches because someone had initially wanted to take shocking photos of Dash killing those monsters. After taking the photo, they found nothing on it. That person was scared and couldn't sleep well for several days. He insisted to those around him that he had encountered evil, but everyone laughed at him for being silly. After all, the live stream of the night parade of 100 demons also didn't show anything in photos or videos. So many people who watched it talked about it excitedly, while those who didn't watch had no idea what happened. They only knew the story that had been passed down for a long time. Now, there was an additional task, waiting for the live stream to start. Only by watching the live stream would they know how fantastic that story was. Finally returning from the cafe to the apartment, Colton was about to sneak an attack on that snake when he received a call from boss Sheila. Colton, you and Dash come to the company. Conan and Ian have already arrived. Chapter 113, Isabella's Request. In the southern outskirts of City A. Connor squatted in front of Priscilla, propping his cheek with one hand, staring at her continuously. Priscilla looked exasperated. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just curious, why would someone be more beautiful than a fairy? Priscilla's face darkened. This guy didn't realize how oily, here used as an idiom for excessively flattering, it sounded in the human world. Was he trying to sicken her? Priscilla pointed to the hammock in the yard. Fine, scram, I want to sleep. AIZU. Thinking of what Colton and Dash had said before, Connor immediately grabbed Priscilla's hand. ZU, since your father has given his consent, then. Priscilla promptly withdrew her hand. I told you, no killing Amos, no settling this matter, period. But Colton said, we should strike while the iron is hot, turn raw rice. Before Connor could finish, Priscilla finished his sentence, into cooked rice. Connor nodded vigorously, yes, exactly that. Priscilla massaged her forehead, suddenly feeling like she hadn't beaten this guy in days. He really asked for it. Priscilla said, Connor, no matter what tricks you play, what I've said will not change. If you dare to act rashly, I'll cripple you. But if you cripple me, aren't you still the one who'll suffer? The crescent blade immediately flew over, Connor quickly dodged, but the next moment, Priscilla stopped attacking. Because he saw a strange white figure flash by. Connor also sensed an extremely heavy demonic aura. That demon is extraordinary, it's definitely coming after us. Obvious. In this deserted place, only we are here. Within 10 kilometers, no demon dares to pass. This demon actually dares to come so openly, obviously it's provoking us. Tianyu Company. As soon as Colton and Dash entered the company, they encountered Kareem and Fernanda whom they haven't seen in a long time. Kareem shouted, Chen Chen, after so long, I finally see you. Since that live stream where you spat blood, I've been having nightmares about it. The boss kept saying you were fine, but I didn't believe him. I had to come to the company today to check. Fernanda also said with reddened eyes, Colton, you two are truly amazing. I will always support you even though I've moved backstage now. Colton's lips twitched. What was with this atmosphere of final farewells? Kareem, Fernanda, don't chatter on. Boss has been waiting for a long time. Let's go up now. Upon reaching the office, Colton saw Sheila waiting with a black expression for those two pairs. Imelda and Emile also rushed over. Colton immediately let go of Dash's hand. Forget it, no need to further provoke the boss. He sat down obediently. Boss, everyone in the company already has a charm and is working remotely from home, nothing much is going on. Is there something new again? Dash made a show gesture and Colton understood, immediately shutting up. Sheila brought out the slideshow. Hakeem immediately turned away in shock. Gordon subconsciously leaned on Conan's shoulder. Colton closed his eyes. The gruesome scene on the slide was even worse than when the entire village of Jiangxi was slaughtered. Suppressing his nausea, Colton asked, when did this happen? Was it done by those snake people? We just ran into them at a cafe not long ago. Imelda nodded right away, yes. The people in the slides were bitten beyond recognition, almost like something out of a bio-horror movie. Even after seeing what happened at Emile's pool, Imelda was deeply impacted. Sheila looked solemnly around the conference hall, addressing the four couples. This is a curse, a blood curse. Those bitten, even buried, come out every night to harm others. Even reduced to ashes, they can inhabit another body to continue their killings. Colton and the rest naturally didn't doubt Sheila's expertise. Dash directly asked, since you called everyone here, you must have a plan. Stop being mysterious. Colton instinctively asked, boss, can you undo this curse? Sheila shook his head. What about your master? Surely he can. Colton had never seen Boss Chio like this. Even when previously talking about using them, he maintained a teasing tone. Now that it was time to genuinely use them, he hesitated. Colton's lips parted slightly, and Dash said, you want us to save your master, right? Sheila, you've always been one for mutual benefits. Why is it so hard for you to ask for help now? Sheila glanced at the three demons and said earnestly, that's because I don't want to see Hakeem, Colton, and Gordon becoming widows. Colton. Grass. Hakeem. Will I get beaten if I curse? Gordon. I actually hope that fish dies soon. Dash said, I agree. Sheila looked surprised, so easily. Are you really that kind-hearted? Dash shrugged, it doesn't matter to me. Colton is already with me. The only thing I can do now is to make him feel secure. Ian also said, let's just save him. But there's one point, we shouldn't earn money just for you. Otherwise, I won't be able to support Hakeem anymore. Which is not true, I am easy to support. Before Conan could say anything, Gordon blurted out, I agree. Conan is a good demon, he must be willing. Conan glared at someone causing trouble. It seemed he was too gentle. This guy had really been itching for a fight lately. Gordon, are you thinking of trying what happened last night again? Ah. Gordon suddenly covered the fish's mouth. Shut up, or I'll kill you. How are you going to kill me? Seeing them about to quarrel, Colton quickly intervened with a laugh, oh, if you want to fight, go back and close the door. Can you please stop arguing here? Conan glanced at Colton, his eyes becoming lazy again. I remember it was you and Dash who made a mess here not long ago. Now you're acting like our peacemaker. Speaking of which, Conan was truly grateful to Colton. He and this stubborn demon hunter reached this point all because of Colton. If not for that argument one night, Conan wouldn't have gone from being resentful to now unable to leave this guy. Though he loved to insult people, he was actually soft and adorable at times. This contrast delighted Conan. You shut up, you dead fish. Sheila grabbed something nearby and threw it at Conan. It was almost about to hit his face. Hey! Almost instinctively, Gordon pulled Conan away. Are you crazy? Lazy enough that you don't even know how to dodge. Realizing her overreaction, Gordon looked at everyone awkwardly. Then, she saw Imelda wearing an expression as if watching her little brother grow up. Little bro, you've been, no, you finally fell for it. Chapter 114, Hakeem is poisoned. In the afternoon, while having lunch at the company, Gordon and Conan came to find Colton. Ian, Dash, and Conan were all called away by Adela. Colton put down the chicken leg in his hand and looked at the two of them. You two, are you trying to steal my chicken leg? Gordon immediately cursed, who wants that thing? I just want to ask, aren't you worried about Dash? You only have one heart-protecting snake scale left. If you lose it, he won't be as lucky as he was over 1,000 years ago. Colton sighed. He seriously looked at the two and said, although Boss Chio had her own agenda at first, no matter what, she did help Dash. He knows this very well. Whatever Dash decides to do, I will support him. Gordon sized up Colton from head to toe, a bit confused. TSK, can't tell, you really love that snake, but that fish, I just want to stew and drink its soup. Colton couldn't help but laugh. Alright, stop speaking out of both sides of your mouth. We've been together for so long. Although you didn't want it at first, I don't believe you could endure it if anything happened to Conan now. This guy, like they say, was an aloof jerk. He was clearly worried to death but still had to talk around it by asking about Dash's condition. Thinking of this, Colton laughed again. Hakeem, you two should be reassured. Ian and Conan aren't the type of monsters who would die pointlessly. With you two around, they certainly wouldn't want to die. These words made Hakeem and Gordon feel a little embarrassed. Hakeem said, Colton, although I also wish Boss Joe's master would come back, Malachi and the others surely won't let it go easily. Gordon glared hatefully at the weapon in his hand. I've never wished more for powerful spiritual strength. Colton took another bite of his chicken leg and ordered 2 more meals, pushing them to the 2 with a smile. Alright, don't think too much. Boss Joe is so powerful, they are the god of wealth, she doesn't want them to get hurt either. Gordon retorted, I'm talking about wanting to kill Amos. Who said I'm worried about that fish? Colton quickly gave him a way out. Okay, I am worried then, right? Anyway, we're very good friends. Seeing Gordon's aristocratic look, he quickly explained, don't misunderstand me. I have no feelings for Conan. If I did, I would have made a move long ago. I only like snakes, no, only Dash. Conan turned his head. Who got it wrong? Although Gordon didn't want to admit it, hearing those words still made him uncomfortable. It was because talking about Colton that he had been bullied by a fish. At this moment, Colton finished gnawing on the chicken leg and asked with a mischievous smile, Gordon, can you conveniently tell us how exactly you and Conan ended up together? Clearly on the show where you first met, you were fighting each other. All because of you. Gordon almost rushed forward to hit Colton when he said this. Even though he wasn't a match for Colton at all now. Me. 3 hours later, after listening to Gordon's complaints, cursing, Colton roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. Why is the way you two came together so funny? Hakeem also chuckled. So, it turns out Colton inadvertently became a matchmaker. Ha ha ha, I'm more than happy to be this matchmaker. Huh, Gordon, I'm truly sorry. Did that fish punish you just because you said, give up? Gordon speechless, you're still saying it. Okay, I'll stop. Colton felt that if he kept laughing like this, Gordon might really grab a kitchen knife to cut him. At this moment, a voice came from behind, sounding like a snake teasing him. I saw you laughing from far away, not even eating. What's going on? Colton looked at the bewildered Conan beside him, pulled Dash over, and laughed again. Ha ha ha, nothing, have you guys agreed yet? Once you do, we'll go home. So eager. Ha ha ha, very eager, let's go. Ha 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 ha. That day, the canteen echoed with Colton's laughter, and Gordon's face turned black. He was about to rush forward when Conan held him back and said, what are you doing if they go home? Now, you need to go home with me to assist me in cultivating. Gordon nearly choked. What the heck? Cultivating what nonsense? Cultivate yours, what does it have to do with me? He wanted to sit back down to eat, but was dragged up next moment. Come on, let's go home, I'll cook something else for you. I don't want to, I want to stay here. Ebert squinted his eyes, and the originally lazy expression became very serious. Do you want me to carry you or do you want to walk by yourself? This shout attracted everyone's attention around them. Gordon was scared and immediately stood obediently to one side. This bastard had been on the hot search list before because he climbed through Colton's window. He definitely didn't care about saving face. After careful consideration, he still obeyed. I'll walk, I'll go with you, just don't touch me. Watching the two leave, Hakeem looked at Ian. You won't be in danger, right? Ian patted Hakeem's hair and smiled gently. What, are you worried about me? Yeah, if you run out of demon power, wouldn't that put your lives at risk? Is there any way to have both safety and success? Seeing the worried look on the little guy's face, Ian pinched his cheek and said, okay, don't you have any confidence in me? The one who is really in danger now isn't Ebert or me but Dash. Hakeem thought about what Colton had said earlier and nodded. Right, but Dash is helping Boss Joe. If those guys from the returning sea ruins sneak attack now, wouldn't it be dangerous? Okay, don't think too much, let's go home. The person Ian was most worried about was this guy, who had no spiritual power left at all. Sigh, what should be done? Hakeem, would you accept my demon aura? No. Why not? Because you will certainly get hurt if you lose your demon aura. I don't want to see you get hurt. Hakeem said very seriously, Ian, I don't want you to get hurt, just like Colton doesn't want Great God Dash to get hurt. Talking about this, his eyes turned red. Maybe you don't understand, from childhood, I've always been an isolated existence. Whether classmates or colleagues, they treated me as a freak. Only you and everyone else were willing to accept me. You are all such outstanding people. Besides being demons, in terms of lineage and status, these were things he had never dared to dream of before. Ian sighed. It had been so long, and he still undervalued himself. This guy had never gotten rid of his inferiority complex. He stopped walking and gently stroked the frowning brows and eyes of the youth. What an idiot. Only outstanding little guys can attract outstanding people. Look at Bonnie, she likes you so much, how can you still say you're no good? Hakim hugged Ian's arm, and after a long time, slowly released his hand. I'll listen to you. Let's go. Okay. But after only a few steps, he felt a wave of heat surge up in his body. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Hakim. Ian immediately held Hakim, just as he wanted to check what was happening. Suddenly black smoke-like things appeared behind this guy. He was very familiar with this. It was the aura of Lindsay. Ian, am I dying? Ian immediately asked, Hakim, who did you meet today? Tell me quickly. Hakim touched his burning forehead and leaned against Ian's chest. He tried hard to remember the people he had met today. It seemed that apart from Colton and Gordon, there was no one else besides the three of them. Ian wasted no more words, his fingers tapped Hakim's temples to check his memories. He wanted to see what had happened. Suddenly, a terrible scene flashed in Hakim's mind. At that time in the cafeteria, he went to the restroom once. At that time, a man wearing a mask was standing at the door of the restroom. That man's skin was very white, like the color of a corpse. Although he was afraid, he still passed by the man. So saying. Ian's face changed dramatically, that's the guy who escaped from Lindsay's coffin. You've been poisoned by demon toxins. At that moment, Tiana's cold voice came, Ian, take him back to Patty's office immediately, she must have a way. You. I tracked Amos's scent here. It seems that the last soul was the man Hakim met just now, Lindsay's son whom she raised. Ian and Tiana took the unconscious Hakim back to the office. As soon as she saw Hakim, Patty cursed, damn. Such vicious means, truly despicable. Bonnie glanced at the back of Hakim's neck, pressed it, then looked at Patty and Ian. It seems this person wants to exhaust Ian's demon power, making him save Hakim. This way, he will have one less opponent. If I'm not mistaken, Gordon has also been targeted. I will save him immediately. To save Hakim, Ian would certainly not hesitate. If it were that snake and the merman, they would do the same. Wait. I have a way. Patty stopped Ian, don't be so hasty. If anyone has to die, it should be me, because there's no time left. To awaken my master, you three are indispensable. Patty took an ancient-looking porcelain bottle from her pocket. She looked at Bonnie, that person wants to deplete the demon power of powerful demons. If I take this medicine, my spiritual power will instantly turn into demon power, and then I can save Hakim. Bonnie's eyes darkened, but then you will become an ordinary human. Patty smiled faintly, of course I know. Leo gave me this medicine. Bonnie, if I become an ordinary human, then the matter of my master is entrusted to you. Chapter 115, Are you all heading to a funeral? Bang! In the apartment, the glass beside Colton shattered, and shards pierced into his palm. Dash, noticing this, immediately pulled him over and asked anxiously, what happened? Colton looked up at Dash and said earnestly, I just thought of my grandfather, no, I saw him in my mind. He seemed like he had something to tell me. Dash touched Colton's forehead and smiled slightly, all right, you must be too tired recently. Let me take you back to the bedroom for some rest. Don't worry, it's just for rest, nothing else. Colton grabbed Dash's hand and shook his head repeatedly, not tired, really. It felt like Boss Isabella is involved as well. Dash, can you really save Boss Joe's master? Just as Dash was about to speak, his phone rang. He checked and saw it was from Conan. Why would that lazy fish call him? He pressed the answer button. Dash, Hakim has run into trouble. Just now, Imelda called Gordon, saying Gordon was attacked by the third soul of Amos, the son who always lies in a coffin. Hearing this, Colton seemed to understand why the old man had always been entangled with the Lynn family, and why his grandfather acted in a certain way whenever Sybil came to visit when he was little. It turned out the old man had known everything long ago but couldn't change the situation back then. Colton's long-standing doubts were finally resolved. He immediately said to Dash, let's go to the company. If that person is targeting me, he will likely be lurking around. Dash didn't want Colton to go out, but thinking about the potential harm, he became very cautious. Colton, this isn't just an obsession, it's a twisted desire to win. People always fantasize about what they cannot obtain. Colton, suffering so much back then must have been to meet you, spending all his luck. Colton looked at Dash, thinking this guy was still acting like it was a TV drama. So deep in emotion. Let's go, let's check on him quickly. I'm worried about him. Over 1,000 years ago, he died for me once. If something happens to him now, I won't forgive myself. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Colton and Dash arrived downstairs at the company together with Conan and Gordon. Imelda and Emil were already waiting. Imelda's eyes were red and puffy. Just as Colton was about to enter, Imelda held onto his arm and said, Colton, don't bother going in, Hakim is fine now. But you. Gordon blurted out, then why are you crying like it's a funeral? Imelda slapped Gordon across the face, if you say another word, I'll finish you off. Gordon shut his mouth. Dash glanced up at the office window, realizing what had happened. It seems Boss Chio really cares about her master. To prevent Ian from wasting demon energy, she transformed her spiritual energy into demon energy to save Hakim. Imelda nodded while crying, with Emil handing her tissues. Hearing Emil's explanation, everyone fell silent. Let's go. Colton led Dash, Conan led Gordon, and Emil supported Imelda as they headed to the office where Hakim was resting. Ian was taking care of him, while Isabella rested in the adjacent office with closed eyes. Bonnie sat watching nearby. Isabella's hair had turned completely white. However, her skin remained flawless. The white hair didn't detract from her beauty but rather added a touch of allure due to the transformation of her spiritual energy into demon energy. Boss. Colton's voice almost trembled. Isabella opened her eyes. Seeing the group at the office door looking like mourners, she couldn't help but scold, "I'm not dead yet, why such expressions? All of you, get lost." Chapter 116. What is crying smoothly? Caroline's shout startled the few demons. Dash said, with such a strong voice, "It seems nothing much has happened to you. It's not bad that you have no spiritual power, this way, you won't hit people all day." Ian sighed and held Hakim in his arms, remaining silent for a long time. The other party wanted to deal with him, trying to remove an assistant from this side, but they definitely did not expect that Caroline would use her spiritual power to save Hakim. Human nature is unpredictable and selfish. But in terms of emotions, it can be so great. Caroline is a businessman who has always been scheming against others, yet for her master, she was willing to give up her long-prided spiritual power. Caroline looked at Colton, Dash, I know what you're thinking, but my goal has always been only one, to bring my master back to life. Back then, due to her arrogance, her master died. She didn't even get to say sorry before her master died. She held her master's body for an entire night and then began the long journey of finding a way to revive him. Just wanting to see him one more time. To say sorry face to face. This is my choice, there's no need to regret. Besides, I'm still alive, so everything isn't too bad. Bonnie took off a necklace from her neck and handed it to Caroline. This was given to me by Grandpa before he passed away. He said you would do something crazy to save your master, and this thing would protect you when your life was in danger. Caroline looked at the item, suddenly feeling a lump in her throat. Leo had always understood her. She never thought he would even think of this step. Colton, you all go out. Colton pulled Dash, Imelda, Emil, Ebert, and Gordon, quietly retreating outside the office. From inside the office came Caroline's sobs, very faint, as if she were trying hard to suppress them. Bonnie understood such pain, she had experienced it over 1,000 years ago. But back then, she couldn't even shed tears. Caroline, my grandfather mentioned you to Colton, he always cared about you. Later on, you kept saving Colton and Dash, I am grateful to you. I just did it for profit. No, it's not about profit. Wanting to save someone and only caring about yourself are two different things. My consciousness has lived for thousands of years, Caroline. You want to save your master just like Dash wanted to save Colton. In terms of emotion, as long as it doesn't harm others, what's wrong with it? This is a talisman infused with strong mental power by my grandfather before he died. It can resist all demons. I didn't give it to you earlier because you didn't need it. If you don't want Colton and the others to worry and want to see your master alive, take it. Finally, she added with a smile, that guy Colton always thinks a lot. Consider this my request, don't let my foolish brother fall into deep emotions. The corner of Caroline's lips turned up, forming a charming smile. Alright, I know you'll do anything for Colton. Since it's Leo's goodwill, I'll accept it. Caroline took the talisman and hung it around her neck. Just then, outside the door, came Hakim's cries, "Wah wah wah, don't kill Colton, don't bury him alive." No. Hearing this, both Bonnie and Caroline changed expressions and immediately opened the office door to go out. Ian was holding Hakim, softly consoling, "Hakim, it's okay now, Colton is fine." Colton stepped forward, held Hakim's hand, and whispered in his ear, "Hakim, it's all over, everything is over, I'm fine." Hearing the familiar voice, Hakim slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Colton, his eyes welled up, and he hugged Colton directly. "Wah wah wah, sorry. It's all because I'm so incompetent. I couldn't protect you and could only watch helplessly as those demon hunters buried you alive. Human jealousy is a sin. Besides Amos, others also wished for Colton's death out of jealousy. But only Hakim wanted to save Colton but couldn't. He himself also died. Colton's eyes reddened slightly, and he smiled, saying, "Aren't I fine? Why are you crying? Seriously. But I still saw it, that cruel scene. That Amos is truly despicable." Colton wiped Hakim's tears, "It's all good. Don't you feel guilty for wasting Boss Cho's sacrifice of her spiritual power to save you?" Ah. Upon hearing this, Hakim also noticed the Boss Cho standing before him, now with a head full of white hair. After Colton explained what happened, he cried even louder. "Wah wah wah, boss, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault." Ian sighed. This guy, Colton wanted to console him, but his crying only intensified. Hey, listen, could you care about me for once? Hakeem was still sobbing, looking at Ian with red eyes, but it is my fault. At that moment, Caroline stepped forward and grabbed Hakeem's ear. Ouch. Just as Ian was about to stop her, Colton, Dash, and Ebert held him back. Shut up. She's the boss, let her speak. Then, Caroline unleashed a barrage of words on Hakeem, shocking everyone present, even Bonnie was taken aback. Good grief, this Caroline is tougher than her. If you really want to thank me, then make sure your partner properly revives my master. Otherwise, I'll kill you myself before Amos even gets the chance. Hakeem was frightened and immediately nodded. Seeing this, Ian breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, finally calmed down. He pulled Hakeem into an embrace, and the others quickly looked away. Gordon couldn't help but pat Ian on the shoulder. Mr. Bai, we're still here, be mindful. Ian glanced at Ebert, then turned his gaze to Gordon. Why should I be mindful? That fish never cared when bullying you either. Shut up. Gordon's face immediately turned red. At this point, Ebert dragged Gordon towards the nearby office. Come on, I have something to discuss with you, something left unfinished from the apartment. Gordon, showing clear resistance, shook his head vigorously. No way, I'd rather die than go in there. Save me, Boss Joe. Caroline coughed, deliberately adopting an elderly voice. Oh, truly sorry, Gordon, I can't save you anymore after saving Hakeem. You're on your own. Gordon. What kind of nonsense is this? In this company, no one is normal. Even his cousin Imelda and his almost boyfriend Emil waved, as if they were celebrating. Brother, wish you cry smoothly. Gordon's face was filled with frustration. What does cry smoothly even mean? You are butcherizing idioms so badly. I haven't been crying, okay? Chapter 117, ZU, don't reject me, alright? Gordon was dragged away by Conan, what for, everyone knew it well. Dash also pulled Colton away, and Hakeem was dragged into a corner meeting room by Ian. On the scene, only Imelda, Emil, India, and Patty remained. Emil looked at Imelda. Hey Lou, you said you would agree to be with me once this matter is resolved, but look at these three pairs, even the legendary Zack was proposed to by that demon emperor. Imelda blushed instantly, coughed slightly. Let's talk about it later. I'm leaving first. Hey Lou. Seeing this, India immediately stopped Emil, giving him 2 talismans. Take this with you, so that guy won't find you again and harm you. Alright, thank you. India, seeing everything had been settled, prepared to leave. Upon seeing this, Patty immediately stopped her. Why can't I see Connor? Did you two break up? India gave Patty a glare. Can we not mention that guy? What? He just proposed to you. The media is buzzing with news about it, making such a fuss, your parents agreed too. So, are you having second thoughts? India's head started to hurt as soon as she thought of that guy. He used to be respectful, now he's completely nuts, completely disregarding her feelings, obsessively wanting to sleep holding her. It must be those guys teaching him. Forget it, never mind. You stay in the company for the time being, there are only a few days left before departure to the demon realm. Rest assured, they will definitely rescue your master. Alright. Patty glanced at the office room, with an obvious look of disdain. This office isn't made for their lovey-dovey antics. It's so annoying. India couldn't help but laugh. Oh, when you were playing matchmaker for them, you should have foreseen this. What are you doing now? Regretting it? But it's too late. In the end, she added, forget it, I'm tired of talking about these things. I'm leaving first. As soon as India got downstairs, she saw Connor already waiting there. He looked upset but still stood by the door. India sighed, walked forward, and held his hand. Let's go home. Connor felt surprised. Finally, you. Shut up, no talking. India had never done anything like this before, it was unprecedented. But, why? Weren't you always against my touching you? India stopped, looking at him. Don't misunderstand, I'm just thanking you for not letting me trade my soul. After all, it was because of you back then that I saved Dash and the person Colton cares about, no, a demon. Upon hearing this, Connor's excitement was almost visible on his face. ZU, does that mean? I can sleep holding you now? The corner of India's mouth twitched. Why did this guy always think of dirty things? Do you really want to mate that badly? How sick. Connor shook his head, looking serious. No, it's not mating season now. I just want to hold you, your parents agreed too. Stop talking. India didn't want to hit him anymore, she was already exhausted. Back at their place, Connor looked gloomy. India glanced at him. His hair as dark as ebony, his face as pale as a vampire's, blood-red pupils, clearly a handsome demon. Since he appeared, she had almost always been around him. India hadn't forgotten how the spirit beast tried to molest her during their first encounter. At that time, she nearly beat his human form to death, yet he didn't fight back once. India thought this demon had issues back then. But later, his actions became increasingly provocative. Without realizing it, this spirit beast had become deeply rooted in her life, impossible to erase. Connor. You once asked me if I'd miss you if you disappeared. So, what's the answer? Maybe, yes. She learned from Colton and Conan that he had gone to the ruins of Returning Sea back then, all to make her realize she couldn't live without him. But at that time, both she and Patty were busy protecting the demon realm, totally forgetting about this. Connor stared intently at India as if trying to devour her. You're lying to me. No. But that's not your true answer. India was not the type to explain. She averted her gaze, as if giving up. Never mind, forget I said anything. Zu, don't go. Connor embraced India from behind. This time, his face almost touched hers. I really like you. We shape-shifting spirit beasts are very loyal. Zu, I fell in love with you the moment I first saw you. India's body stiffened, but she did not push him away. This was the closest Connor had ever been to her. Previously, even when he tried to take liberties, she would beat him up almost instantly, leaving him no chance for any further advances. India tried to calm herself and softly asked, Connor, are you doing all this just because you want to mate? Connor suddenly covered her mouth and growled angrily, shut up. I told you, what I want is more than just physical connection, I want your heart as well. India. You are quite greedy. Her heart, since witnessing human cruelty, had no need for romantic relationships at all. In the past, Colton often teased that she would never find a husband, but she never thought of marriage because of her deep-seated hatred. But this so-called demon emperor had crashed into her life like this. Let's sleep. Hearing these words, Connor's body obviously stiffened. Does that mean I can hold you while we sleep? Yeah, but no touching. Yes, ma'am. Neither could sleep all night long, waiting until morning. India couldn't fall asleep, and neither could Connor. India had never slept so close to anyone before. As a child, she hardly even slept with her mother. Now, she was held by a demon. In the past, she not only killed demons but also hunters. Though ordinary people couldn't smell the blood on her, demons could feel it immediately upon getting close. Connor, you're not sleeping either. Connor hugged the person in his arms even tighter. Zu, when will our relationship become as natural as Colton and Dash's? India was silent for a moment, asking instinctively, don't you mind the scent of blood on me? It's a pungent smell. Connor covered India's eyes, then buried his head in her neck. Zu, all I can smell is, your fragrance. India's face turned completely black. She wanted to resist instinctively, but Connor grabbed her hand in an instant. His grip was incredibly strong, nearly crushing her wrist. India used her spiritual power to resist, but was instantly overwhelmed by powerful demonic energy. Zu, don't reject me, alright? Chapter 118 News, Part 1. Adela had said that they would have to wait 3 days before rescuing Master, and during these few days, everyone was trapped in a silent strange loop. Colton was bored at the apartment and invited Gordon and Hakeem over for a card game. But no one was willing to come. Colton asked Dash, why? Could it be because you are too annoying? So none of them want to come over. Dash was speechless. What kind of logic was this? Hakeem was upset now, and Ian was definitely trying to console her all day. As for that fish, a nickname, who had been trying to get Gordon to admit her feelings for him and stop being stubborn, he naturally wanted to keep things under control. Adela had said that Colton's curse might flare up in the next few days, so he had been restraining himself. Colton lay on the bed, browsing through old news on his phone. At this moment, he saw a breaking news update. It reported that a strange person had appeared around where Bonnie lived. This person left bloodstains wherever he went, which frightened many people. The police investigated, but the guy had quickly disappeared without a trace. Dash, come here and take a look. Is this the silhouette of the guy who attacked Hakeem? Dash frowned. Is he going to provoke Bonnie and Connor? But those two are top fighters, it's almost suicidal for him to go there. Bonnie has been looking for him. Not right. Using others to do his dirty work is always his trick. He wouldn't act personally, he would use others as his pawns. Thinking of this, Colton felt uneasy. Uh-oh, we should go there quick. Something might happen to Bonnie and Connor. Okay, don't worry. I'll take you there immediately. Colton was instantly transported by Dash to where Bonnie lived. He expected to see a terrible scene, but upon arriving in the courtyard, only Connor was chopping wood with bruises all over his face, still smiling happily like an idiot. Dash glanced into the inner room where Bonnie was staying and instantly understood the situation. Colton also saw Bonnie sleeping with her back turned to them, her hair all messy, draped over her shoulders. In Colton's eyes, Bonnie always cared about her appearance and would never look so disheveled. So, there was only one possibility. Without saying anything else, he stepped forward and grabbed Connor by the collar. Hey, did you do something to Bonnie? Connor finally noticed them and said, Colton, as you said, she responds better to soft treatment than harshness. Even though I was beaten up badly, it was worth it. Colton. Save me, I don't want a brother-in-law who's an idiot. Jiang. Colton wanted to call out to Bonnie but thought better of it. If he went in now, he'd probably get hit too. Hey, Connor, I'm warning you. Bonnie has a strong sense of vengeance. If you betray her, you're dead. Connor put his hand on Colton's shoulder and said seriously, rest assured, I would rather betray myself than betray Bonnie. Seeing this, Dash immediately pulled Connor's hand away, don't touch him. Connor looked proudly at Dash, I remind you, if it's the rules of the human realm, I'm still your elder brother-in-law, and you should call me brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, both Colton and Dash turned their faces black with annoyance, silently walking away. Colton, Dash, let's go home. It's not just my eyes but my ears that hurt. Dash, if you ask me to call him brother-in-law, I'd rather keep calling the demon emperor, your majesty, until I die. Connor, speechless, thought these two were such nuisances. Remembering something, Colton turned back, by the way, I saw news saying that guy is heading this way. You need to be careful. Who? The third consciousness of Amos? His coming could be a good thing. This way, you won't keep thinking about this matter. And he wouldn't be beaten so badly. Seeing Connor, covered in bruises, speaking earnestly with a serious face, was truly comical. That's right, you should find a way to get rid of those injuries on your face. Saying that, he pulled Dash's hand and left. Dash, let's go see Hakim. He's been feeling guilty about Boss Joe's affair, and ultimately, this mess started with me. Alright, whatever you say. Dash actually sneered at humans, especially when it came to emotions, because human nature was selfish. But this Hakim was indeed the only one, besides Bonnie, who dared to stand up for Colton back then. Dash admired him from the bottom of his heart. Ian is a nine-tailed fox, and generally, nine-tailed foxes value emotions deeply. Hakim can be considered as having met a good match. Upon hearing this, Colton showed a look of disgust, and Dash's lips twitched. What expression is that? Don't you believe me? Colton immediately nodded, I don't believe it. When you talked about that fox before, you didn't say anything good, and now you're speaking up for him. Alright, he's a bad person, no, a bad demon. Happy now? Achoo. Ian, who was hugging Hakim, suddenly sneezed, waking up Hakim who was sleeping. Ian immediately covered Hakim's eyes and said, nothing, you don't have to get up, go back to sleep. Hakim Ed caught Ian's hand, and nodded. However, he couldn't fall asleep anymore, so he asked, Ian, weren't you quite impatient with me at first? Gordon said she saw a shadow of Colton in me. Did you like Colton before? Ian's hand paused. What nonsense was that dead fish spouting? He coughed lightly and said, Hakim, I did think Colton was attractive and wanted to tease him more. Because of the constant battles with Dash, I thought it would be fun to snatch him away. But seeing them together, I actually didn't feel jealous. Ian was telling the truth. Back then, he just found Colton appealing and teased him a bit. During the days Colton was recuperating with Dash at home, Ebert was anxious like an ant on a hot pan, but he didn't feel as serious as imagined. At that moment, he realized he wasn't in the habit of competing with others. Bullying Colton with Ebert back then was just to provoke that snake. Ian hugged Hakim tighter and whispered softly, at first, I just thought you were interesting, following me all day long. I enjoyed teasing you, but later on, my feelings changed. I actually liked seeing your pitiful face when I bullied you. This was true. So he often wanted to bully Hakim. But when he saw Hakim crying, he couldn't help feeling a bit guilty. Sometimes Ian even thought he had a split personality. Just then, a soft voice came from the window, you are truly a pervert, great nine-tailed fox. Hearing this voice, Ian's face turned completely black. That damn snake. Why was he here instead of staying with Colton? Soon, both of them came in through the window, landing on the apartment balcony. Do you want me to call the property management to kick you out? Who came? Hakim turned around and saw Colton, smiling, Colton, why are you here? Colton poured a glass of warm water from the table and walked over, sitting by the bed. Not much, I just suddenly missed you, so I let Dash bring me here. But on the way, this snake suddenly transformed into a snake, scaring him enough to scream loudly. Many people saw it. But they all thought they were hallucinating. Some people with weak hearts even fainted on the ground. Colton cursed loudly, and only then did Dash transform back into human form, carrying him to land on Ian's apartment balcony. I'm fine now. Boss Joe said if I cry again, she'll kill Ian, so I won't cry anymore. Colton's face darkened. You believe whatever anyone says. Boss Joe was solely focused on saving her master. How could she kill Ian? Hakim, you should eat more walnuts. Why? To nourish your brain. Colton sat by the bed and chatted with Hakim about their past. Seeing this, Dash was about to enter when Ian stopped him, saying, don't disturb them. I've never seen Hakim so happy. Let Colton stay with him longer. Dash looked at Ian, this guy seemed to have lost all his rogue characteristics. Was he really tamed by Hakim? Hey, Ian, what you said earlier, do you really not like Colton? Ian's face darkened, I already said, initially it was to irritate Bonnie, later it was purely for fun, and once I saw your determined look, I had nothing left. An idea struck Ian, and his eyes twinkled as he said, if you really want to create a rift, then go find that fish. He might still have some feelings for Colton. Dash. This fox really loved stirring up trouble. At that moment, Colton helped Hakeem lie down and said to Dash, let's go back to the apartment. Then he glanced at Ian again, if you dare to hurt him, there will be more than just me hunting you down. Got it. Ian thought, such a soft little guy, whoever gave him up would be a fool. Although he felt heartache for the little one's past experiences, it was because of this that no one had targeted him. Not bad at all. Colton and Dash quickly returned to the apartment. Just as they closed the door, Colton's phone rang. Seeing it was his mother calling, Colton answered, Hi, Misty, what's hap? Before he could finish saying matter, he heard a anguished scream. Chapter 119, News, Part 2. Colton's face was pale, thinking that something had happened to his parents. Dash comforted him for a moment and then took Colton home as quickly as possible. Upon seeing the snakes all over the floor, Malachi lying on the ground, and his startled parents. Thankfully they were unharmed, he hurriedly helped his parents up. Misty, Giacomo, are you okay? Tiger still tightly embraced Colton's mother, swallowing hard, said, we're fine. Luckily we had the jade pendant Ziyu gave us earlier. Otherwise, we would have died at the hands of these snakes. The snakes once again crawled all over the late grandfather's portrait. Sensing Dash and Colton's presence, the snakes immediately retreated. Colton's face turned grim as he walked forward and grabbed Malachi by the collar, coldly asking, what do you want? Whatever grudge you have, take it out on me. Why did you attack my parents? At this moment, Tiger cursed, what nonsense are you talking? I'd rather die myself than let anything happen to you. Malachi seemed seriously injured. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed lightly, to make you surrender, I had to find your weak spot. The king of Guihai Jishu is preparing to emerge from the seabed. Colton, tomorrow this coastal city will be flooded. No one can escape. Hearing this, Colton's pupils contracted sharply, and he clenched his fists, ready to hit Malachi. Speak. It started raining outside, and Dash also sensed the dampness in the air. His expression changed, and he told Colton, I fear what he says isn't false. The air pressure is very abnormal. Tiger immediately said, that won't do. Colton, Dash, we must notify all citizens to flee. That demonic moon already caused many deaths. If another tsunami comes, everyone in the city will perish. Soon, official news was released online. Due to abnormal storms on the sea, all citizens were asked to evacuate to neighboring cities. Dash said to Colton's parents, you should evacuate first. Go with Imelda and Emil. Colton's mother said, all right, I won't trouble you. I'll leave with them right away. The loudspeaker in the neighborhood called for all residents to go downstairs and evacuate together. Colton's mother packed up the deceased grandfather's belongings and looked at Colton before leaving. She didn't say anything. Instead, Tiger unexpectedly spoke up, no matter what, you must stay alive. There's still something I haven't finished telling you. Dash instinctively replied, don't tell me you're going to curse me again. You'll know when we meet next time. Dash nodded. After his parents went downstairs, raindrops started to enter the room. Colton let go of Malachi and snorted, these injuries on you weren't caused by the jade pendants on my parents. It must be Amos and Jace, right? Malachi glanced sideways at Colton, after a long pause, slowly said, I just don't understand why someone as capable as you fell for a snake like Dash. Colton's face darkened, you're a snake too. Who is more noble than whom? Malachi, though you did not participate in harming me back then, the damage to the demon world is partly due to you. I've told you before, traitors never get favor from either side. Amos has already shown his true colors to you, hasn't he? Malachi snorted but was interrupted by Dash striking him off the high rooftop. This is payback for harming Colton's parents. I originally wanted to kill you, but I changed my mind. Malachi was likely manipulated by someone like Amos, wanting to use him to make Malachi die by their hand. However, things wouldn't go as they wished. The sound of footsteps outside grew louder, and the wind blew raindrops onto Colton's clothes. Colton looked at Dash, so you knew what I was thinking too. I was about to say that we should discuss Amos. Well done. Thinking of the impending tsunami, Colton continued, but it's too late for people in the south to evacuate. Many will surely die by tomorrow morning. Dash's phone rang. Seeing it was Patty calling. He ruffled Colton's hair and said, there's a way. Since evacuation isn't an option, we'll go to the demon realm. It also happens to revive Patty's master, or should I say lover. Chapter 120 Acting. After arriving at the company, apart from those who had already fled madly to avoid the disaster, Isabella and his group led the surrounding people to the demon realm. Because this place was the closest to that location. At the moment they saw Bonnie, both Bonnie and Connor surprisingly chose silence for the first time. They waited at the entrance of the demon realm for it to open. Only when Colton mentioned Malachi seeking help at home did they pull him aside to ask, what happened? Are Misty and Giacomo okay? They're fine, don't worry. Misty and Giacomo have already left, and Malachi was severely injured by Dash, so there's nothing to worry about. Bonnie glanced at the dark sky, sensing an ominous premonition. She said to Colton, I'll go check on our parents, you all go to the demon realm. Remember, you must help Isabella and save his master. Connor opened his mouth as if to say something but closed it when Bonnie said, you are not allowed to come. Otherwise, I will never forgive you. All right. Watching Bonnie disappear into the darkness, Colton hadn't yet spoken when Dash instinctively remarked, did you already settle it? Colton's face turned dark, almost slapping the snake. Nonsense. He glared at Dash, if you dare speak ill of Bonnie, don't blame me for dealing with you together with her. Seeing the situation, Dash placated, okay, I won't mention it. After all, she is your elder sister, and we should respect her. At this moment, Gordon's irritating voice came through, after all, she saved your life. It's inappropriate to speak like that, isn't it? Oh great Dash, your double standards are really impressive. Dash looked at Gordon, are you being sarcastic? Conan immediately responded, nonsense. Gordon has been well behaved recently. This made not only Colton frown but also caused Gordon to brandish a knife at the fish. Until Isabella spoke up again, everyone calmed down. Just then, the gates of the demon realm opened. Isabella instructed the company staff, please lead these people in first. We have guests coming, and we need to receive them. Kareem, curious, asked, guests. Enough, hurry inside. Once they arrive, you won't have a chance to escape. Scared, Kareem nodded repeatedly. Hurry, let's go. You must be careful. We're here to seek refuge, don't touch anything. If you get hurt by a demon, we won't be responsible. Demon? Just don't touch anything randomly. Everyone nodded. Suddenly receiving news of a tsunami, with so many people running in the same direction, they knew they couldn't escape and could only find a place to take refuge. Lightning flashed across the sky, and thunder rumbled. Colton glanced at Isabella, boss, it seems Amos and Jace are coming. Ian had Shichi follow along, while Conan coaxed Gordon in, saying he would protect Shichi. Ian remarked, indeed, they're coming in force. Colton, if we don't resolve everything today, all of us will die here. Colton smiled, you silly fox, why such pessimism? I didn't plan to die again. This time, either he dies or I do. At this moment, Conan added unhelpfully, what about the toxins in your body? Colton glared at Conan, I finally understand why Conan likes to scold you. Sometimes you really deserve it. Clearly, some discipline was needed. Just then, a voice carrying sobs called out from ahead, Colton. Colton looked up to see a group of demons walking towards them in the rain. Imelda and Emil were held captive by demons behind, while Amos and Jace walked ahead. Imelda looked apologetic, as did Emil. Blood covered Emil's face, clearly indicating he'd been beaten. Colton's gaze darkened, Amos, what are you trying to do? Using the same old tricks. Imelda, eyes red, said, all this time, I thought I wasn't one of the two who harmed you. Master deceived me. Those two back then were us, weren't they? Colton nodded slightly, yes. So what if it was me? Everything has passed. Imelda's face changed abruptly, glaring at Amos and Jace, don't think of using us to harm Colton again. Even if we die, we won't let your plot succeed. Dash glanced at Amos, then his gaze fell on Wang Sangma of Gue Hai Jishu, the one standing beside you is a cunning demon hunter. Aren't you afraid he'll kill you? These fools, even now, are still playing these tricks. Amos looked at Imelda and the barely alive Emil, you are always this stupid, it's easy to manipulate you with a little trick. Even if I don't use you to threaten Colton, killing you in front of him would be a great pleasure for me. After all, he once almost depleted his spiritual power to save you. You. This time, before Colton could speak, Ian and Conan were already full of anger. Just as they were about to rush forward to rescue them, Dash stretched out his hand to stop the two, looking coldly at Amos and saying, so, do you hope Colton will save them, or not save them? Amos also sneered, just as he was about to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by the voices of Imelda and Emil, don't save us. Having said that, the two of them slammed into the weapons of the demons. A cut instantly appeared on their necks, and they fell to the ground with a thud. Imelda, Emil. Colton's voice almost broke, rain splashed on his face, revealing an unhealthy pallor. He slowly walked forward, like a walking corpse. South Sioux, being so heartless, what exactly do you want? Will you only stop when I'm dead? Despair appeared on Colton's face, something Dash had never seen before. I have said that being liked by you is the most disgusting feeling I have experienced, not just in this life, but in these 1,000 years. Whoosh! Torrential rain poured down as a figure rushed out from the rain. Before Tsangma could say anything, he saw Amos shout loudly, no, don't kill him. But the scene that unfolded next left him stunned. The blade flashed coldly in the rain, chillingly icy. Colton moved extremely fast. His eyes were fierce, in one swift turn, he plunged the spirit-infused dagger into the throat of the pale-faced person who seemed like a living corpse. Mighty as an Azura, his eyes like a demon. At this moment, Colton did not resemble the god who once saved everyone from suffering. He stared at the foul-smelling presence. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Gordner's puppet son, I have been waiting for you to show up. The accounts of Gordon and Boss Joe can be settled together. Chapter 121. So, how are you going to die? You were just acting. Amos finally realized that the despair on Colton's face about Imelda and Emil's deaths had been a ploy to flush out Xing-Yi. That consciousness which had hidden in darkness all along. The son of Elder Lindsay was also his obsession with Colton from back then. It was like a manifestation of longing, it had only one goal, Colton. Its desire was much stronger than his own will because it stemmed from the most sordid and dark thoughts. This was why Elder Lindsay always invited Colton to play when he was younger, but his grandfather never allowed it. Elder Lindsay had an eerie aura around her. How could Colton's grandfather let his grandson approach danger? Whether it was viewing feng shui or driving away snakes, his grandfather had done everything for him. At this moment, Ian and Conan cooperated to drag Imelda and Emil over. Dash and Jace started fighting, while Connor asked, "Need help?" "My sister-in-law's, man." Dash really wanted to poison that demon emperor's voice box. "Shut up if you don't know how to speak properly." Right then, Imelda, who had been stiff on the ground, suddenly shouted, "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." "What are you doing, Ian? You're going to burn my clothes like this." Emil couldn't pretend any longer and hugged Imelda, saying, "Oh, Lou, are you okay? Let me take off my coat and give it to you." "No way. Don't give it to me. The clothes are soaked like this, who would wear it?" Ian released Imelda. "Fine, if you want to be sweet and disgusting, go inside. Don't stay here. If you don't want to die again." They hurriedly got up and ran toward the demon clan's gate upon hearing this. "Let's go, we're leaving immediately. We don't want to be cannon fodder." Imelda suddenly asked Ricky, thinking of something, "Aunt, how did I do just now?" "Very good, truly deserving of being an actor." Amos watched Dash, Colton, Conan, and Ian. So, they were all acting just now. He suddenly thought of something and immediately said, "Ricky, you did this." He had forgotten that this woman could control people's minds. She must have given instructions to everyone just now. So almost everyone was acting. Colton. Amos looked at the man who was like a god and yet like a devil. Suddenly, he felt so distant from him. Even under the spell, he would never belong to him. "Colton, you." Colton pulled out a dagger. "I felt your presence near me for a long time, the same feeling I had as a child, being watched." Colton hadn't thought much about it before, but these days, the feeling became more apparent. Especially when Elder Lindsay visited their home as a child. He always felt someone following him, but whenever he turned back, he saw no one. For a while, he thought he was seeing ghosts. Turned out, this guy, neither human nor ghost, finally showed up. The dagger in his hand was specially given by Bonnie, left by the old man. He insisted that Colton must carry it. The creature remained unmoved, its pitch-black eyes fixed on Colton, muttering, "Colton, Colton, I love you. You can't leave me." Colton's gaze hardened, and he stabbed the thing in the forehead again. "Whatever you are, whether an evil consciousness or a person, you've existed long enough, it's time for you to die." Amos laughed softly and took a step closer. "Colton, it turns out you went through all this trouble for my sake. Does this mean that during this time, you've been thinking about me?" Before Colton could respond, Connor couldn't help but interject, "Humans say demons are disgusting, but you, human, are truly the most disgusting among all humans I've ever seen." Saying this, he was about to kill the thing. Colton spoke expressionlessly, "Connor, this is my matter to handle. Your job is to protect Boss Joe. If anything happens to her, I think even Bonnie won't let you off." Connor thought Colton was a soft little cutie when he first met him. He even wanted to comment on how Dash liked such soft and adorable types, but after interacting recently, his opinion completely changed. Over these years, the spirited monster hunter had never changed. His character was just like Bonnie's. Indeed, as Ian said, one household wouldn't raise two different types of people. Just like Bonnie, Colton was the same, not to mention that his father, Tiger, had an even more explosive temper. When they went to see him together with Bonnie back then, if it weren't for Colton's mother stopping him, that person would have really taken a kitchen knife to himself. Proud and unbending, he would rather die than yield. Even in death, he wouldn't be subordinate to anyone. Even if, being subordinate meant being under someone he loved. Like Dash, that snake. The Xing-Yi on the ground stopped talking, as if thoroughly dead, completely cold. But Colton felt the situation wasn't that simple. He stood up and pretended to believe that person was dead, approaching Amos step by step. "South Sioux, I don't care what your purpose is today, but we need to settle the accounts from over 1,000 years ago. You impersonated me, colluded with the demon clan's Malachi to wipe out the demon clan. You conspired with those envious monster hunters to bury me alive. Last time, you even pretended to be me to attack Conan. I said I would make Dash and Conan get justice. And then there's Hakim's account, Boss Joe's depleted spiritual power, it's all your fault. So, how are you going to die?" Whoosh! Another bolt of lightning tore through the distant sky, and the rain pressed down almost suffocatingly. Ian, Conan, Ricky, and Connor watched the boys back. It was as if they were seeing the pinnacle of the monster hunters from 1,000 years ago. So vivid. Conan suddenly spoke up, "Why did I think you were cute back then?" Ian replied, "I actually teased you a couple of times. If we had today's combat strength back then, you'd have been crippled even if you survived." Both felt that Colton's current spiritual power had already recovered to its peak level. Connor glanced at Dash and Jace's fight, then turned back and finally said quietly, "It's a good thing it happened back then, otherwise, you might not have lived until now." Ricky pinched her chin and added, "I remember Ian once fought with Dash, like some kind of courtship ritual, which ended up costing Colton his salary." Ian shivered suddenly. Boss, please don't say that. I'm afraid Colton will target me next." At this moment, a cry of anguish came from within the demon clan, followed by Gordon's voice, "Hakim, give me the scattering soul whip. Your spiritual power isn't strong enough to achieve significant effects." Upon hearing this, Ian and Conan's expressions changed drastically. "Bad, something's happening inside." Chapter 122, Were you just asleep? Amos sneered, looking at Colton before him. "Chen, do you think only you know how to act?" He pointed to the shadow on the ground that had turned black. "Do you think only you can put on a show? That guy fled long before you pierced his forehead, he was too obsessed with you. Now, Hakim and Gordon should be dead by now, right? You. That demon." Colton, along with Connor and Zofia, had also entered the demon realm. When he saw Thessine inside, his mind blanked for a moment. Because in the coffin, he had seen such a horrific scene before. The monster called Xing-Yi had slaughtered many people. Hakim and Gordon were both injured and fell to the ground. Just as that man was about to kill the two of them, Imelda and Emil suddenly grabbed the man's arms from either side. Imelda shouted, "This time, I won't let you trouble Colton. You're not allowed to touch them." Gordon yelled loudly, "Imelda, let go quickly. That guy will kill you." As they spoke, Imelda and Emil were thrown far away by a single palm strike. "Pooh!" Imelda spat out blood and fainted, while the heavily wounded Emil crawled towards her. Reaching out, he weakly held her. "Lou, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I still couldn't protect you, just like back then." Seeing this, Gordon shouted, "Imelda." He wanted to rush over to help Imelda, but Conan held him back, saying, "No, if you go now, you'll die." With that, he transformed into his combat form as a merman and attacked Xing-Yi. Ian did the same. The refugees watching from the side were stunned. This isn't special effects, is it? They really are demons. Imelda. Just as Colton was about to help Imelda, Connor pulled him back, calmly saying, "Be careful, let me handle it." He checked their breathing, found they were still alive, and took out a black porcelain bottle, giving each one a pill. "Though I don't know what will happen after they take the medicine, they might never wake up." "Yeah, as long as there's a chance." Rain began to fall, hitting Colton's body. He glanced at Amos outside and at Xing-Yi. His expression suddenly softened, and he gently said, "Sue, it's been a long time." Hearing this, Amos and Xing-Yi both stiffened. At that moment, Colton suddenly turned the dagger and stabbed it towards Xing-Yi's vital point. Seeing this, Amos immediately reacted, rushing in front of Xing-Yi. The knife pierced his heart. Amos's face instantly turned purple, then ghastly white, blood slowly trickling down from the corner of his mouth. "Colton, that was my last obsession with you. Even if I die, Xing-Yi cannot die." Colton felt nauseous. Just as he was about to pull the dagger back, someone else moved faster. That person suddenly pulled the dagger out and stabbed it into the back of Xing-Yi's head. "Whether you or your obsession, you should die." Dash. Colton looked at the blood-covered Dash behind him and immediately supported him. Conan and Ian, seeing this, used all their demonic power to give the monster no chance to counterattack. Conan coldly said, "I didn't want to use the eternal spell, but such a creature is truly disgusting." "Well, then use it. Dying like this is too easy for him." Conan and Ian used the eternal spell to seal the creature and threw him out of the demon realm. "Fall into the abyss, and turn to dust." Colton looked at Dash and asked, "Are you okay?" Dash almost collapsed entirely onto Colton. "A tsunami is coming. Conan, Ian, quickly tell Zofia to close the demon realm gate. If she still wants to save her master." Dash. Colton shouted. Zofia was calling for Conan and Ian to close the demon realm gate. Seeing the bloody scene outside, Ian remarked, "Damn, did this snake use its last heart scale? He doesn't care about his life." The demon realm gate closed, blocking the storm outside. Colton helped Dash sit somewhere safe. He was about to unbutton Dash's shirt to check his condition, but was grabbed by the wrist. "Colton, don't tell me you want to. Stop your nonsense, let me see. If you dare to remove the last heart scale of the snake, I won't let you off." Dash's face darkened. "Colton, I'm sorry." Colton paused, his gaze falling on Connor, who looked grave. "What are the consequences? He won't make it past midnight tonight." "Then what?" "There is no then." Connor's words were like a thorn. Colton responded with an, and then asked again, is there any other way? Connor shook his head, no. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Dash looked at Zofia and said, don't worry, as long as Connor is here, your master can also be saved. Zofia cursed, it's not about that, just shut up. Colton's hands were trembling. Why are you so stupid? You kept holding on without telling me. Connor got up and walked away. Just as Hakeem wanted to say something, Ian covered her mouth. Don't speak. Gordon, after taking care of Imelda and Emil, also fell silent. Conan subconsciously patted his shoulder. Dash's breath grew weaker. He looked at Colton and softly asked, Colton, I love when you take the initiative. Can you kiss me? Okay. Without hesitation, Colton kissed him obediently. Then he felt Dash's body temperature drop to an icy point, colder than ever before. The breath was gone. Colton's voice trembled. Hey, you won't leave me like this, right? Wake up, Dash. No response. That person's eyes were closed. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, he transformed into a huge, thick black snake. Those hiding nearby saw it, some were crying, others covering their eyes, truly frightened. Colton gently stroked him, feeling the patterns that once scared him now brought him peace. Dash, you're just asleep. I'll wait for you to wake up. Chapter 123, The Old Master. On a distant mountain. After Bonnie had settled her parents and the others, she suddenly felt an anomaly. The secret packet given to her by the Old Master before his death began to feel hot, as if burning her skin. The Old Master had once said that if a great calamity were to befall them, opening the packet would end everything. This was why Bonnie believed they could eliminate Amos and break the curse on Colton's body. The Old Master had orchestrated and prepared everything in advance. Could something have happened to Colton or Dash? Thinking this, Bonnie hurriedly opened the packet. She then saw a black shadow dart out. It did not seem like a demon but had a sense of awareness, dashing into the heavy rain. I should go check. Bonnie put away her weapon and headed towards the demon realm. Gina. Tiger called out. Bonnie turned around and said, Giacomo, don't worry, I'll bring Colton back. Her purpose in living used to be for Colton's happiness. But now, there were more people she cared about around her. Bonnie wanted to ignore it, yet couldn't. They were all Colton's friends, and she didn't want him to be unhappy. And then there was the Demon King. Though she had originally intended to use him for her purposes, he only cared whether she was happy, not her goals. Though Bonnie was cold-hearted by nature, she couldn't refuse those eyes. The rain continued pouring down. A tsunami began, instantly flooding City A and washing away coastal buildings, submerging them in seawater. Bonnie took a shortcut towards the demon realm. Upon arriving at the entrance, she found the gates tightly shut. Seawater rushed in swiftly, and Bonnie jumped onto the gate, watching the water rise. Dead fish and shrimps floated in the seawater. She recognized them immediately. These were the bodies of demons from the sea ruins. Apparently, there had been a fierce battle here. Right. Bonnie suddenly thought of the cave under the tree in the snake graveyard, another entrance to the demon realm. Thinking of this, she immediately used the device given by Conan earlier, diving into the water and swimming to the side. At the same moment, Colton brought Dash to the snake graveyard. Just like last time, he placed Dash inside the coffin atop the tall altar. Paddy opened his mouth, wanting to say, it's useless, but the words stuck in his throat. Earlier, Connor, Ian, and Conan had channeled their demon powers into the coffin's air vents. Paddy even felt his master's body gradually warming up. He also sensed his master's pulse beating. Yet, his master still hadn't awakened. Colton insisted on coming here, so Paddy didn't argue, allowing Conan and Ian to follow his lead. People followed, but the scene was eerily quiet. They weren't there for entertainment. Instead, they felt pain and sorrow for Dash. The tragic story was true, yet they couldn't find a good ending for it. Girls wiped away tears, afraid to upset Colton, restraining their sobs. Some girls bit into their wrists to keep from crying out loud. Everyone pondered that maybe humans and demons didn't always have to be mortal enemies. At least Dash, Ian, Conan, and Demon King Connor hadn't attacked them. Along the way, they encountered some minor demons who fled, mistaking them for enemies. People began reflecting on themselves. Perhaps Chiobo's true intention was to make them realize this point. Not all demons are bad. Colton looked at Dash, gently stroking his hair. Rest now. I'll stay with you. Colton. Hakeem shouted. Colton turned around and gestured for silence. Dash is sleeping. He gets very cranky when woken up. I'll stay with him. Hakeem, don't disturb him. Hakeem bit her lip and nodded. Her eyes reddened again, then she fell into Ian's arms. Gordon averted her gaze. Paddy tried contacting Bonnie, but she was in another location amidst such harsh conditions. Suddenly, Connor sensed a familiar aura and shouted, Gina, it's Gina coming. In the next moment, India climbed out from under the tree coiled with countless snakes. Those sleeping snakes immediately surged in all directions like a flood, startling the crowd. Someone cried out. Colton turned back and saw the snakes swimming frantically towards him, stopping in front of him. One by one, the snakes stood up as they had done when Dash had asked Colton to recognize their master, seemingly holding some ceremony. Colton felt the message the snakes were trying to convey. He excitedly asked, "Are you saying that Dash isn't dead?" The snake cluster flicked their tongues and nodded. Gordon watched this scene, feeling not goosebumps but genuine happiness for the first time. "Ebert, does this mean there's hope for Dash?" Then they saw the snakes swarm onto the coffin and crawl inside. Colton watched as the snakes slowly disappeared into the coffin until he saw something black surrounded by the snakes, landing on Dash's chest, gradually merging into him. This is. Whatever it is, you only need to know that Dash will not die." Seeing the person who emerged from the tree hollow, Colton happily said, "India, you're here. What happened just now? Did you save Dash?" "That's wonderful." A young girl in the crowd sobbed tearfully. "Wim wham, I thought my Junshin couple was doomed. Moo God, are they okay now?" India nodded with a faint smile, "Yes, everything is fine. Little girl, your favorite couple won't have a bad ending." "That's great." The crowd clapped as if echoing. Patty looked at India, "Did you save Dash?" "I don't have such power." It was the old man. "Patty, you said you initially manipulated everyone, but in fact, everything that happened today, including people and demons, was all under the control of the deceased old man." India's words left Patty speechless. Seventh uncle. How could it be? She was manipulated by seventh uncle. India glanced at Colton, smiled slightly, then looked at Patty again, speaking slowly, "Yes, even the day when your master would be rescued was accurately predicted by him. But he did all this just so Colton could escape someone like Amos and break the 1,000-year-old curse. Ever since he knew I had memories from over 1,000 years ago, from visiting Lindsay's house to check its feng shui, his sudden death, villagers building the temple for the snake deity, getting Patty to take in these demons, having Colton join Tianyu Company, all subsequent events were guided step by him. How could seventh uncle know there wouldn't be any unforeseen changes in the future? He clearly knew about the monster at Lindsay's place but couldn't kill it. Heaven. To plan for 19 years, how meticulous must his thoughts have been. Recalling the deep gaze the old man used to look at them with, India sighed softly, that's why, manipulating fate, his lifespan was prematurely shortened. Chapter 124 The End, 1. Some people live a lifetime just to fulfill a mission. Lincoln lived his life always fighting against demons and saving people. Yet he always felt there was something undone. Not until the year when Colton and Bonnie were born, after driving away those snakes from Alastair's house, he vaguely saw fragments of the future on his way home. At that time, he didn't understand what it was. Later, Bonnie and Colton grew up gradually. Bonnie was so cold that he seemed not like a child at all, while Colton was very simple and pure. So Lincoln chose his granddaughter to inherit his ability. One day, while he was collecting herbs on the hill behind, he saw his young granddaughter killing a raccoon dog which had become a demon. That spiritual power was almost as strong as his. His granddaughter Bonnie didn't need to learn his skills at all. Lincoln was very surprised and had a thorough talk with his little granddaughter. Then he knew what his worry-free grandson Colton had experienced before. He also knew what those villagers, who claimed they were in existence for over 1,000 years, had done. At this moment, Lincoln was greatly shocked. Those villagers who were usually respectful to him had been taking advantage of him all along. Lincoln didn't care because more or less everyone is selfish. Until one day, Alastair found him, saying there was something unclean in her house. When leaving her house, Lincoln felt something wrong. He sensed that the woman lost her positive energy and became like a walking corpse. Afterwards, Lincoln found Master Sheila. He was a very young demon hunter with high Taoism cultivation, possessing the ability to peek into the future. Lincoln originally didn't want to bother him, but that person insisted that he and Lincoln were destined to meet, and used forbidden techniques to open the heavenly eye. Master Sheila, Dirk, foresaw that Colton's family would die tragically, the whole world would be drenched in bloody rain and wind, people would be brutally killed by demons, and Colton would be imprisoned, unable to die, enduring torture continuously. After understanding the cause and effect, Lincoln, in a rage, wanted to kill Amos. But Dirk told him that it was not yet the right time, they must wait until Amos and 3 consciousnesses appeared together before they could kill him and remove the curse on Colton thoroughly. Only then can everything be flawless. From that moment, Lincoln started paving the way for Colton. Bonnie didn't want Colton to be involved, neither did he. Every time Alastair came to their house, Lincoln couldn't help hating her. But thinking that Amos couldn't be killed now, he suppressed his anger. That chilly figure followed Colton. Actually, Lincoln knew that Ziyu wished to kill Xing Yi even more than he did, but he never told Ziyu about the existence of Xing Yi. Dirk said the time was not ripe enough. Killing him now wouldn't get rid of the root problem. Ziyu cared too much for Colton, she was also headstrong, Lincoln feared that Ziyu might spoil things. So, they could only wait for Colton to grow up, until Dash found him, waiting for the gears of fate to start moving. Only then did Lincoln feel powerless about the word destiny. Knowing who the murderer was, yet being unable to do anything. Lincoln knew the heavenly secrets in advance, so he passed away when Colton joined Sheila's company. But he wasn't worried because everything afterwards had already been arranged. Including the appearance of Colton's friends around him, the help from Emil Nemelda, and even Dash killing the king of Gue Hai Jishu to save Colton without the last piece of heart-protecting snake scale. When Colton had a fever in childhood, a black scale with demonic aura fell off him at night. Lincoln recognized immediately that it was Dash's heart-protecting scale, so he kept it. The snake would surely cause chaos in the future, it was better to keep the scale for future use. Including that time Colton met Dash in childhood, Lincoln knew clearly but didn't say it out. Because it was also part of his manipulation. The heart-protecting scale in Bonnie's bag was saved by Lincoln back then. He specifically asked Dirk and a group of deeply cultivated Taoists to enhance its spiritual power. Dash has never eaten humans and after thousands of years, his evilness has decreased a lot, so the enhancement of spirituality won't harm him. That preserved heart-protecting snake scale woke Dash up. It seemed he had a long dream. Lincoln, Colton's grandfather, that old man, turns out he controlled everything. Everything had been pre-planned by him. The moment Dash opened his eyes, he saw a pair of gentle, red eyes. Awake? Yeah. As soon as Dash woke up, he was struck by Bonnie and fell back into the coffin. Colton. Ian. Conan. Connor, Gina, did you hit the wrong person? The crowd sitting cross-legged below the altar were all stunned. God Moo, he's indeed an extraordinary person. Colton's legs went weak, almost collapsing to the ground. Bonnie immediately held him up, eyes turning cold, then said to Connor, see? That's why I hit him. After saving him, Colton will be very ill. Shouldn't I punish my brother for getting himself hurt? Connor immediately laughed and said, deserved. With only one heart-protecting snake scale left, his breath was so weak. He should have known better than to fight a losing battle, thinking he's invincible. Conan tooted, Dash, you actually killed the king of Gue Hai Jishu. Why don't you become our king? Connor promptly responded, no way. Let him be the demon emperor. He just wanted to stay with Bonnie. Being a demon emperor had no practical value, it was just a fancy title. Upon hearing this, Dash pulled Colton into the coffin and closed the lid. Hey! Hakim, seeing this, quickly knocked on the coffin lid and shouted a few times. Ian pulled him away, it's fine, they're safe. They might even recover faster in there. Gordon gave Imelda and Emil water and then said, looking up, a second blooming. If not for Grandpa Colton, that snake might have really died this time. A second blooming. Seeing the snake wasn't completely dead, Sheila told Connor, Ian, and Conan, let's go. Since the snake is weakened, it's your turn. My master is waiting. Connor glanced at Bonnie, who nodded, go ahead. Sheila's master was weakened because of peering into the future and was taken advantage of by demons. We owe her. Besides, even Sheila was included in the old man's plans. Last time when Dash was in trouble, Sheila saved him. Sheila has always been a great benefactor to their family. Ian stroked Hakim's hair, who nodded slightly, come back soon, be careful. Conan looked at Gordon, I'm going, uncertain of my fate. Aren't you going to say something? If I die, you'll have to guard. Before he could finish saying, widow, he was kicked down the stairs. Chapter 125 Conclusion, 2. Colton lay in the darkness. But this was the first time he actually liked the darkness. Because that person was right next to him. He tightly embraced Dash as if holding a priceless treasure. Dash smiled faintly and whispered in his ear, didn't you used to really dislike my body temperature? Why are you hugging so tight now? Almost all of Colton's body was draped over Dash. I don't care whether you're warm or cool. I just want to know that you're still alive. This was the second time he experienced such fear. You must promise me not to act recklessly anymore. I'm already strong enough, I don't need your protection. Dash hugged Colton again and kissed his face. How about you? Any strange sensations left? The curse should be gone by now, right? Colton moved his body slightly. Indeed, that peculiar feeling from before had vanished. The old man really protected me well. Not just him, but all of you too. Dash fell silent for a moment before saying, Colton, although I'm annoyed at being manipulated, I still want to say that your grandfather is an amazing person. He loves you very much. In that story, Lincoln nurtured little Colton with such care, suppressing his hatred, orchestrating everything meticulously. In that situation, anyone might have given in to the urge to kill Amos, Xing Yi, and even that Uriel, possibly tipping off the plan prematurely. He couldn't remain calm like that. Aha. When he was younger, Colton often grumbled that the old man taught India everything while leaving him untouched. Of course, it had something to do with his frequent slacking off. But he was indeed useless. My father, mother, India, and grandfather, all of them care about me deeply. In this life, Colton truly felt all the favoritism, even though his spiritual power had already recovered, yet they still shielded him without hesitation. Dash, thank you for caring about me so much. Dash tightened his embrace around the person in his arms. Idiot, because you're worth it. Colton didn't know how long he slept. He and Dash clung to each other, both sleeping for 3 whole days. The noise outside never woke them up. Patty, Connor, Ian, and Conan hadn't returned either. Hakeem was a bit worried about the man and the demon inside the coffin, and Gordon even suggested that India open the lid to check on them. India replied, "Rest assured, they're both fine. They're just asleep." At this moment, someone asked from below the altar, "Divine Mu, when will the tsunami water outside recede?" "It'll take a few more days." India thought 2 days should be enough, then they could leave. "So when will Colton and Dash wake up? We're actually quite worried about them." "Don't worry. They'll come out once they've rested enough. They're healing inside." Hearing this, the young girl immediately nodded happily. "ZU." Upon hearing this joyful voice, India glanced sideways and saw Connor fly towards her, embracing her. "I finally made it back." India pushed Connor away with disdain. "What about Ian and Conan?" "They're on their way. That Dirk tried to kill us upon seeing us, luckily Patty stopped him in time." "India. That was normal. After all, he's a demon hunter. Seeing such powerful demons, it would be odd not to attack." "Ian." Hakeem also ran towards Ian, throwing her arms around him. "Colton and Dash are still sleeping and haven't woken up yet." Conan glanced at the coffin, "Not awake yet." "Are they really dead?" Forget I said that." Seeing India's gaze, he quickly rephrased. Then he laughed and sat next to Gordon. "I'm back. You won't have to be a widow anymore." "Ouch." His mouth was covered, and Gordon said coldly, "You silly fish, talking nonsense. Maybe you should die instead." As she pushed Conan, he almost rolled off the altar before she could exert any force. "Hey! Did you use up all your demon power?" Hearing this, Conan immediately hugged Gordon and feigned illness. "Yes, I used so much demon power that I can barely stand." "Hold me." A young girl watched with great interest. What a rogue, this Conan was definitely being a flirt. Gordon, with her short temper, was still under his thumb. Gordon coughed lightly. "Well, how much longer will it take to recover?" "Who knows, maybe a few more days of lying down." Cough, cough. Imelda on the ground suddenly coughed, and Gordon immediately helped her up. "You're awake. Are you alright?" Imelda coughed as she spoke. "Conan, I heard your abacus sounds even when I was half unconscious." Conan immediately said, Except for that first time we argued, I never forced anything after that, Get the hell out of here." Gordon was truly at a loss with this guy. Purely mentally deranged, no matter what, he could always drag it back to that topic. He really had an abundance of energy. Imelda shook her head with a smile and then looked at Emil who hadn't yet woken up beside her. "Is he okay?" "He's fine, but he took more injuries protecting you and needs more time to recuperate." Patty came over with her master Dirk. She asked India as soon as she saw him, "By the way, how is Colton?" "Still recovering." Dirk didn't look his age at all, not like a master but rather more like an elder brother. Patty, with her white hair, was beautiful like a celestial being descended from heaven. The two stood together, a perfectly matching pair in appearance. Ian, being sarcastic, said, "This demon hunter master, your disciple has been maneuvering around demons non-stop just to save you. We were all pawns in his game." Dirk held Patty's hand, his smile as gentle as ever. "Yes, before Grandfather Lincoln passed away, I already foresaw this. But that ambush by the demons, due to me revealing too much heavenly secrets, couldn't be avoided. It has been hard on you these past days." "Master, it wasn't hard at all." Patty thought that as long as he revived, she would do anything for him. Luckily, with Colton and others' help, otherwise, she didn't know what she would have done. Dirk's gaze also fell upon the coffin on the altar. "I've only heard about Colton from Lincoln but never met him. I wonder who it was that I indirectly helped by revealing those heavenly secrets." Just as Dirk finished speaking, the coffin lid moved above. Ian's face darkened. "Not again." "Seriously? Conan, going to say something embarrassing again?" "Connor, absolutely not going to be something nice." The crowd below, "Looks like it's another round of second-hand embarrassment." Sure enough, Colton's voice came from inside the coffin, "Can you stop moving? You're so annoying." "Then you move." "What are you talking about? Get out quickly." Upon hearing this, India's face turned black. She wished she could cremate that human and demon right now. Chapter 126 Conclusion, 3. The coffin lid was opened. As Colton and Dash opened their eyes, they were greeted by multiple pairs of eyes staring at them simultaneously. It was as if many people had gathered around them asking, "Are you awake?" The scene was quite horrifying. Colton was momentarily stunned. Are you checking to see if we're dead?" Ian shook his head. "No, we were just checking if the snake was dead. As for you, you're still alive, right?" Gordon suddenly quipped, "That won't do, if he were dead, Colton would have to live as a widower." Before he could finish, Conan covered his mouth. You guys continue." "Gordon, weren't you injured? I found a small house not far from here. Let's go there, and I'll check on you." Gordon's face darkened. "Check my sister." India cast a cold glance at Colton and Dash, finally settling his gaze on Colton. Colton, since Misty and Giacomo now have little Colton, it seems they don't need you anymore. How about I cremate both of you? The others quickly agreed. Colton was startled and hurriedly jumped out of the coffin. No, really, no need. He glared at Dash, signaling him to get up quickly. Thankfully, nothing strange had happened earlier, otherwise, he would have strangled this snake to death. Dash also climbed out of the coffin. Conan, Ian, and Connor immediately surrounded them. Dash's lips twitched. What are you all doing? Ian said, we're just curious. Your enthusiasm is really impressive. How could you even consider being in a coffin? Hearing this, Dash turned red with embarrassment. He had the intention, but Colton stubbornly refused. So, things had to go along. Earlier, just hugging Colton lightly had made the young man furious. It seemed that a coffin wasn't the best place for such activities after all. Colton walked over and talked with the people for a while. Two little girls cried as they held his hands. After listening for some time, Colton finally understood what they were saying. Basically, they were glad that he and Dash were alive. Colton smiled and said, don't worry, thank you for your concern. Even these two young fans cared about him and Dash, yet those villagers he had protected once only wished for his and Dash's deaths. How ironic. At this moment, Colton noticed an unfamiliar man looking at him. Paddy looked at him with very gentle eyes. Colton instantly recognized who it was and stepped forward, extending his hand. Hello, I'm Colton. You must be Master Chio's teacher, right? The man nodded and shook hands with Colton. I've always wanted to know who Lincoln saved. ZE has mentioned you before. Thank you both for helping ZE and saving me. Colton waved his hands. Please don't say that. Boss Chio has always been helping me, helping us. Grandpa has been using Boss Chio all these years, and I feel really guilty about it. Paddy smiled. Colton, don't say that. My uncle and I benefited mutually. Uncle and Master were close friends. Now that Master is alive again, I am truly grateful to Uncle. Leo likely had a chance to live. If anyone revealed heavenly secrets, it would be Master too. Leo probably gave Master the chance to live. Colton, Leo is the most profound and kindest person I've ever met in my path of cultivation. Colton nodded. The old man indeed was like that. For his sake, he sacrificed so much, yet Colton didn't realize it. Colton looked up again and noticed their hands were intertwined. He subconsciously asked, Boss, are you planning a wedding? Paddy was taken aback, about to speak when Dirk interrupted, this depends on ZE. Before, I knew my fate and dared not express my feelings, but now. I wonder if ZE thinks I'm too old. Upon hearing this, Paddy was stunned. She never imagined her master would speak to her like this. He was never good with words, and she thought he had no feelings for her. Moss. Before she could say, Father, Dirk covered her mouth and whispered, ZE, I want to hear you call my name. The chatterers on the altar, humans and demons alike, had quietly descended. The crowd began to cheer, marry him, marry him. Colton also shouted, even India said, since that's the case, then you should agree. You two have had a crush on each other for so long, it's time to get married. Everyone began to cheer them on. Colton even pushed Dirk forward a bit. Dirk glanced at those annoying demons, I never thought I would declare my feelings under the watchful eyes of demons. Hakim suddenly spoke softly, Mr. Dirk, you shouldn't be prejudiced, they are animals, but they are good animals. Pfft. Colton, India, Gordon, and Paddy all burst out laughing. In just one sentence, Connor, Dash, Ian, and Conan all turned red with embarrassment. Ian smiled faintly, little guy, if you don't know how to speak properly, just keep quiet. What did he mean by animals? That sounded really unpleasant. Ian hadn't forgotten that this guy once said that he and Dash fighting was like dogs biting each other. What a vicious mouth, deserved a lesson. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Paddy nodded slightly, Dirk, I agree. The tide slowly retreated amidst the shouts of the crowd. Due to the fall of the king of Gue Hai Jishu, the shrimps and crabs without leadership withdrew. As the demon world gate lowered, sunlight shone in from outside. Dash took Colton's hand. Colton smiled and asked, how is your body? Although old man saved you, who knows if you'll kick the bucket again. Dash bent down, smiling mischievously, rest assured, I love you so much, how could I bear to die? Colton blushed instantly. This snake truly had no shame. Dash was very happy, if not for the light bulbs around, he couldn't wait to get physical. Colton, although I have endured hardships, I do not regret meeting you. I said before, you are my redemption. Although this guy was sappy, his words were deeply sincere. Without a doubt, Colton was moved. In fact, I don't regret meeting you either. Thinking of Colton's parents, Dash felt a headache coming on. Well, can we go see your parents again? Before Colton could reply, India's voice drifted over, cough, before we came here, Giacomo and Misty said that next time we eat together, bring him along. Hearing this, Colton immediately became very happy, India, are you serious? Yes, serious. Colton held Dash's hand again. Alright, this time, I hope you behave better, and don't let me grab a kitchen knife to chop you again. Chapter 127 Conclusion 4. Patty and Dirk were getting married. Of course, besides those people who attended the wedding at the Demon Realm Refuge, it was also live-streamed. The tips in the live stream were flying in non-stop. Connor, who had heard this news, had been very restless. In the ruin of Return C, he had proposed to India first. Why did someone else get ahead? He really disliked that Dirk. Dirk was always hostile towards demons. Moreover, Connor felt that he and Zu had really become a couple. Without an official ceremony, how could they justify it? Colton noticed Connor's restlessness long ago. When Connor was feeling down, Colton sat beside him. In our human world, proposals usually come with a diamond ring. Today's party is a good opportunity for you. Connor's mind went blank. What opportunity? Colton rolled his eyes, replying in annoyance, the chance to become my brother-in-law. How could one be so clueless? Such a dolt. Ian, Conan, and Dash had read through the wedding procedure when they received the script. However, when it came to setting up the venue, they made quite the spectacle of themselves. At the start of the wedding, Dash actually summoned snakes as entertainment. Can you imagine flowers being brought in by a swarm of snakes? The live stream viewers went wild. Even though some sent fearful emojis, it only attracted more viewers. Patty had an exasperated look, while Dirk comforted her with a smile. Seems like we will remember this wedding forever. Patty. She shouldn't have saved him in the first place. What has now happened? Colton, Hakeem, and Gordon were all stunned. Gordon asked, may I ask, when you two are together, would he summon many snakes for fun too? Colton immediately shouted, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you think Conan the fish can summon fish? Hakeem pondered over the question seriously. I didn't see any little foxes either. Colton and Gordon looked awkward. Gordon commented, you're truly an antique national treasure. Colton patted Hakeem's head and said with a smile, that's what makes Hakeem cute. Next moment, the three were dragged away by Dash, Conan, and Ian. Colton glared at Dash who was pulling him, your creativity knows no bounds. Are you trying to kill the audience? Why not? The operators say the tips doubled. Boss Joe must want to kill you. Dash pulled Colton to sit, you've been tired all day. Take a break. I'm tired because of you. Dash stared at Colton, his hand suddenly touched Colton's lips, his voice hoarse, you can't say things like that, or people might misunderstand. Colton instantly realized what Dash meant. You pervert, I meant mentally tired. All these snakes are because of you. Oh, that's it. Thinking back to his surprisingly decent behavior during their parents' meeting 2 days ago, Colton asked, how did you get Giacomo to agree? His temper is so stubborn, even Misty couldn't persuade him. That's none of your concern. Just know that from now on, I'll always be by your side. Even in winter, you can't leave me. Colton looked disdainful, but you're cold, and I'm afraid of the cold. Stay away from me. Dash hugged him tighter. Colton immediately pushed that boundary crossing guy, we're live streaming, behave yourself. How about somewhere else? Click, click. Colton heard the sound of camera shutters. Dash glanced at them, and those people threw their cameras in fright. Colton was curious, wow, what dark magic do you have? Controlling human minds. I can always do that, but I don't want to control you. I just want you to be willing. Colton suddenly found this snake terrifying, hiding so many things from him. You damn bastard, what exactly are you hiding? Tell me quickly. Just then, they heard screams from the scene. Colton and Dash turned around to see Connor kneeling in front of India. It seemed he finally got it. Colton wanted to squeeze through to watch, but it was too chaotic, and he couldn't get through. Reluctantly, he gave up. At this moment, the snake slithered closer again. Colton coldly snorted. By the way, it's still the question from earlier. What have you been hiding? Tell me quickly, or I'll reconcile with my ex-girlfriend. Dash's face darkened for a moment, but he instantly resumed his normal expression, whispering in his ear, then tonight, I'll tell you everything piece by piece, and I won't let you rest until I finish. Colton. This guy. Still shameless as ever. Forget it, just like the old man said, it's a karmic debt. Dash. If I really wanted to destroy you 1,000 years ago, would you have killed me? No, but I would have kept you in prison forever, along with your soul, just as I said back then. Colton looked disgusted. Didn't Boss Chio say that love blindness requires digging wild vegetables? I think so too, but that person is you, Colton. Spare me, stop talking nonsense. Pretend I didn't ask. You finally realize it's not good to ask such questions, Colton. In this world, there are no what-ifs. Anyway, you can never escape my grasp in this life. Colton looked at him and asked again, so, when my spiritual power was weak, and I was locked in a cage as a sacrifice to you, that's what you were thinking? Yes. So, all your gentleness towards me was just an act. Not exactly an act. I just respected your wishes, I thought you understood. Understood ah. Back then, he was just curious because the snake didn't have a. After spending more time together, he found out the guy wasn't so bad. It wasn't until the demon hunters wanted to eliminate Dash that he realized his feelings for Dash were different, which was why he begged those people to spare him. Who knew things would turn out like this because of Amos? Colton felt a surge of emotion. Right now, the person he most wanted to see was actually the old man. Dash, let's go home and visit Grandpa. Dash placed a kiss on Colton's forehead and whispered softly, okay. Through countless rivers and mountains, someone will always come for you. Whether human or demon. The end.